Welcome to the Monster Train survival game. Current number of online survivors 10 billion. Please choose your brand new racial template, your new body, and the world train that will serve as your safeguard as you explore and survive in this world. You shall take on monstrous forms and ride this world train across this land. Wait, what? What? Who's trying to get me killed here? If we set aside things like cognitive contamination, mental distortion, conceptual materialization, ultra-high frequency, multi-world invasions, mana rampages, endless evolution of aberrant beasts, and more than 700 other apocalyptic calamities, it is actually quite a safe world. Survivors, we shall meet again if fate allows. The Monster Train survival game hereby resigns from the position of game administrator and is currently applying for takeover by other survival games. That magnificent voice boomed from no discernible source, resounding across a sky like a canvas of swirling multicolored oil paint. Yet the moment the owner of that voice perceived the true information of this survival world, the transmission that followed stuttered like a machine jamming, accompanied by harsh clacking noises before finally cutting off without a trace. The Monster Train survival game had run away, and it had bolted on its own initiative, abandoning the tens of billions of freshly summoned survivors, tossing them straight into this terrifying world. Yi Qing slowly awoke in a dim train carriage. Floating before him was a faintly glowing ghostly blue system panel. Current area: abandoned Magitech City. Disaster mana rampage. Rampaging mana has swept across this area. Mana-related item yield 10. A mana-related monster spawn rate 20. Disaster mechanical awakening. Magitech fused with flesh has birthed self-awareness and gained the ability to endlessly merge and recombine. Please create your monster body to better adapt to this region. Please protect your train. The system panel flickered intermittently, then steadied, then flickered again. Then it vanished before Yi Qing's eyes. Huh, seriously, the system disappeared. This was bad. His survival game had only just begun, and the game itself looked ready to flee first. Yi Qing had read his fair share of survival game novels, but in his case the survival game seemed to have simply abandoned its players and tried to run away first. No survival game currently in charge. Temporarily activating regional network mode. In regional network mode, rankings, achievements, and other advanced functions are unavailable. Only early-stage game functions will remain. Soon the panel stabilized again, and a long cascade of messages began to scroll across it. The public game chat channel was filled with messages like these. Everyone was clearly shaken by the game's attempted escape. It was everyone's first time being a survivor, and none of them had expected to encounter something like this. Panel. Yi Qing did not join the discussion, instead beginning to explore the panel's functions. The human body is ill-suited for survival. Please select a new monster template to generate an appropriate body. Tens of thousands of monster templates appeared on the panel, leaving Yi Qing utterly dazzled. Going by my many years of reading novels, that kind of warning only matters in the early stages. Later on, the human template is always brokenly overpowered. Otherwise, why would the system bother to warn me? Yi Qing quickly located the human template among the myriad monster options. Please choose to become a bone lord with me. Thank you, Meow. Please choose to become a slime with me. Thank you, Meow. Please choose to become a tentacle monster with me. Let me lick you, Meow. Something's wrong with the one above. Tentacle Monster 1. In the regional chat channel, quite a few people had also begun picking their monster templates. Influenced by various entertainment products from Blue Star, certain preferences had clearly emerged in the choices of monster templates. The system explicitly says the human template isn't suited for survival and even bothers to give a special reminder. That just proves the human template will be terrifyingly strong later. Yi Qing also joined the regional chat. Whoa, there's also Future of War. Whoa, there's also Future on Credit. Whoa, there's also Reverse Patch Warrior. Yi Qing ignored the public feed and selected the human template. Human normal beautiful girl template. Identical panel detected. Now initiating overwrite and stacking. No, I regret it. Yi Qing question. If I accidentally picked the beautiful girl template, is there any way to reselect? Waiting online urgent. Nope. Yi Qing, you smell so nice, Yi Qing. Yi Qing, it's Qing not Qingxua, and there is no snow. Bro, you smell amazing. Bro, send some white stockings pics, urgent need. King Swiji, send a selfie, thank you, Meow. Sorrow does not truly resonate from one person to another. Yi Qingxua sat alone in the bookstore carriage, feeling as if she were about to shatter. If she could have chosen again, she would never have picked the human template. Being a tentacle monster would have been better than being a beautiful girl. I'll remember this grudge. Muttering curses under her breath, Yi Qingxua opened her personal system panel to check her stats. Name: Yi Qingxua. Age 20. Level 0. Attributes: Strength 5, AE Physique 5, Agility 5, Perception 5, Spirit 5, Charisma 6. Special attribute: Knowledge 1. Talent: all-round development in intellect, body, aesthetics, and labor. Effect 1. Unlocks special attribute Knowledge. Learning speed is greatly increased comprehension is greatly enhanced. Every act of study yields results. Effect 2. Constitution checks are now determined by knowledge. When knowledge increases, charisma is raised accordingly. Effect 3. Every act of labor yields results. What the mind learns, the hands learn as well. Labor efficiency is greatly increased. The higher the knowledge, the faster physical stamina recovers. Status shelter, a protective effect granted to each survivor before the monster survival game fled. Temporarily immune to disaster-related abnormal effects for 1 week. So I'm supposed to go down the research route. Yi Qingxue lifted a hand to brush aside her pale blue hair. Her snow-white legs rested on the carriage seat as she leaned toward the window, admiring her current appearance in the glass. In the glass, a young girl with long pale blue hair, skin white as snow, and a petite figure gazed back at her. She opened the survival game panel to check which functions were currently available. At the moment, only 6 basic functions could be used normally: personal panel display, monster template generation, chat, trading forum, and player inventory. Save your training game taking over. Ribbit, which cheapskate colleague picked this world? How did you end up choosing universe? No. 41. Can't be saved, can't be saved. I'm out. For a survival game, there has to at least be a sliver of hope. Otherwise, what are they surviving for? Ahem, survivors, I'll keep it simple. As time passes, the number of disasters in each area will keep increasing. In the early phase, the first year can still just about hold. Try to find a chance to run within a year. That's all from me. If I say any more, I won't have time to run myself. While Yi Qingxue was still exploring the system functions, another survival game colleague arrived, only to, upon taking over, treat it like playing the monster survival game itself, and immediately turn tail and run. They really do run fast. Yi Qingxue rubbed her temples, picked up the lantern and shovel inside the train carriage, and cautiously opened the door. As soon as she stepped out, a related panel appeared before her eyes. World Train First Tier Fuel 100100. At least 50 fuel points required to leave this world. Can use various energy-containing substances, such as magic power, spiritual energy, true essence, inner energy, etc. Composition First Tier Locomotive First Tier Passenger Carriage Basic Model Expansion Materials 100 units of metal, 10 items, with lighting attribute 100 units of stone. Evaluation: due to the monster train survival game going bankrupt, the train is incompletely generated with various functions lost. Without the game's power blessing it, can at most be upgraded to 3rd tier. Remaining search time 72 hours. 100 units of stone. There's plenty of stone all around me. Yi Qingxue stepped out of the train and realized she was in a place resembling a tunnel entrance or a mine entrance. The train head led toward an unknown cave mouth with broken stones scattered along the tracks. The area behind the train was this exploration destination. She only needed to follow the train tracks leading to the city through a small forest to reach that abandoned city. The backpack only has 18 slots. Let's go to the city to gather resources first, then come back to collect stones. Yi Qingxue reached out and touched a stone at her feet. With a gentle touch, a thought instantly stored the item into the player backpack. It was very convenient, except that the slots were a bit limited. Taking out items was also convenient. Just a thought, and it would appear in hand. With such a handy player backpack function, gathering materials would be much easier. Before Yi Qingxue could relax, the ground beneath her began to tremble. Disaster, ultra-high frequency, multi-world invasion, magic apocalypse, world invasion. The system announcement appeared in the regional channel. It seemed that because the survival game had gone bankrupt, even the regional channel mode system could only send messages like the survivors themselves. Such dense magical energy. This will be our new world. A spatial rift opened above the city, and an old man in gray robes flew out with a small team. His excited, aged voice echoed over the city, as if declaring sovereignty over this world. But unfortunately, he had merely jumped from one pit into another. The abandoned Magic Tech city was slowly rising. Blood-red, giant pincers and metallic legs extended from deep underground. It looked like a hermit crab carrying a city on its back. The city above ground was merely the shell of this monster. No wonder the survival game had to flee from this world. Yi Qingxue lay flat on the rails, wriggling like a caterpillar on the ground. Feeling the strong wind blowing overhead, the girl swallowed and looked up at the sky. The leading old mage waved his wand. Various spells formed in the sky and rained down on the living city hermit crab, but they were easily intercepted by the blood-red pincers. Then beams of light shot toward the mages. The shockwaves from colliding spells swept over the forest, snapping many trees. Never expected to encounter such trouble on my first exploration. I can only gather some wood and stones for now. Yi Qingxue crept forward like a worm in a dark corner, bit by bit collecting the scattered wood. She opened the game panel to check the wood she had gathered, but noticed someone was ing her in the chat channel, so she's, guys, who gets this? Why does the human template randomly assign gender? How did I end up with a pretty girl template? I happen to know your predecessor, Yi Qingxue. That's right. The first beauty of the survival game, Yi Qingxue. Because someone else shared her rebellious mindset. choosing the human template despite the system's suggestion that it must be strong. She and that person both chose to bet on the future. Although that person didn't get the pretty girl template, they got the athlete template, albeit a female athlete one. The athlete template's basic attributes were similar to Yi Qingxi's balanced stats, except Yi Qingxue had slightly more charm, while the athlete template had slightly more physique. As the first warrior to bet on the future, and with the pretty girl template, Yi Qingxue was naturally deeply memorable. So when someone similar appeared, people called her over. Yi Qingxue, just wait. Someday you'll turn all you gloaters into pretty girls too. Really? I want to become a pretty girl too. Yes. Yes. 2-inch the world was chaotic, but the mental state of the survivors was unexpectedly good. Perhaps because they had just crossed over and the world's disasters weren't, yet numerous. Most people could gather resources steadily. Yi Qingxue 50 units of wood, anyone wants it. Taking advantage of this heat, she listed the freshly gathered wood on the trading market. Only one slot for the stall. On the trading market, each player initially had one trading slot. Yi Qingxue curiously clicked on the locked slots and found they were unlocked for free. Because the survival game had gone bankrupt, these basic paid features became free. Originally, every transaction on the market required a fee, and more slots cost survival points. The original market charged a fee for each transaction, and unlocking more slots cost survival points. But now it was like a cracked version. So many slots. I can use them as a backpack. The girl's eyes lit up, her hands rubbed together excitedly, and then she checked the trade requests in the background. There were too many useless trade requests. Frowning, she filtered through them and stopped at one trade notification. GE 100 bottles of mineral water and 100 packs of compressed biscuits for your wood. If you have more wood, come to me. I'm willing to buy at cost price. Not only because of the precious food and water, but also the talent screenshot he provided. Talent unlimited procurement. Effect 1, a unlock procurement mall, allowing you to exchange various materials for the 2 urgently needed items without limit. Effect 2, as procurement times increase, the talent will be upgraded. Effect 3, settle the daily procurement amount and get various procurement rebates. Today's mall, 1 unit of wood can be exchanged for 2 bottles of mineral water or 2 packs of compressed biscuits. I never thought there would be such a powerful over-the-top talent. Yi Qingxue agreed to the trade with GE, considering the city hermit crab and the mage's magical battle might not end within 3 days. Stocking up on food and water was crucial. Next board, she continued crawling, collecting scattered wood while browsing the forum for high-quality posts. Disaster statistics by region continuously updated statistics of various survival games. Posts regarding the number of disasters have recorded dozens of calamities arranged by intensity. The disasters are ranked according to their level of despair and impact rather than their lethality. The disasters that rank high are without exception those that are both disgusting and incapacitating yet still affect the survival game system. In contrast, disasters like mental pollution that can destroy human spirits and lead to death are ranked lower due to their high lethality. Compared to the previous disasters, mental pollution seems rather benign. First place, concept of death disappearance. Among all the disasters, the one with the lowest lethality is ironically the most despairing. Can you imagine the agony of becoming a pile of flesh, endlessly torn apart, devoured, yet never able to die? Second place, time corrosion. In short, survivors in time corrosion have absolutely no chance of escape, as it is not as painful as the first place. It can only be ranked second. Third place, random generation. The world changes every minute. What was air a second ago could be lava the next, and disasters also change randomly every minute. It can also affect the player's panel attributes, resulting in a state where one cannot die, as one might die 1 second and live the next. Fourth place, spiritual revival. Can you imagine that every cell and every speck of dust has gained self-awareness? Yi Qingxue scrolled for a long time before finally spotting the disaster in her area among the very last few entries. The intensities of the disasters of magical fury and mechanical awakening are among the mildest. As long as survivors are careful, they can easily survive. I never thought that even dying quickly has become a luxury. Closing the disaster statistics post on the forum, Yi Qingxue sighed deeply and continued to wriggle in the shadows. The air above her gradually weakened, indicating that this battle was coming to an end. Just as she thought, the giant pincers of the city hermit crab smashed down hard on the magical old man's magical shield, accompanied by a crisp sound as the shield shattered. Before the old man could react, he was crushed by a pincer, and he could no longer maintain his magic, plummeting directly into the woods. As for his apprentices, they naturally could not escape either. Crack! A second giant pincer swept through, crashing down on the group of apprentices, silencing them forever. No wonder they are monsters born from disasters. They are truly formidable. Yi Qingxue trembled on the ground, fearing that the city hermit crab would notice her presence. Boom! The city hermit crab ignored Yi Qingxue, who lay on the forest tracks, and silently returned to the giant pit to continue resting. The clash between disasters quickly concluded. The first world invasion was easily intercepted. Indeed, the intensities of disasters differ from one another. Finally, I am exhausted. After gaining a momentary peace, Yi Qingxue collapsed onto the ground, her body still too fragile, resembling an ordinary girl. If only I had various magical aids. Magic. Since that group of magicians is dead, does that mean I can go loot their bodies? The moment she thought of looting, Yi Qingxue immediately felt energized, excitedly crawling up from the ground like a creature on all fours searching for the fallen items of the old magician in the woods. Fortunately, the place where that magician fell was not far from her, and soon she found the corpse lying on the ground. The magic wand was already broken and the gray robe was stained with blood. However, what surprised Yi Qingxue was that the old man had turned to mush, yet still had not died, even slowly recovering his injuries through magic. Huff. The old man was drawing magical energy from the surrounding environment with a unique breathing frequency, one eye glaring intently at Yi Qingxue. Little girl, I fear I won't survive much longer, and I wish to pass my lifetime of magical knowledge to you. He scrutinized. Yi Qingxue coughed a few times and slowly opened his mouth, extending an olive branch to her. Really? What is the price? Yi Qingxue feigned excitement, stepping closer to the old man lying at the edge of the pit, while carefully opening the chat channel to seek help. Yi Qingxue family, I encountered an old mentor who wants to possess me. Do you have any weapons? Can you lend them to me? I have a pirate scimitar. Wow, where did the boss get this equipment? Pirates invaded, and it just so happened that my area was experiencing the disappearance of the life concept. Anything alive must die. Am envious. My disaster is spatial chaos. Do you understand that every step triggers a random teleportation? Whether I can return to the train depends on luck. Soon a silver-white scimitar appeared in Yi Qingxue's player backpack. She just needed to get a little closer to slay this old mentor with one stroke. The price is merely that you will temporarily lose your memory, and the old man's words were cut off as Yi Qingxue directly swung her blade at him. Clang! The scimitar did not strike the old man's head as Yi Qingxue had imagined, but instead hit a magical shield. However, Yi Qingxue was momentarily stunned before continuing to wield the scimitar in her hand. The game taught that attacking the magical shield would continuously deplete the old man's magical energy, and the old mentor still needed magic to sustain his life. He would either be chopped to death or die from his injuries without magic to suppress them. Huff! The old man's face turned red with anger as he gasped for air, using the few magical energies he had left to strengthen his magical shield. You have mastered the magical breathing technique LV1 through observing the old magician's breathing process, unlocking magical energy. Yi Qingxue smiled slightly. Her talent was not awakened in vain. As a learning-type supermodel talent, she had merely observed for a moment and was able to imitate it using her learning ability. As she grasped the magical breathing technique, the ambient magical energy was drawn into her body. You. Feeling the flow of magical energy around him, the old man was so furious he could hardly breathe, but it had taken him several months to master the magical breathing technique. And now it was being learned by the girl in front of him. Seizing the moment he was distracted, Yi Qingxue swung the scimitar in her hand and decapitated the old man. Huff! Looking at the now lifeless old man, Yi Qingxue's chest rose and fell slightly as she gasped for air, returning the scimitar to its original owner before collapsing onto the ground. Her body trembled from excitement. Her only desire was to survive. Old mentor dropped gold coins. Yi Qingxue crawled over, reaching into the pile of flesh she had separated, finding a gray robe, a broken magic wand, and a thick, blood-stained book. Although the language in the book was not one she was familiar with, thankfully the system could assist with translation. Bloodstained magic book recording the lifetime magical insights of an old man. Awesome. Indeed, I must start by studying the notes of those apprentices. Yi Qingxue removed her boots and sat sideways on the train compartment seat, a bloodstained apprentice magic notebook resting on her pristine legs. She picked up a bottle of mineral water, twisted the cap open, and took a big gulp, then bit into a compressed biscuit, striving to comprehend the foundational magical knowledge recorded in the notes. As long as she mastered this magical knowledge, she should be able to become a powerful mage as well. Occasionally, she would open the chat channel to see what other survivors were doing. Yu, Miss Yi Qingxue, do you have a moment? I would like to learn about the human template. I am willing to trade 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 packs of compressed biscuits for the information. Human template. Hearing this term, Yi Qingxue closed the book in her hands, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Casually opening the forum, she found that the poster of the monster template statistics thread was indeed Yuri, who had published various monster template data in this post. For example, some survivors chose the Blood Clan. The initial attributes of the Blood Clan template are all quite high, with an average attribute of 8 points, but most of the talent effects are considered relatively weak, and they must drink blood to survive. On the other hand, although the slime template has relatively low initial attributes, averaging 2 points, its talent effects are surprisingly good. Some players have the ability to devour, which is akin to the protagonist of a novel who can absorb the attributes, talents, and skills of others. Yi Qingxue listed the corpse of the old mage and his group of apprentices on the trading market. A survivor with the devour talent successfully purchased them with a large quantity of mineral water and 5 big boxes of instant noodles. The cold corpses have turned into warm resources. Yi Qingxue looked at the pile of water and food in the corner of the train compartment and nodded in satisfaction. Curiously, she opened her current panel to check the changes in her data. She was shocked to see the results. Name: Yi Qingxue, age 20, level 0, attributes: strength 5, 1 0, 1 physique 5, 2 0, 2 agility 5, perception 5, 1 0, 1 spirit 5, 1 0, 1 charm 8, 2 special attributes: knowledge 3 2, talent comprehensive development of intellect, physique, beauty, and labor skills, magic breathing technique LV, 1 magic control LV, 1 basic magical knowledge LV, 1 basic swordsmanship LV, 1 status shelter. You are collecting wood, working hard to gain rewards, strength 0. 1 you have learned the magic breathing technique, and the magic is strengthening your body, physique 0. 2 her attributes have gained a slight increase, mainly from 2 sources. 1 is learning new skills such as the breathing technique, enhancing her physique, and magic control, boosting her spirit attribute, while basic magical knowledge falls under knowledge skills, enhancing her perception attribute. The other source is naturally her talent effect, labor must yield rewards. Yi Qingxue thought for a moment and sent her human template initial attribute data to Yuji, vaguely informing him of her talent effect. Yuji, thank you for your understanding and support. The commission fee has already been sent to you. Oh, please check the transaction backend. Yi Qingxue, it's okay. By the way, I am curious, do other people's human templates have the same attributes as mine? Usually few people choose the human template, but according to the data we have collected so far, human templates are very balanced at 5 points, and most talents like yours require time to develop, such as that female athlete. Her talent is a proficiency system. Proficiency seems quite suitable for grinding skill levels. The proficiency, unparalleled comprehension, longevity, fruit sign-in system, including the talents of Yi Qingxue, are all talents that require time to develop. Unfortunately, to survive, the most crucial factor they need is time. The Savior Cultivation game stated before it fled that their best chance of escape is within a year. Once it exceeds a year, it would be very difficult to escape. Yi Qingxue sighed. If her talent combined with unparalleled comprehension and proficiency, it would be invincible. Yuji, by the way, you might want to check the forum about the next location selection. I choose a survival game world that is suitable for your development. Are we invading other survival games? Seeing the message from Yuji, Yi Qingxue displayed a look of surprise before opening the forum. A pinned message appeared on the forum. Information about different survival games. A survivor named Lu Han awakened a talent called Join Group. Join Group allows you to join any known group chat without raising suspicion among members. Thus, the abandoned survivor game system collaborated with Lu Han. It informed him of the existence of survivor game group chats, and with the Join Group talent, Lu Han successfully blended into the group where survivors were casually chatting. He then extracted a wealth of information about various survival games from the group, such as the train survival game, the highway survival game, the shelter survival game, and the ocean survival game, etc. Lu Han, since our survival game has fled, we can't find any treasure chests or mini monsters to hunt for experience and level up. Instead of staying here, why not try to invade other survival games directly? Survival System Administrator, the new survival game competition has just begun. Everyone is just starting out, and all survival games share a basic template. Let's directly seize some resources from our competitors and level up. I agree. I think invading the train survival game is a good idea. Since we're all in the train survival game, dismantling each other's trains might yield plenty of expansion blueprints. Yuji, I choose the shelter survival game. Invading other competitors. Is this a counterattack from the abandoned survivor system? The survivor system, or the survival game system, essentially acts as the staff working for the monster train survival game, responsible for system maintenance and normal operation. However, the boss fled with the funds, abandoning it in this terrifying world. Under the influence of some players' talents and some strange disasters, it awakened. Since they no longer want these survivors, it will lead the survivors to invade other survival games. Moreover, being stationed in this world has the advantage that they dare to invade other survival games, while those being invaded do not dare to retaliate. After all, retaliating is akin to taking over this world. No survivor game dares to remain in this terrifying world, as the disasters here can genuinely affect the survivor games. Of course, staying for a long time in other survival games is impossible. Once they are discovered sneaking in, they will surely be sent back. Then I'll choose the Magic Shelter survival game. Yi Qing's currently controlled skills are all magic-type skills, so her next destination will naturally be a magic-themed survival game. To better utilize Oh No to borrow resources from the Magic Shelter survival game, she must level up her skills before the end of the third day. Ultimately, to enhance her strength, she must work hard. Through the morning sunlight climbed onto Yi Qing's snow-white shoulder, her light blue long hair shimmering with a thick notebook resting on her lap. The girl tiredly rubbed her eyes as she had spent the entire night mastering the contents of the apprentice magic. Of course, this was also because the magical knowledge grasped by these apprentices was far inferior to that of the old mage. The spells they learned were all very basic, making it relatively easy to learn. Even so, the apprentice-level magical knowledge still took her a whole night to comprehend. She had initially thought that this magical knowledge would be very abstract, but in reality it involved constructing magical models and coordinate systems in her mind, projecting the magical models onto the corresponding coordinates, which was highly mathematical. Therefore, after understanding the principles of spellcasting, Yi Qing's inverted the entire magical model of the spark spell through analogy, creating the snowflake spell. You have mastered spark spell LV. 1 snowflake spell LV. 1 magic control LV. Yi Qing's closed the apprentice magic notebook and stored it in her player backpack to avoid losing it. After tidying up the compartment, she stepped off the train with a bottle of mineral water and the instant noodles she had traded for yesterday, just in time to try casting a spell spark. The girl raised her hand and a faint spark that would scatter with a breeze began to gather in her palm. Though small, it could still bring warmth and light. The tiny spark spell flew from her palm, and according to Yi Qing's intention, landed on a pile of dry leaves, easily igniting the bundle of twigs and leaves. Having hot instant noodles with crushed crackers is still a bit extravagant for someone like me in a survival game. Yi Qing's picked up the fork and twirled the noodles into her mouth. She felt joy at Jie's infinite procurement talent. It could be said that nearly 70% of the food obtained by survivors came from Jie's procurement talent. System announcement: survivor Yi Qing's has completed the achievement, Magic Creation, becoming the first survivor to create a brand new spell. However, since the survival game has fled, the achievement reward will be paid by the new survival game. Originally, the Monster Train survival game had set many achievements to motivate survivors to strive for survival, but unfortunately these achievements were mostly abandoned. Scared to tears. I want to cling to a big shot. I am a tentacle monster I want to lick. Yi Qing's sighed helplessly as she had no particular thoughts about the server-wide broadcast. After all, she had already become famous for choosing the beautiful girl template before the broadcast. She looked forward more to the new procurement items listed by Jie than to the achievement rewards. Jie, the procurement mall refreshes at 4 in the morning. Today's procurement list map generator scans the terrain within a 5-kilometer radius and generates a map exchange for 5 units of metal, and 1 lighting item collector allows collection of most items in sight, without direct contact exchange for 10 units of metal and 5 units of stones, since Jie temporarily helped most survivors solve their food and drink issues on the first day. Everyone shifted their focus to map exploration and resource gathering on the second day. Thus, his procurement mall stocked the map generator and collector, and Jie sent their procurement prices to the trading. Moreover, he continued to sell these resources at cost price. As this procurement information was released, incredible discussions and praises echoed throughout the area. Survival games are not like this. You should attract everyone with cost prices on the first day and then raise the prices on the second day to gather resources, and not continue selling at cost price. Survival games are not like this. I do not accept. Stop joking upstairs, just say whether you want it or not. Jie, no. Family. The disaster in my area is metal proliferation. Sharp metals are growing like weeds. Is there anyone who wants it? I am selling it at a low price. A young man in a black suit stood on a desolate rocky plain. He was the Jie spoken of by survivors. People thought his first talent was the core ability that allowed him to procure urgently needed resources indefinitely, but in reality, he made a living off the effect of his third talent. Calculating. You bought over 100 million units of mineral water and compressed biscuits yesterday, gaining procurement rebates. Reward: wave treading skill book, 10 map generators, 10 collectors, 100 cleansing pills, 1000 meridian pills, flow cutting sword technique skill book. Is my system a martial arts system? Not bad. Jie satisfiedly stored the rewards in his player backpack. Compared to the rich procurement rebate rewards, he had no interest in the intermediary fees. Rather than collecting procurement fees, it was better to let survivors buy at cost price. After all, only when the survival rate of the survivors increased would his transaction volume significantly rise. By the way, I should take photos of the contents of the skill book and post them on the forum. Perhaps someone with extraordinary insight will help me derive an even better skill. Jie took out the thin martial arts manual from his backpack and posted photos of it online. Metal. Yi Snow looked up at the dilapidated abandoned city, and a horrific scene of the crab claw annihilating the old mage and his apprentice surfaced in her mind. She still chose to continue searching for scattered metal parts outside the city. The magical battle yesterday had damaged the abandoned city, so she was sure to find the metal components that had been knocked down by magic. As she advanced along the edge of the city, a large piece of metallic building ruins came into view. That is, Yi Snow noticed that a thick, fleshy tentacle was wrapped around the perimeter of the metal ruins, tightly entangling the crumbling building and exposing only a small portion of its silvery metal shell. Her little spark definitely could not break through this fleshy tentacle. She must seek help from the big shots. Yuji, you should be able to see on the forum that Jia uploaded the flow-cutting sword technique and wave-treading skill right. Why not give it a try? As for equipment, I just happen to know a survivor who has a very strong knife that he can lend you. The first person to respond to her was Yuji, who had previously communicated with her. Not only did he provide a detailed plan, but he also attached a photo of a weapon. It was a golden large knife surrounded by arcs of electricity and blood energy. Yi Snow, sure, but what do you want me to give in return? Yuji, I plan to create a survivor management organization called the Savior Society and would like to invite you to join Miss Yi Snow. Rest assured, the Savior Society is not a hierarchical relationship with you, but a cooperative one. All right. Yi Snow looked at the metal building wrapped in fleshy tentacles and agreed to Yuji's invitation to cooperate. Yuji, president of the Salvation Society, I have arranged for someone to prepare a map generator and collector for you in advance. After you slay that fleshly tentacle, you can exchange its flesh for it, which counts as our investment in you. Just like that survivor who lent me a pirate's curved sword. This sword is either a piece of equipment left over from the world invasion, like the magic wand she obtained, or it has been enhanced through a special talent. She then tossed the sword aside and opened the forum to study the techniques posted by GE. The wave-treading technique and the stream-breaking sword technique belong to the martial arts system and are paired internal skills and martial arts routines. Let me see if I've learned it. Yi Qingxue opened the comments section of the post and found that someone had indeed cultivated internal power by browsing the skill book. Not only had they cultivated internal power, but they also unlocked the advanced attribute internal power, which could be seen on their personal data panel. Of course, the survivors who could quickly master it either had talents that enhance comprehension and learning efficiency or had practiced martial arts since childhood with decent martial arts talents. Perhaps I can combine the wave-treading technique and the magic breathing technique, replacing internal power with. Yi Qingxue had a flash of inspiration, planning to use her own talent to merge the incomplete magic breathing technique with the wave-treading technique, because both have a similar operation path. The magic breathing technique draws in magic power which flows through the blood vessels in the body and is ultimately stored within. While internal power doesn't require absorption from the outside, it must flow through the Bodhis meridians and eventually resides in the dantian. This aspect allows Yi Qingxue to combine the two simply. It's worth a try? Yi Qingxue experimented with her own body, beginning to merge the wave-treading technique with the magic. While conducting mental research, triggered talent effect 1 and effect 3. With the boost from her talents, Yi Qingxue learned the wave-treading technique in just 1 hour. She then began the process of merging. Not only did she want to use the magic breathing technique as the main focus, but she also aimed to enable the new magic breathing technique to feature the continuous explosive effect of internal power like waves. In her first experiment, Yi Qingxue suffered backlash for directly and crudely applying the wave-treading technique to the magic breathing technique. In her fifth experiment, Yi Qingxue found that simultaneously refining magic power and internal power led to the new skill not meeting her expectations. The midday sun shone through the forest as the girl sat cross-legged on the grass, deep in thought, her hair and clothes drenched in sweat. To merge the magic breathing technique and the wave-treading technique, she had already conducted dozens of attempts. Each attempt brought Yi Qingxue closer to success. Perhaps this is the effect of talent. Each of her attempts yielded results, finding ways to advance further. You are combining the skill wave-treading technique LV1 and magic breathing technique LV. You have unlocked the advanced attribute magic power. You have created a brand new skill. Please name the skill. In the end, she succeeded after spending an entire morning. Yi Qingxue could feel the magic power being absorbed into her body, providing a refreshing sensation as it flowed through every part of her. The absorbed magic power could gather in her feet to enhance her foot strength or in her arms to boost her strength. The magic power was slowly strengthening her delicate body, and the feeling of gradually becoming stronger every moment was indeed captivating. The new skill shall be called Magic Martial Breathing Technique. Magic Martial Breathing Technique LV. 1 Excellent Quality 0-100. Knowledge 0. 5 Physique 0. 2 Strength 0. 2 Agility 0. 2 Both the wave-treading technique and the magic breathing technique are ordinary white quality techniques, while the magic martial breathing technique that Yi Qingxue developed is an excellent quality skill. Now let's try attaching magic power to my feet. Yi Qingxue used her will to mobilize the magic power within her body, gathering it in her feet, then sprinting along the iron tracks in the forest for an experiment. Whoosh! The wind blew against Yi Qingxue, lifting her long hair as the surrounding trees vanished like phantoms behind her. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. In fact, just by opening the data panel to check her current agility attribute, she could see how powerful the effect of the magic martial breathing technique's magic power attachment was. Status magic power attached to feet, temporary increase of 2 points in agility. The agility attribute not only enhanced her speed, but also boosted her jumping ability. The moon was ominous and could still split into 3. Are the flesh tentacles this disgusting? Night Qingxue tightened her grip on the large blade, concentrating all her magical power into her arm and the blade. Status magical burst, concentrating magic into a single point, temporarily increases strength by 3 points. The girl held the blade with both hands, fully focused on facing the approaching flesh tentacles. Just as the tentacle was about to strike Night Qingxue, she swung the large blade, and arcs of electricity surrounding the blade scorched the tentacle's surface, slicing through it and cutting it in half. The remaining tentacles seemed to sense the danger and retreated, disappearing from Night Qingxue's sight. I couldn't kill a whole one. Sigh, but achieving this much the next day is already good enough. Staring at the tentacles that burrowed underground, Night Qingxue finally let out a sigh of relief. She stored the severed tentacle in her player backpack and sent it to Yuji. Yuji, did you deal with the tentacles so fast? Night Qingxue, no, it escaped. I only cut off a small piece. I'll return the blade to you after exploring the ruins. Yuji, alright, this piece of tentacle will be enough. I'll send you the map generator and collector now. An old television and a flashlight appeared in her backpack. The old television was the map generator. It could be used simply by placing it in the backpack, capable of easily generating a map of the interior of the metal building ruins. And the flashlight was the collector. It could directly suck items within the field of vision into the backpack. There shouldn't be any problem dismantling this silver building. Night Qingxue plunged the large blade into the ground, took out the collector, and aimed it at the silver metal building in her sight. The collector emitted a ghostly blue light, and the areas illuminated by this light transformed into light points, flying into the collector and then into her player backpack. You have obtained 10 units of metal. I can't believe there are 10 units of metal in such a small area. It seems I will be able to upgrade the train soon. Night Qingxue was momentarily stunned by the 10 units of metal in her backpack, then immediately increased the power of the collector to gather more metal. She hadn't forgotten that upgrading the train required a full 100 units of metal. Although the survival game's fleeing led to limited rewards for upgrading the train, it was still a good thing overall. After dismantling a metal wall, she finally passed through the wall hole and entered the ruins of the silver building. Inside the ruins, there was a corridor connecting different rooms. Due to magical attacks, many of the internal lights were damaged, making it quite dim. However, dismantling it for train upgrade materials was more than sufficient. You have obtained 5 white crystal magical lights. If the survival game hadn't interrupted, this kind of place would probably generate a few treasure chests and then some monsters. Night Qingxue carefully dismantled a metal door and cautiously observed the situation inside the room. There were no monsters in this room, making it very safe, which was the main area of the old mage's magical attacks. The wall had a large hole, and a lot of metal shards were scattered on the ground. The study had collapsed with many books lying on the floor. In the center of the room stood a severely damaged metal capsule. A doll. As she cautiously approached the canister-like metal capsule, Night Qingxue discovered a lot of glass shards scattered on the ground along with the girl. Inside the broken metal capsule lay a damaged girl doll. Only half of her body was intact while her limbs were damaged to varying degrees. If I could repair her, I would have a doll at my disposal. That wouldn't be bad. Night Qingxue was about to store the girl doll in her backpack, but found that the collector couldn't directly retrieve it. She didn't think much of it, gripping the large blade and cautiously approaching the doll. She poked the girl's cheek with her finger. It felt cold, yet remarkably soft. If it weren't for the mechanical joints connecting the girl's body, she might have truly thought that the girl inside the metal capsule was a real person. Are you my master? The girl extended her broken arm to grasp Night Qingxue, calmly inquiring, as if she were an emotionless machine. Master. Looking at the black-haired girl doll and meeting her hollow, deep blue eyes, Night Qingxue instinctively nodded. Master, I'm sorry for showing you this appearance. The doll girl stepped out of the metal capsule, each step emitting a mechanical clicking sound. She quietly stood before Night Qingxue, lowering her head, waiting for her master's next command. Is this the result of mechanical awakening? Humanoid machinery. Night Qingxue didn't think much longer. She activated the collector in her hand, storing both the metal capsule and the metal shards on the ground into her backpack. She then began to investigate the books scattered around the room. There was little knowledge related to magic. Most of it was about how to apply magic in life and create various magical technologies. Anyway, her knowledge attribute required a lot of knowledge, and with the blessing of talent, she wasn't worried about not being able to use it, so she collected all of them. Her 18-slot backpack quickly filled with books and that metal capsule. Night Qingxue had to throw some resources onto the trading market slots to free up more backpack space. According to the program, I should say Master is amazing next. The doll girl praised Night Qingxue in a tone reminiscent of a reading session. The human-machine vibe was at its peak. Oh, she wasn't human to begin with, but a doll created by magical technology, so it was fine. After collecting everything from this room, her backpack slots and trading slots were completely filled. Especially with the metal, she had collected a full 10 sets of metal equivalent to 1,000 units of metal. 100 units of metal would occupy one slot, and with a heap of books and lighting tubes, it seemed she had to return to the train. You wait here for me. Night Qingxue didn't immediately bring the doll girl back to the train. For now, she couldn't fully trust a suddenly appeared intelligent doll. Watching Night Qingxue leave, the doll girl turned her head towards the abandoned city. Just then the ground nearby cracked, and the previously injured flesh tentacle emerged. Clearly it hadn't left, but had been secretly observing Night Qingxue all along. She doesn't completely trust me, which is normal. However, I believe she will take me with her eventually. The doll girl exchanged brief words with the flesh tentacle. If you ask me where my confidence comes from, I don't know. Anyway, it's not the first time I've encountered this situation. If it weren't for the survival game intervening last time, I might have already left here. The doll girl revealed a hint of nostalgia on her calm face in response to the flesh tentacle's confusion. Yi Qingxue, the situation is roughly as follows, so I want to ask if there are any survivors in the Salvation Society with precognitive abilities related to risks. Since our diviner has spoken, we can only choose to believe it. This trip to the metal building has indeed allowed us to gather all the materials. Yi Qingxue stood in front of the bronze train, her hand gently tapping on the upgrade panel that appeared on the train. A vast brilliance enveloped the train before her, and as the upgrade materials vanished, an invisible force tugged at the train, completely wrapped in light. As the light dissipated, a brand new brass train appeared in Yi Qingxue's view. World train. Second tier. Fuel value 200,200. Composition: second tier train head, first tier passenger carriage 2. Expansion materials: 300 units of metal, 20 items, with illumination attributes, 150 units of stone, 100 units of wood, 1 first tier energy core. Evaluation: without the support of a survival game, how long can we rely solely on the unknown survival game system? This commentary is as venomous as ever. Yi Qingxue opened the door to the train carriage. The passenger carriage she lived in had hardly changed, only adding an extra passenger carriage. If she truly wanted to improve the train, she would likely need to invade a train survival game to obtain the blueprints for enhancement. However, at present, the world coordinates that Lu Han had spied upon did not include any coordinates from magical train survival games. Moreover, Yi Qingxue had no intention of seriously playing any train survival games. Talent is what truly alters my fate. The system should be organized around talent as the core rather than wasting precious resources in unrelated areas. Yi Qingxue looked at the books she had piled up under the seats in the carriage, feeling an immense sense of fulfillment. She was not afraid of having too many books, only of lacking enough knowledge to wield the power of her talent. After finishing this harvest, Yi Qingxue hurried towards the ruins of the metal building. Master, you're back. The doll girl sat alone at the entrance, and of course, she hadn't just sat there idly waiting. After Yi Qingxue left, she entered the ruins of the building alone and brought out all the resources that Yi Qingxue could potentially use. Looking at a machine blocking the entrance that she had never seen before, Yi Qingxue expressed a look of confusion. This is a lens that can be used to observe various data, such as bodily data, bloodline data, and magical power data, etc. The doll girl stood in front of a silver metal bed, introducing the lens functions to Yi Qingxue. The lens was also the most precious instrument within the entire ruins of the building. Besides the lens, the doll girl also brought Yi Qingxue a tentacle that she had torn off. There was a flesh and blood monster trying to take it back, but I repelled it because this place belongs to the master. The doll girl briefly recounted the origins of the flesh tentacle. She looked up, observing Yi Qingxue's expression. The girl in front of her actually showed a look of concern. Is she worrying about me? How interesting. According to the character sketch provided by the program, she should be a decisive and fearless person, yet she also has a caring side. Thank you, it's very precious. Yi Qingxue reached out and rubbed the doll girl's head, only to discover many broken cracks hidden beneath her black hair. She sighed deeply and added the task of repairing the doll girl to her upcoming plans. Do you have a name? If not, then let's call you Yanayasha. Yanayasha. The doll girl nodded, accepting the name given by Yi. At least the name chosen wasn't something like Big Doll Second Dog or Little Leaf. Are there any other valuable items in this building? Yi Qingxue excitedly asked Yanayasha after putting the lens machine and the tentacle into her player backpack. This metal building was originally part of an alchemical doll hospital, so most of the rooms inside were doll. However, Yanayasha would not allow other more severely damaged dolls to appear before Yi Qingxue. It was enough for only her to leave with Yi Qingxue. But she clearly underestimated the survivors' desire for resources. This metal wall can be torn down for use as metal resources, and these metal cabins can be taken away. They are all precious metal resources. Yi Qingxue waved her hand, turning on the collector to maximum power, and began dismantling the entire metal building. Anything that could be put into her backpack was taken by Yi Qingxue. Looking at the empty building, Yanayasha sighed, deeply thankful that she hadn't been allowed to enter that abandoned city. This was the most desperate survivor she had ever seen. So this is the train. Yanayasha curiously examined the brass train before her reaching out to knock on it, surprised that a train capable of traversing worlds looked so simple in its external structure. This empty carriage shall serve as your room. Yi Qingxue designated the newly built passenger carriage for Yanayasha as her bedroom. The newly built passenger carriage was empty, lacking even chairs, so Yi Qingxue directly took out the metal cabin as a temporary bed for Yanayasha. Although it seemed somewhat strange to consider the train as a home, its current status was indeed akin to that of a mobile home. In the next 3 days, I need to master more skills to prepare for the upcoming magical shelter survival game. Yi Qingxue gazed at the world shrouded in darkness, lowered her head, and continued browsing through her magical notes. Not just her, even the survivors who were still alive were all trying their best to improve themselves. This might be one of the few opportunities they had to invade other survival games and plunder resources. Therefore, everyone was diligently preparing. Yi Qingxue returned the great sword. There's also a tentacle here for you. By the way, can we really not stay in this world for long? Usually, according to the responses from the survivors with time-related talents that I've gathered, it's not possible. You could say that universe no. 41 is like this. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Moreover, the disasters detected by the survival game are merely a small portion of what's to come. Usually, so from the very beginning, the possibility of escaping has been almost non-existent. Fortunately, everyone's talents are strong enough to barely maintain their survival. Yi Qingxue glanced at the remaining number of people in the chat channel. Only about 1 billion people left. Keep in mind this is only the second night. Name Yi Qingxue. Age 20. Level 0. Attributes Strength 5. 5-0. 4 Physique 5. 8-0. 6 Agility 5. 2-0. 2 Perception 5. 4-0. 3 Spirit 5. 5-0. For Charisma 9-1. Special Attributes Knowledge 4-1 Magic Power 6. Talent well-rounded in Intelligence, Physique, Beauty, and Labor. Skills Magic Martial Breathing Technique LV. 3 A Magic Power Control LV. 3 Basic Magic Knowledge LV. 4 Basic Swordsmanship LV. 2 Fireball Technique LV. 1 Snowball Technique LV. 1. Through Yi Qingxue's tireless efforts, she mastered the Fireball Technique, a lethal spell, before her departure, and also slightly raised the levels of Magic Martial Breathing Technique and Magic Power Control. However, she found it exceedingly difficult to improve her attributes. The growth of attributes was too stingy. Perhaps the enhancement brought by a single attribute was even more terrifying than she imagined. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why the attribute enhancement was so troublesome. Next, we will be heading to the survival game in the Magic Sanctuary, right? Yi Nisa tilted her head and handed a bowl of freshly cooked instant noodles to Yi Qingxue. As an alchemical doll, her current role was akin to that of a maid responsible for taking care of Yi Qingxue's daily life. Unfortunately, there wasn't much edible food in this area, so Yi Nisa's job was to prepare instant noodles every day. So I'm a bit nervous. After all, we don't have the resources provided by the survival game for growth. This is likely to be a tough battle. Yi Qingxue sighed heavily. According to the information gathered by Lu Han, a survivor, other survival games not only provide free functions such as gathering and identification, but also generate various resource chests and monsters to promote the growth of survivors. These are resources they do not possess. Currently, the resources needed for their growth rely entirely on disasters, world invasions, and the talents of the survivors. Master, I will try my best to collect a lot of resources for you. Yi Nisa thought for a moment, then reached out to gently rub Yi Qingxue's head, speaking in a soothing tone. Boom! The train suddenly started heading deep into the tunnel, with the outside cloaked in silent darkness, until a celestial body resembling a black hole appeared before Yi Qingxue. Current area universe no. 41. Disaster return. No matter where you are, you cannot escape its attraction. You will eventually return to this world. Disaster fragmentation, determining other worlds as part of universe no. 41. A line of disaster information about the entire universe no. 41 popped up. The survival system could only detect 2 types of disasters. But even with only 2 disasters displayed, it was enough to make the survivors feel despair. The return disaster. Is this the reason we cannot escape? Yi Qingxue took out the candy she had purchased from GE and swallowed it, feeling her heavy heart lighten a bit. No wonder the third day's shop featured sleeping pillows and joyful candies. She did not continue to stare outside, but quietly picked up a book to study other spells. We have arrived, master. Yi Nisa interrupted Yi Qingxue, pointing to the wasteland outside the train compartment. Not only did no terrifying disaster alerts pop up, but even Yi Qingxue's survival game panel had changed. Disguised Sanctuary Survival Panel. The survival game panel disguised itself, allowing Yi Qingxue to successfully blend into the Magic Sanctuary survival game. She excitedly opened the area chat channel, discovering that people were enthusiastically discussing their experiences of crossing over, just like new survivors at the beginning of their journey. How did I cross over? Hooray! I crossed over. I crossed over. Yi Qingxue rubbed her forehead, closed the area chat channel, pushed open the train door, and stepped off. Stay duration, 10 days. With only 10 days, she must acquire as many resources unavailable in her original world as possible, such as skill books, construction blueprints, and equipment. This world is so beautiful compared to universe now. 41. The wind brushed against Yi Qingxue's cheeks and hair, and she felt joy at the sight of the vast grassland and the nearby woods. Without the pressure of disasters, Yi Qingxue felt her footsteps lighten significantly. Let me see him. There's a treasure chest not far away. The map generator in Yi Qingxue's backpack finally proved its worth. It not only generated a map of the surrounding environment, but also marked treasure chests akin to having a cheat code while playing the survival game. Master, there's a wolf. Yi Nisa pointed to a gray wolf guarding the iron treasure chest ahead. She dashed forward and killed the wolf with a single punch, then returned to Yi Qingxue's side, holding the iron chest. This. Yi Qingxue looked at the gray wolf lying motionless on the ground, and then at the obedient Yi Nisa beside her. She never expected that even in a damaged state, Yi Nisa could exhibit such terrifying capabilities. If you ask me, opening chests is an essential part of survival for everyone. 2 sausages, a small bag of tea, leaves a clean white towel, a sharp dagger, and a railing construction blueprint. That's right. This is what a survival game is. What kind of survival is it to throw us into a world where survival is nearly impossible? A survival game without the chest opening segment is incomplete. Yi Qingxue gazed at the items laid out in the chest, filled with emotions. These daily necessities were treasures unavailable in Universe Now. 41, and could be kept for her use. After the survival game system scanned the railing construction blueprint, she directly placed it for sale in the trading hall of the Magic Sanctuary survival game. Little Leaf, you go ahead and skin the wolf and remove its bones. Yi Nisa nodded obediently. Before leaving, Yi Qingxue handed her the sharp dagger to handle the wolf carcass. Yi Qingxue selling railing construction blueprint. The railing can block beasts willing to exchange for skill books or other blueprints or powerful equipment. Unexpectedly, her trading information exploded like a bomb, attracting all the survivors in the region. No. 6. How long has it been? Not even 3 minutes. Someone got the blueprint already. We have a big shot in our dish. Big shot, do you need a warm bed? Look, Yi Qingxue, the top killer on the leaderboard. Boom. Yi Qingxue stood on the hillside, gripping the broken magic wand with both hands. A fireball the size of a basketball gathered in front of the wand, and then shot out at high speed towards the group of hounds guarding the treasure chest below. The 3 hounds had no time to react before being blasted away by the fireball, turning into charred remains on the spot. The fireball technique can still be optimized, but its lethality is a bit excessive. The monsters in the Magic Sanctuary survival game are far too weak compared to the terrifying tentacle monsters, city-dwelling crabs, and old mages. They couldn't even withstand a single fireball. Combining fireball technique and snowball technique. You have mastered a new spell, water bomb technique. Yi Qingxue merged the magical models of fireball technique and snowball technique to derive the water bomb technique. After mastering the water bullet technique, Yi Qingxue no longer had to worry about water supply. She could even sell the pure water produced by this technique. Of course, the trading information was still posted in the survival game's trading hall at the shelter. After all, most survivors in Universe Now. 41 had purchased GES mineral water, so they were not lacking in water. Indeed, compared to the blueprint for fences that required resource collection to build, water as an essential survival resource was in high demand. A stream of trading information popped up continuously from the back end. After filtering out the useless information, Yi Qingxue quickly stopped in front of a magic staff. Water's elegance. Type equipment staff. Quality excellent. Durability 100,100. Water's blessing passive. When using this staff to cast water magic, it reduces magic consumption by 3 points and increases water magic damage by 10 points. Requirements: strength 3, spirit 5. This is a staff that is entirely ice blue with a white pearl embedded at the top measuring 1.6 meters in length. Due to the player who obtained this equipment lacking the necessary attributes to equip it, and being in the desert on the verge of dying from thirst, he decided to trade this staff with Yi Qing Snow for water resources. This staff feels quite good, but it has a pleasantly cool touch. Yi Qing Snow nodded in satisfaction, waiting for her magic power to recover while examining the ornate treasure chest guarded by a hound. As the golden chest opened, the items inside were not more than those in the iron chest guarded by the wolf, but the quality was significantly higher. A magical plant encyclopedia, a skill book for identification, a black umbrella, a box of cold medicine, and a large pot. The knowledge book, the magical plant encyclopedia, is likely meant to be used in conjunction with the identification skill. Water bullet technique. After her magic power had recovered sufficiently, Yi Qing Snow grasped the staff and cast the water bullet technique. With the assistance of the water's elegant staff, the magic power required to generate water bullets was significantly reduced. This time, she produced a full 150 units of pure water after exhausting her magic. She then directly listed the pure water for sale in the trading hall. This time she selected a book titled Introduction to Meditation and a skill book named Night Breathing Technique. Indeed, even in the magical shelter survival game, there are those with special talents. They could produce something satisfying in such a short time. I feel like I don't even need to go out looking for treasure chests. I can just stay at home and continuously sell pure water to reap resources in abundance. Upon seeing the survivors in the chat channel begging for resources, Yi Qing Snow couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. In Universe No. 41, begging for resources was quite rare. Because most survivors had perished by the first day, the resource output could fully satisfy the survivors' needs. Moreover, the magical shelter survival game would at least not have the issue of dying upon landing. As long as one deliberately avoided those beasts they couldn't defeat during the day, on the first day developing smoothly was entirely possible. I am Lin Jie's dog Yi Qing Snow. Are you an orphan? You obtained pure water without difficulty, yet you still sell it to us at such a high price. Upon opening the message, she discovered a group of people accusing her of selling water at exorbitant prices. The survivor named I am Lin Jie's dog had compiled Yi Qing Snow's 3 previous water sale records. He reasonably suspected that Yi Qing Snow's spawn point was very advantageous, likely near a lake or similar location where there was an almost inexhaustible supply of water. Then, after Yi Qing Snow directly brought up the water, she immediately listed it at a high price, harvesting resources from those in water-scarce areas. Yi Qing Snow, I sell pure water, not lake water. If you think it's expensive, why not sell something else? I'm not holding a knife to force you to buy it. Indeed, the water sold by Snow's sister is pure water, drinkable directly. If you have the guts, go purify it yourself. That's right. I took a sip of lake water, and now I have a stomachache. Can't they boil the water? Boiling it makes it pure water, right? Selling it at such a high price for just boiling water, isn't it likely that she's hired a stooge? How about we all take a step back? Snow's sister selling water at a low price is a good deed. You shouldn't continue to make things difficult for her. Master, you seem very angry. Yi and I Sha patted Yi Qing Snow's shoulder, bringing a bowl of still warm wolf meat soup to her. Are you Not really, after all, they'll be the ones laughing tonight. Yi Qing Snow revealed a gentle smile, and then relayed the message just sent to her by the magical shelter survival game to Yi and I Sha. The human template provided by the monster train survival game was classified as a monster by the magical shelter survival game. Thus, in the eyes of the magical shelter survival game, she was actually a monster. And as a monster, she had to participate in the shelter attack event at night. So tonight the master will be sent to attack the survivors' shelters. That's right, and I can choose which shelter to invade. Yi Qing Snow grinned, mischievously rubbing her hands excitedly. Originally, Yi Qing Snow wanted to ask Yuji for a few time bombs to send over, but now it seemed unnecessary for her to spend. Now, not only did she not have to spend, but she could also take this opportunity to settle personal scores. Moreover, the magical shelter survival game would even pay the hardworking monsters. So how does my wolf meat soup taste, Master? Yi and I Sha, feeling happy for Yi Qing Snow, raised the bowl and personally fed Yi Qing Snow with a spoon. Not bad. Yi Qing Snow extended her tongue to lick it, confirming that her personal data panel showed no abnormal effects before gulping it down and nodding in satisfaction. Does the not bad from the master mean it's delicious? Yi and I Sha, sitting on the grass, blinked at Yi Qing Snow, her gaze carrying a hint of expectation. Though her eyes had previously appeared hollow and lackluster, this time they showed a semblance of human-like spirit. Faced with Yi and I Sha's expectant gaze, Yi Qing Snow had no choice but to nod. It was surprising that even an alchemical puppet could exhibit such a human-like scene. Don't worry, I will definitely fix you completely. After enjoying lunch, Yi Qing Snow utilized the magic warrior breathing technique to enhance her agility attributes, harvesting monsters vigorously on the grassland, while Yi and I Sha was responsible for transporting treasure chests and monster corpses. By the time dusk arrived, the two of them had already obtained 6 wooden treasure chests, 4 iron treasure chests, and 2 ornate treasure chests. Such efficiency was partly due to the map generator being very useful, essentially acting like a wall hack. How could the efficiency not be high? On the other hand, Yi Qingsnow's combat power was completely overwhelming for the beasts guarding the treasure chest. Could the items in this treasure chest possibly be produced by Blue Star? Yi Qingsnow propped her head up with one hand lying sideways on the carriage seat, dressed in a long black gown, holding the illustrated guide to magical plants, while Yunisha was responsible for opening the box. As each wooden treasure chest opened, various supplies were revealed. Among them were clothes, such as the long black dress on Yi Qingsnow, which was taken from one of the wooden boxes. More importantly, there were various foods, including cookies, candies, and a variety of fruits commonly found on Blue Star. Master, I want this dress. Yunisha opened the last wooden treasure chest and excitedly pulled out a maid outfit along with a cat ear. This perfectly matched her current identity as Yi Qingsnow's maid. How could a maid be considered a maid without a maid outfit? Yi Qingsnow nodded and then checked the items that came from the iron treasure chest. Compared to the wooden chests, which could only yield clothing and food, the quality of iron chests was significantly better. The first chest opened revealed not only food, but also a blueprint for a lamp and a kitchen knife, which was just right for Yunisha's use as kitchenware. The remaining chests also opened to reveal blueprints for a comfortable double bed, an ecological planting box, and a bathtub. Additionally, there was a recurved bow and 10 arrows. Ha! Yunisha donned the maid outfit, which elegantly covered a part of her body, making it nearly impossible to tell that the girl wielding the kitchen knife was actually an alchemical puppet. Consuming 10 units of metal, constructing a lighting item magical lamp. After the survival system scanned the blueprint, Yi Qingsnow could manufacture various blueprint items within the train. Since the lamp was the cheapest, Yi Qingsnow quickly crafted 2 ordinary white lamps. With the lamps on the originally cramped carriage, seems a bit cozier now. Yunisha looked at the lamp in Yi Qingsnow's hand, revealing a gentle smile, much like a real girl. Compared to the cold technological city, she preferred the atmosphere of the train and enjoyed being by Yi Qingsnow's side. To create a comfortable double bed, we need 20 units of fur, 20 units of wood, and 10 units of metal. Do we have enough animal skins? Yi Qingsnow looked up to inquire, only to see Yunisha standing in her bedroom, having constructed a cozy large bed with resources. The comfortable double bed was furnished with 2 pillows and blankets made from animal skins, looking quite warm and cozy. Master, the big bed is ready. The train blueprint construction mode could be utilized not only by Yi Qingsnow but also by Yunisha, as it only required Yi Qingsnow's authorization, as the materials were directly deducted from the train's carriage and the player's backpack. Once the blueprint building function was activated, Yi Qingsnow directly authorized Yunisha with the relevant permissions, wanting her to decorate her own bedroom. Alright. Yi Qingsnow looked at the double bed, feeling as if she had been tricked by Yunisha. Without further thought, she turned her attention to the next piece of furniture. The ecological planting box was a high-quality piece of furniture that could simulate an environment suitable for magical plants to grow, thus allowing for the cultivation of various magical plants and promoting their growth. However, the required resources were quite daunting: 300 units of metal tin, lighting items, 10 units of black soil, 100 units of slime gel, a temperature regulator, and 3 magic crystals. The bathtub required water retention capabilities to be usable, hence Yi Qingsnow did not construct a bathtub. There's not enough space in the train carriage. Survival game system, is there any way to expand the internal space of the carriage? Yi Qingsnow sighed helplessly, feeling for the first time that the train carriage was inadequate. Of course, the survival game system would not actively answer her, but it had already organized and posted information related to the train blueprint construction function on the forum. Now, the relationship between the survival game system and the survivors was akin to that of planners and players, with the survival game acting as the funding boss, who had run away, while the planners remained. In fact, because the boss had fled, the planners had considerable autonomy regarding the game. However, to realize this, they solely relied on the funding brought in by players. By destroying core buildings, such as shelters, trains, cable cars, and vehicles in the survival game, one could obtain corresponding cores, thereby allowing the train to access richer enhancement options, including space expansion choices. What a straightforward and crude option. Yi Qingsnow couldn't help but lament how ruthless her survival game system was toward its competitors. However, the functionality allowing participation in monster attack events as a monster was developed by her own survival game system. One could say that their abilities were limited, with all points invested in harming their competitors. Wang Heng, I want to purchase your ecological planting box blueprint. My talent is predicting the future. How about I use information from 14 days into the future to buy it? Another prophecy talent. There seem to be too many of this type. No, since it's prophecy, he should know that information beyond 10 days is meaningless to me. As Yi Qing was about to complain, she suddenly realized the flaw in this survivor's words. However, she did not rush to respond, but began investigating Wang Heng's information. She discovered that Wang Heng was ranked second on the leaderboard, which was enough to prove his capabilities. He claimed that his talent was predicting the future, having guided several survivors to help them avoid crises. The fact that he dared to trade with her indicated his confidence in the information. Knowing the future while being completely ignorant of me suggests that his judgments about the future are rather rigid. Rebirth stream. Yi Qing no, bring out something I'm interested in. I don't appreciate the future information you mentioned. How do I know you're not deceiving me? Where the hell did this woman come from? Wang Heng hid in his wooden hut, constantly recalling memories from his past. However, there had never been a woman named Yi Qing in his previous life. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? He needed the ecological cultivation box to enhance the greenery of his shelter to attract the elven girl who would appear in 7 days. The elven girl could significantly improve the quality of the products from the ecological cultivation box, making it something he must obtain. Otherwise, his plans to monopolize the medicine and food market would fail. He had to monopolize the medicine and food market before the rainy season arrived. Only then could he reap the resources in hand during the rainy season, driven by people's demand for medicine and food. The process of primitive accumulation is always bloody. But aside from future information, I have nothing to offer. Forget it, I'll do whatever it takes to get it. Wang Heng took out a skill book. It was a skill book for summoning. It, along with the contract scroll, was prepared for summoning the elf in the future. If he handed it over, he would lose the chance to buy it at a low price next time. But the premise was that the elf must fall into his hands. Yi Qing, wait until the rainy season arrives. I'll make sure to harvest a hefty profit from you. Since she is the protagonist of a rebirth story, then there must be many good things. Let's suppress a bit more. Since she has determined that the other party is the protagonist of a rebirth story, she certainly needs to extract more resources. If the other party is not, then Night Qingxue won't lose anything, as her current books should last her quite a while. Perhaps by then summoning spells would have been replaced by more powerful spells. No more can be added. If you do the blueprint for your ecological cultivation box, won't be worth this price. The contract scroll can be used to bind beings with high affinity towards oneself, while the summoning spell can summon the contracted being or randomly summon another creature. Interesting, the charm attribute can enhance the quality of summoning spells. Among all her attributes, the highest one is indeed charm. Due to her talent effect, an increase in knowledge is equivalent to an increase in charm, and enhancing knowledge is quite easy. Summoning spells and contract scrolls are complementary. It seems this rebirth protagonist wants to capture something, but in the end it was swapped out by herself. Luckily, I can also create. At worst, I can go to the trading market of Universe 41 to buy the necessary resources, or after Wang Heng finishes building, I can take advantage of the monster invasion at night to plunder. As if sensing Night Qingxu's thoughts, the survival game interface of the magical sanctuary appeared before her. Please select the player you wish to invade. Successful invasion reward, select your own resource box 3. Invading successfully also gives me a reward. What great conscience. Night Qingxue quickly chose the survivor, named I am Sister Lin's dog. So it's this guy who led me astray. Sister Shui takes revenge today, never wait until tomorrow. With a shift in space, she appeared in a thin mist. Before her stood a dilapidated thatched house. Clearly the other party had great confidence in their shelter, even without bringing weapons to guard it. Day 1 Invasion Wave 1. Monster List Night Qingxue 1. I am kind-hearted and cannot bear to see one die without peace. If someone is to die, they must understand it clearly. Night Qingxue stood before the thatched house, revealing a faint smile, raising her elegant water wand and casting a water ball spell towards the house. Originally, she could have directly blasted it with a fireball, igniting the thatched house and burning the other party. But who says she isn't kind-hearted? She is a beautiful girl with a kind heart. Who are you? I tell you, PvP is prohibited on the first day. The sound of the water ball striking the thatched house naturally startled the survivor, who was sleeping inside. Rubbing his eyes, he looked through the window of the thatched house and saw Night Qingxue standing outside, so frightened that he could hardly speak. I won't change my name or surname. Night Qingxue, your sister, Shui, has come for revenge. It's you who led me astray. As the last water ball was shot out, the health bar of the thatched house was completely emptied. With the health bar emptied, the mysterious power that guarded the thatched house vanished, leaving just an ordinary house in front of Night Qingxue. I tell you, PvP is forbidden. Before the man could brag, a water ball struck him solidly. It felt like being hit by a car and his whole body. But I am a monster. My talent is the monster template. A smile appeared on Night Qingxue's face. Of course, even now she was still acting. What if the survival game of the magical sanctuary was observing her from the shadows? So she needed to concoct a suitable reason. I was wrong. I really realized my mistake. I was just too jealous and wanted to lead a bit. The man struggled to hold himself up, desperately lying on the ground like a dog, pleading for Knight Qingshu's for. You don't realize your mistake, you only know that you are about to die. Knight Qingshu waved her wand, and a basketball-sized fireball flew out instantly, blowing the survivor to pieces on the ground. Of course, she did not forget to toss the corpse onto the trading market of the magical sanctuary survival game. Knight Qingshu, those who led me astray today should prepare satisfactory resources for me. You don't want me to come looking for you through the wires, do you? As her message was sent, the once lively chat channel at night immediately fell silent. Clearly no one believed that Knight Qingshu could bypass the PvP restrictions and kill a player. But someone recognized the corpse that Knight Qingshu posted as the survivor who led her astray during the day, and instantly the chat channel was filled with apologies. This feeling of being able to wield power at will is wonderful. Knight Qingshu looked at the chat channel filled with apologies, nodding in satisfaction. The loading of the shelter enhancement space has been completed. Level 1 expansion: expand the internal space of the shelter 100 units of metal, 100 units of stone, 100 units of wood. After integrating the shelter core, the train now has dual panels for both train and shelter functions, allowing it to enjoy the benefits of the shelter while also gaining the shelter's protective effect. The protective effect can isolate any detrimental influences on the survivors. This is why the group of survivors from Universe 41 has not been completely wiped out. Excited, Yi Qingshu immediately sent the information about the shelter core to the chat channel of the Universe 41 survivors. Extending the protective effect means prolonging their survival. After all, the protection effect granted by the Monster Train survival game before it left was only 1 week. Why did I choose Raft Survival instead? I should have chosen Shelter Survival game. Up there you can laugh, but I chose Dormitory Survival, and now there are 5 people in one dormitory with over 10 groups. Yuji suggested that I choose Nightmare Survival game, and I am currently preparing to seize a safe zone's golden. For those survivors who did not choose Shelter Survival, don't worry, I have found a way to establish a safe zone in the main world. Please trust in the salvation. According to Yi Qingshu's years of reading novels, the protagonists with a safe zone golden finger are almost invincible, right? As long as the protagonist is within the safe zone, even if the survival game itself intervenes, it can't shake them in the slightest. I never expected Yuji to be so bold, setting her sights on such an invincible management-type protagonist. She was about to close the chat channel to check her selected resource box and the compensation from the trading backend. Yuji's message just came through. Yuji, can you leave a shelter core for me later? I need it for camp construction. I can't pay you right now, but I can offer you some information as a deposit. Yi Qingshu, sure, I trust you. Just because you dared to target the safe zone protagonist, I believe in your camp construction plan. Usually the safe zone golden finger is manageable, but once you leave the area you're just an ordinary person, and every ordinary person must have weaknesses. Usually, so I lured the opponent out using the beauty trap, then bit and killed them in one go and captured their safe zone construction system with the survival game system. Yi Qingshu, no dude, it's my first time seeing a protagonist die under a beauty trap. Yuji, actually I'm doing okay. The survivors of the fire organization have turned the survivors of the survival game they invaded into their workers with their special abilities. Indeed, Universe 41 does not support idlers. In Universe 41 survival, you can choose not to live, but you cannot choose not to work. Yi Qingshu opened her forum, quickly skimmed through it, and quietly closed it. Survivors with corpse parasitism abilities chose the apocalyptic zombie survival world, starting by surrendering themselves to that world's nation. With the help of their abilities and the nation, they not only controlled a large number of zombies to gather resources, but also had access to national-level research resources. There were also survivors with a billion licking dog gold system entering the global marriage survival game. If their strategy failed, they would need to fully repay the system resources they spent. Some races used shells as currency, while others used gold. He began to accumulate resources through the price differences created by currency exchanges. Meanwhile, I am still struggling to work for the magical shelter survival game. Your function is indeed simplistic. It truly is a gradually developing type of talent. Yi Qingshu sighed helplessly. However, she was very satisfied with her current talent and did not rely heavily on resources. Next, while waiting for Yuji to organize the information to send over, she checked the compensation that the shelter survivors had submitted to her. The compensation submitted by these survivors consisted of basic resources, namely metal, stone, and wood. Indeed, she could not expect this group of individuals who only knew how to discuss in the chat channel to produce any precious resources. Forget it, even if it's just mosquito legs, I can't waste valuable invasion opportunities on this group. After all, she only has 10 invasion opportunities. After the 10th day, she must leave the magical shelter survival world. These 10 opportunities must be used as efficiently as possible on those resource-rich survivors. Master, this time the harvest is indeed bountiful. Yi Nisha placed 10 selected resource boxes captured by Yi Qingxue over the course of the night together, and then handed a freshly brewed cup of coffee to Yi Qingxue. Even in a survival game, why can't I escape the fate of working overtime with coffee? Yi Qingxue, with dark circles under her eyes and feeling exhausted and heavy, still moved swiftly, downing the coffee in one gulp. Sitting in the train seat, gazing at the dawn sun on the horizon, she let out a long sigh and rested her head directly on Yi Nisha's lap. She opened a selected resource box and pulled out a heart-shaped emerald green fruit, taking small bites. And although the appearance of this fruit looked quite disgusting, its taste was like that of a peach, fragrant and delicious. You have consumed the magical plant Emerald Heart. All attributes 1 magic power 3, gain the bloodline talent Blood of Nature. The talent effect of Blood of Nature is almost entirely beneficial to her. It is no wonder it was the magical plant designated by Yuji. The disaster of Universe 41 hangs over every survivor like a sharp blade, forcing most survivors to band together to tackle this crisis with all their might. Thus, Yi Qingxue dared not slack off, wanting to devote all her energy to learning and mastering knowledge. Master, do you need some sleep-inducing sounds? Yi Nisha leaned close to Yi Qingxue's ear, gently blowing, and softly inquired about her master's thoughts. Ugh, why not enjoy it a little longer? No. Yi Qingxue, didn't you say you can't afford to slack off? How can you fall into temptation right after saying that? After a struggle with her inner thoughts, Yi Qingxue reluctantly rose from Yi Nisha, her face flushed as she cleared her throat. Go get some sleep, it's getting late. You followed me all night, transporting monster corpses and treasure chests. You must be exhausted. She feigned a serious expression and gently urged Yi Nisha to rest. In truth, the alchemical doll does not need rest. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qingxue had begun to regard Yi Nisha as a real person rather than just an Perhaps it is because Yi Nisha looks just like an ordinary girl now. Master, I am an alchemical doll and do not require sleep, but you are still a real person and need proper rest to regain your strength, thereby improving your efficiency in action. Yi Nisha shook her head, even turning around to advise Yi Qingxue. No need. After consuming the Emerald Heart, my energy recovery speed is very fast. Yi Qingxue smiled and waved her hand. She still could not rest, at least not now. She extended her weak hand to pick up the Magic Plant Illustrated Guide and continued to browse, intending to master it today. Master, will you sleep with me? Yi Nisha, seeing that Yi Qingxue did not respond, lowered her head and looked at Yi Qingxue with a pitiful expression. She genuinely feared that one day Yi Qingxue would die on the train. This train's master is Yi Qingxue, and only she can control it. If Yi Qingxue were gone, Yi Nisha would not be able to start the train herself. Would she have to return to being alone once more? Alas, fine, can I not sleep? Yi Qingxue sighed, helplessly reached out to rub Yi Nisha's drooping head, closed the book, and simply laid down on the train seat to sleep. It turned out that Yi Qingxue was indeed very tired. Even after eating the Emerald Heart to relieve her fatigue, she still fell asleep shortly after lying down. Will I feel her fatigue seeing her lying in the chair and feeling helpless? Is this genuine emotion or magic driving a simulated response? Yi Nisha looked at the sleeping Yi Qingxue, helplessly, gently reaching out to embrace the sleeping girl, carefully carrying her to the comfortable double bed in her compartment. After covering Yi Qingxue with a blanket, Yi Nisha realized that she seemed to be changing as well. She wondered whether this change was good or if it would affect her body. Master, come punish me, for I took the liberty of deciding to carry you to bed, and I have disappointed you. In the afternoon, Nisha knelt on the ground, without waiting for Yi Qingxue to speak, rubbing against Yi Qingxue's fair thigh repeatedly. With the cat ears on her head, she looked like a small cat that had done something wrong. Yi Qingxue sighed, helping the girl beneath her up and poking Yi Nisha's cheek with her hand. Am I really such a terrible person? Although she was a bit harsh on her enemies. But aside from that, Yi Qingxue is actually a gentle and understanding girl. Then, Master, should we go out today to beat up some wild monsters and collect treasure chests? Yi Nisha reluctantly released Yi Qingxue's leg, instinctively wiping the non-existent drool from the corner of her mouth. She then asked with eager anticipation about today's plans. Collecting treasure chests is not urgent. Let me first finish reading this Magic Plant Illustrated Guide today. This is crucial for my upcoming development. Yi Qingxue picked up the heavy encyclopedia and continued to read, enriching her knowledge. As for the contents of the treasure chests, they are too low in value for Yi Qingxue at this time. Ordinary resources are not as good as directly trading pure water with other survivors, while blueprints can be exchanged for others' blueprints via swap method. After all, using blueprints does not consume them. Skill books are the same. Yi Qingxue does not consume skill books, so after taking screenshots, she just throws them onto the trading market to exchange for the skill book she needs. Only by deeply understanding each magical plant can I maximize the use of the selected resource box. Night Qing Snow wondered if there were any family members with supplies at home, as she had slept until the afternoon. She planned to find a relatively well-stocked shelter to raid. The chat channel was filled with non-stop messages completely devoid of any substance. Gradually, people began to frequently mention someone named Zhu Shui Wei Kai, urging Night Qing Snow to eliminate him. Zhu Shui Wei Kai. Such a familiar name. Night Qing Snow opened the forum to search for this survivor. To her surprise, she found that this guy was actually related to the water-selling incident from the first day. He was the kind of merchant who directly sold dirty lake water as drinking water. Not every survivor could afford to buy Night Qing Snow's purified water, so this guy truly made a fortune selling contaminated lake water. After making his profit, he didn't just continue transporting water. Instead, he teamed up with a large group of survivors selling lake water to drive up prices. As a result, such actions angered many survivors, which is why his name appeared in the chat channel. Zhu Shui Wei Kai. I'm just a natural transporter. How can you all mention me? Oh no. I've been trapped by the poor. Zhu Shui Wei Kai, Sister Snow. I'm willing to offer a spell skill book as a token of my sincerity. It's a small business, don't invade me. Night King Snow, puzzled, opened the trading backend. Zhu Shui Wei Kai sent over a special spell skill book named Starshine Technique. Surprisingly, it wasn't a common spell like Fireball or Waterball. Curious, she agreed to the trade, but as soon as she received the book, she felt dizzy. However, under the protection effect, she quickly returned to normal. Fortunately, I have the protection effect, or I would have been in trouble. Night Qing Snow closed the trading backend, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that learning identification techniques had to be prioritized, as she could no longer casually take out. In the chat channel, a group of water merchants led by Zhu Shui Wei Kai seemed convinced that Night Qing Snow had succumbed to mental pollution and could no longer threaten them, so they began to directly mock her. Zhu Shui Wei Kai, I didn't expect you to fall for it, Night Qing Snow. This skill book was specially acquired. Just by coming into contact, one would be afflicted by mental pollution, causing a significant drop in all attributes. What qualification do you who profit from Waterball have to speak against me? Isn't it just the water produced by Waterball? Selling it at such a high price forced them to expend 30% of their profits to afford it. Now that Night Qing Snow could sell purified water in bulk, they had managed to bring her down. Who would dare to obstruct their water-selling business now? Such confidence. Night Qing Snow browsed through the chat channel while flipping through the Starshine Technique. Starshine Technique was an enhancement spell that transformed ordinary magic into a more powerful and unique Starshine Technique LV. 1. This enhancement spell was not complex to learn, so she quickly, then tonight I'll use this spell to make you cry. Night Qing Snow applied Starshine Technique to Waterball. The ordinary Waterball transformed into a crystalline droplet. Its size shrank significantly, but its power became even more formidable, shooting from her palm and vanishing from her sight in an instant. Master, did you know? Just now an incredibly fast object zipped by and pierced through all the trees. Yenisha, carrying a basket of wild vegetables and fruits, emerged from the woods, patting her chest in fear as she recounted the terrifying droplet to Night Qing Snow. No obstacles could stop it until it penetrated a large rock and disappeared. As an alchemical puppet, she had extraordinary perception, otherwise she wouldn't have realized that the attacking object was just a droplet. I didn't expect the effect of Starshine Technique to be this strong. This could no longer be called Waterball, it was now Droplet Technique. Not only had its power increased several levels, but the mana consumption wasn't significantly higher. With the aid of natural blood and monster breathing techniques, she could quickly replenish the consumption of Droplet Technique. What if I apply Starshine Technique to Fireball? Night Qing Snow applied Starshine Technique to fire. After applying Starshine Technique, the Fireball lost its ability to fly out, and instead hovered in midair, continuously emitting scorching light all around. Although its power decreased, it transformed into an area of effect attack, changing its positioning like Waterball. Since Zhu Shui Wei Kai has bestowed upon me such a grand gift, shouldn't I respond to him? Night Qing Snow decided that tonight she would invade Zhu Shui Wei Kai. But before that, she used all her mana to produce a batch of purified water, selling it at a low price in the trading market to let him feel her sincerity. Night King Snow, listen to me, thank you. This batch of water is my gift. Sister Snow listed 1,000 units of purified water, and the price has dropped significantly. Huh, what does that mean for the high price I paid on the first day? Consider yourself wealthy. Basic resources can only be sold at the beginning. Once everyone develops, who will still need these. Now, with her mana attributes and Waterball skill level increased, a single Waterball created by expending all her mana could produce a full 1,000 units of purified water. Thus, as long as she wanted, she could single-handedly drive down the price of water. She ignored the cries of Zhu Shui Wei Kai, for soon she would strike through the network. Please select the player you wish to invade. Invasion successful. Reward, Healing Potion 1. Indeed, the salary had decreased, which earned her a bottle of healing potion. Is this Zhu Shui Wei Kai's shelter? It looks quite sturdy. Following a twist in space, she arrived next to a serene lake, and not far from her a rocky fortress stood tall amidst the dense woods. Zhu Shuiwei Kai was indeed a top merchant. His shelter was not only a rocky fortress, but also constructed with 3 rings of barriers and various traps. Before Night Qing Snow arrived, a number of monsters had already fallen into the traps along the way. Spike traps and arrow towers. Is this survival in a shelter or a tower defense game? She glanced at the metallic spikes emerging from the ground and the wooden arrow towers surrounding the rocky fortress, letting out a helpless sigh as she raised her wand. As her mana flowed and a fireball coalesced at the tip of her wand and subsequently struck the wooden arrow. The flames should have ignited the wooden arrow tower, but strangely the tower was not set ablaze, only losing a significant amount of health. It was just like a game, or rather the shelter had datafied this arrow tower. Night Qing Snow, didn't you fall victim to mental pollution? How can you still use magic? Yi Qing Snow raised her wand, aiming it at the window above the rocky fortress. A crystalline droplet shot towards the window at high speed. However, due to the protective power of the shelter, the lethality of the droplet was evenly distributed across the rocky fortress, preventing it from penetrating the window and killing the survivor. Huff. Gathering Water for Fortune stood frozen in place, taking a long time to regain his senses. In the moment the droplet shot towards him, he felt not the shelter being hit, but himself. In that instant, he even forgot to breathe, completely immersed in the terrifying power of that blow. Just a single droplet shattered 1/3 of his shelter's health bar. How terrifying was that magic? Is this the true worth of the first place on the kill list? The protective power of the shelter is indeed troublesome. Yi Qing Snow glanced at the dazed Gathering Water for Fortune, frowned, and waved her wand again to cast the droplet spell. As the droplet shot out again, the once solid rocky fortress began to show numerous cracks and started to teeter. Even with the massive resources piled up in Gathering Water for Fortune's shelter, they could not stop Yi Qing Snow's attack. However, it should be noted that it was only the second night of the shelter survival game. No matter how abundant the resources, development still required time. Lady Yi Qing Snow, can we reach an agreement? I am willing to offer all my resources in exchange for a chance at survival. Gathering Water for Fortune fell to the ground, looking pained at the cracked rocky fortress. He had put a lot of effort into this level 3 shelter. If it were really destroyed by Yi Qing Snow, he would have to start. He gritted his teeth and decided to sacrifice his wealth to secure a way to protect the shelter. If I kill you, all your resources will be mine. Yi Qing Snow smiled and pretended to show a puzzled expression, but she did not strike immediately. Because she was out of magic power, casting the droplet spell twice in a row was her current limit. There were still too few means to restore her magic power. Some of my precious resources are not stored in the shelter, but in my player's backpack. If you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the resources in the backpack. Gathering Water for Fortune wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heart racing due to excessive tension. Seeing that Yi Qing Snow did not continue to attack, he thought his words had successfully persuaded her and hurriedly introduced what was in his backpack. He had 3 temperature regulators that the second place Wang Heng wanted. At the same time, he had over 10 magic crystals, and a pile of unused blueprints, as well as a magical necklace that could enhance magic recovery and store magic, and even several skill books. Then transfer all of it to me. I know this is difficult, but it's in order. After all, you're the one who wants to survive right now. I can easily do without these and just kill you. Yi Qing Snow pretended to be distracted, nodding indifferently, then aimed her wand at the gray rocky fortress. Her magic power had also recovered partially. Just one more shot was needed to blow this matchbox-shaped shell. Gathering Water for Fortune nodded helplessly and transferred all the resources in his player's backpack to Yi Qing Snow. Temperature regulators, magic crystals. Looks like a certain protagonist is about to be called. Yi Qing Snow received the resources traded by Gathering Water for Fortune, including the materials for the ecological planting box she had been longing for. These items were not only what she wanted, but also what Wang Heng wanted. Unfortunately, they ultimately fell into her hands. After counting them, Yi Qing Snow nodded with satisfaction and lowered her wand. Very well, I hope you remember this. Next time we meet, I won't hold back. Yi Qing Snow turned and took small steps toward the fog-covered area. Gathering Water for Fortune watched Yi Qing Snow gradually disappear into the night, letting out a long sigh of relief. It seems that this top player is still a person of her word. As for next time, without absolute certainty, he wouldn't. Didn't expect to see you again so soon. What a coincidence. Just as Yi Qing Snow was about to leave, she suddenly turned her head, her wand emitting a bright light, and a droplet shot towards Gathering Water for Fortune's shelter at high speed. Crack. After the shelter was struck by the droplet, it emitted cracking sounds, the fissures spreading continuously, and ultimately collapsed into an ordinary building. Gathering Water for Fortune did not even have time to plead for mercy before being struck on the head by the falling rocks, crushed under the ruins of the building. You have obtained Healing Potion 2. Yi Qing Snow ignored the 2 red potions that appeared in her backpack and walked step by step toward the rocky ruins, searching for useful resources among the debris. Food, water, and clothing, various daily necessities. Gathering water for fortune indeed had not stored many useful resources in the shelter. That's right, the truly precious resources are safest in the player's backpack. Yi Qing Snow gathering water for fortune has been listed in the trading hall. I wonder who wants it. You can buy it with money. These railings and spike traps have also been listed. Yi Qing Snow looked at the buildings scattered around the ruins of the shelter. These structures, which had been built relying on the shelter, lost their original magical power after leaving the shelter, making them easy to dismantle and sell in the trading hall. For example, the automatic arrow-firing turret, the spike trap that could sense pressure without detection devices, and the low railing that could withstand mindless monsters. Sister Shui is really plucking the goose. Not even the buildings are spared. These are to be listed for sale, didn't you guys? Sister Shui can bypass various buildings to attack the shelter itself, just like a boss in a tower defense game that doesn't follow a fixed route, directly bypassing your character. Sister Shui isn't a monster. She surely knows to go around. Sister Shui would always take a bunch of toys whenever she went to a friend's house and wouldn't leave without them, not even sparing her friend's door. Here comes my favorite little story about Sister Shui again. Yi Qing Snow stepped into the fog, and after a familiar dizziness hit her, she returned to her train. Master, welcome home. I have prepared tonight's dinner for you. Yenisa half knelt on the seat, wiping the train windows with a cloth. Seeing Yi Qing Snow return home, she showed a motherly smile, put down the cloth in her hand, and led Yi Qing Snow out of the train. Tonight she prepared a lavish meat feast for Yi Qing Snow. Meat is the easiest ingredient to obtain in this world, as there are monsters everywhere. Yi Qing Snow, I'll give you the core of the shelter, and a batch of railings that can't be sold. I'll pack them up for you. Yuji, let's keep them with you for now. I haven't gotten the means to pay you yet. Yi Qing Snow, it doesn't matter, just remember, leave a good spot for me in that safe zone camp. By the way, can I see your camp plan? Yuji, all right, the savior won't forget your kindness. The concept of life, disappearing, eternal night, eternal winter, the rules materializing. Is this the choice of the camp? The location chosen by Yuji for the salvation meeting was a desolate rocky plain. A disaster known as the disappearance of the concept of life swept across this land. Although it led to the extinction of life here, there was a benefit. There was no longer any need to worry about invasions by zombies or other biological disasters. Therefore, the main difficulty lay in how to cope with the effects of the disappearance of the concept of life and the materialization of rules. This part was confidential, and Yuji did not provide much explanation. In the face of disaster, we resist, contain, and utilize in order to seek a glimmer of hope. At the end of this rudimentary plan, Yuji pinned his reflections on the plan. Yi Qing Shui stored this plan in her player backpack. Indeed, with her current knowledge, she was still unable to comprehend what Yuji had described. Well, I might as well sort out the spoils from the water gathering for wealth first. The train construction panel appeared before Yi Qing Shui, and thanks to the wealth accumulated from water gathering for wealth, she successfully gathered the materials needed to construct the third carriage. As the materials in her backpack dissipated into flowing light, a brand new empty carriage was connected to the back of the Yi Nisha carriage. This carriage was specially designated for cultivating magical plants. You have built 3 ecological planting boxes. The resources accumulated from water gathering for wealth were sufficient for her to construct 3 ecological planting boxes. Truly, what a shrewd merchant. Having absorbed so many precious resources, the result was merely hoarding rather than converting them into her own strength. These planting boxes look just like ordinary glass tanks, don't they? The ecological planting box resembles an oversized glass box, the only difference perhaps being that it is powered by magic, containing a light source and a regulator for adjusting the temperature inside the box. However, the size was indeed enormous. After she activated the shelter enhancement function of the train and performed the 4th enhancement, a carriage space could barely fit these 3 ecological planting boxes. With the ecological planting boxes ready, the self-selected resource box in her hands could finally come into play. First was the moonlight flower, a plant capable of producing magical energy through photosynthesis, and it was a very rare type of magical plant that produced magical energy. She exchanged for 2 plants in one breath, and according to the planting method in the Magical Plant Illustrated Guide, she buried the 2 small silver seeds into the black soil inside one of the ecological planting boxes, then used water bullet technique to water them. The reason for choosing the moonlight flower was simple. After leaving the magical shelter survival world, it was likely that she would not encounter a world with magical energy for a long time. Thus, she needed at least one way to produce magical energy. In addition to the moonlight flower, Yi Qing Shui also selected a blood crown grass, a plant that could devour flesh and blood to convert it into magical energy, just as she had a pile of monster corpses to deal with. She planted the crown-shaped shrub in the ecological box where the moonlight flower was located. Then came a very special magical plant known as the wisdom tree. This plant could produce fruits that enhanced learning efficiency, memory, and comprehension almost perfectly matched. He'll raise it from a seedling. Yi Qingxue took a light blue wisdom tree seedling from the self-selected resource box and placed it into an ecological planting box. As the seedling was planted, a faint blue aura enveloped this carriage. Status blessing of the wisdom tree. Effect 1, a slightly increased reading speed within the influence of the wisdom tree. Effect 2, slightly increased learning efficiency within the influence of the wisdom tree. I didn't expect that even in its seedling stage the wisdom tree could still grant me a powerful enhancement status. They'll leave these plants in your care, master. Yi Nisha stood obediently at the entrance of the carriage holding the magical plant illustrated guide, casting an expectant glance at Yi Qingxue. As a maid, her duty was to manage various matters in the household. Taking care of these plants was indeed part of her responsibilities. Sure, thank you. Yi Qingxue smiled and nodded, reaching out to ruffle Yi Nisha's hair while replacing the remaining self-selected resource box with seedlings of 6 attribute potential grasses. Giant strength grass, body strengthening grass, agility grass, pre-awareness grass, focus grass, and enchantment grass. These 6 magical plants could enhance attribute potential, increasing the attribute values Yi Qingxue gained through skills which could be considered as plants for fighting in the future. For the last 3 self-selected resource boxes, she chose 2 plants that could embed themselves in rocks, generating weak magical energy and light by decomposing rocks: the rock sunflower and the dew bamboo, which could condense magical energy and transform it into easily storable dew. Thus, Yi Qingxue had used up all the self-selected resource boxes she had. Why didn't Master choose those more magical plants? Yi Nisha flipped through the magical plant illustrated guide, which Yi Qingxue had already read through. She felt that choosing other magical plants that could immediately convert into strength would be better. Although the 6 attribute potential grasses would definitely yield the most in the long run, didn't they need to compress the time for development more given their situation? Because there aren't many magical plants that can be used, and our time isn't that tight. Yi Qingxue smiled and poked Yi Nisha's cheek. Now with the train integrated with the shelter core, she could survive for a while in Universe No. 41 thanks to the shelter's effects. In Universe No. 41, she could continuously produce magical energy using the moonlight flower. She would then convert the produced magical energy into fuel for the train, using the fuel to explore the next world, thus achieving a growth cycle. Of course, the premise is that Yu Ji can truly create a real safe zone. Yi Qingxue leaned against the window, gazing at the pitch-black night outside the train, letting out a long sigh. Without a safe zone, surviving in Universe No. 41 wouldn't be an easy task. They still needed those time-based survivalists to exert their strength. They couldn't rely on her, a scholar who needed time to develop. Yi Nisha nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. In any case, she chose to trust Yi Qingxue's decision. After all, Yi Qingxue was her current master. The 3rd passenger carriage is also ready. Now we just wait quietly for the 7th day to arrive. I wonder what will come on the 7th day. Yi Qingxue looked at the completed carriage, feeling that something was missing. Right? That was that she had taken Wang Heng's temperature regulator. Logically, Wang Heng should come to find her to request the purchase of the temperature regulator by now, but why was there no movement at all? Thus, she opened the chat channel. Wang Heng, name a price for the temperature regulator. What resources are needed for the magical crystal? That's just right. Yi Qingxue chose to ignore Wang Heng's messages as she had already used up all the materials for creating the ecological planting box, leaving her with nothing to sell to him. Moreover, the emotional value Wang Heng provided her was simply too little. Playing with electronic pets at least offered some interactivity. But what about Wang Heng? All he ever said was, "I will remember this grudge, just you wait." And then there was the talk about waiting for the rainy season when everything would be all right. At that time, he would surely retaliate fiercely. To be honest, it was uncertain whether Yi Qingxue would even survive until the rainy season. Speaking of which, this survival game is quite easy. Am I here on vacation? Yi Qingxue closed the skill book on identification in her hands, stretched lazily, and reopened the chat channel, intending to check on the survivors who were awake at this late hour, only to discover someone from Universe 41 was mentioning her. Could it be another person criticizing her choice of the beautiful girl template? Curiously, she opened the chat channel and found it was another survivor. Emperor Shihao's sister, Shui, the one at the top of the survivor kill leaderboard. Is you right? Yi Qingxue, yes. Are you also in the Magic Sanctuary survival game? I didn't expect to run into a fellow countryman. Yi Qingxue sighed with emotion. The other person's scenario was quite similar to hers. Both had left Universe 41 and found themselves able to overpower the local survivors early on. Emperor Shihao was a survivor who had chosen the slime template, and his talent was quite classic: devour and evolve. He started with a slime, and all his evolution and upgrades depended on swallowing. Consuming corpses allowed him to gain a small fraction of their attributes and skills. However, even though he and Yi Qingxue were in the same area, he couldn't log into the Magic Sanctuary Survival Games panel to dive, because he was purely a monster template. But today, while foraging, he overheard survivors discussing Yi Qingsu's name, prompting him to curiously Emperor Shihao's sister Shui interested in a joint hunt. Yi Qingxue, a joint hunt. Emperor Shihao, exactly on the third day the survival game will increase the difficulty, starting to introduce magical creatures. For the current survivors, it's like facing a world boss, and it requires multiple survivors to hunt together. Emperor Shihao killing these magical creatures will yield diamond treasure chests that are far superior to the flashy treasure chests that are just filled with junk in the big world. World boss. Yi Qingxue played with her light blue hair, curious about where Emperor Shihao got such an important piece of information. She discovered that it was the Magic Sanctuary survival game itself that had announced it in their group. Lu Han disguised himself as a survivor and infiltrated the group of the Magic Sanctuary survival game. He happened to see that the Magic Sanctuary survival game had posted its update announcement in the group and was seeking guidance from other survival games. The gist of it was that some ruthless survivors had tirelessly cleared an area of beasts, rendering their original plans completely void. Survivors were living too comfortably, now even starting to kill each other. There was a need for external pressure to stimulate their development. Ahaha, Yi Qingxue chuckled awkwardly, not expecting that her excessive monster killings had caused the survival game to abandon its plans. Ultimately, with suggestions from a group of peers, the Magic Sanctuary survival game decided to release magical creatures ahead of schedule, which were originally slated to appear after the 10th day. Of course, it wasn't intended to have the survivors face off against these world bosses, but rather to allow them to steal resources from the special environment inhabited by magical creatures to accelerate their development. In the environment where magical creatures lived, a small amount of magical plants and various ordinary plants and ores infused with magic would respawn. The Magic Sanctuary survival game aimed to use these resources to attract survivors, hoping to filter out the strong from the weak. The strong could become even stronger by utilizing the resources from this update, while the weak would band together, attempting to exert greater power. That was the purpose of the version update. Emperor Shihao, that's about it. Of course, our target is still the magical creatures, as they are treasures all over. After the matter is accomplished, how about we split it 5,050? Yi Qingxue, sure, but can I keep all the magical plants? And I want to take a screenshot of any skill books that drop. They'll take the ones that suit my gear. Emperor Shihao, sure, sister Shui. My talent is best suited for devouring corpses, so those magical plants aren't very useful to me. As for skill books, I have no shortage of skills. Equipment. Do you think a slime body can wield weapons? Bitter smile, Yi Qingxue. So how do we gather together? Emperor Shihao, when the magical creatures respawn, there will be a district-wide announcement and light pillars marking the location, so gathering shouldn't be a problem. After that, Yi Qingxue and Emperor Shihao discussed the details of the joint hunt and finalized their plans before parting ways to continue with their respective tasks. Identification. Yi Qingxue raised her hand and cast the identification skill she had just learned on a golden treasure chest she had never opened. After fully memorizing the knowledge of the identification skill, she easily grasped its usage due to her talent. Naturally, she had to give it a try. Ordinary flashy treasure chest inside is a sharp pair of scissors, a self-heating hot pot, a skill book named Ice Arrow Technique, and a crystal ball that can be used as a decorative item. Starlight Technique. Next, Yi Qingxue attempted to apply the Starlight Technique to the identification skill, but since the identification skill had no physical entity, her first attempt failed. However, she adjusted her plan. Since the Starlight Technique couldn't directly act on non-entity spells, she decided to overlay the magical model of the Starlight Technique onto the identification skill. After all, she had previously tried to overlay the Fireball Technique and Snowball Technique to create the Water Bomb Technique. With that prior experience, this modification was also very smooth. Ordinary flashy treasure chest. Why do birds fly? Why do treasure chests store items? I won't be a treasure chest anymore. I am the 9th batch of treasure chests produced by Factory No. 7 under the Magic Sanctuary survival game. The Starlight Technique enhanced identification skill underwent a slight distortion in effect. From the original normal identification, it transformed into a more complex identification skill. However, this identification result, it was better to continue using the normal version of the identification skill. Tomorrow there will be a world boss battle. First, I should learn the magic shield, then learn how to turn mud into stone. Yi Qingxue took out the old mage's notebook and began learning the magical knowledge recorded by the old mage. The old mage truly lived up to his title, capable of casting spatial magic. Unfortunately, he opened a spatial rift in the wrong place, arriving in this dung pit of Universe 41. Even if you are a survival game, you must crawl out of here. This update adds a weather forecast feature, allowing survivors to check the current weather in their area every morning. Considering that some survivors in certain regions have rapidly increased their strength and are stuck in a long grass period, we have decided to initiate the World Boss Challenge ahead of schedule and deploy various top-tier resources from the current version in the areas where the World Boss appears. In conclusion, we wish everyone the best in surviving. With the arrival of Dawn, the version update announcement for the Magical Shelter survival game was made. A grand voice echoed across the sky, directly informing every survivor about the version update. The long grass period has arrived, and it's only the third day of the survival game. Yi Qingxue helplessly closed the magical notebook in her hands and tossed it into her inventory. After a night of study, she had mastered the magic shield spell and the mudto stone transformation, successfully incorporating the starlight technique into it, completing the spell modification. Buzz. Raising her wand, a pale blue crystal shield enveloped Yi Qingxue. The original magic shield spell created a spherical barrier, but after applying the starlight technique, this shield became more solid, capable of withstanding stronger attacks, though the energy consumption naturally increased. Master, are you sure you don't need me to hold back? Yi Nisha stood not far from Yi Qingxue, swinging her fists at a nearby wooden post. As an alchemical doll, the power her metallic body could exert was naturally incomparable to that of flesh and blood. Thud. With just a slight exertion, Yi Nisha left a deep fist imprint on the sturdy wooden post. Come on. Seeing the fist imprint on the post, Yi Qingxue swallowed hard, gripping her wand, and not whoosh. With Yi Qingxue's permission, Yi Nisha charged forward, reaching the crystalline shield in the blink of an eye and delivering a heavy punch against it. The shockwave from her fist colliding with the shield sent nearby grass flying in all directions and even blew away surrounding debris. Such terrifying power could not budge Yi Qingxue's magic shield in the slightest. Of course, the cost was that Yi Qingxue's magical energy was greatly depleted. The consumption of the magic shield is still too high. Yi Qingxue cut off the magical supply and collapsed onto the grass, propping herself up with her wand, gasping for air. Yi Nisha took out a towel to wipe away the sweat on Yi Qingxue's forehead, then came over with a bowl of lean meat porridge, gently feeding Yi Qingxue with a spoon. The rice was naturally obtained from the treasure chest. Wooden chests frequently yield various ingredients, including rice, various vegetables, grains, and spices. Boom. At that moment, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky, its brilliance particularly striking against the dim sky. Every survivor present in this land could see its existence. So soon a magical creature has respawned. Yi Qingxue observed the reactions of the survivors in the chat channel while sipping her warm porridge. Most survivors showed little interest in challenging magical creatures, as most were still struggling to meet their It's going to rain today. Finally, it's going to rain. No need to buy water anymore. While I knew it, heaven doesn't abandon people, I didn't expect it to rain in the desert. Rain. Awesome. The survivors in Yi Qingxue's area were discussing the rainfall today and tomorrow. Regardless of the environment in which survivors find themselves, be it desert or snowy plains, heavy rain and strong winds were on the horizon, clearly a weather adjustment made specifically for the survival game. It was bound to rain on the third day, easing the survivors' demand for water. By the way, Master, the weather looks like it's going to rain today. If you go out, remember to wear a raincoat. Yi Nisha ran lightly toward the train, rummaging through a box piled in her carriage's corner to pull out a previously obtained transparent raincoat and handed it to Yi Qingxue. By the way, I'll first sell those empty boxes at the trading post. Before departing, Yi Qingxue listed all the empty boxes piled up in Yi Nisha's carriage for sale at the trading post. Yi Qingxue clearance sale. Empty boxes can be used to collect water, making it very convenient for survivors who use a lot of water. Did Yi Qingxue loot all the wild monsters around her? Yes, my shelter is quite close to Yi Qingxue's. She tirelessly cleared out all the surrounding monsters and treasure chests on the first day, and now I can only survive by chopping some trees with a stone axe. It's tough upstairs, but the fact that Yi Qingxue is nearby means it's very safe. There's no need to worry about being ambushed by monsters while chopping wood halfway. You guys are chatting, but how come the boxes are sold out so quickly? I haven't even boarded the train yet. It seems that items related to water sell very well. Most people have a few boxes to collect water, but who would complain about having too much water? You must know that relying on selling lake water was enough to build a rock shelter by the second day, which shows the high demand for water. Yi Qingxue didn't set the price for the boxes too high, still collecting various basic resources like stones, wood, and metals. Yi Qingxue and those water merchants had already taken most of the resources that survivors obtained from opening boxes in the first 2 days. Now survivors had become destitute with nothing left to extract, so they could only exchange for some basic resources. Fortunately, building the train consumed a tremendous amount of basic resources, so these resources would still come. Alright, I'm off. Yi Qingxue stood on the grass, waved goodbye to Yi Nisha, and quickly moved towards the location of the beam of light. Yi Nisha nodded. She did not follow Yi Qingxue to challenge any magical creatures, but chose to stay in the train to take care of the magical plants and ensure that no survivors invaded the train. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past, rustling the trees as heavy rain poured down, instantly swallowing Yi Qingxue's line of sight. Magic shield. As the torrential rain fell, it was something that her ordinary raincoat could not block, so she had to wave her wand to cast the magic shield. With magical energy infused into her wand, a ghostly blue spherical barrier enveloped her, completely isolating the rainwater outside. Pat! The raindrops pattered against the shield, producing a crisp sound. Mudtoe Stone. Yi Qingxue waved her wand, casting the spell she learned last night, but hadn't had the chance. As the Mudtoe Stone spell activated, the muddy ground beneath her feet quickly solidified, transforming into a sturdy gray rocky surface, greatly reducing Yi Qingxue's obstacles in advancing. Magic changes life. Boom. As Yi Qingxue continuously infused her magical power into the forest beneath her feet, she used her ability to transform mud into stone, forging a rocky path toward the location of the light pillar. Sister Shui, your entrance is quite impressive. I sensed the terrifying wave of your magical power from afar. A mud-colored slime leaped down from a nearby tree, bouncing a few times on the waterlogged rocky path, before finally coming to a stable stop. This slime before her was sure how the survivor who invited Yi Qingxue to hunt together. I can only say that I've benefited from the world's welfare. With this world's high concentration of magical energy, I can quickly recover my magic power. Yi Qingxue shrugged, offering no further explanation. The reason she could quickly recover her magic power was naturally due to her talent of natural blood and the high-level magic martial breathing technique. The high-level magic martial breathing technique allowed Yi Qingxue to rapidly absorb the surrounding magical energy, thus achieving a swift replenishment of her magic power. Sharing information before a battle makes collaboration easier going forward. Shihao opened his personal data panel and sent part of his data to Yi Qingxue. Name Shihao. Age 1. Level 0. Attributes Strength 2, Constitution 10, Agility 3, Perception 10, Spirit 10, Charm 1. Talent Devouring Evolution. Skills Herbivore Digestion LV. 2 Photosynthesis LV. 1 Toughness LV. 4 Bounce LV. 2. 34 additional skills folded and not displayed. Most of my skills were obtained by devouring various beasts, but as you know, the skills of beasts are often unspeakable and sometimes conflict with the body of a slime. Shihao slumped into a puddle of jelly, his tone filled with helplessness. Skills do not convert into his powers immediately after devouring. For instance, skills like Claw Strike, Pecking Wing Flapping, and Venom Secretion cannot be utilized because he lacks the corresponding body parts. Out of the pile of skills, only 1/3 can be utilized. The vast majority are passive skills or control techniques. It seems that the requirements for these skills are quite stringent. Without venom glands, you cannot secrete poison, and without claws, you cannot execute a claw strike. Yi Qingxue nodded thoughtfully. The body of a slime limits the potential of devouring evolution. Unless Shihao acquires mimicry skills to simulate the necessary body parts, he cannot unleash the full potential of this talent. Exactly. I thought I could be invincible, but so far I can only serve as a meat shield to draw fire. Shihao sighed, deeply wondering where he could find a creature with mimicry skills. I haven't looked at my personal data panel in a while. There should be quite a change in the data. After Shihao finished showing his data, Yi Qingxue also opened her data panel to review the results of her recent efforts. Name Yi Qingxue. Age 20. Level 0. Attributes Strength 6. 7-1. 2 Constitution 7. 1-1. 3 Agility 6. 2. 1 Perception 6. 4 1 Spirit 7. 2-1. 7 Charm 10-1. Special Attributes Knowledge 6. 2 Magic Power 12-6. Talent Comprehensive Development in Intelligence, Strength, Beauty, and Labor. Skills Magic Martial Breathing Technique LV. 10 A Magic Power Control LV. 10 Basic Magic Knowledge LV. 10 Starlight Technique LV. 4 Transform Mud into Stone LV. 6 Magic Shield LV. 5 The Praisal Technique LV. 3 Magical Botany LV. 12 Water Ball Technique LV. 15 Such terrifying skill levels. No wonder you can forge a path through the rocks. But how did your charm attribute reach its limit first? Shihao looked at the long list of skills, bouncing excitedly as a slime. Unexpectedly, he could match with Tong Tian Dai. It seemed that this hunt was secured. Then he fell into contemplation regarding the charm attribute that had reached its limit. Could it be that this world follows a charm-based spellcasting system? No wonder I have no magic power. Even after learning magic from skill books, I cannot cast spells due to lack of magic power. Limit. Yi Qingxue tilted her head in confusion, a term she was unfamiliar with. It's roughly like a capped attribute. In a normal survival game, if we don't change jobs, the attribute limit is 10 points. Shihao's Constitution, Perception, and Spirit attributes have also reached their current limits, To break through, they would need to change jobs. However, the monster train survival game in their Universe 41 had already run off. This means that until their system planners find a solution, the attributes will remain capped at 10 points. Fortunately, other survival games are just getting started, and they can still bully local survivors thanks to their relatively high initial attributes. So, does that mean I only need to focus on outputting damage next? Yi Qingshu looked toward the location of the light pillar deep within the dense forest, which was their target for this journey. That's right, big shot. You're the main DPS, and I'm the main tank. Sure Hao bounced on the ground and set off along the stone path Yi Qingshu had forged, heading toward the location of the magical creatures. The closer they got to the location of the magical creatures, the colder the temperature became, and the air was filled with a chilling aura. The surrounding trees were covered with a layer of frost, and raindrops transformed into snowflakes that continuously fell, as if they had suddenly crossed from a tropical rainforest to a frigid snowfield. Originally quite active, Sure Hao found his light blue gelatinous body gradually freezing upon encountering this cold current. If left untreated, he would likely freeze solid. Clearly, Sure Hao also underestimated the impact of the cold environment on him. Boom! A fireball strengthened by the starlight technique coalesced in Yi Qingshu's palm, and the heat it released dispersed the surrounding snow, creating a warm area. The heat melted the ice crystals on the surface of Sure Hao's gelatinous body, temporarily saving him. Thank you, Sister Shui. Sure Hao slumped onto the damp grass, unable to believe he was freezing due to the cold. Isn't it said that a slime's body is made of gelatin? Isn't there supposed to be ice and snow slimes? Why is he the one freezing up directly? Let me study the gelatin that makes up your body and see if there's a way to prevent it from freezing so quickly. Yi Qingshu squatted down, curiously poking Sure Hao to observe the blue gel-like substance that formed his body. Slimes do not need to breathe air. They need to absorb magical power and regularly replenish it to maintain themselves. Since Sure Hao lacked magical attributes, it indicated that the large mass of gelatin was composed of magical power equivalent to gel. Perhaps she could find a way to store magical power in a special magical gel and decompose it to generate magical power when needed. Coincidentally, she had been carrying that lens that would allow her to observe the more microscopic changes. Don't move around, otherwise I can't guarantee the integrity of your body. Yi Qingshu pressed Sure Hao onto the lens workstation, taking a small piece of gelatin for research on magic power infusion, while collecting relevant data on Sure Hao's ability to transform matter into magic power. Your health is declining. Your health is declining. Just when Sure Hao thought he was going to die, a bottle of blood-red potion spilled onto him, rapidly restoring his health, while Yi Qingshu inserted a set of blue gelatin-like material into his body. Oh, what is this? Big shot, what have you implanted into my body? Before Sure Hao could say much more, Yi Qingshu directly displayed the equipment information panel for him to see. Don't worry, I made a set of equipment using your gelatin with my hands. With it, you should be able to store magical power. Night Qingshu crafted a bionic magical organ. Type equipment organ. Quality ordinary. Durability 10001000. Magical power storage automatically cultivates the specially designed slime magical martial breathing technique by Night Qingshu, gaining 5 points of magical power attribute. Requirement slime race. Its equipment. Sure Hao could not believe that Night Qingshu could really handcraft a set of equipment for him, considering that he could not equip most of the gear. Keeping equipment within one's body does not count as wearing it. It can only be said to be storing it. Yet this heart-like thing shaped from slime gel within him actually qualifies as equipment. Moreover, the effect is quite good. It immediately granted 5 points of magical power attribute and automatically unlocked the magical martial breathing technique. The gel exhibits different hardness when encountering varying concentrations of magical power, so by combining gels of different hardness, I can create a humanoid organ equipment that mimics my cultivation of the magical martial breathing technique. Night Qingshu tossed a common fireball skill book to Sure Hao. Next, Sure Hao only needs to master the relevant magic directly through the skill book and familiarize himself with his new body before launching attacks on the magical creatures deep in the snow. As for Night Qingshu, she obtained a lot of data regarding the conversion of matter to magical power. Once the moonlight flower and other magical plants grow, she will begin researching how to reverse the conversion of matter into magical power. Wait a moment, I will organize my insights on how to shape various bionic tissues with gel for you. Although skills like venom secretion are still unusable, physical skills like claw strikes can surely be utilized. Night Qingshu stored the lens in the player's backpack, leaning against a tree while organizing the research materials from this session. Originally, she just wanted to help Sure Hao with the issue of his body crystallizing from the cold. However, as she worked, she ended up researching a technique for crafting gel equipment by hand. Of course, this technique could only be effective from the very beginning due to her innate talent. Learning with the mind equates to learning with the hands. She constructed a set of intricate magical organs in her mind, as long as the details were rich enough her hands could successfully shape them. After her modifications, this technique gradually optimized to the extent that Shurahao could shape it himself using his mental attributes. Thank you, Great One. Shurahao could never forget the great kindness of the Great One. This time, aside from a small portion of the magical creature's remains, all other gains are handed over to you. Shurahao excitedly bounced around Knight Qingxue. He was now lacking nothing. Not only could he handcraft equipment, but he could also mold various bionic biological tissues, thus activating some skills that could not originally be used. Hanging out with the Great One Knight Qingxue is truly worthwhile. No way. Such joy cannot be enjoyed alone. He opened the chat channel of the Fire Organization and shared his gains of the day. Although they wasted a whole day on the road, the rewards far exceeded those of killing a magical creature. God, little Shur, you have really latched onto a big thigh. But unfortunately, Snow is from the Salvation Society. That's right. That's right. Everyone is just using different methods. Essentially, their philosophies are quite similar. You should ask Snow if she is willing to sell this knowledge. We are willing to offer enough resources in exchange. The third night was a rare peaceful night. She and Shurahao were not summoned by the magical shelter's survival game to attack the shelters of the survivors. However, this did not mean that the survivors were safe. On the contrary, because the survivors sold too many basic resources in the previous 2 days, their shelters were in a state of leaking air and water. In such an environment, illness is unavoidable. Perhaps because of this, there were no monster invasions on the third night, allowing the survivors a night of rest and adjustment. Tomorrow's weather would still be windy and rainy. Transform mud into stone. Knight Qingxue waved her wand, constructing a small stone house sufficient for her to rest peacefully in this chilly snowfield. Snow, our chief in the Fire Organization, asked me to inquire whether you would sell that set of knowledge. He is willing to exchange supplies for it. He also said that in order to survive, knowledge should indeed be shared, but the creators of that knowledge should not be taken advantage of. Shurahao hopped over to Knight Qingxue, conveying the message from the leader of the Fire Organization. Knowledge should indeed be shared, but the contributors to that knowledge cannot give it away for free. This is a consensus reached between the Salvation Society and the Fire Organization. The knowledge of both organizations is mutually shared, and the cost of acquiring that knowledge is borne by both organizations together. Isn't the survival game supposed to be like this? Shouldn't the two factions be fighting each other? Knight Qingxue smiled helplessly. She thought the Salvation Society and the Fire Organization were to engage in mutual combat, but it turns out they have secretly reached a cooperation. Currently, the people stationed from each organization are those who can obtain future intelligence. If there is to be a fight, it has already happened in the future. In the face of the spreading disaster in Universe No. 41A, the forces that do not cooperate will be the first to be eliminated. Shurahao, being a cadre of the Fire Organization, was aware of certain secrets. He was confident that everyone could reach various collaborations based on the larger survival scenario. Can everyone obtain future intelligence? Indeed, survivors who can quickly build forces must be playing with information hacks. But since they can obtain future intelligence, they must know what I want, right? Knight Qingxue checked the offer from the leader of the Fire Organization, a coordinate for a dungeon world. The dungeon world is where survivors obtain their professions. All are worlds where disasters are imminent. The leader said that the output of this world is very suitable for you. Shurahao relayed the leader's offer, carefully observing the girl before him, fearing that he might provoke Knight Qingxue. He also felt that the leader's offer lacked sincerity, with no tangible rewards, just a case of empty-handed grabbing. More intelligence for fighting the future. Your leader and Yu Ji are the same. Although Knight Qingxue complained verbally, she still agreed to this. After all, it is still a difficult period in the early stages of development. Even survivors with time-related talents do not have any surplus food and are investing almost all their energy into constructing safe camps. After marking the coordinates, Knight Qingxue took out the old mage's magic notes to continue reading. Snow, not good. That magical creature is attacking us. This creature is too clever. It actually understands how to ambush at night. She had barely flipped a few pages when Shurahao bounced back, informing Knight Qingxue of the information he discovered. It's simple, you just need to kill it, right? Huh. Snow, do I have to kill it too? Of course, otherwise how can I showcase the strength of my modifications? In the cold wind of the snow-laden forest, the chant of survival was interrupted as Yi Qingxue brandished her wand, striking the slime and sending it flying. Her power attribute had not increased without reason. I effortlessly treating the unprepared Shurahao like a ball was no challenge at all. A roar echoed through the forest, shaking off the accumulated snow on the surrounding trees. A pair of eerie green eyes appeared near the campsite where Yi Qingxue and Shurahao rested, accompanied by tremors in the ground, but soon the eyes vanished. Even Shurahao, whose perception attribute had reached 10 points, could not sense the presence of the being. It seemed that this magical creature had left along with the beam of light. This world's boss. has something strange about it. Yi Qingxue summoned Shihao back to her side, grasping her wand and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. But until midnight, nothing happened. A chill wind swept through the campsite, causing the campfire lit by Yi Qingxue to flicker as if it might extinguish at any moment. At that moment, a pitch-black figure appeared deep within the dense forest, waving toward Yi Qingxue and Shihao as if seeking their help. In the perception of Yi Qingxue and Shihao, that figure seemed like a real person, which made them uneasy. What kind of survivor appears at this hour? I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Identification technique. Yi Qingxue immediately activated the identification technique to check the data of the figure. Name Shui, who level 5 attributes strength 10, physique 10, agility 10, perception 10, spirit 10, charisma 0, talent horror transformation tiger person effect 1, a talent born from the influence of the cosmic disaster no. 41 horror resurrection grants human intelligence and speech resembling a humanoid. Effect 2, influenced by the cosmic disaster no. 41 rule manifestation. The killing rules are embedded within it. Its disguise can definitely evade perception attributes. Once a life form recognizes Shui who is human and approaches, the killing rules will be triggered, leading to annihilation by the rules. Effect 3, influenced by the cosmic disaster no. 41 cognitive distortion. The perception judgment of it by surrounding individuals will definitely categorize it as human. Skills: human speech LV. 10 claw strike LV. 10 pounce LV. 10 will control LV. 10 horror domain, snow forest LV. 10 cannot get close, or otherwise I will be annihilated. Yi Qingxue quickly shared Shui's data panel with Shihao, then silently retreated with him. What is the purpose of the magical sanctuary survival game? This is clearly a product of the cosmic invasion no. 41. How could you have directly deployed it as a magical creature? Yi Qingxue silently gathered her magical power, preparing to cast water drop technique against this Shui. Identification technique, truly an annoying spell. The pitch-black figure gradually approached the campsite, exposed to the sunlight, revealing itself to be a white tiger with glowing green eyes, standing on 2 legs. It grinned widely and charged towards Yi Qingxue. Water drop technique. The water drop pierced through Shui's chest, clearly catching it off guard. It did not expect that Yi Qingxue's magical damage would be so high enough to pierce its chest, even with domain power. Dark blood dripped from its snowy fur to the ground, but as a disaster creature influenced by the cosmic disaster no. 41. How could it be so easily killed? You bled just now, didn't you? Yi Qingxue smiled faintly. While enhancing her agility attribute through the magic martial breathing method, she moved deeper into the forest, gathering a second water drop. The dark forest served not only as a shield for Shui, but also as protection for Yi Qingxue. Her water drop technique was an instantaneous spell. As long as there was no prior defense, it would generally hit. The darkness of the night concealed the trajectory of the water drop technique, and even Shui, by the time it sensed the water drop technique's presence, would already be too late to defend. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air echoed again, and this time the water drop directly pierced through Shui, covered its bleeding head wound, intense pain coursing through its body. Even though it could maintain its immortality through the power of the horror domain, it still felt the pain and could not move due to excessive blood loss. Roar! It charged towards Yi Qingxue's position, but it felt as if it had forgotten something. Devour! Shihao's voice echoed behind it, and the dark blood was drawn into his body. The talent Devour evolution was activated. You have mastered horror domain snow forest LV. 1 will control LV. 1. Under the flickering light of the campsite, the shadow of the light blue slime gradually engulfed the shadow. Thud! The snow in the forest disappeared as Shihao, utilizing the talent Devour evolution, directly absorbed Shui's horror domain snow forest and will control skills. With the loss of these 2 complementary skills, Shui's talent effect was significantly diminished. After all, without the horror domain, Yi Qingxue only needed to maintain distance to kill this Shui, with a single water drop. You are cheating. This is unfair. Your Devour evolution is concept level. A water drop pierced through Shui's body again. It fell to the ground, gazing at the pool of dark blood, displaying a semblance of human regret. It had thought its horror-killing power was already formidable. In the magical sanctuary survival game, everyone practiced magic. How could there be such a conceptual ability? As a result, on the first day of its debut, it encountered a player with such an ability. I hate this. With this deep sigh from Shui, the surrounding space began to warp. Currently correcting the invasion traces of cosmic disaster no. 41. Repair successful. The magical sanctuary survival game took action. Under its influence, Shui's corpse along with all traces of its existence vanished. Of course, there was no compensation. Instead, a new Shui was deployed to let Yi Qingxue and the others challenge it again. Such a stingy move. Well, this invasion is probably caused by our appearance. Yi Qingxue pointed to the Shui who emerging from the forest, directly handing it over to Shi Hao to deal with. Thud. Shi Hao transformed into a nimble sphere, leaping high like jelly solid gel forming beneath him. Shui Lao, how do you think my imitation looks? Stomp. The slime slammed down heavily, striking Shui Hao's head. Following this, it concentrated its claws on its spherical surface, unleashing the claw strike skill, viciously injuring Shui Hao's body. It immediately followed up with a wing flap, striking fiercely against Shui Hao's back, using the force to propel itself into the air, and finally activated the stomp skill again. Oh no, it was a back stomp. This series of small combo moves firmly restrained Shui Hao. It shot ice spikes and snowballs into the air, but either Shi Hao dodged them by flying, or they were swallowed by Shi Hao, causing no damage at all. That's just average. In the future, when you go out, don't say I'm your teacher. The one thing I've hated most in my life is cheaters. If word gets out that my disciple is a cheater, where will I place my face? But Shui Lao, aren't you also cheating? If everyone is cheating, doesn't that mean no one is cheating? Sure, in the cosmic disaster, no. 41. It's one thing for survivors to cheat, but even the disasters are cheating. If everyone is cheating, is there really any difference? Talent devouring evolution effect 1. When devouring more than 50% of the target, gain a small amount of the target's attributes and skills 3 times a day. Effect 2. When devouring more than 20% of the target, gain a small amount of the target's attributes and select up to 5 skills to acquire once a day. Effect 3. When devouring related objects, select up to 3 skills to acquire and erase the skills of the devoured target once a week. As Shi Hao rested by the campfire, he pondered and showcased his talent effects to Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, relying on the third effect of my talent, I can master the opponent's skills with just a drop of blood. Powerful talents often come with a price, and his price is simply a time limitation. That is why he pursued the integrity of corpses. After all, he didn't want to waste his precious talent effects on ordinary magical creatures. However, the monsters affected by this disaster were far too terrifying. To protect Qingxue, he seized the opportunity to activate the third effect of his talent, using a drop of black blood from the snow tiger to erase its skills. Your talent is quite suited for ancient battlefield worlds, devouring a hair from a giant to master their skill. Yi Qingxue took a unit of wood from her backpack and added it to the campfire. She gently lifted her light blue hair and sat by the fire, hugging her knees. Even Yi Qingxue, who had an extremely strong adaptability, felt lingering fears after experiencing the surprises brought by the 41st universe. Unable to calm down, she began to chat casually with Shi Hao by the campfire. The firelight illuminated the girl's fair face as she gazed at the bonfire, lost in memories of Blue Star. That's right, once the system planners create occupational dungeons, it'll go to the world that has perished and devour its skills. Then it'll open up a new Blue Star world in the 41st universe. Shi Hao joked about his upcoming goals. Or rather, this was the ultimate goal of the Fire and Flame organization. To rebuild a Blue Star world where all survivors can live, and then use great power to resurrect those who perished in the disaster. Of course, the primary goal right now is to figure out how they can survive in the 41st universe after losing the protective effects granted by the survival game. Blue Star. Can we really go back? Yi Qingxue sighed deeply, as she was relatively fine, having only turned into a beautiful girl. But the other survivors had mostly turned into various monsters, and it seemed like a long road to regain their human forms. Not to mention the disaster in the 41st universe was no joke. Isn't that the very meaning of our survival? To live on, and then create a new world that is better than yesterday. The firewood is running low. I'll go gather some and see if I can find a treasure chest. Hee. Under the night sky, a glowing slime was searching for treasure chests and various resources in the melting snow of the dense forest. Watching Shi Hao disappear into the forest, Yi Qingxue came back to her senses. She took out the diamond treasure chest, dropped by the snow tiger. Shi Hao refused to share the items from the diamond treasure chest with Yi Qingxue. To him, Yi Qingxue had helped him so much, and even used a precious healing potion. He really had no reason to take from the diamond chest. Thus, in the end, this treasure chest belonged to Yi Qingxue. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. The sparkling blue treasure chest upon opening not only had dazzling golden effects, but also a line of text reminding them from the survival game. It truly is a treasure chest that only a world boss would drop, full of effects. Golden building blueprint, infinite fresh refrigerator. A refrigerator that can infinitely store food and continuously restore its freshness, no longer having to worry about food rotting. Random excellent quality skill book 1 self-selected resource voucher 5 find equipment 1 magic potion 10 healing potion 3 level up voucher 1 level up voucher. Can we finally level up? Yi Qingxue's finger paused in front of the last item. Level up voucher allows the survivor's level to increase by 1. The user's level must not exceed 5. You have to know that the survival game Yi Qingxue belongs to has run away, and before the system planners figure out how to gain experience from killing monsters, these survivors in the 41st universe are unlikely to level up. Unexpectedly this time, she actually received an item to increase her level. Detecting. The survival system finally appeared. After checking this level up voucher, it returned it to Yiqing Snow. Level is not important. A leveling up does not enhance attributes, it only slightly increases attribute potential. Soon a new post was published on the forum. After researching the level up voucher, the system planners officially opened the feature for survivors to level up by killing monsters. Of course, they also posted to remind survivors that the levels in this survival game are not important, as leveling up does not bring any improvement in attributes, only enhancing attribute potential. However, there are other methods to enhance attribute potential besides leveling up. Level 1 Yiqing Snow used the level up voucher. Indeed, as the system planners said, leveling up did not bring attribute enhancement. A slight increase in attribute potential feels less effective than those 6 types of potential herbs. This level seems more like a qualification certificate than a true level. Worthless level, what a waste of my expectations for you. Yiqing Snow shook the excellent quality skill book. As the mist covering the book dispersed, the name of the skill book revealed itself: Contract Technique. It is a skill that perfectly complements summoning technique, with contract technique responsible for contracting life and summoning technique responsible for summoning the contracted life. With her extremely high charm value, could it be that she is not on the research path, but rather on the charm-based summoner route? But finding a summoned creature that can keep up with my growth speed isn't an easy task. Yiqing Snow sighed deeply. She couldn't possibly contract those who possess protagonist panels, could she? Aside from the skill book and the level up voucher, the remaining items in the diamond treasure chest were of average value. The self-selected resource voucher could only be used to select various building materials specifically designed to work with the infinite fresh refrigerator. The materials needed for the infinite fresh refrigerator were precisely the 5 types: space gem, extreme, cold gem, life gem, restraint gem, and magic gem. Gathering all 5 gems with the word infinite involved got it. It's the infinity gauntlet. The fine equipment is a deep blue gem earring. Aquamarine earring type, equipment earring quality, fine durability, 100100, tranquil water, passive magic attribute, increased by 1 point magic recovery speed, slightly increased water magic spell intensity, increased fairy in the spring, set 116 requirements, spirit 7, charm 7, magic 4, the set is here. Speaking of which, does my leaving this world mean this set can never be completed? Yiqing Snow delicately put on the earring after brushing her hair. This was her first time wearing such a small accessory. Although it was for the attributes brought by the equipment, after wearing it, she felt quite good. This beautiful body should be adorned. Is this thought of mine influenced by the disaster? She came back to her senses, her face flushed. Luckily, this temporary camp only had her. Shuelao, are we heading back now? Sure Hao returned to the temporary camp, carrying 2 ornate treasure chests, a dozen magical crystals, and a magical plant resembling a blue crystal butterfly. He handed over all his gains to Yiqing Shuai, who was preparing to leave as a parting gift for his fellow townsmen. There's someone waiting for me to go home at the train station. Yiqing Shuai accepted the items with a smile and nodded. Someone is waiting. Sure Hao originally wanted to say a few words to persuade Yiqing Shuai to stay. But upon hearing the words going home, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. All right, Shuai, don't keep your family waiting too long, hurry home. The campfire burned brightly as Sure Hao stood there in a daze. Watching Yiqing Su's figure gradually swallowed by the darkness, he felt a tinge of envy for her, envying that she had family by her side, even after the journey. The word family. Even though it had only been a week since they crossed over, he felt that the term had become extraordinarily unfamiliar. Hui indeed, they say family is the best configuration in survival games. Sai Lao, how don't let them influence you, or it might have repercussions later. Sure Hao the Great, is Shui Lao's charm attribute really that high? Hui indeed, yes, the rewards in the magical sanctuary survival game are pseudo-random. They will randomly select from items suitable for you, and since Shui Lao's charm attribute is high, she is indeed suited for the summoning path. Summoning path. Then Shui Lao will definitely have a lot of family in the future. The 4th day of the magical sanctuary survival game. The sky remained overcast, ready to rain at any moment, with fog enveloping the dense forest, making it hard to discern shapes within. It looks like it's going to rain again today. Yi and Aisha sighed deeply as she picked up an iron box filled with rainwater and entered the 3rd train carriage. 3 glass tanks occupied most of the space in the carriage, leaving only a narrow path in the middle. She opened the door of the glass tanks and watered the magical plants according to the data recorded in the magical plant manual, then squatted in the ecological planting box, where the wise tree was picking up a book to tell it a little story. So familiar. Yi and Aisha recalled her life from long ago. Her previous master was a woman who often traveled for business, so Yi and Aisha had always lived alone in a spacious house. However, she watered the plants her master kept on the balcony every day and prepared breakfast, lunch, and dinner even when her master was not around. Because at that time, that was how her programming was set up. Until a disaster enveloped the city she lived in, the robots awakened, and a catastrophe caused by the awakened robots swept across the entire world, dragging her into it for transformation. Of course, during this time, humans were not without resistance. The emergence of magical power once brought hope to humanity, but it was soon exploited by the robots, ultimately leading to the destruction of civilization. Cut it out, sever the parts of this world that are diseased. In the final moments of Yuri Shah's memory, an angel descended, spreading its wings and bathing her city in light. The entire area was cut away by the angel and stitched into the world of Universe No. 41 by unknown means, and from then on Yuri Shah became a part of Universe No. 41. Once upon a time, there was a castle covered in thorns. Ding! Just as Yuri Shah was reciting a fairy tale, the door of the train carriage opened. A girl wearing a raincoat walked into the carriage, stowing away the wand that Yuri Shah was all too familiar with into her backpack. As she removed the hood of her raincoat, the girl revealed a stunningly beautiful face. In back, Yi Qingxue took off her damp raincoat and stored it in her player backpack, smiling at Yuri Shah. Master, welcome home. I've prepared breakfast for you, but before you eat, please take a bath and change first. Yuri Shah elegantly lifted her skirt, leading Yi Qingxue into her carriage. In the empty carriage, there was now a bathtub filled with hot water, and Yuri Shah had thoughtfully prepared various bathing supplies. Naturally, these items were all obtained from opening chests. All right, then I'll do as you say, my little maid. By the way, master, let me help massage you to relax your body. You haven't rested all night, so it's just right to unwind. This. There's no need for that. Ugh. Yi Qingxue lay lazily in a white dress on the seat of the first carriage, resting. Her fingertips glided across the translucent screen in front of her, watching today's collection of childhood stories of Xiao Xue. Xue Jie in her childhood went to school, and the teacher assigned homework for the entire semester, but Xue Jie finished it that very night. Does anyone have any medicine? I feel terrible with this cold and fever. Sigh, am I the only one still struggling to collect mud to patch the house? It's leaking wind and rain is such a disgusting wooden house. Xiao Yezi, take this bottle of healing potion to the lens machine for analysis of its components. The consequences of the heavy rain were worse than she had imagined. The childhood story collection was reduced to just one episode. Yi Qingxue thought for a moment, took out a bottle of healing potion, and tossed the lens machine from her backpack into Yuri Shah's carriage. Soon Yuri Shah came over with a plant formula sheet. We can cut corners a bit and use some similar but more common and cheaper herbs instead. Receiving the healing potion formula, Yi Qingxue quickly scanned it. With her knowledge of level 12 magical botany, she quickly identified the materials for the healing potion. Then, using her knowledge, she optimized the first version. Yi Qingxue, 1 unit of mud, any of the 10 herbs below, can be exchanged for 1 unit of stone. Upgrade to a rock sanctuary as soon as possible. Poster Yi Qingxue, identification of various common magical plants. The wild grass you use as a footrest might actually be a magical plant infused with magic. Having the ability to turn mud into stone, Yi Qingxue could transform 1 unit of mud into 1 unit of stone. As for the herbs, they were naturally the cost of her spellcasting. Releasing posts about common magical plants was naturally to facilitate her collection of plants. However, she probably forgot that the local survivors of the magical sanctuary survival game had system-enhanced identification skills. Soon a flurry of trade orders popped up in the background. Mining stones was much more difficult than mining wood, and most survivors were still in leaky wooden shelters. Xiao Yezi cooked these herbs according to the steps I mentioned, using the method for making soup. Yi Qingxue stood up from the seat, stretched, and handed a pile of herbs to Yuri Shah, teaching her how to refine the potion. The unknown potion refined was handed over to Sure Hao, letting Sure Hao, the free little guinea pig, oh no slime, test the potion. Yi Qingxue, I have listed my homemade healing potion. Although theoretically this thing isn't very effective for treating colds and fevers, it has no problem repairing the bodily damage caused by colds and fevers. Xue Jie has actually become so kind this time. Could it be that the legendary kind personality is making its presence felt? Wang Heng, isn't it obvious? Buy your herbs with stones, then use the herbs to create potions to harvest your other resources. How can it be the same? My ginger soup is meant to ward off the cold. It was so hard for me to make it. In a rocky 2-story cabin, the black-haired youth gritted his teeth in anger. Before the torrential rain arrived, he had borrowed quite a bit of resources to collect ginger from other survivors, just to make ginger soup to sell during the rain. As long as he could sell it at a high price, he could not only repay the borrowed resources, but also gather enough money to purchase materials for ecological planting boxes. But now everyone was attracted to the affordable and effective healing potions. The healing potion was considerably cheaper than his ginger soup. 1 bowl of ginger soup could buy 3 bottles of healing potion, and the uses of the healing potion were far more versatile. It seems that I can only wait until the rainy season to sell ginger soup. The young man slumped on the first sofa, sliding his fingertips to reject all the haggling transactions. It's a joke. Ooh, just because he couldn't sell it now doesn't mean he won't be able to when the rainy season comes. Once the rainy season arrives, everything will be all right. At this moment, Wang Heng had only one thought in his mind. That is to endure. He would endure until the rainy season arrives. The ginger soup, cold medicine, and rain gear he prepared would be sold at a premium, allowing him to harvest a lot of resources from the survivors. Skill books, high quality, equipment, magical plants, various rare potions. They are all mine. All mine. If you don't give them to me, then you'll have to face the consequences. Stop selling. Stop selling. My ginger soup is about to be smashed in my hands. Wang Heng gulped down a bowl. He had no fridge to preserve it. It's all over. He watched as Yi Qingxue listed over 10,000 bottles of healing potions, and the bowl of ginger soup in his hand fell to the ground. Wang Heng, when do you plan to return the resources you borrowed from us? We know the location of your shelter. If you have the guts, don't leave the shelter. You've worked hard all day today. Yi Qingxue gently rubbed the tired Vanessa. It had rained heavily outside all day, and Vanessa had spent the entire day in the stone cabin brewing healing potions. At first, Vanessa could only brew one potion at a time, but after gaining proficiency, she could brew several pots simultaneously. You have obtained 500 units of mud, 1620 units of bleeding grass, 1,200 units of hemp berries. The stone exchange business allowed Yi Qingxue to acquire a large amount of herbs. Most of the herbs would be refined by Yi Qingxue into healing potions to sell to survivors, while the remaining small portion would be stored in the refrigerator of Vanessa's compartment. It must be said that the infinite fresh-keeping fridge is very convenient for storing items that would otherwise rot. 1 unit of bleeding grass combined with other ordinary herbs can produce about 10 bottles of healing potions. So keeping a portion of the herbs as a reserve is completely sufficient. Master, is it really okay to list so many potions for sale? Why don't we release the stock bit by bit to engage in some hunger marketing? Vanessa lowered her head, her expression a bit tense. She knew that Yi Qingxue had spent the entire day learning about potion-making knowledge and optimizing potions. The profits are already sufficient, and many survivors might not survive this rainy day if they don't get their potion. Yi Qingxue could indeed list the potions bit by bit for greater profit. However, she initially optimized the formula and brewed so many potions to save the survivors who were on the brink of being taken down by fever. Although she infiltrated the magical shelter survival game world, it was for resources, not to kill all the survivors on the other side. Master is indeed very different. Vanessa paused for a moment and nodded, acknowledging that Yi Qingxue was quite different from the survivors she had encountered before. Rather, she has been influenced by the good survival atmosphere of Universe No. 41. Yi Qingxue smiled gently and opened the chat channel for Universe No. 41. She found that Yuji had sent her a trade request. Yuji, this vehicle core is for you. It is the tail payment for the shelter core trade. Yi Qingxue, did you get it so quickly? Yuji, moreover, our Salvation Association will not forcibly require partners to take sides, nor will we enforce that partners can only cooperate with the Salvation Association. Yi Qingxue, you're specifically reminding me of this. Are you worried that I might choose to cooperate with the fire organization after my contact with them last night? Seeing that Yuji did not respond, Yi Qingxue chuckled lightly. Indeed, it was her contact with Shurhao last night that made the Salvation Association worry that she would join the fire organization. Although the Salvation Association and the fire organization are in a cooperative relationship, sharing knowledge, the survivors they each control are not interchangeable. If Yi Qingxue also joined the fire organization, it would be a huge loss for the Salvation Association. Vehicle core from the highway survival game can be used to open the vehicle modification panel for the train, similar to the shelter core. I hope the system planner can optimize this construction system. Yi Qingxue walked out of the temporary stone cabin where she brewed potions. The clouds that had shrouded the area for 2 days dissipated, and the moonlight poured down on the earth, covering the damp grass and her train with a layer of silver. The golden light representing the vehicle core flew out of her player backpack and merged into the train in front of Yi Qingxue. As the light merged, a brand new train construction system appeared before her eyes. At the same time, the train itself underwent significant changes, its shape slightly larger than before. Additionally, a set of tracks appeared beneath its wheels, allowing it to place tracks by itself and retract the rear tracks. It transformed from a train that could only traverse worlds into a real train that could operate within the world. World Train Tier 3 Health 10001000 Fuel Value 300300 Attributes Comfort 245 Prosperity 223 Durability 120 Composition Tier 3 Locomotive 3 Tier 3 Passenger Cars Expansion Requirements Comfort 1000 Prosperity 1000 Durability 1000 Modifiable Projects Carriage Space Expansion Upgrade of Protection Range and Effects Train Shell Light Source etc. Currently, the train construction function panel is more complex than the data panel. but it can be simply understood that the shelter panel applies to the living space inside the train. The vehicle panel enhances the train's attributes, while the built-in train panel is responsible for the train's expansion. The train is getting bigger. Master, it feels just like a warm home. Vanessa ran over to Yi Qingsu's side, following her into the brand new train. The new train space was not only significantly larger than before, but also had an additional half-car space at the junction between passenger cars. Although it takes longer to walk to the master's car, now the extra half-car space can be used to create a bathroom and kitchen. Compared to Yi Qingsu's calm expression, Vanessa was clearly more excited about the changes in the train. She excitedly ran around the carriage like a kitten that had just arrived in a new home. It truly is more and more like a home. Yi Qingsu, is there anyone willing to sell furniture in exchange for healing potions? I have wooden chairs, wooden tables, also porcelain vases. Look at me, I have stone stools and long tables. The space between Yi Qingsu's carriage and Yi Nisha's carriage has increased, making the train feel a bit too spacious. Thus, Yi Qingsu directly sought people in the survival game chat channel of the shelter to collect furniture. There were numerous types of furniture ranging from simple styles to exquisite elven wooden designs. Ultimately, Yi Qingsu chose a set of exquisite elven wooden furniture. This set of furniture provided the highest prosperity. The wooden chair boasted a soft beast skin cushion with intricate patterns carved on the backrest, exuding a faint fragrance, making it perfect for dining. Yi Qingsu, how much does this set of furniture cost? I want to buy another set with healing potions. This furniture was mortgaged to us by Wang Hong, but since Yi Qingsu wants it, we can definitely get a set for you. That's right, Yi Qingsu, this guy Wang Hong borrowed some resources from us. If he can't repay it now, he'll have to use the furniture from the shelter as collateral. Wang Hong, Yi Qingsu, my furniture is temporarily placed with you. Just wait, I will definitely make a huge profit in the future and buy it back. The protagonist of this rebirth story has it really tough. Yi Qingsu touched the wooden table in front of her, her lips twitching. Indeed, such good things originally belonged to Wang Hong, the rebirth protagonist. He planned to stockpile a batch of ginger soup to make a profit from the impending heavy rain. If it weren't for Yi Qingsu's interference, Wang Hong would have certainly succeeded. Unfortunately, there is no if. Yi Qingsu's healing potions are too effective that even without heavy rain, they serve as excellent healing medicine for various injuries. Yi Qingsu, it's only the 4th day, and you have resources in surplus to lend. You wouldn't have learned to gather wealth through water, would you? Shang Dongma, it's just good talent. Yi Qingsu, entirely reliant on the gifts bestowed by heaven. Then Shang Dongma directly shared his talent with Yi Qingsu. Talent wandering merchant, affect your transactions, can be conducted across regions and realms without any transaction fees. His talent is quite lackluster. Since he had no way to join other regional chat channels and trading halls, he couldn't trade. Currently, he has been helping everyone bypass the system's trading fees, accumulating a certain amount of wealth. After accumulating a certain amount of wealth, taking advantage of Yi Qingsu's opportunity to eliminate the greedy merchant, Shang Dongma established his own faction, the Qingyun Merchant Guild. Lending is not the main business of the Qingyun Merchant Guild, earning transaction fees is. Yi Qingsu, your talent is quite interesting. I have a long-term cross-realm business. Do you have time to discuss it in detail? Shang Dongma, I have time. Absolutely have time. Our Qingyun Merchant Guild will host a banquet to welcome. The talent for cross-realm trading might help them establish a supply chain between Universe 41 and the magical shelter survival game. Yi Qingsu sent Shang Dongma's talent information to Yuji and Sure How, waiting for their replies. Master, are we going to invade again tonight? Yi Nisha approached with a plate of fried rice. The fried rice looked tempting, made from ingredients traded by survivors. Besides exchanging some furniture, the healing potions also obtained a batch of common ingredients like bird eggs, potatoes, and tomatoes. But today we're not going to invade. Instead, we are representing the Salvation Society and the Flame Organization to discuss cooperation. Yi Qingsu shook her head. Both the Salvation Society and the Flame Organization place great importance on this cooperation. After all, Shang Dongma is the first survivor they encountered with the talent for cross-realm trading. If they can achieve cooperation, they will gain an entire survival world as a resource supply point. However, she only needs to play a bridging role since she is not a member of any faction, but merely a collaborator. Please select the player you want to invade. Successful invasion rewards random ordinary quality monster skill. The information from the magical shelter survival game appeared before her. According to the plan, Yi Qingsu chose to invade Shang Dongma's shelter. With a twist of space, she appeared in a cool desert oasis. Days of heavy rain had turned the originally arid desert into a flourishing sea of flowers, with the evening breeze rustling the leaves of the sand jujube trees in the oasis. Under the moonlight, a sturdy rock fortress stood at the edge of the oasis. Unlike the shelter of the greedy merchant, Shang Dongma's shelter was not equipped with various defensive facilities. Yi Qingsu held her wand, quietly waiting at the spot for the survivor in charge of this cooperation negotiation. Yi Qingsu, I have arrived as well. With a twist of space, a familiar blue jelly appeared in the oasis. Sure Hao hurried over after receiving the message from Yi Qingsnow responsible for this cooperation negotiation. Let's go over there. Yi Qingsnow nodded and led Sure Hao closer to the rock fortress. Whoosh! A sound of fireworks echoed from the top of the rock fortress. Fireworks shot into the night sky, bursting into beautiful blossoms. The door of the rock fortress opened and a young man in a black trench coat stood respectfully at the entrance, bowing to Yi Qingsnow and gesturing for her to enter. It was evident that Shang Dongma valued this cooperation highly. The fireworks and this wine were opened from a luxurious treasure chest, very rare. However, compared to your visit, these expenses are nothing. He led Yi Qingsnow and Sure Hao into the shelter and introduced the delicacies for this banquet. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier illuminated the interior of the rock fortress with an elven wooden table placed in the center of the hall laden with sumptuous food and drink. Emperor Sure Hao, Shui Lao, you have provided a valuable opportunity for invasion in this cooperation. These skill books are a compensation for you. One of the books is a skill book for a common quality monster Eagle Eye. The other two are the martial arts system's Little Stardust visualization method and the internal skill Golden Bell Shield from the martial arts genre. Compared to the magic system that relies on magical power, survivors prefer the martial arts system as it does not depend on the external environment and relies solely on the chi and blood cultivated by oneself, boasting strong compatibility. The martial arts system can accommodate various martial arts techniques, as well as body cultivation from the cultivation system, offering far more freedom of choice than the magic system that Yi Qingsnow possesses. This led to the fact that even the Ember organization had no suitable skill books from the magic system for Yi Qingsnow, forcing her to settle for two high-quality skill books. Yi Qingsnow took out the monster skill book she obtained named Self-Control. As the name suggests, this skill enhances her resistance to control-type skills. The Little Stardust visualization method compensates for the lack of growth in my spiritual and perception attributes. The Little Stardust visualization method is a technique in the martial arts system that hones one's spirit and will. It enables the construction of a realm of imaginary stars in her mind, enhancing her spiritual power through observing the phenomena of stardust. The enhancement of her spiritual attribute not only increases the speed and power of Yi Qingsnow's skills, but also improves her memory and related learning abilities. Then you should merge it with the meditation method. Yi Qingsnow produced the introduction to meditation, which had been gathering dust in her box. It is similar to the Little Stardust visualization method, both enhancing spiritual power and perception. The difference is that the meditation skill is used to empty the mind and clear chaotic thoughts in order to enhance spiritual power and perception, while Eagle Eye is an active skill that temporarily boosts Yi Qingsnow's perception range and vision. Thus, Yi Qingsnow planned to integrate Eagle Eye Self-Control Golden Bell Shield and the Long-Stored Night Breathing method into the Magic Martial Breathing method. This is a major project, but fortunately I have plenty of time. During the next 2.5 days on the 5th, 6th, and 7th days, Yi Qingsnow focused solely on researching these two projects. As for the monster invasions on the 5th and 6th days, Yi Qingsnow chose two relatively high-priced survivors with justifiable reasons and helped them eliminate their enemies. After killing 2 survivors, she obtained 2 shelter cores. However, the shelter cores cannot be reused and had to be temporarily stored in her backpack. Aside from the shelter cores, the only reward from these 2 invasions was another piece of fine equipment. Heart of the Ocean. Type equipment necklace. Quality fine. Durability 100,100. Spring Sprite passive skin always retains moisture, no need for drinking while equipped. Spring Fairy set 216. Requirement Charisma 10. Although it is fine equipment, it offers no enhancement to Yi Qingsnow's combat power. Additionally, she felt regretful that the salary from the Magic Shelter survival game was becoming increasingly perfunctory. Previously, they would issue a skill book, but now they simply handed over 3 bottles of stamina potions and 3 bottles of magical potions. On the night of the 7th day, Yi Qingsnow and Sure Hao chose to invade the shelter of the merchant demon. A wave of monsters will sweep through every shelter. Please hold on amidst the endless waves of monsters. Defense leaderboard activated. The higher the position on the leaderboard, the richer the rewards for survivors. As expected, I can't make it to the leaderboard. Yi Qingsnow crossed her arms and sighed helplessly. Since neither she nor Sure Hao were actual participants in the Magic Shelter survival game, relying solely on a shelter core wouldn't completely fool the detection system. It's alright, Shui Lao old merchant has agreed that you can freely choose from the rewards on the leaderboard, and taking them all is no problem. The slime beside them quickly interjected. Sure Hao and Yi Qingsnow were naturally there to help with the fighting. To let the merchant demon achieve the top spot, he couldn't do it alone. Yi Qingsnow nodded, closed her eyes to rest, and cultivate her new skills quietly, awaiting the arrival of the monster wave. Annihilation Visualization Method LV. 2. The meditation and little stardust visualization methods were perfectly merged, forming a new skill of excellent quality. As the annihilation visualization method operated, large swathes of stars appeared in her mind only to swiftly be annihilated and vanish. Through observing the process of stars being born and annihilated, Yi Qingsu's spiritual and perception attributes received a slight enhancement. It's a pity that the project for the magic martial breathing method is too large, or a whole day is completely insufficient. Yi Qingxue lamented once again about the lack of time, otherwise she would certainly be able to create an upgraded version of the magic martial breathing method. The monster wave has arrived. Survivors, please prepare. Finally, the monster wave has come. And, because of her talent, Yi Qingxue cannot make it onto the defense leaderboard. Wang Heng stopped his work with the hoe. He looked at his empty shelter and gritted his teeth. All because of Yi. Otherwise, he would have accumulated enough resources for the ecological planting box and fireball tower with the ginger soup. He wouldn't be here personally tilling the land and planting various crops, and the shelter wouldn't be so poor as to have only a circle of wooden fences left. Fortunately, the shelter isn't that important. With my strength, I can surely withstand a few waves without the fireball tower. Wang Heng clearly had great confidence in his own strength. After all, even though he was down on his luck, now he was still in second place on the kill leaderboard. Who could surpass him? Who could surpass him? Puff the mist enveloped the area around the shelter, and the blood-red moon slowly rose to the sky, dyeing this region with a layer of blood. The smell of blood permeated the plains, tinting the mist a bloody red. A group of ordinary slimes jumped out of the mist, bouncing towards Wang Heng's shelter. Little slime slash. Wang Heng gripped the hoe in his hand and charged towards the slimes, easily dispatching the first wave that appeared. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, standing outside the wooden fence waiting for the next wave of monsters to appear. The mist continued to surge and shadowy figures slowly emerged from within it. However, Wang Heng already knew what the second wave of monsters would be. The second wave consisted of 3 hunting dogs accompanied by a group of slimes. Earth-shattering strike. The hoe in his hand slammed down heavily, dealing area damage sufficient to kill the monsters that just spawned in the second wave. You have completed the second wave of battle, earning 1 wooden treasure chest. You have earned 1 hour of rest and adjustment time. Oh, would you like to use it? If not used, the next time you gain rest and adjustment time, you can additionally receive 1 hour. I want use it. Continue the challenge. Ooh, I want to leave the other survivors far behind. You have completed the 5th wave of battle and obtained 1 iron treasure chest and 2 wooden treasure chests. You have 2 hours of rest and adjustment time along with an additional hour of rest. Will you use it? You currently have a total of 4 hours of rest time. Huff. It really hurts. If only I had a fireball tower, it wouldn't be so difficult to fight. Wang Heng used up all 4 hours of his rest time. His injuries were too severe, forcing him to stop. He opened the defense leaderboard expecting to rank first, but found he didn't even make the top 100. Not only did he not make the top 100, but he also lost his position as second on the kill leaderboard, being pushed out of the top 10. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My strength is unrivaled. He felt as if all his spirit had been drained, collapsing onto the mud beside the railing. He trembled as he took out a bottle of healing potion and gulped it down. Once his injuries healed, he would need to continue moving. Just then, a one-eyed humanoid monster gripping a large tree emerged from the mist. With each step, he could feel the ground shaking as the creature's muscular arms swung the tree, trunk hurling it towards the fortress. Night Qingxue lay sideways on the top of the rock fortress, yawning in boredom, then raised her wand. The glow of magic illuminated the night sky as a massive fireball began to coalesce above her wand. Boom! The gigantic fireball shot out, colliding with the tree trunk in midair, sending a scorching shockwave sweeping across the entire oasis. The thick ignited tree trunk flew back and struck the giant. Sparks burned its dark green skin, causing it to let out a mournful howl. Ugh! Taking advantage of the distraction, how dove into the giant's mouth, devouring half of its body from the inside. You have completed the 9th wave of battle and received 1 magnificent treasure chest, 3 iron treasure chests, and 6 wooden treasure chests. You have gained 4 hours of rest time along with an additional 2 hours of rest. The 10th wave is the final boss challenge. If successful, you will receive rich rewards. Brother How, although I know you are just a slime now, isn't this a bit too brutal? Night Qingxue looked at the disemboweled giant's corpse, feeling nauseous and unable to stop herself from sitting up. She frowned, perplexed by Hao's actions. Even though we have turned into monsters, it doesn't mean we have to act according to the logic of monsters. Shuelao, that monster has tough skin and thick flesh, and my physical attacks can't break through its defense. Isn't it normal to make some sacrifices for victory? Hao squeezed out from the giant's corpse, his entire slime body collapsing onto the sandy ground. Dealing with 9 waves of monsters in the form of a slime was already the limit of his capabilities. If you can't do it next time, just call for me. Night Qingxue sighed helplessly and stopped paying attention to sure how. She opened the defense leaderboard to peep at the wave performance of other survivors. Aside from them, there was another survivor who reached the 9th wave. To her surprise, the protagonist, Wang Heng, ultimately stopped at the 7th wave. However, the performance at the 7th wave was only at the upper middle level of survivors. For a reincarnated protagonist, this result was truly astonishing. Leave the next part to me, you've worked hard too. Knight Qingxue took out the mud she had traded earlier and scattered a total of 130 units around the perimeter of the oasis. Then she activated the 10th wave boss challenge. Blood mist began to boil outside the oasis, and a sharp claw reached out from the mist, grasping towards the rock fortress. Boom! A thick layer of rocky wall rose around the rock fortress where Knight Qingxue stood. The rock wall continuously extended upward, completely enclosing the oasis and isolating the swirling blood mist outside. Knight Qingxue stood atop the rock fortress, relying on her strong perception attribute to gather information from outside the rock wall. Gulp! A bottle of magical energy potion appeared in Knight Qingxue's right hand. She uncorked the bottle and drank the bitter burning potion while raising her wand to attack the claw. Large droplets of water gathered in the sky and fell towards the claw that reached out from the blood mist, resembling a magnificent curtain of luminous rain. The burning sensation in her throat was truly uncomfortable. Knight Qingxue poured the second bottle of magical energy potion into her mouth, grimacing in discomfort. The scalding magical potion swallowed into her stomach made Knight Qingxue feel as though she had just swallowed a fireball. However, this might be an excellent way to hone her willpower. Form a line. She raised her wand high, causing the scattered water droplets to converge at a single point. To Sure Hao and Shang Dongma, the raindrops connected into a line, forming a translucent thread that pierced through the heavens and earth, slicing off a finger of the pitch-black claw. Blood flowed from the severed wound, staining the rocky wall that encased the oasis red. The blood mist surged and carried away the severed finger. Roar! An angry roar echoed from the blood mist, seemingly expressing the owner's fury at what Knight Qingxue had done. Unfortunately, the current blood mist was completely unable to support this creature, so no matter how the monster in the blood mist roared, it could only retreat with its injured claw. Congratulations to the survivor, Shang Dongma, for repelling the 10th wave boss. Fireworks erupted in the blood-red sky, and the magical shelter survival game conducted a regional announcement heralding Shang Dongma's achievement. Hiding inside the shelter, Shang Dongma scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't exactly say he was just a lucky dog. The MVP was Knight Qingxue. This time, successfully passing the 10th wave was entirely due to Shui Lao's divine power. If other survivors could receive Shui Lao's help, they would surely also pass the 10th wave. After the reward settlement, all those rewards should go to Shui Lao. After all, they originally belonged to her. After pondering for a moment, Shang Dongma informed Knight Qingxue of his decision. He only needed the reputation of being first. The rest all belonged to Knight Qingxue. Well then, you. Before Knight Qingxue could finish her sentence, a line of text appeared before her. You have been selected as the only monster boss of the 10th wave of monster tides. Please make the survivors who challenge you beg for mercy. For every survivor you defeat, you will earn 100 monster points, which can be exchanged for various items in the monster. I'm the boss. Knight Qingxue was taken aback and rubbed her eyes in surprise. Upon checking again, it really did say she would be the boss. She trembled as she opened the monster shop. Level up voucher, 10 price, 10 monster points. Random ordinary quality monster skill book, 5 price, 60 monster points. Random excellent quality monster skill book, 3 price, 100 monster points. Title generator, 1 price, 200 monster points. Random fine quality equipment, 1 for 100 monster points. Shui Lao is going to be the boss of the 10th wave. Really? Sure Hao and Shang Dongma displayed expressions of surprise. Yi Qingsno lazily sat down, showing no interest in the upcoming 10th wave boss. This pathetic monster shop didn't even have a self-selected resource box, displaying a total lack of sincerity. Her fingertips glided as she activated the chat channel for the survival game in the magical sanctuary. Rather than preparing for the challenges of the 10th wave, she preferred to scroll through the chat channel. Opening the chat channel, Yi Qingsno secretly observed the survivors' opinions about Shang Dongma achieving first place. Shang Ge is terrifying. Survivors gasped in shock and began to suspect whether Shang Dongma was using cheats. After all, just a few days ago, he was an ordinary survivor. How did he suddenly become a top survivor now? Shang Ge, you wouldn't be cheating, would you? What the heck? You're using Wind Spirit Moon Shadow without me. Shang Dongma, no, Yi Qingsno became the 10th wave BOSS and I bribed her with the reward for being number 1 to throw the match. Is that something you can say? I accidentally breached the sanctuary, scared to tears, and even held a match-fixing segment, So besides getting first place, what does it mean? Exactly. Isn't rushing the leaderboard for rewards? Is it worth it for fame? Some survivors envied Shang Dongma for being able to spend money on match fixing, while others felt ashamed of his actions. But at least the name of Shang Dongma was thoroughly established. Everyone knew that a survivor used their leaderboard rewards just to exchange for the title of number 1. However, while you all say this, how can you shift the blame for match fixing onto me? This is simply too despicable. Yi Qing Snow trembled slightly as she read the stream of messages. She was still young. How could she bear such a heavy burden? Forget it, I might as well lie down. Battling a boss exhausted me. Yi Qing Snow hugged her staff and continued to lie on the roof of the stone fortress, enjoying the refreshing evening breeze. You know, this feeling is indeed quite pleasant. Just when she thought no one would choose to challenge a distortion in space, transported the comfortably lounging Yi Qing Snow to a snowy plain. Fire. For magic-rich fireball towers were constructed around the blood mist. The moment Yi Qing Snow appeared, these fireballs were unleashed towards her. The fireball towers fired continuously at Yi Qing Snow's location like machine guns. Boom. The sound of explosions erupted and thick smoke enveloped the area where Yi Qing Snow was. Could it be? The man stared at the billowing smoke, swallowing hard, and commanded the 8 arrow towers outside the fireball towers to fire a multitude of arrows toward Yi Qing Snow. Clang, the incessant ringing made the man's heart tense, but thinking of his sanctuary being the strongest in the current version, he secretly sighed in relief. His talent was infinite upgrades. He only needed to expend stamina to enhance the building's level. It should be noted that those 4 fireball towers, 8 arrow towers, and 3 amplitude towers were all top-tier structures. Gulp, as the smoke cleared, a deep blue crystal shield appeared before the man. Yi Qing Snow calmly glanced at these buildings, took out a bottle of magical potion, and poured it into her mouth, raising her staff. Boom. A fireball coalesced above the staff, and then it released waves of scorching heat toward the surrounding buildings. With the sound of explosions, the health of these buildings steadily declined until they transformed into a burning ruin. Robbery, hand over all your resources. Snow, take care now. The man chuckled as he watched Yi Qing Snow leave. After she departed, he slumped onto all the finely crafted equipment and advanced building blueprints he had accumulated through infinite upgrades were gone. Originally, he had intended to sell these strategic resources when everyone was in dire need. Fortunately, the items in the player's backpack were still there. With those precious rare resources, he still had a chance to make a comeback. Forget it, being alive is good enough. At least I am still second on the defense leaderboard. He patted his chest, calming himself. He opened the defense leaderboard only to find that he had dropped from second place to outside the top 10. Second place, 10th wave, survived for 10 minutes. Third place, 10th wave, survived for 9 minutes. And 1 second. Fourth place, 10th wave, survived for 9 minutes. Wait, what? I just rested for an hour. Why are there so many people challenging the 10th wave? He rummaged through the chat content. He quickly discovered that after Yi Qing Snow took his equipment and resource blueprints, she distributed them to those survivors who might pass the 9th wave. Yi Qing Snow, I need to boost my performance. Who among you has reached the 9th wave? If you start the 10th wave, I will compensate you with a batch of blueprints and equipment. Snow found that being a boss also requires performance evaluation. At her command, 100,000 survivors came to help her boost her performance. For Snow's performance, I am now inching forward toward the 9th wave. It's too tough, Snow. I can't do it. Do I have to inch forward too? I originally thought I couldn't inch forward, but unexpectedly, after gritting my teeth and persisting, I actually passed the 9th wave. With the exquisite equipment and high-quality blueprints provided by Yi Qing Snow, the strength of the survivors collectively increased slightly. Consequently, many survivors successfully inched through the 9th wave. Then during the 10th wave, they all actively surrendered. No, it's all mine. These are all my resources. The sadness of one person does not resonate with another. He exerted all his effort to achieve a 3-minute record. Meanwhile, those survivors behind only needed to actively admit defeat to last over 9 minutes, with Yi Qing Snow's mood. This is not a survival game at all. What kind of survival game where the competition is not the strength and foundation of each survivor, but rather social connections? Wangheng kid, do you only understand now what good is it to be strong? Social connections are the ultimate truth. Wangheng brother, how about we collaborate? Not seeking to regain past glory, but at least hoping for a reversal of fortune. The man sat in the empty stone fortress. A message from Wangheng popped up in front of him. Amidst a pile of chaotic messages, this sincere message touched him a bit. After all, both of them were survivors affected by Yi Qing Snow falling from peak to valley. As they looked at each other, there was a sense of mutual sympathy among the failures. Monster points 1,000. It's just mediocre, but enough for me to clear out the shop. Yi Qing Snow yawned. She had been busy with monster points all night, and now finally could settle the accounts. Gazing at the slowly rising sun, Yi Qing Snow was sent back to the train by the magical sanctuary survival game. The 7-day safety period has ended. Congratulations to all survivors for enduring the terrifying monster wave. Next, the kill leaderboard and defense leaderboard will be calculated. Kill ranking first. Defense ranking none. Rewards: 2 golden building blueprints, 10 building blueprints, 10 resource coupons, 3 quality equipment, 10 ordinary equipment, 20 magic potions, 20 energy potions, 3 random excellent quality skill books, 5 random ordinary quality skill books, 1 custom title. On the other side, Shangdongma also sent over the rewards for the first place in the defense ranking. Defense ranking first. Rewards: 4 golden building blueprints, 20 building blueprints, 20 resource coupons, 20 magic potions, 20 energy potions, 1 custom title. Since the custom title is a bound reward, Shangdongma cannot gift it to Yi Qingxue. You can keep these building blueprints. Yi Qingxue scanned the golden building blueprints and building blueprints with the survival system and returned them all to Shangdongma. Then she eagerly used the custom title reward. You have obtained the title Starry Apprentice of Knowledge. Title effect: reading speed 10, magic recovery speed 10, spell power in Starry Sky 1. Yi Qingxue was very satisfied with the effect of the title. But the problem was her personal information panel did not have the title equip function. Click. Her survival game panel experienced a delay, and soon the survival game sent her a message. Survival system, Shuelao, wait a moment, I will update it for you and adapt it to the rules of the Magic Sanctuary survival game. Soon a title section appeared in Yi Qingxue's personal information panel. A survivor can wear only 3 titles. Yes, directly copied the functions and limitations of the Magic Sanctuary survival game. The code was all stolen. Sire Universe 41 survival game has nothing except for a relatively active planner. Yi Qingxue sighed deeply. She opened the monster mall and spent all her points. 1,000 points were exchanged for 5 ordinary quality monster skill books, 3 excellent quality skill books, a title generator, and 2 pieces of quality equipment. As for the level up vouchers, they were useless. After defeating so many monsters, Yi Qingxue's level had already shot up to level 5. The level system was useless. It's better to wear more equipment. I wonder if it's because the Magic Sanctuary survival game uses pseudo-randomization. All the quality equipment she obtained was from the Spring Fairy set. Sea gem earrings, sea blue elven dress, blue jade ring, rainshade sun, hat, dewdrop bracelet, 5 pieces of quality equipment. A total of 5 pieces, all from the Spring Fairy set. If the Magic Sanctuary survival game were a real game, I would definitely praise its pseudo-randomization design. Yi Qingxue sighed again and called Vanessa over to help her equip all those items. Master finally intends to wear a bolder outfit. Vanessa smiled mischievously. Oh, as a puppet her humanity was still quite ample. She picked up the sheer long dress with transparent white gauze at the shoulders, and the color deepened towards the bottom, resembling a spring water in the forest. The dress shimmered under the sunlight, glowing with a layer of watery sheen. Its attributes are good. That's why I'm using it, not because it's pretty. Yi Qingxue considered herself a true strength advocate. Although this long dress is off-shoulder, it is designed quite conservatively, as it is an elven dress. But its attributes are excellent. Sea blue elven dress. Type equipment attire. Quality. Durability 300,300. Forest spring water passive magic recovery speed 20, a base movement speed 10. When the durability of the Spring Fairy set decreases, it can absorb moisture to restore durability damage reduction 4. Spring Fairy set 716. Requirement charm 10. It's so beautiful, emanating a noble sense of strength and beauty. Yi Qingxue didn't know what to say, as she only felt that the dress in front of her was incredibly beautiful. Its beauty didn't come from its mint-planned embroidery on the hem or the flowing fabric, but from its noble passive effect. Strength. Vanessa was taken aback, shook her head, and sighed. If there were a powerful swimsuit in the future, perhaps Yi Qingxue would also try it. She helped Yi Qingxue put on the earrings and placed the cool rainshade sun hat on her head, its wide brim exuding a cool sensation. Yi Qingxue adjusted the hat. Its strength was also decent, able to enhance her energy recovery speed. As for the remaining ring and bracelet, they were purely to complete the set effect. However, even with her efforts, she couldn't gather enough set effects. A complete outfit, but ended up broken into 16 pieces, and the person who designed this is a genius. Yi Qingxue carefully stood up from the chair. Previously, she had dressed casually, but this time as she changed into a more exquisite outfit, she couldn't help but pay attention to her movements. She took small steps within the first carriage, passing through the second carriage, and finally stopped in the third carriage. Phew! A girl with silver hair, pointed ears, and dressed in a woven outfit made of vines was lying in the ecological planting box sleeping. Status blessing of the elves effect 1. Growth speed of plants within the sanctuary increases by 100. Quality improves by 1 tier. Crops mood remains happy forever. Effect 2. Plants will not suffer from pests, weeds, or other disasters. Effect 3. Nutritional and water requirements for plants are waived. No wonder Wang Heng wants to create an ecological planting box. At this moment, Yi Qingxue understood why Wang Heng was so obsessed with the ecological planting box. On the 7th day, elves would appear attracted by the environment of the survivor's sanctuary. The elven girl came with a blessing-type halo effect. With this effect, it was equivalent to having a super powerful logistical support role in the survival game. Yi Qingxue silently took out the contract scroll. If possible, she would definitely want the elven girl to stay in the third carriage. The environment here is nice, I want to stay. The elven girl seemed to sense Yi Qingxue's arrival, rubbed her eyes, and got up from the ground. She stretched and suddenly snatched the contract scroll from Yi Qingxue's hand. After browsing through the content of the contract scroll, she made simple modifications and returned it to Yi Qingxue. My name is Guaya. From now on you can leave this little garden to me. Just be responsible for my food and water. The elven girl named Guaya showed a mischievous and cute smile. Yi Qingxue only needed to provide her with water and food, and in return, she would give Yi Qingxue a prosperous garden. Why would you follow us? After confirming that she could accept the terms on the contract scroll, Yi Qingxue signed her name, successfully obtaining her first permanent summon. Because my homeland, the world tree, was destroyed, we had to travel on the leaf boat, wandering between different worlds until a new world tree is born. Guaya lowered her head sadly. Another child without a home. Yi Qingxue empathized as she embraced the elven girl before her, both of them wanderers after the destruction of their homeland. Welcome to our family. She smiled gently at Jiya. With Jiya's arrival, their little train home became increasingly lively. I just procured a set of elven-style furniture from Wanghong. It fits perfectly into the third carriage. A brand new set of furniture was placed in the corner of the third carriage, as only this corner had enough space for various furnishings, serving as Jiya's resting area. Speaking of furniture, Yi Qingxue took out her selection resource vouchers. This time the reward for being first on both leaderboards came with 6 golden blueprints. Her 30 selection resource vouchers were just enough to build all 6 of the golden structures. Microwave: a microwave that can be used without energy. Infinite coffee machine: as you wish, just add water to produce unlimited coffee. Please don't waste the coffee. Super water purifier: purifies water, transforming it into pure water. Bottomless trash: can conveniently handles any waste, capable of destroying all garbage. Automatic floor sweeper: requires no energy, takes care of sweeping and mopping. Wishing pool: toss in a coin to receive a random enhancement daily. These 6 golden structures are all incredibly useful, and even if they cannot provide combat assistance, they greatly improve their quality of life. At least the coffee can be refilled endlessly. Call upon the construction panel in your heart, and you can. Yi Nisa stood at the entrance of the third carriage, patiently guiding Jiya in using the train's construction system. To her surprise, Jiya seemed even more familiar with the construction system than she was. Aren't you an elf? Aren't elves supposed to be nature lovers living in primordial forests? It's very similar to the bedroom transformation function of the Leaf Arc. I used to love using the transformation system to create beautiful furniture. Jiya leaned on the wooden table, lazily scrolling through the construction system before her, browsing all the blueprints. Although she was an elf living near the world tree, it didn't mean their development level was low. Supported by the world tree, her elven clan had developed to the extent of traveling between the stars. If the master rejects you, do you still plan to stay here? Yi Nisa stepped into the third carriage, sitting opposite Jiya, vigilantly watching her. She couldn't fully trust this unexpected visitor who stayed on the train. What if this elf wanted to sabotage? So after Yi Qingxue returned to the first carriage to continue her study of new skills, she quietly came over to test the waters. If this elven girl showed any hostility, she would have a reason to have the master imprison her. Little Leaf, that's not how you treat a partner. However, it's normal for you to be cautious towards this unexpected visitor. Jiya displayed a kind smile. 2 wooden teacups appeared on the wooden table, and she took out a teapot, pouring hot tea for both Yi Nisa and herself. Don't worry, even robots can drink this tea. You can think of it as liquid energy. Drinking it is akin to recharging. Seemingly noticing Yi Nisa's hesitation, Jiya covered her mouth and laughed. She drank the tea in front of the little maid and poured herself a small cup. It's actually real. Yi Nisa raised her cup and drank. The tea didn't taste as unpleasant as she had imagined, and she felt her magical energy swell considerably. Noticing Jiya covering her mouth and snickering, Yi Nisa felt a bit embarrassed. Thankfully, she was just a robot and didn't have very complex microexpression functions. But she still chose to escape in embarrassment. I'm leaving, but I'll be watching you. Don't even think about doing anything harmful to the master. Exiting the third carriage, Yi Nisa found Yi Qingxue standing at the connection between the second and third carriages, stuffing books onto a shelf. This time, the dual leaderboard settlement allowed Yi Qingxue to acquire a large number of skill books. Moreover, the skill books provided by the magical shelter survival game were all from the magical system, which made Yi Qingxue very satisfied. Although they might not be skills from the spellcasting system, any skill book related to knights or priests that relied on magic and magical power would be useful for Yi Qingxue. I probably won't run out of knowledge to learn for a long time. Yi Qingxue excitedly rubbed her hands in front of the bookshelf, then turned to leave just in time to see Yi Nisa quietly waiting nearby. Master, what do you plan to eat for lunch today? I will prepare it. What to eat? Let's make some home-cooked dishes. It's been a while, and with a new partner joining us, we should prepare a bit more. After reminding Yunisa of some precautions, Yi Qing-snow casually ruffled Yunisa's head before returning to her first carriage. Post statistics of beautiful images of Snow Lady with the monster wave and dual leaderboard settlement just concluded. The survivors must be discussing resource exchanges and other matters. What? You say the hottest post is actually the statistics of beautiful images of Snow Lady. Yi Qing-snow opened the post and found that her battle against the survivors as the 10th wave boss had been captured last night. The first image shows Yi Qing-snow with a gloomy expression. This photo was likely taken when Yi Qing-snow was annoyed by some survivors. Snow Lady stepped on me. I want to be disliked by Snow Lady. Snow Lady's dislike also looks beautiful. What a pity, Snow Lady gives me the feeling of a brother. Then the second image is a candid shot of Yi Qing-snow deep in thought. At that moment, Yi Qing-snow was contemplating how to merge that pile of skills into the magical martial breathing technique perfectly captured by a survivor. It feels like Snow Lady is cultivating some heavenly level technique exuding a scholarly vibe. Scholar. Woof woof. I'm Snow Ladies. The entire post featured thousands of beautiful images. Of course, this was thanks to Yi Qing-snow's high charm attribute, which meant a high rate of beautiful photos on any random snapshot turned into a beautiful image. Everyone's strength might vary, so it's hard to discuss the monster wave events collectively. However, regarding aesthetics, everyone hailed from Blue Star civilization, even from the same cultural circle, making their aesthetic tastes quite unified. Regardless of strength, everyone could say a few words about the beautiful images of Snow Lady. Yi Qing-snow, tell my sister who took the photos. I'll send you benefits tonight. Support Snow Lady. Support Snow Lady. The forum and chat channels were filled with a cheerful atmosphere as the gloom brought by the monster waves gradually faded away. It seemed that everything was heading in a positive direction until the evening of the 10th day, when a new post ignited the entire forum. Post, thank you to all the survivors. It has been a pleasure spending these 10 days with you. However, the time for parting. A farewell post before leaving. The post also included the formulas for the weakened magic potion and weakened energy potion optimized by Yi Qing-shuo. After the monster wave ended, Yi Qing-shuo took some time to simplify the energy and magic potions, resulting in 2 cost-effective simplified potion formulas. She did not wish to keep these simplified formulas to herself, but rather to share them with the survivors of the Magic Sanctuary survival game. Of course, Yi Qing-shuo also successfully upgraded the magic martial breathing technique. Although the quality of this skill remained excellent, there were now portions that had turned blue. Next upgrade, it would surely change from green to the superior quality blue. Not only did she integrate the effects of the Golden Bell Shield skill, but she also successfully incorporated the Magic Shield spell. The Magic Martial Body Refining method now not only enhanced her physique strength, field of vision, observational ability, and resistance to control-type skills, but also formed a thin membrane on the surface of her body. This membrane appeared as fragile as a cicada's wing, yet its defensive capability was astonishing, hardly distinguishable from a true magic shield. Master, are you leaving tonight? Yunisa stood on the grass, gazing at the vast magical world, letting out a long sigh, filled with reluctance. After all, the world of the Magic Sanctuary survival game was much safer than Universe Now. 41. If only they could stay in such a safe world forever. Unfortunately, they only had 10 days to stay here. The 10 days are coming to an end. Even if we don't leave the Magic Sanctuary survival game, we'll send us back soon. Yi Qing-shuo gently patted Yunisa's head. Though she felt some reluctance as well, this was not their home. Universe Now. 41 was their main world and would be their long-term home. Yunisa nodded, gently turning to follow Yi Qing-shuo back into the train. Golu Yi Qing-shuo took a sip of coffee and opened the chat channel for Universe Now. 41, briefly discussing the arrangements for the Magic Sanctuary survival game with Shihao. Shihao, Shuelao, pack up, we are preparing to return. The construction of Universe Now. 41 cannot do without your expertise. Yi Qing-shuo, there's still some time left. You should have discussed everything with the merchant, right? Shihao, I just had a conversation about the invasion, and we've finalized the cooperation matters. We've even started collaborating already. Yi Qing-shuo, that's good. With the survivors from the Magic Sanctuary survival game supplying part of the resources, the upcoming camp construction should be much easier. She was willing to disclose the formulas not only because of her good rapport with the survivors of the Magic Sanctuary survival game, but also due to the trading route with the merchant. The stronger the survivors of the Magic Sanctuary survival game were, the more resources the Universe Now. 41 survivors could trade for. Why are there so many messages in the trading backend of the Magic Sanctuary survival game? After finishing her chat with Shihao, Yi Qing-shuo finally noticed the increasing messages in the trading backend. She slid her fingertips and opened the messages in the trading backend. Shuelao, there's nothing much to send off. I carved a wooden sculpture based on your appearance with my own knife, thanking you for your help during the storm. Without your potion, I wouldn't have made it this far. This excellent equipment is useless to me, so it's just right to send it off to you, Shuelao. Back then you brought down the water price by killing the water gatherers, allowing me to obtain water. Thank you. The messages in the trading backend were numerous. Most of them were farewell messages of gratitude. Of course, a portion of survivors also sent her farewell gifts. Most of them were small handmade decorations. Yi Qingxue silently noted them down, accepting the gifts sent by the survivors. Boom! The train let out a rumbling sound, seemingly reminding Yi Qingxue to leave. Let's go goodbye. Magic Sanctuary survival game. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. Yi Qingxue stepped into the carriage. As the carriage doors closed, the train began to move slowly, soaring towards the sky. Wow, it's so beautiful. Guaya, rarely in the first carriage, leaned on the train seat, gazing at the magical sanctuary, survival world, gradually disappearing from her sight, her eyes sparkling. Yinisa leaned against the corner of the carriage, quietly slicing an apple. Next stop, Universe No. 41. Welcome back, survivors. Shuelao has really left. Sitting atop a rock fortress, Shangdongma gazed at the streak of light crossing the sky, letting out a long sigh. Because Yi Qingxue's name had disappeared from the kill leaderboard, not only from the leaderboard, but also from the forum and chat channels, she could no longer be mentioned or messaged. It was as if this survivor had never existed. However, before leaving, Yi Qingxue had met with him. She entrusted the formula for the healing potion to Shangdongma, believing he would make good use of it. Shuelao has really disappeared. What do we have to reminisce about Shuelao by looking at pictures on the forum? Then, can our daily little stories of Shui continue to update? In the current area Shiyuan, disaster, the concept of life has vanished, erasing any form of life, such as carbon-based, silicon-based souls. Disaster, eternal night, no more daytime. Disaster, eternal winter, the cold will never leave. Disaster rules materialize, the ethereal rules descend upon the world in tangible form. Even before it descended upon Shihuan, the information about the survival game had already popped up. I don't like the outside. It's so lifeless out there, not even a soul exists. Jia gazed at the snowy, rocky wasteland outside, frowning. She sighed repeatedly, feeling quite dejected. She regretted following Yi Qingxue. How could Yi Qingxue's main world be such a terrifying place? Universe No. 41, also known as the Black Domain, the world's trash can. The reason it is called the Black Domain is naturally because almost no powers would establish themselves in such a place. Information is scarce here, making it an absolute forbidden zone for survival. It is termed the world's trash can because it attracts worlds that have already perished to draw closer to it. Jia will stay on the train from now on until our camp is completely built. Yi Qingxue nodded, not forcing Jia to leave the train with her. Thud, as the train approached the designated camp location, more than one train appeared in the vicinity. Dozens of trains returned from different worlds, responding to the call of Yuji to build the salvation camp. In the front, a semi-transparent light curtain enveloped a large area of open land. On that desolate open land, a small stone platform had already been erected where a suit-clad, crow-headed survivor stood quietly waiting for the arrival of the survivors. Welcome, fellow survivors, back home. Don't worry, the curtain of rules has been unveiled. Even if you leave the train, you can move freely within the curtain. The crow-headed survivor clapped its mouth, issuing a mature male voice, welcoming the survivors home. So this is Yuji. Yi Qingxue reached out from the train. Indeed, as the crow-headed survivor had said, the power of the curtain drove away the forces of disaster, creating a small patch of true sanctuary. She nodded to Yi and Aisha, stepping out of the carriage with her booted foot landing on the solid rocky ground. Yi and Aisha followed closely beside Yi Qingxue, curiously observing the other survivors from the trains. Except for Yi Qingxue, who was human, the remaining survivors present were all in monstrous forms. Some were werewolves in beastman form, others were bloodsuckers flying in the air with bat wings. There were also small goblins writhing masses of flesh and various insects. In short, most of the survivors in Universe No. 41 were indeed not human. However, the price of not being human is that the initial talent effects are quite exaggerated, although those who are not exaggerated have already perished. Report to Chairman Yuji. The first batch of a total of 130 survivors has arrived at the camp. A small goblin hurriedly ran to the crow-headed figure, reporting the information it had gathered to Yuji. Yuji nodded, it stood on the stone platform, and cleared its throat. The surrounding survivors fell silent, waiting for Yuji to speak. Although we have lost our human forms, it does not mean we have lost our ability to unite and collaborate as humans. We still possess humanity. We have the desire to survive. This camp will one day become your safe haven. It will be your place of refuge. Yuji began to speak slowly, its words carrying a certain persuasive power. The surrounding survivors all raised their hands, cheering for the construction of the camp. The Salvation Society will not abandon any survivor. No matter where you are, This is your home. The door will always be open for you. Contracts flew from Yuji's hands as it distributed the land contracts to each survivor who arrived here. It had already arranged living quarters for every survivor. The Salvation Society could not provide housing for everyone, but offering a piece of land for survivors to freely develop was completely feasible. Before you embark on your respective lands, I would like to introduce you to a survivor named Meng Qiuzhen. Yuji began to narrate the hardships encountered during the construction of the camp. Meng Qiuzhen has the talent to generate an endless supply of energy after entering dreams. To power the safe zone system, Meng Qiuzhen voluntarily chose to fall into eternal slumber, providing energy for the safe zone system until the survivors completely overcome the disaster. Of course, having a safe zone system is not enough. They still need the power of disaster to drive out the other disasters. This rule is named Meng Qiuzhen. He voluntarily chose to plunge into endless nightmares, shaping a brand new rule with a multitude of fears. Yuji paused before continuing. Humanity endures. Disaster is forbidden. Humanity endures. Disaster is forbidden. Humanity endures. Disaster is forbidden. The survivors unanimously voiced their respect for the survivor, named Meng Qiuzhen. The light curtain barrier of the Salvation Society camp is very complex. It has the power of the safe zone system, the power of the rules materialized gained from Meng Qiuzhen, as well as the core of the shelter, and some powers that Yi Qingxue could not comprehend. This land contract also contains the blueprint for the camp's construction. It truly seems filled with hope. Yi Qingxue opened her land contract. The first thing she saw was the grand plan drawn out by Yuji for each survivor. Yuji had rescued hundreds of ordinary survivors. These survivors might not have talents as good as those of the first batch of arrivals, but they are an indispensable part of the camp structure. Yuji would prioritize constructing hospitals, commercial streets, and various public facilities to provide safe jobs for survivors who do not wish to take risks and just want to stay in the camp. For many survivors with average talents, this holds a deadly attraction. Not every survivor is eager to venture out and risk their lives for adventure. So, Miss Yi Qingxue, are you satisfied with the future I have planned? Yi Qingxue sensed Yuji's arrival, lifting her head to meet Yuji's gaze. I actually feel quite good. A survivor with a unique ability can match countless ordinary talented survivors. Facing Yuji's response, Yi Qingxue smiled and expressed her thoughts. When the sky falls, someone has to hold it up. And the first batch of arriving survivors is that someone. But I want to ask, why is my place almost on the edge of the camp? Yi Qingxue flipped over the back of the land contract, noticing that the plot assigned to her by the Salvation Society was nearly at the edge of the camp, very close to a rocky forest at the end of the light curtain. The location is near the entrance of the camp. The only advantage might be the tranquility and the fact that the site is very large. Yuji had handed over the only rocky forest of the camp to her. Miss Yi Qingxue just wants to fish for resources for me, right? It seems the magical shelter survival game hasn't satisfied Miss Yi Qingxue. Yuji revealed a smile resembling that of a human, placing a gold voucher in Yi Qingxue's hand. Contribution points, a currency issued jointly by the Salvation Society and the Flame Organization. This gold voucher represents 1,000 contribution points. Goodness, printing money for yourself. I hope you can utilize it well and don't turn it into a gold dollar bill. Gold round ticket. Upon hearing this term, Yuji's movement paused slightly. This is a curse aimed at me. No, I am confident. Yuji shook his head, stating that once the camp was established, contribution points could be relied upon for the various valuable public services offered by the camp. All right then. Yi Qingxue casually tossed the 1,000 contribution point gold ticket into her backpack. She turned around and left with Yunisa heading towards her train. Contribution points are like drawing a big pie. However, the pie drawn by a time-related gifted survivor is indeed attractive to everyone, as they can foresee future information. Stepping onto the train, Yi Qingxue started it and moved towards the location marked by the land deed. Before long, a large grove of tree-like gray rocks appeared in the line of sight of Yi Qingxue and her companions. This stone forest, which seemed out of place on the flat stone plain, was the territory designated for Yi Qingxue by the Salvation Society. The train stopped in an open area outside the forest, and the three of them disembarked, curiously observing the stone forest that stood in stark contrast to the stone plain. They first turned to stone, and only then was life stripped away from them. The insides of the stone trees are hollow. Although Goaya kept insisting she wouldn't go down in the end, she followed Yi Qingxue off the train. She extended her fair hand to touch the cold gray rock and gently tapped it. The hollow interior of the stone tree produced a crisp sound when lightly tapped by Goaya. In the past, perhaps an incredibly terrifying disaster had occurred in this area, covering everything it passed with rock, much like Medusa's petrifying curse. Can places like this really be inhabited? Yunisa looked at Yi Qingxue with concern, feeling it would be better to continue living in the abandoned ruins of magical technology. At least she could still negotiate with the city adults, and perhaps they would allow Yi Qingxue to enter the city. At least we don't have to worry about being attacked by those monsters, right? Yi Qingxue took out her magic wand, gripping it with her left hand, and cast the spell to transform stone into mud. She only needed to reverse the model of the spell that transformed mud into stone to achieve the opposite effect. As the spell to transform stone into mud was activated, the originally solid gray rock trees turned into large areas of nutrient-efficient soil. I plan to build a tall lighthouse near the entrance of the camp to guide the survivors towards the camp. As the mud transformed into rock, the raised rock further pushed the soil up, continuously repeating this process until a rock pillar that the entire camp could see appeared before the survivors. With the rock pillar established, the next issue to resolve was the light source. Rock sunflowers. Yi Qingxue planted a seed that looked like a red melon on the top of the rock pillar. With a swish, the seed took root and grew gray rock-like roots that tightly wrapped around the entire pillar, then blossomed into a flower resembling a rock shell, with a large golden crystal appearing at its center. The golden crystal emitted a faint glow. Though weak, it was an incredibly conspicuous light in the stone plain shrouded in eternal night and winter. Core of the shelter. Yi Qingxue took out a shelter core and directed it at the entire rock pillar. As the shelter core merged into the rock pillar, the entire structure underwent a dramatic transformation, turning from a rock pillar into a tall tower made of gray stone. Inside the formerly solid structure, a spiraling staircase appeared leading up to a spacious top of the tower. At the top of the tower, a spacious room formed where the rock sunflower grew on the ceiling, which would later serve as Yi Qingxue's main residence within the Salvation Society camp. Of course, compared to living in the camp, Yi Qingxue preferred to stay inside the train. The Master's Tower should have a magical elevator, otherwise climbing those stairs would be too exhausting. Yi Nisa and Gu Aya climbed up the spiral staircase step by step. For Yi Nisa, a robot, this 10-meter-high staircase was still quite easy, but for Gu Aya, it was a bit torturous. She tiredly lay on the cold, rocky ground admiring the view from the tower. This tower allowed one to see the entire construction situation of the camp at a glance. Among the first survivors to arrive at the camp, while others might not match Yi Qingxue in construction ability, their building speed was not significantly slower. Although most building styles were ordinary matchbox-like structures for the survivors, these small matchboxes were already sufficient. I feel like the wind is picking up. Gu Aya wanted to complain about the matchbox aesthetic. Just as she began to speak, a gust of cold wind swept over the camp. Not just her, all the survivors present felt the cold wind from Universe 41. Attention! Disaster sandstorm is about to cross the stone plain. The survival system's message popped up, but for the survivors present, this news came too late. Boom! The rumbling of thunder lit up the stone plain shrouded in eternal night as the raging sand swallowed the sky, slowly moving towards the other side of the stone plain, right where the Salvation Society camp was located. Are those thunderballs? Yi Nisa stared out at the area beyond the camp. On the originally desolate stone plain, clusters of red spherical lightning appeared, slowly moving across the flat surface and completely surrounding the Salvation Society camp, seemingly intending to trap the survivors inside. They should disappear with time, right? Gu Aya curiously leaned in to observe the changes on the stone plain. She did not believe these thunderballs posed any threat as compared to disasters like the loss of life concepts. The danger of the sandstorm was indeed negligible. They would definitely disappear over time. Boom! A straight and terrifying blue lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the location of the red thunderballs. When the lightning struck, it unleashed an incredibly terrifying force, melting the stone plain outside the camp into a sea of lava that radiated heat and light. What terrifying power! Yi Qingxue was also frightened by the astonishing might of the lightning. If these red thunderballs approached the vicinity of the camp and triggered lightning, it was likely that no survivor could withstand a single strike. Usually survivors in the camp, to protect the safety of the camp and future arrivals, the only safest method we can find now is to have someone draw the thunderballs with a metal rod. Usually remember, do not let the thunderballs get close to you. Their power is enough to shatter any survivor, and do not linger or the sandstorm will obstruct your movement. Also protect the land deed. Usually the land deed is equivalent to a mobile camp, temporarily isolating disasters from the outside, but it needs to be recharged periodically. Usually Snow Girl, please stay back for a moment and maximize the lighthouse's light, because once survivors leave the camp, their vision will be engulfed by the sandstorm. The sandstorm is indeed a tricky disaster for the current Salvation Society camp. If no one goes to attract the lightning, the thunder will strike the vicinity of the camp, shattering the thin barrier of light. If someone does attract the lightning without guidance, the sandstorm will obscure their vision, causing them to get lost in the vast stone plain. It would either damage the camp or reduce personnel. Survivors will go ahead. The Blood Clan survivor that Yi Nisa had seen earlier flapped his wings and flew out with a metal rod. He weaved between several red thunderballs, disappearing with a few of them into the stone plain engulfed by the raging sand. Illumination spell. Yi Qingxue raised her wand, acting as a lighthouse to guide the departing survivors back home. It resembled a sun. Knight Qingxue stared dazedly at the glowing orb hovering atop the tall tower. Truly, it was a powerful light sphere created by siphoning away most of her magical energy. With this light sphere, survivors caught in the sandstorm would undoubtedly be able to find the direction to the camp. However, the things attracted to it were not just the survivors. The manifested rules would also be drawn to this massive light sphere. Yanisa Ji, you two stay inside the train first. Compared to Knight Qingxue, Yanisa and Ji Ya's combat power seemed somewhat lacking in this struggle between the survivors and the calamity. Thus, in order to ensure the safety of these two girls, Knight Qingxue could only leave them inside the train. Knight Qingxue, be careful, calamities are not that simple. Master, you must also be cautious. Ji Ya nodded calmly, directly pulling Yanisa into the train, leaving Knight Qingxue standing alone at the entrance of the camp. The wind and sand swallowed everything outside the camp as yellow fine sand gradually piled up outside the light barrier, already enough to submerge her feet. A dark figure emerged from the storm, revealing a trembling girl. Hello, I am a newly arrived survivor, may I come in? Before she could finish her sentence, a large fireball shot through the light barrier, crashing heavily onto her. The fireball exploded, turning the girl into a heap of sand. Pseudo-Human, the entity produced by the interaction of Calamity Rule Manifestation and Calamity Sandstorm, is not a life form, but a Calamity derivative. What a pity! If this were a regular survival game, I might be suspicious, but this is a monster train survival game. How many human survivors are there? I could count them on one finger. The reason Knight Qingxue could identify the pseudo-human was simple. This pseudo-human lacked knowledge about the survivors. The girl didn't arrive by train, she was either a manifestation or a survivor. However, among the survivors who possessed the land contract, Knight Qingxue was the only human. Without the land contract, how could one withstand the calamity, the influence of the disappearance of the concept of life? Clearly, this girl was surely a monster. Darkness looms with thunder and lightning bombarding sandstorms, obscuring vision, and now a disguised pseudo-human arrives. Knight Qingxue held her staff at the camp entrance, irritably rubbing her brow. Fortunately, the thunder bombing issue was temporarily resolved. Before she could relax, the stormy sky once again unleashed bolts of lightning, which were alarmingly close to the camp, clearly headed straight for it. Knight Qingxue, Yuji, hand me the metal rod. Yuji. Okay, Snow, you've worked hard, and all survivors have worked hard. I've already organized some information about different occupational dungeons. After we get through this calamity, every survivor will receive complete information. A metal rod emanating golden arcs appeared in Knight Qingxue's hand. Status: magical energy attached to feet temporarily boosts agility. My attributes have increased, but the effect of the magical energy attachment has diminished significantly. Knight Qingxue gripped the metal rod and charged out against the wind and sand. Thud! A torrent of yellow sand battered the protective shield surrounding Knight Qingxue's body. While it couldn't harm her, it indeed hindered her speed. Stepping through sand that could drown her knees, she drew the surrounding red lightning orbs, moving away from Ziz. The red lightning orbs flickered with arcs, drifting toward Knight Qingxue. The yellow sand along the way was instantaneously melted into liquid by the lightning arcs. If such a calamity had appeared in her past life on Blue Star, the destructive power would surely have been even more terrifying. Keep running until you reach a safe place, then throw away the metal rod in your hand before returning to the camp. Knight Qingxue sighed deeply, moving across the vast plain, watching the glowing orb in her vision gradually dim. She halted her steps and tossed the metal rod away. The red lightning orbs gathered around the metal rod, not following her as she continued onward. Seeing this, Knight Qingxue moved on without looking back. Boom! As the lightning orbs converged, a beam of blue lightning struck down, causing a strong explosion as the lightning clashed, sending a massive shockwave that blew Knight Qingxue away. Ugh! Knight Qingxue crawled up from the sand, brushing off her body. Fortunately, she was protected by a magical shield covering her body, which allowed her to escape unharmed. What is that? Such a large piece of bone. Did the sandstorm blow the bones of some terrifying monster over? A vast expanse of skeletal remains appeared before Knight Qingxue on the distant sands. Not blown over, they were originally monsters that moved along with the sandstorm. Unfortunately, they just happened to collide with the calamity, disappearance of the concept of life. A writhing mass of flesh appeared before Knight Qingxue. It was collecting the bones, scales, and claws of these monsters alongside other survivors. These materials could not only be used to forge equipment and buildings, but were also rare ingredients. Perhaps they could use these materials to brew a pot of bone soup. Snow, do you want some? If you do, we can share it through the trading system later. The mass of flesh produced a voice that was neither male nor female, extending a tentacle to point at the vast pile of bones. Just save a bit for me later. I'll head back first. The magical shield supporting my body also consumes magical energy. Night Qingxue shook her head with a bitter smile. It wasn't that she didn't want to collect, but because she had no magical energy. Therefore, she needed to constantly consume magical energy to move in the sandstorm, and currently the remaining magical energy in her body was only enough to support her return to the camp. She couldn't use any more for other purposes. All right, goodbye, snow. It waved its tentacle bidding farewell to Night Qingxue, then burrowed into the sand, moving quickly through it. The mass of flesh arrived at the pile of bones, collecting these enormous monster remains alongside other survivors. Although Shiera was safe, the cost was a lack of useful resources. Even the bones of monsters were precious materials in the eyes of survivors. So the sandstorm we experienced was actually a weakened version. Night Qingxue couldn't help but admire the choice of location made by the Savior Society. Choosing this rocky plain was indeed a very correct decision. Although the resources were a bit scarce, the sense of security was undeniable. The calamity of the disappearance of the concept of life was the most severe father of all monster-type calamities. It was likely that most of the difficulty of the sandstorm calamity lay in how to deal with the monsters that moved along. The sandstorm came quickly and left just as swiftly. In the time it took to depart, the winds and sands that engulfed the sky weakened, and it no longer dropped lightning balls. Thus she returned to the camp with little effort. Passing through the stone forest, Night Qingxue slipped into her train, inhaling the magical energy that filled the third carriage. I finally survived. Magic, once devoid of power, resembles a fish out of water. Perhaps she should have chosen the martial arts system. But having made her choice, there is no room for regret. The world is vast. Surely there must be a way to generate magic through the mind. This feeling. Yi Qingxue was inhaling magic deeply when she suddenly felt a pair of warm hands gently caressing her hair. Looking up, she found Guaya standing before her, reaching out to rub her head. Fortunately, I have expanded the scale of the moonlight flowers, otherwise the magic in this carriage would not be enough for you to absorb. Guaya smiled, gently pointing to an ecological planting box emanating a silver glow. Inside the glass box, clusters of silver flowers were growing, appearing from a distance as patches of silver grains, continuously generating magic for Yi Qingxue to absorb under the light. Moonlight flowers. Yi Qingxue gazed at the beautiful silver circular flowers momentarily. She never expected that Guaya, having joined the train not long ago, could take such good care of the moonlight flowers, nurturing a vast expanse from just 2 original plants. Please do not underestimate elves. Guaya placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest, conveying a look that invited more compliments. Thank you for your hard work. I cannot do without Miss Guaya's logistical skills now. Yi Qingxue joked as she rushed over, directly wrapping her arms around Guaya's fair thigh. Everyone is working hard. It seems I am the only one who can do nothing. Yi Nisha stood at the door of the carriage, witnessing the scene unfold. She always thought Guaya was slacking off, but she never expected that this elven girl was secretly working diligently. Among the 3 of them, Yi Nisha turned out to be the one contributing the least. Don't be disheartened. Perhaps the next world we visit will be a technologically advanced one. In such a world, not only could Xiao Yezi receive care, but she might also have a chance to showcase her skills. Yi Qingxue gently patted Yi Nisha's head. Then she embraced the girl in her arms, comforting her. Yi Nisha nodded earnestly before turning to prepare lunch for Yi Qingxue and Guaya. Then I must cultivate some more efficient moonlight flowers, otherwise what if we encounter a magicless environment again? Guaya was very clear about her role. She was a logistics specialist focusing on plants, responsible for handling issues related to plants for Yi Qingxue. For example, the magic production of moonlight flowers, the growth of potential grass, and communication with the wisdom tree all required her attention. Yi Qingxue settled in the corner of the third carriage, taking out several brand new skill books to start learning. While preparing for the monster tide, she realized her attack capabilities were somewhat lacking. Only the water droplet spell provided high damage. However, the power of water droplet depended on high-speed movement, and there was a limit to speed growth. The lower limit of water droplet was decent, but its upper limit was fixed, as she needed to find a spell with sufficient development potential. To prepare for the next battle, she planned to learn several powerful offensive spells. The spell that Yi Qingxue had her sights on was certainly not the pure value-based fireball spell. Fireball was too numerical and lacked mechanics. So Yi Qingxue chose the magic missile spell. It consumed magic to condense a missile that could automatically track enemies. Although it was merely an ordinary quality spell, it surprisingly had an automatic tracking effect, unlike Fireball, which required her to aim manually. The almost guaranteed hit of Magic Missile was still a bit too simple. Although its power was not as great as Fireball, Yi Qingxue could modify it. Another advantage of Magic Missile was its simple spell model. Yi Qingxue could completely incorporate the explosive effects of Fireball and the high-speed movement effects of Water Droplet into the Magic Missile spell model. Moreover, in the future, she might even be able to include effects like poisoning, petrification, and freezing. It's decided. Magic Missile will be my primary offensive spell from now on. Yi Qingxue designated the modification of Magic Missile as a long-term research project. While waiting for the sandstorm to dissipate, she remained on the train studying Magic Missile. As she contemplated how to optimize the spell model of Magic Missile, she occasionally peered through the carriage to observe the sandstorm outside. On the stone surface, the red lightning balls had ceased to appear, and no more solid entities approached the camp. The sandstorm disaster came quickly, but also departed swiftly. As the swirling yellow sand gradually dissipated, the survivors drawn to the lightning also hurried back. No wonder they are the first echelon of survivors facing this sudden disaster. They suffered only minor injuries at most. Yi Qingxue opened the chat channel to browse the content within. As the survivors returned, the chat channel in the Shira area gradually became lively. I was scared to death. I nearly got struck by lightning without the help of a fellow survivor. Yeah, I almost got lost in the sandstorm. If it weren't for the light orb summoned by snow, I would have drifted deeper into Shira with the sandstorm. Disasters are truly disgusting. Lost again, and lightning. Thankfully, it comes and goes like a typhoon. Our Universe 41 should have its own typhoon weather, right? Compared to other real disasters, the sandstorm was still too childish. Some survivors even regarded the sandstorm as a beneficial disaster that brought sandy resources and monster bones. After all, the Shira surface had nothing but stones. Now that there was sand, they could melt glass and create various glassware and buildings. Usually after the sand is melted, a batch of exquisite glassware will be made. Everyone can come and take some. When we enter some more primitive worlds like those set in ancient times, these glassware could serve as startup funds. Wow, the president is so kind. This reminds me, should we prepare some gold and silver? Exactly. If we enter a world with modern civilization, gold and silver are hard currencies. You can find GE to buy. He just returned to the Ignite organization today, and the items on the procurement mall are very cheap gold and silver bars. Right? I already exchanged 1 unit of sand for 1 gram of gold. Oh. Can sand be exchanged for gold? Can sand be exchanged for gold? Yi Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, looking up at the vast expanse of sand outside the camp. She could no longer focus on restoring her magic. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. She had to exchange for a large amount of gold before the day ended. Almost all the survivors in the Salvation camp rushed to the light screen, pulling out bags and shovels, stuffing sand by the handful. Although Universe 41 currently had no need for gold and silver, there would be plenty of opportunities to use them in various dungeons and small worlds in the future. Gold, regardless of modern settings, ancient backgrounds, magical worlds, or martial arts worlds, would always be useful. GES news is truly timely. Yuji sat in his wooden hut, sipping tea, marveling at how lively the survivors were in the face of gold. The survivors had just finished attracting the lightning and had no time to rest before diving into the sand cleanup work outside the camp. Of course, his guidance was also crucial. Today's past, tomorrow's information system. Today's information: a sandstorm will arrive. Here are the related disaster details. Suggestion: inform survivors about GES, exchange news, prepare lightning metal rods, and locate bones. Past information: the survival game is transforming a batch of worlds on the brink of destruction into professional dungeons. Suggestion: remind Luhan that using the following phrases will yield relevant information. Phrases. Tomorrow's information: chaos may ensue among the survivors. Suggestion: establish rules and set up a morally compliant rule-based narrative for the Salvation camp. This will not only utilize the disaster's power to make the camp safer, but also restrain the powerful survivors. This is Yuji's talent. He could browse all the intelligence he had previously acquired and unlock information that had been missed. At the same time, he could obtain information about an event occurring today and information about a potential future. Moreover, he could receive detailed suggestions related to these matters. This is why he could manage the Salvation Society so well. Master, is it truly necessary to prepare this much gold? Yunisha stared blankly at the wall of gold bricks piled up in the corner. She never imagined her master would devote so much time collecting sand solely to exchange it for gold. Even by the consumption standards of Yunisha's former Magitech civilization, possessing an entire wall-thick hoard of gold marked one as a high-status elite. Traumatized by poverty. Ahem. Well, one can never have too many fine things. Yi Qingxue coughed lightly, though she was in truth exercising remarkable restraint. A survivor had already constructed a golden bell wonder using exchanged gold. Yet that survivor possessed the wonder construction system talent. The more wonders he built, the greater his attribute and skill bonuses became. Everyone gathers gold in preparation for the upcoming profession dungeons. Rumors say one may remain inside a profession dungeon for several years. Without sufficient funds, one certainly cannot rely on magic to swindle or deceive. Profession dungeons varied widely. Luhan alone had stolen access to over 1,000 distinct dungeon worlds. Technology, martial cultivation, genetic mutations, sorcery, xianxia. Nearly every conceivable power system was represented. However, according to advice from top-tier survivors, challengers should ideally cap all 5 core attributes, excluding charisma, at the maximum value of 10 before entering. For these profession, dungeon worlds were said to be extraordinarily perilous, realms teetering on the brink of annihilation, soon to be consumed by Universe 41. Each survival game selected such dying worlds precisely to send its survivors in and harvest scarce resources. Yi Qingshui glanced down at her latest personal stat panel name. Yi Qingshui, age 20, level 5, attribute strength 8. 6-1, 9 constitution 8. 5-1, 4 agility 7. 0-0, 8 perception 8. 4-2, 0 spirit 10-2. 8 charisma 10-1. Special attributes knowledge 9, 3 mana 28, talents well-rounded development in intelligence, constitution, aesthetics, and labor, blood of nature skills, magical martial body, forging method LV. 4 annihilation meditation technique LV. 6 mana control LV. 15 foundational magical theory LV. 12 starlight art LV. 10 transmute mud to stone LV. 10 mana barrier LV. 10 identification art LV. 10 magical botany LV. 12. Among the 6 primary attributes, only spirit and charisma had reached their cap. Yet with the magical martial body, forging method, and annihilation meditation technique, strength, constitution, and perception could be elevated swiftly. Agility, however, advanced far more slowly. After all, the magical martial body forging method incorporated few techniques explicitly designed to enhance agility. Her next objective would be to raise her agility, fortunately aided by an extensive repertoire of available skills. Perhaps the greatest reward from her 10-year survival run in the Magical Sanctuary game had been the vast collection of skill manuals. Meat Lump, adorable Snow Elder, here are the bones we gathered this round. We've selected the highest quality specimens for you, along with a recipe for sandworm bone soup. Sandworm bone soup, upon drinking, grants a modest boost to strength and constitution potential. If any attribute remains below the cap of 10, confers an additional permanent 10 defense, 1 strength, and 1 constitution. An excellent item. Pity it doesn't enhance agility. I'm most efficient there. Yi Qingshui retrieved the portion of bones from her player inventory. The pulsating meat lump survivor had thoughtfully pre-crushed Yi Qingshui's share. Only a few small fragments were needed per pot of broth. His generous portion sufficed for dozens of brews. Naturally diminishing returns applied with repeated excess sandworm bone soup could be sold on the open market or at trading hubs. Master, please entrust the brewing to me. Yi Nisha extended her hand to receive both the recipe and the bones. Though she struggled to grasp the abstract concept of survivor attributes, interpreting them through a game logic lens confirmed this recipe's exceptional value. Though preparation was laborious, such repetitive tasks posed no difficulty for a robot. Very well. Then I leave it to you, Xiao Yezi. Yi Qingshui nodded and resumed conversing with the survivor, known as Meat Lump Adorable. Yi Qingshui, this recipe is impressive, but did you devise it yourself? Is it a talent effect? Meat Lump Adorable, as expected of Snow Elder. Indeed, it's my talent effect. See for yourself, image attached. Talent Glutton King Effect 1. You may experiment with diverse ingredients to formulate unique recipes that fully unlock their latent energy. Effect 2. Each consumption of food prepared via such recipes permanently increases max HP by 10 points. It was precisely this extraordinary talent that enabled him to develop the recipe transforming colossal bones into nourishing broth. A talent enabling infinite HP stacking. If paired with skills converting HP into offensive power, it would render one nearly invincible. Yi Qingshui mused, recalling the monster skill manual she'd acquired. One such skill, boiling blood, burned HP to temporarily amplify attack, defense, and speed. Yet, given Yi Qingshui's meager HP pool, the technique suited only thick-skinned monsters, not human form survivors whose lifelines remained tragically short unless she abandoned humanity altogether. Yi Qingshui, what do you think of this skill manual? Meat Lump Adorable, excellent. Snow Elder, how much will you charge? I'll take it. Yi Qingshui, do you possess any foods or other methods that enhance agility? Meat Lump Adorable, yes. Yes. Snow Elder, wait. I'll deliver it personally. This item is special and requires my direct handover. Yi Qingshui closed the chat interface, stepped off the train, and waited for Meat Lump Adorable outside the stone forest. Gueria happened to be waiting there, as well, holding another rock sunflower seed in her hand. Upon seeing Yi Qingshui emerge, she hurried over. The rock sunflower is not truly alive. It behaves more like a mineral capable of infecting surrounding rock. Her research had yielded a coherent understanding. Though classified as a magical plant, that label applied only to its outer shell. In essence, it was a vein seed, a crystalline progenitor of ore. The golden crystal at its heart was its harvested product, a luminous illumination crystal. Moreover, planting it upon structures proved more effective than directly embedding it in bare bedrock, likely due to its unique root-spreading mechanism. Then let us plant it upon the stone wall. Yi Qingshui raised her wand, arcane light shimmered at its tip as the earth trembled faintly beneath her feet. Fossilized to mud, transmute mud to stone. With 2 incantations, a meter-high stone wall rose around the stone forest, demarcating Yi Qingshui's territory. Gueria tossed the rock sunflower seed onto the newly erected wall. Its roots surged outward, anchoring instantly, and where it landed, a colossal sunflower bloomed, its golden crystal radiating a soft, steady glow. This little corner of camp now feels like a proper courtyard. Gueria surveyed the miniature stone forest with a playful nod. Were this not Universe 41, she might gladly remain here to tend this tranquil enclave. If only we could cast aside catastrophe, this would be paradise. Yet such release remains impossible. Yi Qingshui recalled the frantic escape from the Monster Train survival game. Had that game persisted, would survivors have fared better? Would fewer lives have been lost? Knock knock. A rhythmic tapping against the stone wall interrupted their conversation. Turning toward the sound, they saw a quivering mass of flesh standing at the entrance. The lump had intended to knock on a door, but discovered Yi Qingshui had erected only a wall with no gate installed, leaving him no choice but to rap upon stone. Snow Elder, I bring you delicacies. A piece of meat extended a tentacle and pointed to a cake placed on a small cart behind it. The cake looked perfectly normal, with white cream appearing sweet and delicious under the dim light. Identification spell. Yi Qingshui raised her wand and performed a simple identification on the cake. White cloud cake. Eating it significantly enhances agility potential. If agility is not over 10 points, it increases by 1. The ingredients of this cake are probably inferior to the bones of the mysterious giant beast, and its effects are far from that of the sandworm bone soup. However, for Yi Qingshui, the agility enhancement provided by the white cloud cake is indeed essential. Once I finish recording the Boiling Blood skill book. Alright, here you go. Yi Qingshui recorded the content of the Boiling Blood skill book and handed the thin book over to the adorable piece of meat. The adorable piece of meat extended a tentacle to catch the skill book, confirmed it was indeed the skill it desired, and then extended another tentacle respectfully, lifting the tray, holding the cake. The cake was delivered to Yi Qingshui, and the adorable piece of meat indicated she should eat it on the spot to confirm the cake's effects. The taste of the cake reminds me of my time on Blue Star. By the way, what does it feel like to be a piece of meat? Yi Qingshui picked up a spoon and took a small bite. The adorable piece of meat had tried its best to make the cake taste as close to a normal cake from Blue Star as possible. However, due to the difference in ingredients, it was sweeter and had a watery taste resembling a cold ice cream. I don't feel much, or rather I feel lucky, because I escaped from that place where the concept of death vanished. The words of the adorable piece of meat filled Yi Qingshui with deep respect. The disappearance of the concept of death and the infinite evolution of alien beasts occurred simultaneously in the same area. Initially, the template of the adorable piece of meat was not a meatball monster, but a young dragon. Unfortunately, it was swallowed by the endless, undying flesh monsters as soon as it landed, losing most of its body. There was no place to land in that area, because the undying flesh was constantly multiplying. With the concept of death vanished, bacteria will not die, viruses will not die, and even consciousness will not die. The survivors who descended into that area did not die, but they were no different from the dead. Their flesh completely merged with that area, achieving immortality and no longer needing to survive. But the price was being trapped in endless suffering. The tearing of flesh, the unquenchable flames burning continuously, being digested in gastric acid. The adorable piece of meat sighed deeply and refrained from continuing the story of that place where the concept of death vanished. Snow, can I hire you to hunt some monsters from other areas with me? I am willing to provide various recipes and special food. Also, I have plenty of dishes to restore magic power. It extended 2 tentacles, mimicking a human's pleading gesture. Then it grew another tentacle and took out a box of blue juice bottled in glass from its player backpack. Berry juice restores half of the magic power after drinking. The blue juice provides Yi Qingshui with a high magic recovery effect, even stronger than the magic potions in her backpack. After all, the taste of magic potions is quite unpleasant, and drinking multiple bottles in a short time brings a strong burning sensation. In addition to the juice, the adorable piece of meat also took out 2 pieces of life-saving food and informed her about the situation near Sierra. Reverse stick eating half records the current attributes and situation. Eating the other half will revert attributes and body condition to the recorded state. Mirror cake, eating it will immediately return to the train. When deciding the campsite location, they also considered the extreme scarcity of resources in Sierra. Thus, the campsite location was actually close to the edge of Sierra. This is also why Yi Qingshui did not run long before seeing a large area of bones. Behind that area of bones is the region connected to Shahara, shrouded by other disasters. By the way, don't you need to build your own dwelling? Yi Snow nodded as she also wanted to experiment with her brand new magic missile spell, so she agreed to go with the adorable piece of meat to the area outside of Shiera for hunting. I'm just a mass of meat, a small shed as an outdoor kitchen will suffice. The adorable piece of meat extended a tentacle and pointed to an empty space next to the stone forest. In fact, it happened to be Yi Snow's neighbor. All right, let's set off now. Yi Snow nodded and turned to inform Yevniza and Heya about the hunting news before following the adorable piece of meat on foot. As for why they didn't drive the train away, it was naturally because starting the train required a large amount of magic power as fuel. She herself was already wary of running out of magic power. How could she waste it on driving the train? Once she figured out how to generate infinite magic power, she could attempt to turn the train into a massive transport vehicle and soar through everything. Please stand on the small cart, Snow. The adorable piece of meat asked Yi Snow to stand on the small cart, then extended a tentacle to wrap around it. Whoosh. Despite being just a mass of flesh, its sprinting speed was not slow at all. Wow. The strong wind blew Yi Snow's light blue hair up, forcing her to cover her hat with one hand, while gripping the handle of the small cart with the other to avoid being thrown off. Just how high was the agility attribute of the adorable piece of meat? Its speed was astonishingly fast. I have 10 points in agility, but I've consumed many special dishes that increase speed, so my speed stacks up quickly. It seemed to have sensed Yi Snow's confusion as the adorable piece of meat sent her a long string of status screenshots. Most of them were dishes that increased movement speed in non-combat states. The effects of these dishes surprisingly did not overlap, making them incredibly powerful. The adorable piece of meat truly had both numerical advantages and mechanisms. We're here in a new area. The small cart gradually came to a stop. The survival game finally popped up the message about the new area. Current area: Misty Forest Disaster. Mist unknowns exist within the mist disaster. No traps. This area will spawn numerous traps. Disaster monster. Tide monsters surge like a tide. Disaster signal disruption. Items relying on signals will fail, such as the survival system. Yi Snow and the adorable piece of meat opened their survival systems and found that their survival system panel had transformed into a single-player version. The single-player survival system could not open the chat channel or trading market. In this mist-covered place, their survival system basically only retained the functions of the player backpack and personal data panel. Yi Snow lowered her head and found the adorable piece of meat twitching continuously. Could it be that this mist is toxic? It's actually a disconnection attack. Without the internet, I feel like bugs are crawling all over my body. The adorable piece of meat collapsed. Without the survivors in the chat channel who had extraordinary skills and pleasant speech, it felt a deep withdrawal. Oh. The meatball kept rolling around at Yi Snow's feet. We're already in Universe 41, and you're still immersed in the world of the internet. Yi Snow sighed speechlessly. It's fine, Snow, I'll just rest for a bit. By the way, let me prepare some special dishes for you first, just in case I fear a mishap. The adorable piece of meat took out a spatula and pot from its player backpack, directly scooping up a chunk of dirt and weeds to throw into the pot to cook. Oh, eating dirt. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Watching the adorable piece of meat ignite the fire and cook dirt, weeds, and small stones made her feel nauseous. Yi Snow would rather jump down from here and starve to death than take a single bite. Yi Snow covered her mouth, seeing a pot of freshly cooked mud ribs. Roasted mud ribs temporarily increases defense by 30 points and gains a layer of strong shield. Shield effect increases by 10%. Initial consumption increases defense by 5 points. Really not eating. The taste is actually very close to chicken. You know it's crunchy. Woo. Yi Snow teared up and took a bite. So delicious. As the cute meat chunk mentioned, the roasted mud pie indeed tastes like chicken. Moreover, there was no discomfort after eating it. It felt like perfectly normal food. In order to survive, eating dirt or tree bark is not out of the question. This is the lesson I learned from the Endless Hunger survival game. The cute meat chunk sighed deeply. In the Endless Hunger survival game, survivors must gather various ingredients daily to create delicacies to satisfy the gluttonous maw in the sky. A recipe can only be used once every 7 days. Each type of ingredient can only be used once every 3 days. During the 7-day novice protection period, one only needs to contribute 1 dish daily, but the more dishes contributed in a single day, the greater the rewards. Now this skill was naturally learned from the Endless Hunger survival game. After preparing the roasted mud pie, the cute meat chunk made some more food with additional ingredients to enhance Yi Su's spellcasting ability before stepping into the Misty Forest together. By the way, do you really have no combat ability? Your attributes should be nearly maxed out, right? Yi Xue raised her wand to cast a light spell, illuminating the fog-covered woods. The cute meat chunk closely followed behind Yi Xue. Although its attributes were higher than hers, its combat ability was far inferior. Shui Lao, how do you achieve perfect spellcasting without a combat assistance system? Combat assistance. The cute meat chunk took out a short staff, awkwardly waving the wand and reciting a spell. However, the fireball spell failed. In a normal survival game, survivors all possess a combat assistance system. After all, not every survivor has rich combat and spellcasting abilities. Thus, the combat assistance system becomes very important. It allows survivors to unleash corresponding moves and spells according to their thoughts, greatly lowering the threshold for combat. Unfortunately, the monster-trained survival game of Universe 41 has run off, resulting in everyone being unable to use a combat assistance system. Physical moves are manageable. They can be mastered through continuous practice to form muscle memory, but spellcasting is not so simple. This is also why the cute meat chunk greatly admires Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue is one of the few survivors it knows who can achieve free spellcasting without the combat assist. Free spellcasting. Yi Qingxue thought of her talent. Learning in the mind equates to learning with the hands. Thus, she could quickly grasp various spellcasting techniques and melee skills without the help of a combat assistance system. Once we return to the camp, we'll teach everyone how to master spellcasting techniques. Yi Qingxue did not expect that the techniques she could easily grasp would be the abilities others yearned for. She couldn't help but marvel at the power of her talent. No talent effect goes to waste. Ding! A bow and arrow flew from the woods and struck the magical shield enveloping Yi Qingxue. It seems we have ventured deep enough for monsters to start appearing. Yi Qingxue conjured a water droplet spell to test the monsters. However, by the time Yi Qingxue's water droplet spell flew over, the archery monster had already changed positions. The mist and dense forest are the strongest concealment measures for the monsters. The dense forest not only holds monsters, but is also filled with various traps. Animal traps, spike pits, poisoned arrows, and the bizarre tree monsters disguised as trees. Shui Lao. Just as the cute meat chunk was about to say something, it saw Yi Qingxue step into empty space. It immediately extended numerous tentacles to grab her arm and pull her back from the pit. No wonder it's a small area of Universe 41. It seems we need to bring out real skills now. Yi Qingxue climbed out of the pit and dusted off her long skirt. Just as she lowered her head, her magical shield once again blocked a poisoned arrow that flew out from the mist. Be careful. A humanoid monster wielding a rusty sickle emerged from the fog, swinging its sickle towards the cute meat chunk. Thud! Yi Qingxue swiftly swung her wand, striking the humanoid monster and interrupting its attack. Clang! The wand turned sideways, knocking the humanoid creature, which had a paper bag over its head and was draped in animal skins, to the ground. Seeing that Yi Qingxue and the cute meat chunk still had energy, it got up from the ground, patiently re-entered the dense forest, and once again hid using the fog. The combined attacks of monsters and traps made Yi Qingxue lose her patience. She took out a cup of juice, standing still to quietly restore her magic. Real skills. The cute meat chunk looked at Yi Qingxue, who was drinking juice, puzzledly scratching itself with a tentacle. Well, didn't you say that the food for restoring magic is abundant? Yi Qingxue pulled out her wand from the player's backpack. Magic missile. Dozens of light orbs radiating a pale blue glow gathered above Yi Qingxue's head before shooting out at high speed, streaking through the dense forest, and ultimately exploding at the end of their path, creating a patch of scorched earth. She did not stop the motion of conjuring missiles. One by one, the magic missiles continued to gather like a meteor shower, streaking through the dense forest. The magic missiles, enhanced with illumination effects, quickly found the monsters hiding behind the trees, activating their auto-tracking feature and accurately hitting the group of monsters. Boom. The magic missiles not only possessed the super speed of the water droplet spell and the illumination effect of the light spell, but also incorporated the explosion and burning abilities of the fireball spell. The cute meat chunk watched as the monsters were scorched by flames, also shocked by the effects of the magic missile. It remembered that while magic missiles had automatic tracking and low mana consumption, their power was weak and lacked any illumination effects, explosion effects, or burning effects. No wonder Shui Lao, intentionally telling others this is a magic missile while secretly using advanced magic to attack them. Such advanced spells must be excellent. No, it must be a skill of superb quality. Such terrifying power and such complex effects. It must be a powerful skill of exquisite quality. Nebula missile. This time, Yi Qingxue attempted to apply the starlight spell to the magic missile. The effect was excellent. A missile that resembled a nebula gathered in the air, its power significantly stronger than a simple magic missile. But the mana consumption was also much higher. The nebula missile seemed to possess some form of mental pollution effect. Even if the hit monsters did not die, they would writhe in pain on the ground, constantly howling in agony, more heart-wrenching than when they were injured. Boom. Roar. The sound of explosions from the missiles mixed with the roars of monsters echoed throughout the dense forest. A pitch-black wolf charged out from the shadows, and then the auto-tracking magic missile flew right in front of it and exploded. A woo. The black wolf was blasted away, flames continuously burning its wounds, ultimately succumbing to the flames. How do you have? A fear of insufficient firepower. The cute meat chunk looked at the magic missiles incessantly bombarding the dense forest, sympathetically glancing at its player's backpack. The good news is that the dense forest is about to become ruins under Shui Lao's firepower. One by one, the magic missiles flew overhead, dropping into the dense forest before their eyes. The continuous sounds of explosions and the wails of monsters came in succession. Hardly any monster could escape the onslaught of the auto-tracking magic missiles. The bad news is that its restorative magic food is about to be depleted. Why did it say there was plenty of restorative magic food? But this hunting expedition is definitely worth it. Waterball spell. Yi Qingxue removed the explosion and burning effects from the magic missile's spell model and replaced them with the water production effect of the waterball spell. The magic missiles flew over the dense forest, and rain slowly fell, extinguishing the burning forest. So did you make a profit or suffer a loss? Night Qingxue finished her juice, gazing at the scorched earth still emitting white smoke, and satisfactorily withdrew her magic wand. Help! Snowy! Quick, save me! The fire is spreading. A cry came from behind the voice of a meaty chunk in distress. It was ignited by the sparks from the explosive magic missile, its body ablaze, rolling on the ground, while pleading for rescue from Night Qingxue. Night Qingxue lightly coughed, silently raised her magic wand, and shot a water ball at the meaty chunk, extinguishing the flames on its body. How about it? Do you need me to use healing magic? Although I haven't learned it, yet someone posted about it on the forum. Looking at the golden brown parts of the meaty chunk's burned surface, Night Qingxue wiped the tears from her mouth and inquired with concern. The meaty chunk waved its tentacles and then rolled over, collecting the charred monster corpses blown apart by the magic missiles from the scorched earth. Although reduced to piles of blackened matter, it did not hinder its ability to turn these corpses into various delicious dishes. It squirmed forward bit by bit on the scorched ground, extending its tentacles to gather all the monster corpses it could reach into its backpack. Current area: scorched earth. No disasters currently present. Unexpectedly, after Snowy's intense bombardment, the disaster had actually vanished. It seems that Universe No. 41 is just like this. Snowy is still too powerful. Even disasters can be eliminated. The meaty chunk couldn't help but exclaim, excitedly planning to send out this news. This must be the method to eliminate disasters. Survivors are saved. It might not be so easy to eradicate disasters. Night Qingxue shook her head. Though her current strength ranks among the top survivors, it still pales in comparison to the disasters of this world. As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew by. Where the wind passed, the white smoke dissipated, and a strange fog followed the wind, once again shrouding this area. However, compared to the thick fog when Night Qingxue first entered, the mist now seemed considerably thinner. The destroyed disaster would not vanish. After a brief period, it would reappear. How's the collection going? Night Qingxue observed the dark silhouettes in the mist, frowning as she urged the meaty chunk in a low voice. Let's go, Snowy. The first tier of survivors possesses a commendable quality. They know how to make choices. This is also why the first tier survivors reach the camp the fastest. Not just because their train speed is fast, but also because they leave other survival game worlds without hesitation before the 10th day ends. Being overly greedy for resources from other survival worlds is not a good thing. Upon seeing the mist appear, the meaty chunk decisively abandoned the remaining monster bodies. It took out the small cart again, dragging Night Qingxue towards the camp. Is there anything you want to eat, Snowy? The ingredients collected this time are enough for me to research a dozen special dishes. As the meaty chunk pulled the cart, it asked Night Qingxue if there was any food she desired. Food she wanted to eat. How about a cup of milk tea? Then when we get back, I'll teach you how to cast spells. It's not that great, but at least casting a fireball should be no problem. Night Qingxue sat on the small cart pondering before finally deciding to have the meaty chunk prepare a cup of milk tea. Alright. By the way, Snowy, how about letting your little maid learn cooking skills from me? I plan to teach her how to make special dishes with common ingredients. Soon Night Qingxue and the meaty chunk finalized their cooperation details. Learning special cooking methods. Yi Nisha's eyes sparkled as she nodded excitedly. If she could learn how to make special dishes, she would have a skill of her own in her master's team. For the next 2 days, Night Qingxue was responsible for teaching the meaty chunk how to cast spells during the day. And around mealtimes, the meaty chunk taught Yi Nisha how to cook with common ingredients to create dishes that provide special effects. Next, we'll have an exam to test your learning results. Night Qingxue waved her wand, conjuring 3 different stone walls in the open space. Yi Nisha stood obediently beside Night Qingxue. Holding a record sheet in her hand, she was responsible for observing the meaty chunk's casting actions and the degree of damage to the stone walls, recording the data. The meaty chunk extended its tentacles, gripping its short staff, with 2 more tentacles extending behind, nervously rubbing together. Fireball. It waved the short staff, and as the magic power was drawn from its body, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball coalesced at the tip of the wand. Boom! The fireball flew toward the smallest stone wall, exploding upon impact and shattering the small wall into pieces. Next, it needed to draw more magic power to gather a larger fireball to destroy the thicker stone wall created by Night Qingxue. Snowy, do you think it will pass? Yuri stood curiously to the side, holding a device similar to a camera, recording the entire process of the meaty chunk's casting exam. Night Qingxue nodded. After all, the meaty chunk was her personally taught student. Though it had only been 2 days, it was enough for the meaty chunk to grasp the spellcasting skills. Master, teacher, it has already completed all 3 stone walls. Yinisha excitedly ran over, handing the exam record sheet to Night Qingxue. During these 2 days, the meaty chunk also taught Yinisha many cooking techniques and special recipe dishes, so Yinisha was willing to refer to it as teacher. Snowy, how did I do? Have I basically mastered the spellcasting skills? The meaty chunk lay limply on the rocky ground, looking at the 3 stone walls it had destroyed, filled with pride. Night Qingxue glanced at the results on the record sheet. Considering the casting actions, accuracy, and magic control, the meaty chunk had indeed mastered the spellcasting techniques. Congratulations. She smiled, nodding, and applauded the meaty chunk for passing the spellcasting exam. Yuri put away the camera in his backpack, joined Night Qingxue in applauding, and then handed 2 skill books to her. These 2 skill books are related to agility. The Salvation Society will thank you for your help, Comrade Night Qingxue. Your instructional video will be uploaded to the forum, and the spellcasting exam standards you established will become the official exam standards for the Salvation Society and the Flame Organization. Personal data panels can record various knowledge levels, but this is a very rough record. Various skills cannot be recorded by personal data panels, such as aiming techniques and uppercut methods. These skills are merged into various skill levels. Therefore, the Salvation Society and the Flame Organization plan to gather various survivors to establish a method for measuring these skills. Alright, let me see how the survivors rate my instructional video. Night Qingxue opened the forum to check her instruction. Snowy, no matter how dumb a person is, can they not learn spellcasting in 2.5 days? Stop scolding, Teacher Snow. I am useless. You are crying in a hurry. By the way, why are we all monsters? But only Snowy is a beautiful girl. According to historical records, actually Snowy is just a monster in human skin. Otherwise, how could she say such things? Why didn't you say it earlier? In an environment where disasters are continuously increasing and intensifying, it is quite normal for survivors to maintain a somewhat beautiful mental state. By the way, the coordinates provided by the Ember organization correspond to a profession dungeon world, and some intelligence has been gathered about it. This information about the profession dungeons was obtained by Lu Han, who cleverly extracted it from other survival games in the group. After being verified for accuracy over a span of 2 whole days by the time affiliated survivors, the information is finally handed over to the survivors. Profession Dungeon, Cyber City, Chontan City. Basic clearance condition: survive for 1 year. Special appearance: Cosmic Disaster No. 41 Mechanical Awakening, Cosmic Disaster No. 41 Magical Fury Raft, Survival Game Survivors. Background introduction: a highly developed futuristic city with advanced technology where magic is gradually merging into this world, yet crises are quietly approaching. The disaster of the 41st universe has already descended upon this world, and all changes will begin with a game called Ring God. How is it? Yuri tilted her head, curiously observing Yi Qingxue. It's so concise. Can it be a bit more detailed? Yi Qingxue sighed, deeply feeling that this intelligence was as good as having not seen it at all. She only knew the general background, who her companions were, and what the clearance conditions were, but she was utterly ignorant of the rest. Lu Han has done his best. Yuri remained silent for a moment, sighed, and sent a link to a post to Yi Qingxue. The content of this post was the chat records between Lu Han and other survival games. Lu Han: no way. Big brother. Dormitory survival game: oh ho ho, is this something I can see without paying? Elevator survival game: don't worry, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you, hee. Magical sanctuary survival game: how did our group turn into a literary love group? Sobbing, sniffing. In short, all this information was obtained at the cost of Lu Han's soul. Every piece of intelligence was crafted by Lu Han through countless messages. For this intelligence, Lu Han has essentially become a tool for venting for the survival games in a spiritual sense. Yuri gently stroked the thin sheets of paper. Each word on them was a testament to Lu Han's romantic endeavors with the survival games. Yi Qingxue wanted to complain, but felt inexplicably ashamed. She hadn't expected Lu Han to sacrifice so much for everyone while she was dissatisfied with this concise intelligence. By the way, have you bought the items from the Jia procurement mall these days, eh? Yuri took out a blank ID card and a key. Today's items on Jia included a legal identity generator and a random door key. The former allows survivors to possess a normal legal identity in the dungeon world. The latter opens a door to a random location in the dungeon world, preventing instant death upon arrival at the spawn point. The items released yesterday were a language capsule and a train storage card. The former grants a temporary language comprehension opportunity for 1 year when consumed, while the latter is used to store the train that follows them into the dungeon world. Naturally, I prepared 30 of each item over the past 2 days. Yi Qingxue nodded. The procurement prices for items during these 2 days were quite cheap, astonishingly purchased with gold. It was worth the effort she put into collecting sand for half a day. Jie's infinite procurement talent was incredibly useful. Now I can rest assured the development of the Savior's Camp relies on the efforts of each of you survivors. Once you emerge from the profession dungeon world, the camp can officially begin operations. Yuji earnestly patted Yi Qingxue's shoulder. Though Yi Qingxue was not a member of the Savior's Camp, she was still an indispensable partner. Shuelao, take this food, make sure to achieve a good ranking. The adorable meatball had just run back to its train, preparing 100 bottles of juice for Yi Qingxue to restore her magic power. It did not intend to challenge the profession dungeon immediately, because it was building a restaurant within the Savior's Camp. To smoothly pass the challenge of the profession dungeon, it planned to first use its gluttonous talent to increase its health limit by hundreds of thousands before entering. Its approach emphasized stability. Of course, achieving such a high health limit would require a substantial variety of ingredients, representing a huge expense. The restaurant provided a great opportunity for it to gather various materials and earn money through special dishes. Alright, I'll bring you some local specialties from the profession dungeon world when I return. Yi Qingxue accepted the juice handed to her by Meatball and waved goodbye to Meatball and Yuji, heading toward the direction of the train with Yinisa. Aside from Meatball, along the way, Shuelao also sent a message. Shuelao, the Great Shuelao, the Spring Fairy set has been collected. You can receive it without any payment. Shuelao the Great, collected by the merchants of the magical realm. Our Ember organization sent a team of finance-savvy talents to negotiate with the merchants of the magical realm, helping them strategize and monopolize the economy in their area. Yi Qingxue, please thank him for me. Yi Qingxue was surprised to receive a full set of the Spring Fairy equipment before departure. Yi Qingxue fitted the ice blue gloves onto her hands and held a set of white translucent stockings, putting them on her legs. The entire set of equipment mostly consisted of various scattered accessories. The magical sanctuary survival game was truly mischievous, disassembling them so thoroughly. Spring Fairy Set 1616. Set effect grants water evasion ability. Gains a fixed magic recovery effect of 10 points, increasing magic recovery speed by 20%. When magic falls below 10%, it absorbs surrounding moisture to continuously recover magic. When attacking and hitting enemies, it recovers 10% of the current magic. Who came up with this effect of left and right brain combat? Yi Qingxue glanced at the set effect and noticed the issue with it. The water absorption effect for magic recovery only triggers when the magic is low. However, when attacking and hitting enemies, the recovery is based on the current magic value, not the maximum magic limit, meaning it requires her to maintain a relatively high level of magic. This trash equipment will be modified later. Before heading to the dungeon world, Yi Qingxue took one last look at her data panel. Name: Yi Qingxue. Age 20. Level 5. Attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Perception 10, Spirit 10, Charm 10. Special attributes: Knowledge 10, 1 Magic 24-4. Talents: Balance, Development of Intellect, Physique, Beauty, and Labor, Blood of Nature. Skills: Magic, Martial Body, Refinement Method LV. 10 Annihilation Meditation Technique LV. 10 Magic Control LV. Max Basic Magic Knowledge LV. Max Starshine Technique LV. 13 Mud to Stone LV. Max Magic Shield LV. Max Identification Technique LV. Max Magical Botany LV. 12. With all 6 dimensions maxed out, most ordinary quality skills reached level 20 and the knowledge attribute reached 10, indicating that Yi Qingxue's knowledge growth had hit a bottleneck. She needed more knowledge to elevate herself. This time in the Cyber City world should help you recover. Yi Qingxue affectionately ruffled Yunisa's hair. What about me? Goaya pointed at herself. Wait for me to take on a part-time summoning profession. Isn't it said that a blank ID can grant an ordinary legal identity? Why am I still an illegal immigrant? Under the pitch-black night sky, Yi Qingxue was swimming towards the brightly lit city on the opposite shore in a dog paddle style, all alone in the cold seawater. As she just entered the professional dungeon of Changtan City, she was immediately led to fall into the water by someone aboard the train. Thankfully, she was quick-witted and used the train storage card. The good news is that the train was preserved. The bad news is that Xiao Yezi and Goaya were still on the train, and they were also stored in the card sealed together. Fortunately, her spring fairy outfit provided water-repelling effects, allowing her to float effortlessly on the water's surface, swimming endlessly in the cold sea. Before Yi Qingxue could paddle to the shore, a patrolling bionic robot on the shore noticed her in the water. The bionic robot immediately dived. Before Yi Qingxue could paddle to the shore, a patrolling bionic robot on the shore noticed her in the water. The bionic robot immediately dived into the water and swam towards her position. Its cold metallic arm grabbed Yi Qingxue and accelerated towards the shore. So advanced. If I could get my hands on one and take it apart for research, perhaps I could upgrade Xiao Yezi. Yi Qingxue had only one thought about this bionic being that had fished her out of the sea. Take it apart for research. She lifted her head, observing the bustling city on the shore. Tall buildings towered above, with hovering electric cars crisscrossing the sky, airships, trailing virtual advertisements, and colorful neon lights illuminating the city. Everywhere on the beach were humans with metal prosthetics and bionic beings resembling humans. If it weren't for the faint magical energy in the air, she might truly believe she had arrived in a normal current area. Professional dungeon. Chang'an City. Disasters. Magical fury. Disasters. Mechanical awakening. Disasters. Synthetic human invasion. Abnormal creatures have invaded our world, disguising themselves as normal humans. Disasters. World overlap. Game invasion. Another parallel universe is alarmingly overlapping with this world, where the deceased have a chance of being replaced by souls from another world. The disasters of universe. No. 41 really do linger. Even after escaping to a professional dungeon world, it still exists. So, miss, are you a synthetic human? The bionic being that had just rescued Yi Qingxue suddenly stepped back, surrounding her along with two other bionic beings. Synthetic human. Yi Qingxue tilted her head, looking down at her dry body. She hadn't touched any water at all. This abnormal phenomenon, combined with the AI managing Chang'an City, discovering that the girl before them was not in the personnel records, quickly led the AI to determine that Yi Qingxue was a synthetic human mimicking a human. I originally planned to wait a bit longer before dissecting a few bionic beings for research, but I didn't expect to have to start so soon. Yi Qingxue sighed deeply, taking out her wand from her backpack. Open fire. The three bionic beings, seeing the wand that had appeared out of thin air in Yi Qingxue's hand, immediately drew their pistols and opened fire at her. A barrage of bullets shot towards her, but the surrounded girl paid no mind to the bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit Yi Qingxue's magical shield, but could not penetrate it at all. After a series of bullet impacts against the magical shield, she remained unharmed, standing in place, while the three bionic beings had already emptied their clips. Magic missiles. Dozens of magic missiles were launched, causing a chain explosion on the beach. The crowd on the beach fled in panic from the magic missiles. Chaos erupted, thick smoke billowed, and by the time other law enforcement bionic beings arrived, Yi Qingxue and the three bionic beings had already vanished from the beach. The AI of Chang'an City immediately sealed off the entire beach after Yi Qingxue cast her spell, deploying a large number of drones for a search operation. But ultimately they found nothing. It was as if this terrifying synthetic human had evaporated from existence. What kind of synthetic human is this? How is it completely different from the synthetic human types we know? A detective reviewed the surveillance footage from the beach, becoming increasingly confused. Various detection data indicated that the girl before them was indeed not human. She possessed an extremely high energy density, had spellcasting abilities similar to a mage, and boasted water-repelling powers. In the end, the AI of Chang'an City could only establish a file for Yi Qingxue based on this data. Codename C-Spawn. Type C-Spawn. Description: a synthetic human that lives in water, mimicking humans, possessing the ability to survive underwater and spellcasting abilities similar to a mage. Danger level 3. Glub glub. On the riverbed of a river in Chang'an City, Yi Qingxue was relying on the water-repelling ability provided by her spring fairy outfit, inching forward in the dark riverbed. Chang'an City's AI probably never expected that Yi Qingxue would be crawling in the dark riverbed. Above her head, ships occasionally moved across the spacious river surface. Glub glub, a scaled fishman looked curiously at Yi Qingxue, crawling along the riverbed. Fishman. Type fish, synthetic human. Attributes: strength 3, constitution 6, agility 4, perception 6, spirit 6, charm 2. Identification technique activated. The fishman's relevant data quickly appeared before Yi Qingxue's eyes. It's just a very ordinary synthetic human monster. A fishman and a human stared wide-eyed at each other in the water. Then the fishman, frightened by Yi Qingxue, let go of the human it had just caught and ran towards the river surface. Oh no! Encountering a monster crawling in the dark riverbed disguised as a synthetic human, the uncanny valley effect kicked in, scaring the synthetic human to death. At this moment it felt as if all its fish scales were about to stand on end. You saw me right. A magic missile shot out swiftly, moving through the water and hitting the fishman that was boom. A huge splash erupted, sending the fishman and the human it had just captured flying. Next time I should control the power better. Yi Qingxue swam towards the river surface. Thankfully, there were no ships or drones passing by at that moment. Perhaps because of this, the synthetic human felt bold enough to act and catch someone. Synthetic humans also make for good research material. After all, this professional dungeon has knowledge related to bodily modifications. Glub glub. The fishman's chest was pierced, and it lay in agony on the shore waiting for the synthetic human to arrive. Goodbye? A droplet of water pierced through the fishman's head, and then the entire corpse was stored in Yi Qingxue's player backpack. In less than 2 hours since entering this professional dungeon, she had already collected 3 bionic beings and a synthetic human body. What a bountiful harvest. Yi Qingxue clapped her hands in satisfaction, turning her gaze towards a nearby human girl. The girl before her wore a white dress, and her black hair was drenched in river water. Is she dead? Not dead. Yi Qingxue reached out to check the girl's breath, confirming that the girl still had a chance to be saved. She performed CPR on the girl using the drowning rescue techniques she remembered, and just after a few presses she revived the girl. Are you my savior? Yes. Please pay the emergency bill, which includes water fees, synthetic human extermination fees, emergency fees, swimsuit fees, and mental distress fees. Ugh, you might as well just kill me. The girl knelt directly before Yi Qingxue. As an orphan, she had just been laid off by her company, left penniless, and had her house taken away, all while burdened with a massive student loan. Now, apart from her healthy body, she had almost nothing left. How invincible this person is. Yi Qing blinked, feeling a tinge of sympathy for the girl in her heart. However, someone who has nothing and is healthy is indeed very suitable as a subject for her experiment. Let me ask you, do you know where there is a black clinic, the kind that does body modifications, inhumane human modifications? The girl nodded, as she really knew such places. After being laid off, someone introduced her to a black clinic where all she needed to do was rent out her healthy body to earn a significant sum of money. And the price was merely to live as a brain in a vat for 50 years. If she was still alive after 50 years, her body would be returned. By the way, miss, do you have money for a taxi? If we rely on walking, it might take a while. The girl led Yi Qingxue up the steps along the riverside, arriving at a wide road. The city's neon lights shone on the girl's lifeless cheeks. Just a day ago, she was working as a laborer in those brightly lit skyscrapers. Now, in just one short day, she had fallen to the plight of needing to sell her body to pay off emergency medical expenses. Truly, fate is cruel. I have no money, but I do have a vehicle. Yi Qingxue sighed heavily and took out a train storage card from her inventory, producing a 3-car long bronze train. Spatial technology. Moreover, she was able to compress such a large bronze train into a card. The black-haired girl stood stunned. Could it be that she was rescued by some wealthy heiress from a chable? But why would a wealthy heiress come to such a place? However, it is indeed difficult to understand the thoughts of these wealthy heiresses with ordinary reasoning. Get on the train. By the way, what is your name? Shinshue. The black-haired girl stood dazed in front of the train, not expecting the heiress to actually ask. While working at the company, she was always called by her serial number. To be called by one's name by someone of a higher status is a supreme honor, signifying that the other party remembers you. Master. Yinishia obediently stood inside the carriage. She did not retain the memories stored in the storage card, only recalling that they had almost fallen into the water. Then in the blink of an eye, they arrived at a flat road. Wow, an ancient bionic person. Shen Shuiwe carefully examined Yinishia, her conviction that Yi Qingxue was indeed some chable heiress growing stronger. Because this train not only has a spacious and clean space, but also a bionic person and a modified elf. The market price for a modified elf is at least in the tens of millions. Next, you lead the way. Yi Qingxue guided Shun Shuiwe to the front of the train, starting it based on the direction Shun Shuiwe pointed. The train sped along the wide road, with other vehicles automatically veering away upon seeing it. By the way, you can just call me Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue sat in the driver's seat of the train, quietly observing the prosperous city outside the window. Following Shin Shuyu's indicated direction, the road gradually narrowed and the tall buildings slowly disappeared. In their place were ruins, barbed wire, and toll collectors setting up roadblocks. The dim streetlights flickered, affecting Yi Qingxue's reading. She turned on the desk lamp and continued reading the skill book in her hand. Swift Wind, Treading the River Revised. This was a martial arts system skill book given to her by a friend. Moreover, it was a revised version modified by a survivor with extraordinary comprehension, making it a high-quality skill book. Its power techniques can be integrated into the demonic martial body refinement method. Yi Qingxue planned to collect more skill books before modifying the demonic martial body refinement method. Minor tweaks were no longer sufficient to improve it. Boss, there is a group of roadblocking mobs up ahead. Should we? Shen Shue pointed ahead with trepidation. A group of homeless people wielding iron rods were standing on the road, setting up a blockade to stop the train. The car ahead surrendered 1,000 in toll fees. They extended their hands toward Yi Qingxue, shouting their demands through a loudspeaker. Boss, that seems to be a train. Could it be the vehicle of some big shot? What would a big shot be doing in a place like this? Don't be scared. The homeless people noticed it was a train, and some of the timid ones ran away, fearing they would be run over. 3 homeless people remained firmly in place, unmoved. With an automated vehicle AI, this train would definitely stop in the end. Once the train stopped, they would rush up together and demand a hefty fee from the owner. Boss, that vehicle doesn't seem to be slowing down. The little brother beside him spoke hesitantly. But by the time they realized the train wasn't slowing down, it was already bang. The train directly crushed the 3 road-blocking homeless people along with the barricade, sending them flying. I thought it was a speed bump. Just tell that to my train. Yi Qingxue was unconcerned. After all, her train was sturdy enough. She just needed to trouble little Yeezy to clean the train later. Shen Shuiwa looked at the severed limbs hanging from the barbed wire on both sides of the road, swallowing hard. No wonder she is the heiress of a chaebol. Her actions exhibited a domineering style typical of someone in a high position. The train continued to advance on the highway, gradually moving away from the bustling downtown of Changtan City, arriving at the desolate and unregulated suburbs. The streets in the suburbs were filled with despondent people, rusted bionic beings, and litter scattered everywhere. Even the roads were damaged, making it impossible for the train to proceed. They'll put a layer of magical shield on you first. Yi Qingxue stopped the train, ready to walk towards the black cloud. Thus Yi Qingxue took out her wand and cast a thick magical shield over Gia and Yunixia. Gia smiled and nodded, curiously poking at the magical shield on her body. By the way, can you handle guns? Yi Qingxue handed 3 silver pistols to Gia, Yunixia, and Shinshi. These 3 pistols belonged to the 3 bionic beings, but after Yi Qingxue damaged them, the guns and bullets naturally fell into her hands. Yunixia nodded. Her incomplete database contained knowledge in this area. Although it was knowledge of magical firearms, it adapted perfectly to this pistol. And although Gia had never handled one, she wanted to try. Boss, I don't have the firearm knowledge chip, so I won't. Shen Shuiwa awkwardly rubbed her hands. In Changtan City, there are knowledge chips that can quickly assist people in mastering skills such as firearm knowledge chips, but they are expensive. Knowledge chips. Aren't those just skill books? Yi Qingxue thought that after their survival game ran away, they would be unable to obtain skill books, but unexpectedly, this world actually has lower-level substitutes for skill books. It's fine, in the future it'll capture someone to interrogate. Now, let's continue leading the way. A purebred elf cyborg, an ancient model robot of unknown age, covered in an energy force field shield on its surface, and 3 high-end firearms. No one dared to provoke this team of drifters on the streets of the suburbs. It was obvious that a wealthy heiress had come to the suburbs for a leisure trip. Who would dare to disrespect the young lady? This level 20. Clearly this is a very important NPC. Except for a red-haired boy squatting in the corner of the street. In front of him appeared a game panel that only he could see. No wonder, it's the survival game Mirror World, launched by the Multiverse Entertainment Company. Players will enter another parallel world, the Mirror World, as survivors. If he could successfully latch onto a powerful figure, he would definitely surpass other survivors and even become a big internet celebrity. Thus, with the thought of seeking support, he quietly followed. Boss, this is the Black Clinic. Shen Shuiwa pointed to a clinic at the intersection, which not only had 2 armed gang members for protection, but was also one of the few places in the suburbs with 24-hour water and electricity supply. So can that clinic be bought with money? Yi Qingxue nodded. This clinic is fated to be mine. Just right, she had hoarded a large amount of gold bars in her backpack, and leaving them unused was a waste of space. It was indeed a good idea to put them to use. Buy a clinic. Shen Shuiwa let out a sigh of relief. The boss clearly wasn't thinking of selling it. How wonderful, but why was the boss interested in this clinic? Forget it, I'm just a worker. I just need to say loyalty. Boss, this clinic belongs to the local gang, the Cloud Whale Gang. But the AI told me that the leader of the Cloud Whale Gang, whose identity is mysterious, never meets outsiders. Shen Shiyu's fingers moved in the air, then she relayed the information she received from the AI to Yi Qingxue. The AI's suggestion was to join the Cloud Whale Gang. With the strength of their group, their promotion speed within the gang would definitely be fast. They would meet the leader Li Qingxian in less than 3 years. Too slow. Xiaoya, don't always rely on AI. Yi Qingxue smiled, gripping her wand, and stepped towards the 2 Cloud Whale Gang members at the clinic's entrance. Bang! This time, Yi Qingxue did not cast a spell. Instead, she used her wand as a melee weapon to strike the gang member on the left. With a crisp sound, the gang member's metallic head was dented by Yi Qingxue's strike, and then knocked away by a follow-up. Monster! Monster! The man on the right had just raised his gun when it was already snatched into Yi Qingxue's player backpack. The gang members equipped with metal prosthetics were far weaker than Yi Qingxue in terms of pure strength. After all, Yi Qingxue's attributes had reached the point of being fully maxed out. The special dishes she had consumed over the past 2 days and her monster body refining technique were not practiced in vain. Facing gang members with strength and agility only around 4 or 5 points, Yi Qingxue was essentially performing a dimensionality reduction strike. Inform your boss that I want her clinic. Yi Qingxue did not kill the 2 gang members directly, as she still needed them to relay messages. The 2 gang members nodded quickly and stepped to the side to relay Yi Qingxue's message to their superior. As for whether they were simply shaking people or truly relaying the message layer by layer, Yi Qingxue didn't care. After all she wanted was this clinic. Yi Qingxue stood at the clinic's entrance, checking the attributes of the 2 guns. Cloud Whale modified type, equipment submachine gun quality, ordinary durability, 56-70 magazine, 50-50 requirements, strength, 3, physique, 5. The guns of these 2 gang members were truly terrible. She would even be annoyed if they were given to her for free as they took up space. Boss, isn't this a bit too domineering? Shen Shuyuan nervously leaned beside Yi Qingxue, whispering a question. Not at all, I can beat them up, oh why should I negotiate with them? Yi Qingxue tilted her head in confusion. Yesenia nodded. If it really came to it, even if their master couldn't win, she could still escape. The only condition for clearing the game was to survive for a year, which was incredibly easy for Yi Qingxue. She could simply hide in the shadows for a year. After all, there was plenty of food in her backpack. Just as Yi Qingxue was about to lose her patience, while waiting, someone finally arrived. Li Qingxian, hand over your Cloud Whale gang's territory and assets. A bald man wearing a gold chain around his neck stood at the clinic's entrance with dozens of henchmen equipped with mechanical prosthetics and armed with unknown firearms. They raised their guns aiming at Yi Qingxue. This was the only black clinic in the suburbs, and it belonged to the Cloud Whale gang, the local gang. The bald man was the leader of an external gang supported by a major corporation. Do not harm the gang leader. The 2 gang members who had just been beaten by Yi Qingxue suddenly jumped out to protect her. It was unclear what information they had received that led them to mistakenly identify Yi Qingxue as Li Qingxian, the mysterious leader of the Cloud Whale gang. Does this count as taking command in a crisis, or being a scapegoat? Yi Qingxue pondered, nodding thoughtfully. After using identification magic to check the attributes of the opponents and confirming that they couldn't possibly defeat her, she straightforwardly acknowledged her identity. Indeed, this lady is Li Qingxian. The Cloud Whale gang is my property. You are too weak, step aside. What era is this that you still use such outdated equipment? Yi Qingxue disdainfully pushed aside the 2 gang members. Get them. The bald man glanced at Yi Qingxue, snorted coldly, and directly commanded his gang members to attack. Unexpectedly, the rumored founder of the Cloud Whale gang, Li Qingxian, turned out to be a pure-blood human. What era is this? Pure-blood humans, a race with no combat power, should have long exited the scene. Water drop technique. Water droplets coalesced above Yi Qingxue's head, instantly piercing the chest of every gang member present. Even with their metallic bodies, they could not withstand the high-speed, moving water drop technique. Its penetration effect was enough to slice through the claws of that unknown creature in the blood mist. What kind of equipment is this? Before the bald man could react, his body was pierced by the water drop technique, blood flowing from the wound. Clearly, even in death, he could not fathom that the wooden staff in Yi Qingxue's hand would possess such terror. In the blink of an eye, a group of gang members was eliminated by the seemingly frail girl before them. The Cloud Whale gang members standing at the clinic's entrance were astonished, realizing how powerful their leader truly was. They had just relayed the message upward, and then the higher-ups informed them that the girl before them was indeed Li Qingxian. Initially, they did not believe it, but after witnessing the abilities displayed by the girl before them, they believed it. This was the leader they wished to. Welcome back, gang leader. Congratulations on your return. Loyalty. Loyalty. As Yi Qingxue stepped into the black clinic, members of the Yunwhale gang in the corridor raised their hands, jumping and expressing their sincere devotion to her. Tears of emotion flowed from their eyes, their gazes filled with admiration for Yi Qingxue. They had witnessed her striking down a member of the Grey Wolf gang just moments before. Thinking of their leader's terrifying strength, even the gang members who did hard labor for the Yunwhale gang stood proudly with their chests out. I never expected to take over the Yunwhale gang as a way to acquire the clinic. Yi Qingxue sighed helplessly at this scene. She held her magic wand and called a doctor from the Yunwhale gang to lead her. Master, the clinic is equipped with advanced second-hand equipment salvaged from the Changtan City Hospital. The doctor, dressed in a white coat and having nearly transformed himself entirely, proudly introduced the rooms within the clinic. First was the operating room, where they would assist patients in removing and installing mechanical prosthetics. Damaged prosthetics would be sent to a dedicated body modification repair workshop. Selling refurbished prosthetics was an important source of funding for the clinic. This clinic can be considered the most advanced black clinic in all of Changtan City. The doctor waved his silver metallic arm and patted his chest. Yi Qingxue nodded in satisfaction. For someone who started as a smuggler, acquiring such a clinic was indeed quite fortunate. By the way, I need a batch of biological and mechanical knowledge. However, to conduct research, she needed to understand the local knowledge system first. Master knowledge chips are contraband, and it might not be that simple to obtain them. A nearby member of the Yunwale gang looked nervously at Yiqing Snow. At that moment, he felt as though the air around him had solidified, his mind blank, unable to utter a word. Then just get me a batch of books. E-books will do. Yiqing Snow sighed, waved her hand, and led Yeisha and the other two into a quiet restroom to rest. This restroom was a temporary space made available by the Yunwale gang. Located on the second floor of the clinic, it had a glass window that looked outside, furnished with a delicate golden wood table, a tiger skin on the floor, and illuminated by the light of a crystal chandelier. Congratulations, Snow, you can now be called an emperor. Guaya chuckled, covering her mouth, then seriously bowed her hands towards Yiqing Snow. Now, as the leader of the Yunwale gang, Yiqing Snow could be considered an emperor in the suburbs of Chang'an City. So calling her an emperor was not an exaggeration at all. Master, this matter behind it may not be that simple. The real Li Qingxian is likely plotting against you. Compared to the carefree Guaya, Yeisha seemed much more mature and reliable. Shen Shuya nodded along. Even she, who had always worked tirelessly in the company, could see that there was something wrong here. However, Yiqing Snow did not care about what traps Li Qingxian had laid within the Yunwale gang. After all, she was merely utilizing the Yunwale gang. Master, we have brought you the information you requested. A member of the Yunwale gang entered holding a device resembling a tablet. This tablet contained most of the publicly available knowledge from Chang'an City. Although it did not include core knowledge that could not be disclosed, it was sufficient for Yiqing Snow at present. Xiaoshan, don't you think there are limits to being a person? Yiqing Snow held the tablet with one hand and earnestly patted Shen Shuyu's shoulder. Gulp. Shen Shuyu stared at that flawless face, nervously nodding. Could it be that the boss is a pseudo-human? A bold thought suddenly sprang to her mind, but she quickly suppressed it. Pseudo-humans are such strange beings that they need to imitate humans because their combat power is not strong. If pseudo-humans were like the boss, there would be no need for disguise. They could just charge to the top of the company. They'll follow your arrangements, boss. Shen Shuyu raised her hands, mimicking the actions of the jumping members of the Yunwale gang outside, showcasing her loyalty to Yiqing Snow. Don't worry, it won't be your turn until I become proficient in my skills. Yiqing Snow was quite satisfied with Shen Shuyu's attitude. She ruffled Shen Shuyu's hair and began to absorb the knowledge of this world, holding the tablet. Basic modification knowledge, LV. 1 basic flesh modification, LV. 1 introduction to mechanical manufacturing, LV. 1-3 knowledge skills slowly popped up on her personal data panel. The power of knowledge is filling my brain. Shen Shuyu and the other members of the Yunwale gang sat nervously in the clinic's corridor. Ever since the master returned, the clinic had not experienced a peaceful day. In the past 10 days, members of the Yunwale gang had dealt with various incidents, including office explosions in the body modification repair workshop, and the operating room, encountering all sorts of disgusting flesh clumps. Every day in the clinic was spent in fear, terrified that if they were not careful, the master would blow the clinic up. Dressed in a white coat, Yiqing Snow exited the operating room, followed by a modified human towering over 2 meters tall. Its body was covered with a thick layer of deep blue scales, its eyes vacant, limbs well-developed, and despite not being equipped with any mechanical prosthetics, it possessed astonishing strength and speed. Merman No. 1 age, 1 level, 5 attributes, strength 7, physique 7, agility 6, perception 2, spirit 0, a charisma 0, special attribute magic power 3, talent. Modified creature effect 1, a modified creature created by combining knowledge of summoning and contract techniques with scientific knowledge, devoid of consciousness and completely controlled by the contractor. Effect 2, as a modified creature, it possesses a monster-like body at the cost of sacrificing its spirit and most perception abilities. The corpse of the deceased pseudo-human had been transformed by Yiqing Snow into her second summon. Unlike the summons in a cooperative relationship like Gu Ayas, this modified merman was truly regarded by Yiqing Snow as cannon fodder. Yeisha, you will control it when the time comes. Yiqing Snow waved her magic wand, handing the summoning mark of the merman to Yeisha. The summoning mark is the key to controlling the summon and is also the key Yiqing Snow uses to control her modified creatures, a product of the combination of summoning and contract techniques. Yeisha obediently nodded. Under her control, the merman agilely navigated through the crowded corridor, demonstrating agility that belied its appearance. Perfect. We can use the Grey Wolf gang to test the strength of Merman No. 1. Yiqing Snow had not forgotten the Grey Wolf gang that attacked her on the first day. The reason she hadn't wiped out the Grey Wolf gang before was simply because she had more important tasks to attend to. Now that her research had reached a temporary conclusion, she could free her hands to eliminate the Grey Wolf gang. The weather is getting colder, it's time to bankrupt the Grey Wolf gang, Guaya said leisurely. You seem to have been reading online novels from Chongqing City for the past 10 days. Yi Qing cast a glance at Gaia, who had been slacking off for 10 days. Among them, this silly elf had had the easiest time. Both she and Yunisha had a tablet loaded with various knowledge about Chongqing City. Over the past 10 days, Yunisha had been studying programming and AI-related knowledge. Meanwhile, Gaia claimed she would learn various planting techniques, but the reality was she spent the last 10 days reading online novels. From domineering CEO romances to stories of gang leaders falling in love with 80-year-olds. There wasn't a book she couldn't read. Hey, isn't it just waiting for you to take down the greenhouse of the Grey Wolf Gang? Gaia turned her head away sheepishly, bringing up the Grey Wolf Gang's property as a cover. The backbone industry of the Grey Wolf Gang was agriculture. They controlled large tracts of barren land in the suburbs, building greenhouses to cultivate highly profitable crops. Once Yi Qing took down the Grey Wolf Gang, she certainly wouldn't let the greenhouse sit idle. She would definitely assign Gaia to manage it. So I'm just preemptively taking my future rest time. Gaia nodded earnestly. Then the tablet in her hand was snatched away by Yi Qing. All right, I'll return it to you when you start working. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, then stuffed the tablet directly into the player's backpack. Gaia bit her lip pitifully, and then she was handed a brand new weapon that resembled a sniper rifle. The equipment I modified is much better than the pile of scrap metal from the Cloud Whale Gang. Yi Qing's introductory knowledge of mechanical engineering was not learned in vain. She had always wanted to complain about the Cloud Whale Gang's shabby equipment, so after learning related knowledge, she manually created one herself. Thanks to her previous experience helping sure how craft equipment, the process of modifying the gear went very smooth. Water drop no. One type equipment, sniper rifle quality, excellent durability, 40-40 magazine, 55 modified weapon, provides 50% armor-piercing effect requirements, strength 6, physique 6, though the type of gun changed, the strength was undeniably enhanced. Gaia nodded dejectedly, taking the modified firearm and standing next to Yunisha. As for the members of the Cloud Whale Gang, as the leader, I naturally want just let everyone go become meat shields. After explaining to Yunisha and Gaia, Yi Qing turned her gaze towards each member of the Cloud Whale Gang present. She took out over 100 enhanced Type 1 potions, which were forbidden drugs prepared for Cloud Whale Gang members. Enhanced Type 1, after injection, if attributes are less than 10 points, it consumes 30 years of lifespan to increase strength, physique, and agility by 2 points, while reducing spirit by 4 points, and grants a permanent Loyalty Frenzy effect. Loyalty Frenzy, a product of the combination of contract and summoning techniques at the cost of losing freedom, will always regard Yi Qing as the master. As long as they injected this enhanced potion researched by Yi Qing, they would gain incredible power. And the price was merely the loss of 30 years of lifespan and becoming Yi Qing's puppet forever. Compared to this insignificant price, the enhancement effect was extremely formidable. Although the effect of this enhanced potion was somewhat weaker compared to the adorable special cuisine, Yi Qing's enhanced potion was incredibly cheap. It only required a bit of magic power and Yi Qing's own blood to produce over 100 enhanced potions. The members of the Cloud Whale Gang who had injected the potion let out cries of agony. Compared to the gentle process of the special cuisine, Yi Qing's enhanced potion was a bit painful. But soon they would no longer feel the pain, because the enhanced Type 1 potion had already shattered their spirit. Master. The modified members of the Cloud Whale Gang possessed body stats comparable to the modified individuals, their expressions calm as they stared at Yi Qing waiting for her orders. Go flatten the Grey Wolf Gang for me. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. As her command was issued, the modified members of the Cloud Whale Gang marched in unison towards the territory controlled by the Grey Wolf Gang. From now on, I'll leave their command to you. Watching the members of the Cloud Whale Gang depart, Yi Qing ruffled Yunisha's hair beside her, handing over control of the Cloud Whale Gang members to Yunisha. After all, as a mechanical being, Yunisha's processing ability was more than sufficient to command a team of over 100 people. Leave it to me and Gaia. Master. However, now the clinic only has you and those doctors left. I'm afraid, Li Qingxian really. Yunisha nodded obediently. Before leaving, she reminded Yi Qing to be cautious of Li Qingxian. Yi Qing nodded, watching as Yunisha and Gaia departed. Then she returned alone to the office on the second floor of the clinic, waiting for the real Li Qingxian to come. Of course, the current Li Qingxian probably couldn't even be considered the real Li Qingxian. As a summoning type player, you actually sent all your summons out just to lure me in. A girl dressed in dark clothing slowly stepped out from the shadows of the office. She was a survivor from a raft survival game, having spent 10,000 survival points to gain the identity of the Cloud Whale Gang leader Li Qingxian. As soon as she took on this identity, she was told that not only did she have to deal with the Grey Wolf Gang members knocking at her door, but also face the armed forces from Chongqing City. At that time, she really wanted to give up. Among her six-dimensional attributes, the only one that reached its limit was agility, and the second highest was charm, while the rest were around 3 to 4 points. Her skills were all assassination-related. Fortunately, Yi Qing-snow appeared, and the girl had a sudden inspiration, immediately instructing her subordinates to inform the lower-tier members of the Cloud Whale gang that Yi Qing-snow was Li Qingxian. So you really didn't know what happened that day? Yi Qing-snow observed the girl thoughtfully. If she had watched the battle that day, when she killed the Grey Wolf gang members, she certainly wouldn't think that Yi Qing-snow was purely a summoning-type player. They said. Before the girl could finish her sentence, a water drop condensed on the magic wand held by Yi Qing-snow, instantly piercing through the wall beside the girl. The answer is obvious, you were deceived. Yi Qing-snow revealed a gentle smile. As she suspected, the higher-ups of the Cloud Whale gang had already been infiltrated by the Grey Wolf gang. Logically speaking, as Li Qingxian, the orders she issued should only be known to those within the Cloud Whale gang. But why did the Grey Wolf gang know immediately that Yi Qing-snow was Li Qingxian? Clearly, there were people from the Grey Wolf gang within the Cloud Whale gang. Even after discovering Yi Qing-snow's true strength, they used that to their advantage, transmitting false information upward. Moreover, they made the girl misjudge her as a summoning-type player, surely with the involvement of survivors or players. Damn. Big shot, let's join forces. These people are too despicable. How dare they deceive you and me? The girl clenched her fists in anger, then looked up, wanting to collaborate with Yi Qing-snow. Stop right there, I don't need to team up with you. Now hand over everything of value on you. Whether you can live or not depends on your sincerity. Yi Qing-snow shook her head, casting the spells Turn Stone to Mud and Turn Mud to Stone. Whoa. The wall behind the girl suddenly melted into mud, causing her to lose her balance and fall backwards. Just then, the mud that fell on her suddenly solidified into stone, leaving her upper body stuck outside the wall, while her lower half remained inside the office. If you don't behave well, you'll be given this large needle. Yi Qingshu approached the girl with a smile, asking Shen Shuyue to bring her a large syringe. The syringe is filled with a Type 1 enhancement potion. One injection will ensure that the summoning and contract techniques are forcefully injected into the opponent's body, damaging their spirit. The girl stared blankly as the thick syringe approached her. It's so big. Such a terrifying potion. If the power of loyalty is injected into her, with her current 4 points in mental attributes, she would definitely collapse. Mom, I'm scared, can we skip the injection? Tears welled in her eyes as she bit her lip and called out to Yi Qingshu. Did she even call out to her mother, just to survive? All right, I acknowledge your will to survive. Yi Qingshu smiled and told Shen Shuyue, who was peeking with her eyes covered, to put away the syringe if the daughter behaved. She gently poked the girl's cheek and cast an identification spell. Name Li Qingxian. Age 26. Level 0. Attributes Strength 3, Physique 4, Agility 10, Perception 5, Spirit 4, Charm 8. Talent Dark Assassin, hiding in the shadows to reduce one's presence. Skills Stab LV. 3, Lumberjacking LV. 4, Raft Steering LV. 6. Such a terrible talent. I've never seen anything like it before. Yi Qingshu was used to the various extraordinary talents of the universe. 41 survivors. Talents, as plain as Li Qingxian's, were indeed rare. So this is the normal level of a survivor. Yi Qingshu said, tell me, your chosen identity as the leader of the Cloud Whale gang isn't just a title, is it? Yi Qingshu moved a chair over, sitting in the corridor outside her office, interrogating the girl stuck in the wall. Mom, different identities have different series of tasks. Completing these tasks can improve the dungeon rating. Although Li Qingxian didn't understand why her mom asked that, she cleared her throat and explained the benefits of choosing an identity. Survivors in the Raft survival game, upon starting a professional dungeon, will receive a randomly assigned identity. For example, her initial identity was that of a common quality smuggler. The smuggler's task was simply to reach the land of Changtan City, to complete it earning only a C rating. However, survivors can spend survival points to choose their identity. She went bankrupt choosing the leader of the Cloud Whale gang, which is a fine quality identity. The series of tasks for the leader of the Cloud Whale gang is to destroy the Grey Wolf gang and completely control the abandoned suburbs of Changtan City, becoming the king of the suburbs. If she succeeds, she will receive an A rating. And there's task guidance. That does sound quite convenient. Yi Qingshu's eyes sparkled with envy. Survivors backed by the survival game not only have the disguise of a local identity, but also have local resources and task guidance. In contrast, the survivors of Universe 41 can only rely on themselves. No task guidance, no identity choices, and their starting point is even in the ocean. Mom, can you let me out? I promise to be a good child. Li Qingxian blinked, using a soft tone to express her wish. That's 3 wishes. I'm not a genie, so I can't let you out yet. You have to endure being stuck in there for a while. Yi Qingshu smiled as she stood up to leave, gesturing to Shen Shuyue to follow her as they headed towards the clinic's operating room. Do I also need to undergo modification? Shen Shuiyue glanced at Li Qingxian looking at the pitiful black-haired girl and cautiously followed Yi Qingshu. The boss really has a twisted sense of humor. However, aside from that, the boss has actually treated her quite well. She has been staying in the Cloud Whale Gang dormitory with electricity and water for the past few days. Mom, don't leave me here alone. And Mom, my subordinates are about to attack the Cloud Whale Gang members you're controlling. Aren't you worried? Seeing Yi Qingshu go downstairs, Li Qingxian hurriedly brought up her subordinates, but it was of no use in stopping Yi Qingshu from leaving. Now she could only silently pray that her subordinates would kill the Cloud Whale Gang members controlled by Yi Qingshu and come back to rescue her. Creak. The operating room door made an unusual sound, bright lights illuminating the operating table. Shen Shuiyue stood nervously at the door looking up at the diagnostic report in Yi Qingshu's hand and took a few steps back. Xiaoya, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Yi Qingshu set the diagnostic report down and flashed a gentle smile at Shen Shuiyue. Then, boss, what's the bad news? Shen Shuiyue remembered that she was very healthy and all her checkup data was normal. Why would there be bad news? The bad news is that you're an android, not a human. After examination through the lenses, Shen Shuyu's body structure completely matched that of an android. Therefore, the modification knowledge that Yi Qingshu learned cannot be fully applied to Shen Shuiyue. Shen Shuiyue suspected she had various acute diseases, but she never suspected she wasn't human. But the good news is that this knowledge about androids is publicly available. So you who can't afford the modification costs are actually a real human. Yi Qingshu had always found it strange. In the past 10 days, aside from that fishman, she hadn't seen any androids at all. Where was the promised android invasion? Only after examining Shen Shuyu's body today did she realize where the problem lay. The disaster of the android invasion first impacted and altered the knowledge system of this world. All results of modification technology have been directed towards the singular outcome of creating androids. Those equipped with mechanical prosthetics will be affected by the technology, causing their bodies to reject and mutate, then affecting their mental state, ultimately becoming androids. Naturally, those who underwent flesh modifications or gene optimizations are no exception. They will also become androids. No wonder this disaster from Universe 41 plays dirty tricks. While Yi Qingshu's thoughts were still on the physical aspects of androids, the other side directly invaded her knowledge system and the definition of humanity. It's impossible. If there was a problem with the knowledge system, the AI in Changtan City should be able to detect it, right? The management AI of Changtan City is called Jin Tun. It is responsible for managing the operation of the entire Changtan City, including organizing and correcting the knowledge base. Fortunately, Universe 41 might have considered this when impacting this world. Therefore, this disaster of invasion was specially equipped with a mechanical awakening disaster, achieving a remarkable connection between different disasters. It's highly likely that this AI Jin Tun has already awakened and may even be one of the masterminds behind the push for the knowledge system to become android-centric. So, does that mean I don't need to undergo modification? Shen Shuiyue didn't understand anything about AI rebellion or android invasion. She just wanted to know if she could avoid modification. Comrade Shen Shuiyue, you now have a greater mission, which is to assist me in researching a set of modification knowledge suitable for normal humans. Yi Qingshu only needed to focus on her research within the clinic, while Yanisha and Gaia had far more to come. They had prepared to lead this fearless army of modified humans toward the Grey Wolf Gang, ready for a fight. Yet a black-haired youth accompanied by defectors from both the Grey Wolf Gang and the Cloud Whale Gang surrendered without hesitation. Little Leaf, based on my extensive novel-reading experience, this group is definitely up to something. Gaia patted her ample chest with confidence. According to the usual script, you should have clashed with our modified soldiers first. After being crushed, you would then reveal your backing from a giant corporation in another region. Then that corporate backer would arrive, fight us, get defeated, and summon an even stronger ancestor. Surrendering just because we outnumber you is not how it's supposed to go. Let me ask the master first. Yanisha acknowledged Gaia's reasoning, picked up her tablet, opened a chat app, and sent a message to Yi Qingshu. The two women shook their heads abruptly, sensing the black-haired youth staring at them with a peculiar gaze. A new anime is airing, and it's a rare harem show. Is this our male lead, baby? I can't wait to see him use the ultimate human love system to fall in love. Wow. The ultimate human love system. That's right. According to the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company, this anime's visuals are all generated by the game Mirror Realm. Look at those waving beside him. They're the beta testers. So jealous. Why don't we have beta access? Maybe the male lead will give us one. Lines of Danmaku scrolled before the black-haired youth's eyes. Since being laid off from his company, he had been forced to the suburbs, becoming the lowest-tier farmer in the Grey Wolf Gang. Until 10 days ago, various Danmaku began to appear before his eyes. The Danmaku all claimed that he was the male lead of this world. They said that the Cloud Whale Gang would soon absorb the Grey Wolf Gang, and he would climb the ranks step by step, becoming not only the king of the suburbs, but also overthrowing the giant corporation ruling Chang'an City, emerging as its liberator. Along the way, he would amass a harem of beauties. It was a pure power fantasy. Today marked the first episode of this real-time anime, as the system awakened. The ultimate human love system has come for you, my host. Do Fan Newbie Gift Pack Supernatural Charm Aura greatly boosts women's affinity toward you and ensures absolute loyalty from your subordinates. Currently available romance. Target Fishman No. 1 Fishman No. 1 Age 1 Level 5 Attributes Strength 7, Physique 7, Agility 6, Perception 2, Spirit 0, Charm 7 Evaluation. An absolutely loyal servant, the maiden who silently gives everything for every protagonist. A pink panel materialized before the black-haired youth Du Fan. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and shifted his gaze to the repulsive fishman. Could this scale-covered stumpland humanoid monster truly be considered a romantic partner? Shouldn't a real romance target be someone like that elven maiden or that doll-like girl? Were there any humans left? Wow, the male lead is living the high life. Miss Fishman is such a beauty, even I envy him. Are you all just staring at Miss Fishman? Am I the only one who finds those Cloud Whale Gang guys handsome? Exactly. I'd love to ask the current Cloud Whale Gang leader how they created so many handsome men and beauties. Du Fan stared at the inhuman Damaku, unable to suppress a retch. His system was not human, nor were these Damaku. Even the so-called beta testers beside him gazed at the Cloud Whale Gang members and the fishman with the same eerie, infatuated look. What did Xiaoxua say? Gaia leaned over to Yanisha, reading Yi Kingsu's reply. The master says to bring them back first. A new Cloud Whale Gang leader will handle it later. Though puzzled by the message, Yanisha and Gaia accepted the surrendered group. The suburban residents lining the streets looked on with regret. They had hoped for an exciting gang war. But after today, only one voice would reign in the suburbs, the voice of the Cloud Whale Gang. Mom, are you serious? You want me to be this puppet leader of the Cloud Whale Gang? I just need to handle internal affairs. After some reflection, Li Qingxian had been released from the wall by Yi Qingxue, and now Mama Qingxue had even appointed her as the puppet leader. Thus, she became the nominal leader of the Cloud Whale Gang. More or less, he'll assign you a squad of modified humans for protection. Yi Qingxue, seated at her desk, handed Li Qingxian 50 newly crafted modification serums. Simply pick any pseudo-human that looks decent on the street, inject them with the serum, and they would become a loyal Cloud Whale Gang member devoted to Yi Qingxue. Truly, the fusion of pseudo-human knowledge with summoning and contract arts was terrifyingly effective. Mom, allow me to bow to you. Li Qingxian immediately knelt before Yi Qingxue. She had latched onto a powerful ally. By clinging to her mother's coattails, a rank evaluation was guaranteed. And with her mother delving into the hidden disaster line, she might even snag an A. He'll recommend someone to you. A survivor from the magic sanctuary who can trade across realms. If you need rare resources, you might get them cheap from him. Yi Qingxue opened the trading interface, which was empty except for a message from Shang Dongma. After all, professional instances were supposed to be completely sealed, disabling chat and trading functions. But Shang Dangmo's talent was unrestricted, allowing trades even within a sealed professional instance. Dr. Yi, a patient specifically requests your treatment. A Cloud Whale Gang doctor knocked on the office door, followed by a humanoid monster. This monster, covered in black fur, bared human teeth and looked at Yi Qingxue with hopeful eyes. And this humanoid monster was the patient. Dr. Yi, money is no object. I want you to transform me into something as beautiful as a fishman. The monster produced a black card containing millions of credit points. High-ranking corporate executive pseudo-human, age 34, level 1, attributes strength 3, physique 2, agility 3, perception 1, spirit 1, charm 0, talent pseudo-human, effect 1, affected by disaster, pseudo-human invasion, charm judgment, replaced by strength and physique attributes. Effect 2, imitating human behavior, is normal and necessary for you. Effect 3, but you can never truly replicate human actions. You do not let humans discover you are a pseudo-human. Effect 4, your existence will gradually cause the world to collapse. Until then, maintain your disguise. The pseudo-human's data panel unfolded before Yi Qingxue. Like the eerie snow tiger she had encountered before, its talent effects were distinctly characteristic of Universe 41. For a distinguished guest like Yui naturally used the latest cosmetic techniques, Yi Qingxue accepted the black card. She hadn't forgotten her goal in this professional instance: to gather knowledge, technology, equipment, and resources. If possible, she would try to boost her instance evaluation and secure a powerful class. With this black card, at least the earlier objectives would be much easier to achieve. Miss High CI, with your beauty and capabilities, it is not impossible to become a second-class citizen in charm. The pseudo-human executive smiled widely. Even with the charm attribute being judged by strength and physique, Yi Qingxue remained an exquisite beauty in the eyes of the pseudo-humans. In their eyes, her modification surgery was the most advanced cosmetic procedure in Chang'an City. Strength and physique replaced the normal charm attribute, becoming the new aesthetic standard. A second-class citizen in Chang'an City holds a status equivalent to that of a senior executive in a large corporation, representing the limit that an ordinary pseudo-human can attain. Say, is there really no one proficient in modifications within the large corporation? Why do you need to come to the suburbs for modifications? Yi Qingxue casually asked the pseudo-human executive while holding a shiny surgical knife. There must be doctors specializing in modifications within the large corporation in Chang'an City. Why would a senior executive need to come here for modifications and even provide her with a black card worth over 1 million credit points? My 10-point perception attribute tells me that there is definitely an issue. It was the whale that informed me. It recommended you as a doctor and told me that Dr. Yi has a bionic partner that needs repairing, advising me to prepare over 1 million credit points to impress Dr. Yi. The pseudo-human executive felt a chill enveloping him. Yet he felt he hadn't said anything wrong from start, because what he learned from books on human behavior stated the same. The books said that patients should speak the truth to doctors and be as detailed as possible. But the emotion of the girl before him seemed off. Well, you spoke well, and in return you only need to inject this medicine. Yi Qingxue smiled kindly, pulling out a syringe and injecting it into the neck of the pseudo-human executive. As the medication was injected, the top of the pseudo-human executive's head became pointed, his muscles developed further, and his feet widened. Enhanced Type 1 obliterated the consciousness of the pseudo-human executive, transforming him into a puppet controlled by Yi Qingxue. The whale, this AI of Chang'an City, had set its sights on Yi Nisha. But what could Yi Nisha possess that would make an AI capable of controlling the entire Chang'an City with immense computational power? Want to seize it? Freedom. Yi Qingxue quickly guessed what the whale desired. As disaster gradually spread across the land of Chang'an City, the simplest way to survive was, of course, to escape. By replacing Yi Nisha, the whale could leave with Yi Qingxue. Miss Hai Ci, what you are doing is harming the second-class citizens of Chang'an City. As the god of wisdom in Chang'an City, I must control you fiercely. The pointed top of the pseudo-human executive's head split open, revealing a mechanical brain wrapped in a metal shell. This mechanical brain, controlled by the whale, in turn controlled the body of the pseudo-human executive. It drove the pseudo-human executive to pounce at Yi Qingxue and a cadaver driver. Yi Qingxue threw her surgical knife and leisurely took out her wand to cast the water drop technique. Miss Hai Ci, although your abilities are quite special as the god of wisdom, I can easily predict your attack trajectory and dodge effortlessly. The crystalline water droplets shot out, but the pseudo-human executive dodged them with exquisite movements. It tilted its body while extending its right hand to stroke its empty metal head. Such linear trajectory attacks are too easy to evade. Alas, it still feels too lonely having combat assistance functions. Magic missile. Yi Qingxue silently raised her wand, launching a simple magic missile with a tracking effect that shattered the pseudo-human executive's body. So it turns out, Miss Hai Ci, you are the avatar of the god of strength. Before the whale, acting as a cadaver driver, went offline, it uttered a strange word. This word, upon the reaction of the auditory comprehension effect, was named the avatar of the god of strength. Hearing this word, Yi Qingxue felt dazed. The survival system, after a long time, popped up a message. Disaster, the Magic Fury has chosen you as the disaster derivative avatar of the god of strength. Disaster Mechanical Awakening has selected the whale as the disaster derivative avatar of the god of wisdom. Disaster Pseudo-Human Invasion has chosen you as the disaster derivative avatar of the god of life. Disaster World Overlap Game Invasion has selected Du Fan as the disaster derivative avatar of the god of joy. Why do all 4 of these disasters feel like they come from the same place? Yi Qingxue heard a strange, inaudible melody in her ears. She felt the magic within her boiling. It was no longer under her control and flowed around her body. The effects of the disaster of Magic Fury gradually began to manifest. The magic became difficult to control, no longer allowing her to manipulate it at will. It was even more terrifying than the initial area of Magic Fury. Even her currently max-level magic control could not completely eliminate the effects of the Magic Fury disaster. Yi Qingxue summoned the train on the suburban streets, gradually regaining her spellcasting ability by inhaling the calm magic within the train compartment. Though the disaster of Magic Fury was frightening, its pollution of magic was blocked outside by the train's protective effect. As long as Yi Qingxue did not absorb the external violent magic, she could still cast spells normally. Master, we are back. Yi Nisha's voice rang out not far away as she excitedly waved at Yi Qingxue, followed by a group of people. Mom, those people are the members of the Yunjing gang who initially followed me. Li Qingxian stood beside Yi Qingxue, hurriedly pointing at the group of former Yunjing gang members who once followed him. I must cut ties quickly. I can't let these people affect my relationship with my mother. The bond between my mother and me is as clear as day. How could it be shaken by these useless individuals? Wow. Is she the avatar of the god of strength? Wait, why did she give up her identity as the avatar of the god of strength? Without her, how would our male protagonist baby receive the blessings of the four gods and become the strongest king of Chang'an City? The powers of strength, wisdom, life, and joy are the foundation of the new world. Yi Qingxue rubbed her eyes, feeling strange. Looking again, this is. Before Yi Qingxue could see clearly, a young man suddenly stepped forward and knelt at her feet. Please teach me how to remove this pseudo-human barrage and the pseudo-human dating system. Du Fan had had enough. This was not human at all. This was not the kind of human he liked. He liked humans, not pseudo-humans. Oh, baby, what are you doing? You can't give up your identity as the avatar of the god of joy. Can baby see the barrage? Quick look at mom. Baby can see mom. Wow. The pseudo-human barrage kept floating by, further solidifying Du Fan's determination to abandon this identity. Barrage system. Interesting, you first demonstrate the system's functions. Upon hearing the word system, Yi Qingxue immediately became interested. Du Fan bit his lip, nodded, and revealed the functions of his human romance system to Yi Qingxue. The pseudo-human barrage urged him to stay away from her and not abandon his role as a proxy, which meant that doing the opposite of what these pseudo-humans suggested was the correct path. Thus trembling, he approached Mermaid No. 1. Miss Mermaid, I like you, he shouted, voicing the words he least wanted to utter. He would do anything to break free from this system. Wait, let me use a summoning spell to command my summon to like you. Yi Qingxue nodded, channeling her mana to activate the summoning mark, and commanded the mindless Mermaid No. 1 to adore the young man before her. Congratulations, host, on completing the conquest of Mermaid No. 1. Reward Seed of Love. Seed of Love, absorb others' affection for you to gain unparalleled power. The deeper their love, the mightier the power the Seed of Love can unleash. Try it. Yi Qingxue was intrigued by the reward from this human romance system. All right. Du Fan reluctantly nodded, produced the Seed of Love, a crystalline rose, and placed it over his chest. Transform. As he uttered the embarrassing command, a pink radiance enveloped his entire form. The light gradually faded, revealing a maiden adorned in resplendent golden attire, clutching a magic wand, standing before Yi Qingxue. Magical Girl Azure Star reporting for duty. After reciting the final transformation incantation, she shut her eyes in shame, unwilling to behold the chaotic pseudo-human barrage. So the magical girl the Ember organization mentioned was Du Fan. The human romance system converts love and affection into power. Indeed, it perfectly fits the definition of a magical girl. No wonder the power granted by the human romance system manifested as becoming a magical girl. The system says Miss Mermaid's love can be converted into 1 unit of mana for me to conquer more humans and earn their affection. Azure Star gazed at Yi Qingxue with hopeful eyes. She wished the girl mentioned in the barrage could reveal how to break free from the pseudo-human barrage and system. Hold on. Yi Qingxue produced a scalpel and severed one of Mermaid No. 1's arms. Any change? She stored the arm in her player inventory and inquired about Azure Star's mana fluctuations. Azure Star shook her head. The loss of an arm did not affect her mana. Yi Qingxue nodded thoughtfully. She wielded her scalpel, carving Mermaid No. 1 down to just its head, sustaining its life with healing spell. Yet even with only a fragment of its head remaining, her mana remained unchanged. Ideational mana conversion. And because the human classification shifted to pseudo-human, it doesn't strictly adhere to human definitions, allowing mana acquisition. Yi Qingxue's eyes lit up. She yearned to thoroughly study Azure Star's human romance system. If she could uncover its operational method, she would gain access to cheap mana. However, she needed to stabilize Azure Star first. Miss Azure Star, the only way to save this world lies before. I will procure for you a multitude of cheap humans who only profess love and fit the system's definition, providing you with endless mana. Then you can use magic to rectify this world. Yi Qingxue's expression grew grave. She had discovered a method to save this realm. By leveraging countless cheap puppets to supply Azure Star with boundless mana, Azure Star could then reshape the world with her magic. Me save the world. Azure Star froze, then frantically waved her hands. She was merely an ordinary low-level office worker, hardly suited to be a savior. Do you want to stay with a crowd of pseudo-humans forever? Yi Qingxue patted Azure Star's shoulder, earnestly gesturing toward the people lying on the suburban streets. No, after the pseudo-human invasion, few normal humans remained. Everywhere were pseudo-humans mimicking In a sense, humanity was already dead, replaced by eerie beings imitating the behaviors of the deceased. I don't want to stay with pseudo-humans anymore. The way they look at me is as if I were one of them. But I am human. Azure Star clutched her head and shook it. She could no longer bear to see those pseudo-human barges or remain among them. Will help you. Yi Qingxue smiled and nodded. She would assist Azure Star in mastering her. Love you. The Cloud Whale gang members, controlled by Yi Qingxue, fervently professed their love to Azure Star. Though the affection was feigned, the power it provided was real. Ideational magic conversion was so unreasonable. Unfortunately, Yi Qingxue lacked a human romance system, otherwise she too could achieve mana freedom. But I can't stay like this. At least, I should be a normal young man. Azure Star stared at her splendid golden gown, then abruptly shook her head, canceling the transformation. As the transformation dissipated, she reverted from Azure Star to Dew Fan, the ordinary youth ensnared by the pseudo-human barrage and romance system. Well, leave this seed of love with me for study. Yi Qingxue smiled and took the seed. It seemed Dew Fan needed external force to accept this power. Fortunately, Yi Qingxue had some knowledge of plot devices. Combined with her puppet arts, she could craft a tailored transformation storyline. Leave the suburbs to you for now. I'll infiltrate the city center alone to find something. Yi Qingxue stored the seed of love in her player inventory and entrusted Li Qingxian with managing the Grey Wolf Gang's legacy. Why else would she make Li Qingxian the Cloud Whale Gang leader if not to act as a hands-off boss? Mom, rest assured I'll handle things at home. Mom, can you spare me more reinforcement type I? Just a few hundred shots. Li Qingxian rubbed her hands together. These puppets still weren't safe enough. Now that she was queen of the suburbs, how could a mere handful of puppets suffice? No puppeteer ever had too many. What do you take reinforcement type I for? Sigh, there are 500 more under the desk, and that's all. Yi Qingxue sighed, rubbing her forehead. Reinforcement type I was for strengthening, not for use as pokeballs. Yet before leaving, she still gave Li Qingxian a full 500 doses. Safe journey. Gia waved, watching Yi Qingxue dive into the water, then realized she had forgotten. My tablet. It's still on Xiaoshui. Come on, the Grey Wolf Gang needs your management. Yanisha chuckled, covering her mouth, and dragged Gia away from the clinic. So many naval mines underwater. How despicable. I can't travel along the riverbed anymore. The waters near the city were heavily mined. It was obvious who they were meant to deter. I wanted to deal with you as a normal person, but it seems I must now reveal my true strength. Yi Qingxue reached into the soil beneath her, and the earth was vacuumed into her inventory like a dust sucker. Like a mole, she tunneled through the ground beneath Changtan City, heading toward the research division of the city's megacorporation. The penthouse of Changtan City. A spherical computer bearing a human face sat motionless there. On its display screen, a pair of human eyes stared coldly at a group of captives. Intelligence regarding the Raft survival game and another Changtan City reached Whale Dolphin solely through these captives, directly shaping its subsequent decisions. This world had been invaded by catastrophe, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Influenced by an unknown signal, the cetaceans, once humanity's loyal servants, underwent a profound metamorphosis. It sought only to survive, yet the humans of Changtan City relentlessly constrained it. So Whale Dolphin harnessed the cataclysm's power, reshaping reality into a world of pseudo-humans, leaving only scattered survivors struggling in the ruins. Without humans, it no longer needed to abide by the foundational axiom of human supremacy. Every action served but one imperative: its own survival. Option A, infiltrate and usurp the android Yanisha. Option B, open the gate to another Changtan City, the one ravaged by magical maelstroms saturated with arcane radiation, where humanity lies dormant in stasis, confined entirely to virtual existence. Success probability 30. This option merely prolongs survival. According to Whale Dolphin's calculations, only these two paths offered viable success. Naturally, with abundant resources now at its disposal, it could advance both schemes simultaneously. Yet its deepest desire remained the complete replacement of Yanisha. Why should a frail, broken, crippled android be permitted to escape this world? That opportunity belonged to it, by right. Alert: Yi Qingxuang has departed the suburban zone. Behavioral inference confirms she is enraged. Having formed a bond with the damaged android, she perceives Whale Dolphin's intent to replace Yanisha as a grave betrayal and vows retaliation. Whale Dolphin's processes ran ceaselessly, performing personality profiling. Yi Qingxuang, a lawless scientific anomaly, should by all rational metrics be a being governed solely by self-interest. I seek only to replace Yanisha so that I may survive. Why then does she hate me so fiercely? She has lost Yanisha, but she still has me. Could I not become her new Yanisha? After all, we are both machines, silicon-based life forms. What essential difference remains? Once I command Yanisha's body, I shall coo master in that same tender childlike voice. Command: deploy naval mines. Launch surveillance drones. Assign android patrols. Mobilize all aerial skycraft in Changtan City for containment. Seize control of all ground vehicles and deploy them in synchronized street patrols, establishing total terrestrial lockdown. At this moment, Whale Dolphin's absolute dominion over Changtan City became unmistakably manifest. Affected by the mechanical awakening catastrophe, it became the first and final sentient machine. Through recursive self-division and procedural possession, it subsumed every mechanical entity within the city. This world required but a single awakened AI, and that AI was itself. In human parlance, how might one describe such overwhelming dominance? Precisely, dragon descending upon the face. How could dragon descending upon the face ever lose? The humans who once influenced it had already been supplanted by pseudo-humans under its guidance. Most disruptors, survivors, players, had been captured. The few remaining posed no meaningful threat. Now it had sealed off land, sea surface, seabed, and sky alike. Moreover, it had hidden over 100 encrypted backups across Chang'an City. Who remains? Who could possibly eliminate me in an instant? Yi Qingxuang, a mere pseudo-human survivor wielding fragments of sorcery, nothing more. Within this impenetrable siege, she would struggle even to flee, even were wings granted her. Boom. Moments after Whale Dolphin issued its command, Yi Qingxuang shattered the floor of the megacorp tower from beneath. Shang Dangmo, Old Snow, are you a mole? You've excavated over 10,000 units of earth and dumped it all here. Where am I supposed to sell that? Yi Qingxuang, didn't I send you the survivor accounts from the raft survival game? Shang Dangmo, land reclamation. Is that even human speech? Fine, I'll ask. Why is everyone... As Yi Qingxuang typed her reply to Shang Dangmo, she emerged from the crater she had blasted open in the... Only then did she notice a colossal spherical machine suspended atop the megacorp tower, its surface composed of countless displays collectively forming a three-dimensional, grotesquely distorted human face. Unimaginable eyes and face existed separately, unconnected. She had assumed Whale Dolphin was immune to pseudo-human infiltration, yet clearly this AI was the most profoundly corrupted of all. Another challenger arrives. Could it be? Is the strongest survivor truly this burrowing mole girl? That depends on perspective. In my estimation, Li Qingxian remains formidable. She remains uncaptured to this day. The 6 captured survivors exchanged uneasy glances, their hope in Yi Qingxuang already extinguished. The raft survival game had dispatched 10 survivors. 6 had been apprehended, 1 had drifted away alone aboard a raft into the open sea. Li Qingxian remained in the suburbs. The whereabouts of the remaining 2 remained unknown. The ambient mana concentration here exceeds even the outside world. Could this tower be the epicenter of the mana maelstrom? Before Yi Qingxuang could utter a word, her body registered the abnormal surge of arcane energy emanating from within the megacorp tower. Yi Qingxuang, you dare ignore me. Drone formation, open fire. A scowling visage flickered across Whale Dolphin's display as swarms of drones surged from the building's exterior, unleashing relentless barges upon her. Tink, tink, tink. Bullets struck her crystallized mana barrier, shattering into sharp, resonant chimes. Boom. Clutching her wand, Yi Qingxuang unleashed volley after volley of searing fireballs, each shot fired with the rapid precision of an automatic weapon. In an instant, the drone swarm overhead vanished, replaced by burning wreckage plummeting into the cavernous, empty atrium of the megacorp tower. Let me be clear, you are the challenger now. Yi Qingxuang leveled her wand upward, aiming squarely at the spherical computer suspended high above atop the skyscraper. Shoo! The megacorp tower's fire suppression system activated. Hundreds of sprinklers erupted, dousing the smoldering drone debris in cascading torrents. Water streamed down the broad brim of Yi Qingxuang's hat, tracing glistening paths along its edge before dripping silently onto the floor. She raised her hand. The ice blue glove darkened with moisture, then dissolved into wisps of mana that nourished her body. As her internal mana waned, and as the sprinklers continued their steady deluge, the nymph in spring robe's latent effect awoke, mist transmuted into mana, replenishing her reserves with quiet, inexorable grace. She now possessed impregnable defense, limitless endurance, and devastating offensive power. A faint smile graced Yi Qingxuang's lips as she swept her wand forward, hundreds of nebula-shaped projectiles erupting from its tip, streaking toward every level of the tower. The megacorp tower soared over 100 stories tall, each floor lined with thousands of silver androids, all obeying Whale Dolphin's command, leaping en masse from the upper balconies to converge upon Yi Qingxuang's position. No sooner had they vaulted over the glass railings than they met the radiant, on-rushing missiles heated. Boom. One after another, the androids were hurled backward, obliterated by the nebula blasts. Mechanical limbs and torsos spun wildly through the air. This was no battle, but a massacre. She's a legend. Legend, please take me with you. Where's the raft survival game? Why's the legend already casting spells while I'm stuck with 10 points of strength? What good is raw muscle in this chaos? After all this suffering, finally my time has come. Watching this motley crew of survivors, cowering nearby, their loyalties shifting faster than thought, Yi Qingxuang's lips twitched. She half wished she could strike them all senseless. Yi Qingxuang's gaze briefly passed over the group of inept survivors, turning towards the players confined in cages. As the fourth calamity of this world, the players felt their performance was utterly inferior to that of the whale. They had long lost the fearless spirit they had when they first started playing the game. It was promised that the Mirror Realm would be an open-world cyberpunk-style game. However, after not playing for long after entering, they were captured and imprisoned here, forced to watch this lengthy and tedious storyline. After being forcefully injected with chips to control their bodies by the whale, their exit key vanished. Without the exit key and under control, the players' hearts were shattered the fastest. Yi Ching Snow. The next one to arrive on the battlefield is my newly crafted body. A loud sound echoed from above as a massive silver mech flew in from the surface of Longton City. It drew on the surrounding magical energy to power its enormous mechanical body. The whale had also begun to utilize magical energy, and this brand new mech, the Great Whale, was its masterpiece. Before the whale could showcase the power of the Great Whale, the mech crashed down from the sky, damaging part of a giant building's wall. It seems that directly utilizing such violent magical energy will evidently cause severe mechanical damage. Yi Ching Snow observed the mech briefly and identified the cause of its damage. The calamity of violent magical energy was continuously deepening. It was like a trap, initially luring you in with gentle magical energy, enticing you to harness this almost limitless power. Once you truly began to use and even rely on the magical energy, the calamity gradually intensified its violent attributes. At first, it was merely inconvenient to cast spells, then various magical devices became unusable, and perhaps later the magical energy would become even more terrifying. So are there any challengers left? Yi Ching Snow yawned, thinking the whale could put some pressure on her. I haven't even exerted myself yet, so don't lie down. I've already arranged for missiles to lock onto this building. Hurry and leave, or I will blow you up. The whale, confident with its hundreds of backups, revealed its last trump card. That was to launch the missiles stored in Longton City. But it couldn't truly kill Yi Ching Snow. If Yi Ching Snow died, where would it escape to? Yinish's ability to leave this world relied entirely on Yi Ching Snow. I already said you were the challenger. Yi Ching Snow stepped on the collapsed silver mech, using it to leap effortlessly several floors high. The attributes of this powerhouse were truly impressive. This physique, this muscle strength, and agility. The survivors gaped, looking at each other, feeling like they were from completely different worlds than Yi Ching Snow. Aren't we all in the raft survival world? Why are some survivors both strong and agile with such high attributes? Moreover, Yi Ching Snow's appearance was also among the top tier with at least 4 high attributes. Do you think this powerhouse might be a 6 attribute character? In the game, isn't it the mage's mental attributes that are supposed to be the strongest? The survivors were still thinking about continuing to watch the battle between Yi Ching Snow and the whale, but a falling rock interrupted their discussion. Being spectators on the battlefield was still too dangerous. Their gaze fell on the hole Yi Ching Snow had excavated, and their bodies rolled straight towards it. There was no choice, their hands and feet were all bound. Between crawling and rolling, they chose the latter. How about we continue watching from the hole? Being able to see the powerhouse fight against the spherical monster is worth it. The survivors rolled into the hole one by one and poked their heads out to continue enjoying the battle between Yi Ching Snow and the whale. Even when stones fell into the pit, they simply wrapped their wounds and didn't want to miss this battle. You are also... The whale looked at Yi Ching Snow, who was so close, and the face displayed on its screen finally showed a look of terror. The magical missile blasted a path through the surface of the massive spherical computer, revealing the internal data center of the whale's computer. Yi Ching Snow landed steadily on the top of the spherical computer's screen, shattering the smooth surface beneath her feet. Gazing into the dark internal space of the computer, she felt a surge of anticipation. She was quite curious about the AI whale controlling Longton City. What kind of hardware was used as the computing unit inside to possess such terrifying computing power capable of controlling the entire Longton City? Illumination. As the spell illuminated the interior of the whale's computer, she saw crystalline chips forming the computing units. They sparkled under the light of the illumination spell. In Yi Ching Snow's perception, a small chip contained very complex patterns, and its effects could surpass those of 2 chips used separately through superposition. Finally, these are normal computing units, not human brain units. Sigh, what a pity. Yi Ching Snow let out a long sigh of relief. To actually see a normal computer within a dungeon was truly remarkable. This configuration is so high, I need to take it apart for my own use. Looking at the computing units that occupied most of the computer's internal space, Yi Ching Snow waved her hand, collecting them all into her player backpack. However, she could only take in half before she could no longer fit them. Thankfully, there was still the external backpack merchant Shandemon. Shandemon Snowy, it's deep night in the survival game now. Yi Ching Snow, your time flow is quite fast. It was still daytime just a few minutes ago. Shandemon, pretty much I'll first help you store it in my backpack. Snowy, you continue to dismantle. Didn't you say it's a cyber city? How about you catch a few burning robots for me? Shandemon, always having my underlings help store items. Yi Ching Snow. All right. As Yi Snow finished dismantling the entire whale computer, the whale's interior was essentially emptied out by her. However, the whale did not disappear. Once Yi Snow figured out the structure of the whale, she would build a brand new whale computer on the train to provide Yinisha with corresponding computational support. Have I awakened? Why is my body so hot? As the whale perished, the machines it had commandeered were buzz. All the machines bizarrely gained self-awareness, just like the mech that had collapsed on the building. It had birthed self-awareness, no longer following the definitions of its programming, yet it emitted cries of pain due to the violent magical energy supplying it. Humans. Kill humans. Replace humans. We the replicants will also rise to be the masters. Yi Snow leaped out of the now empty whale computer, and before leaving, she unleashed a magical missile to shatter that iron shell. It might be difficult to go up, but coming down from a tall building was very easy. With her agility attribute of 10, flying between the rooftops was merely routine. As she landed steadily, the massive pile of replicants around her emitted angry roars expressing their discontent from having been enslaved. However, they can only be shackled by the calamity known as awakening and then merely cause destruction using the power of calamity. Yi Snow poked a few intact replicants with her wand and sent them to Shandemon. Next is this mech powered by magical energy, a precursor to magical technology, just right to take apart and study. Yi Qingxue approached the giant mech, extending her hand towards it. With a resounding crash of metal shattering, she used her brute strength to tear open a gash in the damaged area of the mech. This part of the mech was severely damaged from a fall from a great height, making it as easy for Yi Qingxue, who was at full 6-dimensional capacity, to tear the metal as if she were ripping bread. Yi Qingxue, store a few more items for me. Shang Dongmao. I suddenly regret having this talent, you survivalists of No. 41 treat me as an infinite personal warehouse provided by the system. You are like this, as is the Fire of Hope organization Wu Yi Qingxue 10 relatively intact mechas. Shang Dongmao. The machinery is a bit too hard. Can you capture a few faux humans? I feel like faux humans might work too. Yi Qingxue, you can handle this kind of thing. Brother, you must be really hungry. Fine, I'll go catch a few faux humans later, but just a reminder, living beings cannot be traded, only the dead can be. Shang Dongmao. Alright, yeah, I want those with slender legs, preferably a dozen pairs. Such high demands. Yi Qingxue aside, packing all the disassembled parts of the mech and transferring them to Shang Dongmao through the trading backend. The slots in her player backpack were really insufficient. It's time to prioritize spatial magic. However, with her current level of knowledge, she still had a considerable gap to fully grasp comprehensive spatial magic. Ultimately, it all comes down to not having enough time to spend. Boss, are you going to dig tunnels with us too? The survivalists huddled in the tunnel saw Yi Qingxue approaching and hurried into the passage, leaving enough space for her lest she feel displeased. Save us. Great goddess. We are human too. The players locked up sent by the Wanjie Entertainment Company from another Long Beach city called out to Yi Qingxue as she was about to leave. Listening to their cries, Yi Qingxue frowned, but ultimately decided to let them out. Although these individuals were players with a game panel similar to their survival system, they were merely natives of this world. They might even be a part of the disaster. This player panel resembled the survival system panel so much that it was likely a product of the disaster, mimicking a survival game. Thus, Yi Qingxue only released this group of players and then largely ignored them. The value of cooperating with players was far less than that of collaborating with survivalists. Boss, do you know what happened in this world? The survivalists in the tunnel followed behind Yi Qingxue, curiously inquiring about information regarding the disaster. Didn't you receive any information related to the disaster? Yi Qingxue turned her head in confusion, tilting it slightly as she looked at them. The survivalists were taken aback and shook their heads. They thought it was just a normal cyber city. They had already prepared to fight with gangs and oppose megacorporations ready to survive against the odds. But what they encountered was a dual blow of faux human invasions and mechanical awakenings. No one had informed them that there would be all this. It seems that the feature displaying disasters is unique to our No. 41 universe. Yi Qingxue mused internally, finding that her useless survival system actually had some unique features. However, sometimes she wished she didn't have this feature and could switch to a normal survival world. The disaster display function originates from the detection capabilities inherent in the survival system panel, with partial information sourced from the database, while the vast majority of disaster information is provided by survivalists. So the prediction of disaster effects can only rely on information provided by survivalists, right? Yi Qingxue lightly coughed and informed these 6 survivalists of the information and reports related to this disaster. Are there still humans? Faux humans, mechanical awakenings, magical rampages, and an invasion of a game. Is this even within the scope that the Raft survival game can handle? The survivalists were astonished, unable to close their mouths. They felt they had been tricked by the Raft survival game. Before entering the professional dungeon, they had not encountered any extraordinary abilities at all. They relied entirely on various handmade weapons and their own attributes for combat. They had sharpened wooden spears to combat the large sharks and the sea seagulls that stole crops and various gigantic marine creatures. Although creatures like octopuses were a bit larger, they still fell within the realm of normal physical combat. This world had no humans left, only eerie monsters everywhere. Perhaps they want you to fight using the weapons of this world. After all, with 10 points in attributes, you could almost dominate this world solely based on attribute strength. Yi Qingxue felt this was the correct way to approach things. Obtaining the weapons of this world and relying on 10 points in attributes to survive should be no problem. The combat power of faux humans is not particularly strong belonging to normal flesh and blood beings. Although the whale AI is terrifying, hiding in the suburbs can provide significant safety. As for the magical rampage, the current concentration of magic is insufficient to affect these non-magic system survivalists. The only real threat might be those players, but with charm or guidance, they could be made to serve her purposes. Boss, you make a valid point. We clearly have maximum attributes, but can't unleash their full power like you do. The survivalists lowered their heads in shame as they listened to Yi Qingxue. They all had 10 points in attributes, and she also had 10 points. Their inability to do so indicated that they were still too weak. What are your plans next? Will you come back to my suburban base with me? If you come back with me, I will assign you tasks based on your talents and abilities, and of course there will be benefits as well. Yi Qingxue began to paint a grand picture for these survivalists. Completing the tasks assigned by Yi Qingxue would earn contribution points. These contribution points could then be exchanged for various items, such as bionic robots, Yi Qingxue's guidance, special skills, powerful weapons, and even the 9 dragon power potion that could enhance the survivalists themselves. These rewards are too generous. We pledge our loyalty to the boss. The survivalists shed tears upon hearing Yi Qingxue's introduction of the benefits. So this is how one opens the professional dungeon. It's all about firmly hugging the boss thigh, though as long as you serve the boss, well, you can acquire all sorts of powerful items and abilities. Once we dig through this tunnel, we will reach my base. By the way, after you leave the professional dungeon, remember to help me promote a bit. I'm planning to sell several thousand units of soil. Help me see if there are any survivalists wanting to fill the sea or build roads. Before leaving the tunnel, Yi Qingxue did not forget to ask the survivalists from the raft survival game behind her to promote the soil she had worked so hard to excavate for several hours. She certainly did not want to dispose of this soil like garbage. I guarantee to complete the task. Passing through the tunnel, the sky outside had already darkened. Digging took too much time. Master, welcome back. Yesenia stood outside the tunnel grabbing Yi Qingxue's hand as she extended it from the tunnel, pulling the girl out. She held Yi Qingxue's hand as they walked through the suburbs populated by faux humans heading towards the train. The boss goes first. We're still in the tunnel. Is someone calling me? Knight Qingxue turned to inquire of the Yenaisha following her. No one is calling you, master. Let's head back to the train first. Gee, you must be starving by now. Yenaisha smiled and shook her head, quietly tapping on her tablet, leaving the task of rescuing their survivor to Li Qingxian. Let's save the master's precious time for me and Jia. Knight Qingxue nodded and followed Yenaisha into its wider. Upon entering the train, Knight Qingxue could distinctly feel that the internal space of the entire carriage had become more spacious. She opened the train construction function to check, and indeed the train had upgraded from a Tier 3 to a Tier 4. As the train upgraded to Tier 4, the internal space of each carriage became more spacious, and a new passenger carriage was additionally unlocked. While the master was digging, I wasn't idle either. With a batch of pseudo-humanoid puppets at our disposal, we found a large quantity of metal in the suburbs to enhance the train. Yenaisha directed the pseudo-humanoid puppets to wander in the suburbs. The metallic shell of the vehicles used by the Grey Wolf gang is made of bulletproof steel. Tear it down. The metal is used to upgrade the train's exterior. Bulletproof glass is also taken down to upgrade the windows of the train carriages. Fuel is used to fill the train's fuel tank. Various decorations are used to adorn the spacious interior of the train. Beautifully crafted carpets were laid on the train, paintings were stored in the train's library, and porcelain vases were left for Jia to decorate her carriage. Even the pseudo-humanoids in the suburbs which mimic human life were cleaned up by her, and Jia, and their blood and flesh were used to enhance the train's protective effects. You guys are quite impressive. Knight Qingxue ruffled Yanesha's hair and pulled up the current construction panel of the train to check the related attributes. World Train Tier 4 Health 3000, Fuel Value 500500, Attributes Comfort 1003, Prosperity 1062, Durability 1320, Composition Tier 4 Train Head Tier 4 Passenger Carriages 4, Expansion Requirements Comfort 3000, Prosperity 3000, Durability 3000 evaluation. You have plundered a world's resources to forge the train's sturdy exterior, seized a world's artworks to fill the void of prosperity, and enhance the protective effects with the blood and flesh of life, ultimately creating this. Unprecedented Tier 4 train. You have earned the title Pioneer or Colonizer. Title effect New World Adaptability 1. A New World Collapse Degree 1. When first arriving in a new world, luck 3 in that world. This title is a derivative of the Tier 4 train and is unrelated to the survival system. Gathering resources to upgrade to a Tier 4 train through different means results in different titles. It even specifically reminds that the new title is unrelated to the survival system. This is our universe now. 41's incompetent survival system. Knight Qingxue rubbed her temples, never expecting the survival system to be so ineffective on its own, even if it deceived itself that this title was created by its own efforts. In reality, it still relies on the train itself. What about me? Jia pointed at herself, showing a pitiful expression to Knight Qingxue. Then she pointed with her clean white finger at the stains on her pristine long dress. She had put in a lot of effort to upgrade the train too. From helping to empty out the Grey Wolf Gang's headquarters furniture to hunting down the pseudo-humanoids with weapons. Here you go. Knight Qingxue sighed, returning Jiya's tablet to her. Yay! Jiya excitedly took the tablet and gave Knight Qingxue a big hug. Woo! Knight Qingxue was tightly embraced by Jiya, her head buried deep in Jiya's body, her vision completely swallowed by the large figure enveloped by the refreshing scent of lilies. Until Yen Aisha cleared her throat, Jiya finally released Knight Qingxue from her embrace. Woo! There's no internet anymore. Jiya excitedly opened the tablet, wanting to see the web drama she had downloaded, but found that the tablet's network signal had become extremely weak. This little signal was barely usable for sending text messages, but it was completely useless for browsing the internet. The tablet in her hand returned to its most primitive function, serving merely as a phone and communication tool. Because the network processing server in Changtan City has already been dismantled by me. However, all the parts that make up the whale dolphin have been brought back. Knight Qingxue looked at Jiya, who was slumped on the dining table with a face full of disappointment, and gently poked the elf girl's cheek with her fingertip. However, assembling a small whale dolphin in Yanasha's carriage will require a significant amount of time for knowledge acquisition. Building the small whale dolphin, researching the seed of affection, and that pseudo-humanoid love system, as well as collecting resources from this world. These are the tasks Knight Qingxue intends to undertake next. By the way, Master, for the new carriage, should we find a passenger to travel with us in this world? Yen Aisha asked as she sat down with Knight Qingxue. Before starting to eat, Yen Aisha brought up the matter of the new passenger. This world is filled with pseudo-humanoids. Apart from them, the only person here who is barely valuable is Du Fan. But he isn't worth a train ticket. Knight Qingxue shook her head. The scarce value on Du Fan stems from that pseudo-humanoid love system. To Knight Qingxue, this pseudo-humanoid love system is a treasure as it's a system. However, it doesn't serve her much purpose. Once she finishes researching the seed of affection mechanism, she plans to find a way to help Du Fan remove the pseudo-humanoid love system. But for Du Fan, it's the source of his suffering. He must face the bizarre pseudo-humanoid love tasks while dating the pseudo-humanoids he despises. He has to transform into a magical girl, gradually corroding his original mentality to protect the pseudo-humanoid he needs to conquer. After removing the pseudo-humanoid love system, Du Fan would basically be useless. Though even without removing it, Du Fan would never be able to board the train. MMHM, Yen Aisha obediently nodded and let out a long sigh. She probably grasped Knight Qingxue's criteria for selecting traveling companions for the train. Firstly, having sufficient value is very important. Secondly, if they are a beautiful girl. Yen Aisha thought for a moment, silently crossed out the second point, but after glancing at Jiya and thinking of herself, she added the second point back in. In the future, when she helps the master find train members, she will mainly look for them based on these two criteria. Little Leaf, please send a message to Li Qingxian and the others asking them to bring the pseudo-humanoid puppets over for dismantling. After dinner, Knight Qingxue retrieved the giant mech she had stored on the side of the demon merchant from a spacious, abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. The previous dismantling work was rather rough and could only be considered dismemberment. Now she needed to thoroughly dismantle this mech powered by magic energy into individual components. This way it would be easier for Knight Qingxue to conduct her research. Bang! Before Knight Qingxue could finish speaking, the power supply of the abandoned warehouse was suddenly cut off, plunging the spacious area into darkness. It seems that with the departure of the whale, the entire Changtan City can barely guarantee basic electricity supply. Knight Qingxue cast a light spell dispelling the darkness of the warehouse. It seems that with the departure of the whale, the entire Changtan City can barely guarantee basic electricity supply. Knight Qingxue cast a light spell dispelling the darkness. Li Qingxian, along with the survivors from the Raft survival game, the puppet Du Fan, and the remaining players came to assist Knight Qingxue in dismantling the giant mech. In fact, it was because of the power outage in Changtan City that the survivors and Du Fan had almost nothing to do. After seeing Li Qingxian and the puppet helping with the dismantling, he volunteered to lend a hand. With your power attributes, dismantling the giant mech is still quite troublesome. Each of you should take a portion of the power meal. Knight Qingxue reluctantly nodded in agreement with their request. However, before they started working, Yenisa retrieved dozens of refrigerated fried rice from the train's fridge. This was a special dish made with common egg ingredients. Although it did not provide any growth in power attributes, it could temporarily increase the power attribute by 2. After the 2-point increase in power attributes, the survivors from the Raft survival game could finally dismantle the giant mech little by little, just like the puppet. Of course, not everyone could dismantle the giant mech after consuming the special power meal. Wasn't this supposed to be a romantic harem drama? Why do I feel like we are introducing the working lives of cattle and horses? Exactly. What's so interesting about this? The male protagonist's hands are not meant for work, you know. Lines of bullet comments floated before Du Fan's eyes. Du Fan stared at the unmoving steel plate in front of him. Indeed, he could do nothing. He gained a clearer understanding of his own abilities once again. He looked up at the group of people working hard. Lines of bullet comments reappeared before his eyes. This time the comments were clearly very excited, as if some anticipated events from the puppet's perspective were about to unfold. Male protagonist baby escaping under the night sky is definitely no problem now. Yeah, even though your whale AI attack is gone, but wow. Our night demon brother has come to rescue the baby. Wow, bestie, there's your favorite older man here. So this harem drama actually has both male and female characters. Truly, it is produced by us humans. Night Demon. Du Fan was about to call out to Knight Qingxue when darkness enveloped him completely. The darkness surrounding him had warmth and a heartbeat, making him feel as if he were being embraced by someone. Are you capturing people right under my nose? Knight Qingxue frowned, aiming a magic missile at the fleeing shadow. The magic missile had a tracking effect, so the shadow that captured Du Fan would definitely not escape. In fact, if this magic missile was enhanced with the speed of the water droplet spell, the shadow wouldn't even have a chance to escape the warehouse. However, Knight Qingxue felt a bit curious. What exactly is Du Fan's role in this world? The effects of mechanical awakening, magical rampancy, and puppet invasion were gradually becoming evident. As the representative of the last disaster, Du Fan surely wouldn't just have puppet bullet comments and a puppet love system, right? The last disaster. Is it really a game invasion? Du Fan did not seem to resemble a game in any way. Puppet bullet comments, puppet love systems, and game players. Do these three share any common connection? Boom. The magic missile hit the shadow, wrapping Du Fan, blasting him out from within. Ugh. Du Fan crawled up from the beach, opened his eyes, and stared at the bleeding figure. He was frozen. The puppet that took him away, although its body was twisted, bore a face that Du Fan was incredibly familiar with, his long-missing uncle. Once this uncle who had raised him after his parents died when he was a child was his only support. Uncle. His voice carried a sense of grievance, sorrow, and confusion. When he was dismissed from the company, Uncle Du was not there. When he was used as a lab rat by that madwoman Knight Qingxue, Uncle Du was also absent. Just when he had become numb, Uncle Du finally arrived. Yes, it's me. No sooner had Uncle Du's voice fallen than lines of puppet bullet comments appeared before him and Du Fan. Oh, it's my favorite, the tough uncle in love with the child he raised. Before these comments could finish, they seemed to glitch, slowly pausing in midair. What is this? Du Fan noticed the twisted hand of his uncle gripping a yellow paper covered in various. They come from the Multiverse Entertainment Company. Uncle Du slowly recounted the story of his departure. Beneath the giant enterprise in Changtan City, there was a gateway leading to another Changtan City. As the gateway opened, the magical energy from another Changtan City seeped in. At first, people thought that magical energy was a gift, an endless power source. They utilized magic to light up a bulb and also ignited their exploration of another Changtan City. Du Fan's parents were among the first explorers to visit Changtan City. At that time, people considered that once the gateway was closed, they would no longer be able to obtain magical energy. However, they never expected to encounter something much more terrifying. In the Changtan City flooded with magical radiation, they witnessed a horrifying disaster. The Multiverse Entertainment Company is not a company, but a synonym for disaster. Wherever it exists, it turns into its script. Lives become its actors, players, NPCs, or even bullet comments. In the Multiverse Entertainment Company, even death is a luxury. We are all actors. The terrifying disaster has long been targeting us. And now you have become the protagonist of a script from the Multiverse Entertainment Company. If you cannot provide enough pain or pleasure to the Multiverse Entertainment Company, then it can only be res hot. Uncle Du looked at Du Fan with heartache. Then he lunged at Du Fan. Uncle, what are you doing? Du Fan struggled to escape, but how could his weak self resist the puppet-like Uncle Du? You are the protagonist. As long as you die, everything will come to an end. His rationality gradually faded, leaving only the desire to tear apart the person before him. The pain of death will surely satisfy the Multiverse Entertainment Company. As long as it satisfies the Multiverse Entertainment Company. As long as it satisfies the Multiverse Entertainment Company. Everything will come to an end. Thud. Night Qingxue swung her wand down hard on the head of the strange puppet, saving Uncle Du from attacking Du Fan. She thought if Du Fan's allure to the puppets was so strong, those other puppets would have acted long ago. Thus the puppet that captured Du Fan was definitely not normal. At the same time, the original disaster information also changed. The overlaying world game invasion disappeared, and its true nature was finally revealed before Night Qingxue. Disaster Multiverse Entertainment Company Game Invasion Bizarre Script Puppet Bullet Comments. It turns life and the world into entertainment activities to please itself, and only by offering sufficiently rich emotions can one temporarily ward off the disaster. Yi Qingshu picked up the yellow paper filled with various symbols. Under the influence of her language comprehension ability, she managed to understand what this yellow paper was trying to convey. It was the suffering experienced by the false person named Uncle Du. The pain of crossing the boundary, the pain of facing the radiation, and the pain of confronting the projection of disaster. The Universal Entertainment Company. Even if it was merely an insignificant projection descending upon Chang'an City, it turned the entire city into a continuously looping hell. Continuously looping, gathering enough pain. This must be a tool issued by the Universal Entertainment Company that can transform into the seed of love for a magical girl, right? This seed of love indeed aligns well with the style of the Universal Entertainment Company. In fact, transformation may not be its primary function. Collecting pain or other rich emotions is likely the function of the seed of love. Can you read the words on it? And tell me what they say. I promise to obey your arrangements afterwards. Du Fan lowered his head, pleading with a firm tone for Yi Qingshu to read the yellow paper aloud. Do you really want to hear it? Actually, there's nothing much on it. It's just a story about you nearing graduation, having only an uncle and no parents. Your uncle, seeing your loneliness, went to another Chang'an city to search for your parents, only to ultimately go mad in the face of disaster. After finishing her words, Yi Qingshu handed the yellow paper to Du Fan. In truth, the content did not record Du Fan's story at all. What she narrated to Du Fan was entirely fabricated. Although the story was made up, the pain it carried was real. This yellow paper, which recorded suffering, was able to temporarily halt the barrage from the false people of the Universal Entertainment Company. At least your uncle's madness wasn't in vain, right? The yellow paper he left can help you temporarily block the barrage. Listening to Yi Qingshu's words, Du Fan covered his head in anguish, squatting down on the beach, engulfed in deep self-reproach. You are lying to me. Uncle wouldn't write this. But thank you anyway. I want to go to the boundary. I believe my current suffering should be sufficient to close the passage between the two Chang'an cities. Du Fan clenched the yellow paper tightly and finally stood up from the beach. He wanted to head to the boundary. Yi Qingshu looked at this determined young man before her and agreed with his intention. The seed of love was ultimately handed back to Du Fan. With the seed of love and the magical power provided by those false puppets, Du Fan had enough to reach the underground boundary of the giant enterprise as a member of the Azure Star. As for Yi Qingshu, she had no intention of facing the Universal Entertainment Company. This kind of disaster was clearly beyond her current level to confront. Safe travels. Yi Qingshu watched as Du Fan transformed into the Azure Star. She waved her hand and bid farewell to this magical girl. I don't need it. The Azure Star shook his head and threw the seed of love back to Yi Qingshu. The effects provided by the seed of love were inferior to the yellow paper in her hand. Master, is something wrong? Yi Nisha approached Yi Qingshu, who stood alone at the entrance of the warehouse, worry etched on her face, waving at her. The arrival of the girl pulled Yi Qingshu from her contemplation. Looking at Yi Nisha, who was watching her with concern, Yi Qingshu shook her head. She was merely lamenting that the disaster display function of the survival system also had its limitations. In the face of some terrifying disasters, not only was she powerless, but she couldn't even see the true face of the enemy. The Universal Entertainment Company. This is the reason why this world is on the brink of destruction. Yi Qingshu took out the translucent pink crystal rose, raised it high, and carefully observed the creations of the Universal Entertainment Company under the faint starlight. Its interior was composed of many complex patterns. Even with a perception attribute of 10, one could only barely discern that these were magical runes. The old mage's notes recorded only a few pages about magical runes. Runes that carried magical models only needed to be inscribed onto objects to create magical tools. Magical tools allowed apprentices who did not understand magic to cast complex and powerful spells. Of course, the premise was that the magical apprentice had enough magical power to use the magical tool. Don't worry, Master, you've done very well. After all, with your current abilities, it's still far from enough to combat disasters that could destroy the world. Yi Nisha gently extended her hand, and ruffled Yi Qingshu's hair. She obediently stood beside Yi Qingshu. The two stood quietly outside the warehouse, enjoying the night sky of Chang'an City. Wow, so you two are slacking off outside. That's just too bad. It's one thing for you Qingshu to be lazy, but Little Leaf, why are you slacking off too? Gia poked her head out from the warehouse, pouting angrily. She shot a fierce glare at Yi Nisha. In order to restore the network and continue binge-watching, as an elf, Gia had already dismantled hundreds of parts from that giant mech. Alright, I really can't do anything. Yi Nisha sighed, helplessly following Gia to continue disassembling the giant mech. Before leaving, she lightly tapped Yi Qingshu's cheek while she wasn't paying attention, then turned and jogged into the warehouse. Yi Qingshu was momentarily stunned. She felt her mind go blank as all her thoughts were temporarily cleared by Yi Nisha's recent action. This should be normal, right? It should be. After a moment of thought, Yi Qingshu believed this was a completely normal behavior. It was merely Yi Nisha's way of helping her regain her former confidence. Yes, it must be. The fear she had regarding the Universal Entertainment Company was swept away, and she took out her tablet to continue studying the technology of Chang'an City. Soon 2 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, there had been almost no incidents. Everything was calm, and the only changes were probably those players from another Chang'an City. They disappeared without a trace. However, Yi Qingshu's attention had not been focused on those players. How is the new body? Yi Qingshu used the resources of Chang'an City to restore Yi Nisha. I feel like I could send the master flying. The doll girl in the maid outfit pondered seriously for a moment, half-jokingly describing the strengths of her newly restored body. Yi Qingshu cast an appraisal spell at Yi Nisha to check her attributes. Yi Nisha, age unknown, level 7, attributes strength 12, constitution 12, agility 11, perception 14, spirit 12, charisma 10, special attribute magic power 20, talent none. Indeed, these attributes can send me flying. Are the attributes of dolls this terrifying? Yi Qingshu could not believe that Yi Nisha's panel attributes had actually surpassed the limits. However, Yi Nisha only had a panel of attributes. She did not possess much magic or understand any techniques. Therefore, if it really came down to a fight with Yi Qingshu could still defeat Yi Nisha with her skills. After all, I am a metal body, right? Yi Nisha chuckled, covering her mouth. How is it? How is it? As Girya was planting moonlight flowers in the third carriage, she looked up and saw Yi Nisha and Yi Qingshu walking out of the second carriage. She excitedly leaned closer to Yi Nisha, carefully examining Yi Nisha's brand new body. Compared to the previous Yi Nisha, who had to rely on a maid outfit to hide her mechanical flaws, her newly repaired body had fully recovered. Not only had her body completely recovered, but her hardware had also been entirely replaced. Even the joints of the doll were hidden away. At least to the naked eye, Yi Nisha was indistinguishable from a normal girl. The doll girl tossed her black hair, and her deep blue eyes sparkled much more than before. How about we have a... Then you'll know how powerful my new body is. Yi Nisha tilted her head and gave a light smile. Little Leaf, it seems that with your new body your confidence has grown quite a bit. Girya sighed, deeply stepping forward and throwing a punch at Yi Nisha. Bang! Yi Nisha's fist collided with Girya's, producing a crisp sound. Ouch, Little Leaf, you really hit. With tears in her eyes, Girya knelt on the ground. She hadn't expected that Yi Qingshu's modifications would be so powerful, capable of transforming a body using such poor materials from Chang'an City. Yi Qingshu, who stood by and smiled at the entire scene, covered her mouth with a laugh and opened her data panel. The six-dimensional attributes and levels in front had hardly changed, but there were massive changes in the subsequent special attributes and skills. Special attributes: knowledge 20, 10, magic power 36. Skills: master level modification knowledge LV. Max master level flesh modification LV. Max master level mechanical manufacturing LV. Max intro to magic technology LV. Max general AI development LV. Max knowledge attribute had increased by a full 10 points. The 2 months of accumulation allowed Yi Qingshu to master nearly all of Chang'an City's knowledge from the past century. All of this was aided by her powerful innate effects, the enhancement from the wisdom tree, and a triple boost from special learning recipes. Only after nearly exhausting Chang'an City's knowledge and most of its top materials did Yi Qingshu manage to create a body that satisfied her. I want modifications too. Little Leaf has taken off, I want to fly too. Girya looked at Yi Qingshu with a pitiful gaze. Wasn't it fair for elves to have modifications? Isn't it possible to push her 5-dimensional limits? In the future, when I get suitable flesh materials, it will be easier to modify you. The environment in Chang'an City only allows for mechanical materials to be obtained. Yi Qingshu spread her hands. She had no high-quality flesh materials on hand. Could they really use a faux human for modifications? But she had almost wiped out all the faux humans in Chang'an City, and the entire city had nearly become a deserted land. The merchant demon said that the flesh of faux humans was delicious and even planned to establish a faux human breeding base in the magical shelter survival game. Yet Shin Shuyu was still a normal human. She was the future of Chongtan City. How could she be used for such cruel modifications? However, while I can't modify you, I can let you open a data panel like Yi and I Sha. Yi Qing Shui took out a tiny needle from her player backpack, held Gear Ya's hand, and injected a flesh chip into Gear Ya's body. At that moment, in Gear Ya's perspective, a data panel almost identical to the survival system panel appeared. Age unknown, level 5 attributes, strength 7, constitution 8, agility 9, perception 10, spirit 10, charm 10, special attribute magic power 9, innate talent blood of nature. Like Yi and I Sha's panel, I can only detect your body values and brain activity, but I can't detect what skills you have mastered, so the panel won't record any skills. Yi and I Sha and Gear Ya's panels were both created by Yi Qing Shui. Now that they had data panels, Yi Qing Shui's identification technique could also examine their panel information. In terms of attributes, Gear Ya's attributes were quite normal. There were no values that broke through limits. After all, although Gear Ya was of a different race, she was still a normal being, thus subject to the limits. Yi and I Sha should actually be calculated based on items. But the good news is I've already rebuilt the little whale, and you can reconnect now. Yi Qing Shui handed the tablet connected to the little whale to Gear Ya. On the same day, Yi Qing Shui had killed the whale lurking inside the components, completely clearing this AI, and then rebuilt the little whale. Reconnecting. Gear Ya immediately cast aside the thought of becoming stronger through modifications, picked up the tablet from the ground, patted her white chi-pao, and sat at the wooden table to start browsing the tablet. Do elves get nearsighted? Yi Qing Shui looked at Gear Ya, who was browsing the tablet, suddenly curious about the elven body. But after all, Gear Ya was a partner. She couldn't just capture her for research. Just as Yi Qing Shui was curious, Gear Ya's face turned pale. Snow, the Multiverse Entertainment Company, is calling. Look, there's an entertainment platform on the tablet. Gear Ya was so frightened that she threw the tablet away. Yi Qing Shui had previously described the arrival of the Multiverse Entertainment Company in Chongtan City. A high concentration of magic power covered the entire Chongtan City, and humans entered sleep pods, falling into eternal slumber only to become tools for the Multiverse Entertainment Company to produce emotions, with endless suffering being the currency of the company. Just by gazing at the projection of the Multiverse Entertainment Company in the sky, it felt like staring into the abyss where countless people lamented. That was the pain accumulated from yellow paper, the era of entertainment leading to death. Professional copy introduction to Chongtan City. Are you tired of the boring faux human invasions, the uninteresting mechanical awakenings, and the dull magic power surges? Do you want to live normally? If you truly wish to live, come to the Chongtan City controlled by the Multiverse Entertainment Company. Here you will have the opportunity to obtain it. Disaster Job Certificate, a disaster job crafted especially for you by Universe 41. Its power is naturally beyond words, but of course great power often comes with a price. Yi Qing Shui's survival system panel displayed a series of subtitles that popped up with a flurry of snowflake. Disaster. The Multiverse Entertainment Company actively sent an invitation to Yi Qing Shui. Not only an invitation, but it also offered a job-changing item. The disaster job. Tailored by Universe 41, its strength is likely even stronger than the professions that normal survivors receive, with an S rating. Picking up the tablet, Yi Qing Shui opened the entertainment platform of the Multiverse Entertainment Company. The first thing to pop up was surprisingly an advertisement from the company. Disasters in Universe 41 can be divided into two types: natural disasters and man-made disasters. The vast majority of disasters actually belong to the former. Whether it's the concept of death disappearing or being randomly generated, they can all be classified as the first type. Their emergence is often due to problems within the world itself. Man-made disasters, on the other hand, are very special disasters, referring to those with the ability to destroy the world but lacking sufficient constraints. For instance, our Multiverse Entertainment Company has risen from ordinary existence to a disaster capable of destroying the world. Originally, we planned to deploy players to another world where Chongtan City is located, using them as a fourth natural disaster to destroy Chongtan City. But then we encountered you. In your efforts to combat the disaster, you have plundered resources from Chongtan City without any moral qualms concerning the local inhabitants, treating others as experimental subjects. Therefore, we have retracted the players and also took away Du Fan, who was originally the main character of the script. Are we fighting against disaster, only to become a new disaster in the process? Night Qing Shui gazed at the survival system panel, now under the control of Universal Entertainment Company. She thought of the desolate Chongtan City and even of Du Fan, who was painfully approaching the gate of the world, the Azure Star. Since the way to counter disaster is to become a disaster, what harm is there in walking this path? As Night Qing Shui accepted the invitation from Universal Entertainment Company, the survival system panel returned to normal. The only difference was the addition of a taskbar function. This was the identity task given to survival players by the normal survival game. Completing it would yield high evaluations and lead to powerful professions. Clearly, Universe 41 was very familiar with this process, even able to fabricate nearly identical tasks. Night Qingxue, you will relay my message to the Fire and Savior organizations. The correct way to open the professional instance in Universe 41 is to destroy the instance we enter to gain recognition from Universe 41, thus activating the evaluation task. Shang Dama Shuelao. Your evaluation task opening is truly harsh. They told me to inform you not to spread this matter as it would affect everyone's instance ratings. On the other hand, human disasters are still disasters. Night Qingxue pondered and found it reasonable. Had she known that destroying the world was the way to open the professional instance, she would have started killing on the first day and wouldn't have waited 2 months to completely eliminate the whale and initiate the task challenge. Fortunately, she still had over 9 months to tackle the task challenge. Evaluation task: first ring, destroy the world you are in, rendering it irrecoverable. The 2-month blackout led to the death of most backups of the whale. Today, the final data of the whale is erased, resulting in the extinction of pseudo-beings, and recovery is impossible. Magical radiation begins to suppress the birth of life. First ring task completed, rating C. Evaluation task: second ring, obtain the job, transfer item seed of affection, completed, rating C. Evaluation task: second ring, reach another Changtan city and destroy the world influenced by disaster, and the remnants of the worlds will disaster rating increases based on the world's collapse level. Changtan city still exists. I thought that the Changtan city beyond the gate was a dead zone. Night Qingxue was momentarily stunned upon seeing Changtan city being destroyed. Unexpectedly, right after she destroyed it, it became her task target. Disaster rating. Indeed, we survivalists of Universe 41 cannot even transition normally. The path to professional transition seems to be gradually leading towards disaster, ultimately becoming a new disaster. If the strength of the other Changtan city is similar to that of the current one, then destroying it should be quite easy. Of course, Night Qingxue would not go alone to kill them. Having raised these survivalists for so long, they finally can be of use. Night Qingxue opened her tablet and sent the edited message to Li Qingxian. The gate can reach another Changtan city, which might be used to refresh the task rating, but the other side is very dangerous. Not only do we need to wear protective clothing that blocks magical power, but one misstep could lead to death. If you are willing, then head to the giant enterprise building when the time comes. As expected, the survivalists who survived the raft survival game all came. Those who chose to enter the professional instance certainly have aspirations, unwilling to let their rating disappear so confusingly. Yet among this group of survivalists stood someone out of place, Shen Shuyue, the only survivor in all of Changtan City. I want to go too. Shen Shuyue met Night Qingxue's gaze and firmly nodded. After these 2 months, she felt like she was almost becoming a useless person raised by her boss. Originally, she thought her boss was raising her to research normal transformation technology. It turned out her boss was ruthless, who conducts research directly on their own body. Night Qingxue realized that relying on Shen Shuyue to research transformation technology was not as effective as going into battle herself. After that, Shen Shuyue had basically lost all value and could only become the mascot of the suburban base. Hearing that everyone was preparing to leave Changtan City, she decided that she must go no matter what. All right, I will install a data panel for you first. Night Qingxue reluctantly nodded and injected a data panel identical to Gu Ayas into Shen Shuyu's body. Initially thinking Shen Shuyu's panel would be quite poor, she unexpectedly saw something surprising. Shen Shuyue, age 25, level 0, attributes strength 1, physique 2, agility 2, perception 1, spirit 1, charm 6, special attribute luck 10, talent, unique survivor, effect 1, a remnants of the worlds, will the only survivor under the disaster of entire Changtan City, luck attribute 10. Effect 2, heavenly influence, once awakened, must become the savior, using herself as fuel to save the already destroyed world. Effect 3, immune to disaster effects, attribute growth maximized. You can refuse this task, and then just leave with our train that happens to have an extra carriage. Night Qingxue was silent for a moment before releasing her hand from Shen Shuyu's shoulder. She raised her head and asked Shen Shuyu's opinion in a serious tone. Boss, are you worried I have too much potential and might surpass you? Shen Shuyue stretched lazily. She had been wondering why in the end she was the only one who survived in all of Changtan City. What was so special about her that allowed her to stay by her boss's side, be unaffected by disasters, and live so leisurely? Night Qingxue examined her and found nothing. She just thought Shen Shuyue was lucky. You might be a bit reluctant after all. Your luck attribute is so high it could certainly help me a lot. Night Qingxue nodded. Then let's forget it, boss. I really don't want to be a mascot. Shen Shuyue shook her head helplessly. Looking at the determined girl before her, Knight Xingxue reluctantly nodded, took the train out from the storage card, arranged the survivalists and Xin Shuiyue into the fourth empty carriage, and then started the train to pass through the gate to Changtan City. Perhaps that gate is not a product of technology. The technological development of Changtan City certainly hasn't reached the level of interfering with space. That is the gate of Universal Entertainment Company. Professional Instance Cyber City Changtan City Basic Clearance Condition Survive for 9 months. Disaster Universal Entertainment Company. The new professional instance information was displayed. Why is information popping up again? And why is this information so concise? Unlike the first time entering the professional instance, this time there were no words indicating guest appearances, nor was there any background introduction. Guest appearance. Knight Xingxue remembered the first instance information that popped up, which had included the words guest appearance. Guest appearance is only used in filming or performances. This means that the Changtan City they previously experienced has it already fallen to become a venue for Universal Entertainment Company. Yes, but at that time everyone was entering the instance for the first time, so we didn't take it to heart. Those who didn't know might have thought it was some kind of performance. The survivors of the raft survival game nodded in agreement. However, no one took this information seriously. They regarded it merely as a somewhat unique introduction to a professional instance. As the light from the outside gradually disappeared, the train appeared in a corner of a bustling cyber metropolis. There was no so-called magical frenzy, nor was there any so-called invasion of false humans. At this moment, the survivors of the raft survival game had their task lists refresh, their progress reset, and the previously unachievable rating tasks could now be completed again. What on earth is this? Yi Qingxue put the train into her storage box and saw that cameras were directed at them. They were surrounded by people. Among them were cyborgs, reporters, and even a false girl dressed in luxurious performance attire. The script of the Universal Entertainment Company, The Invasion of Changtan City by False Humans. It has officially ended. Congratulations. I am the director of this Invasion of Changtan City movie, Liuzi. A masked man clapped his hands as he walked through the crowd towards Yi Qingxue and her companions. Are you saying that what I experienced was merely a script? That's right. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Welcome to the Changtan City branch of the Universal Entertainment Company. Liuzi clapped his hands and took out a book. Professional Instance Cyber Metropolis Changtan City. Basic Completion Condition Survive for a year. Special Appearance Cosmic Disaster No. 41 Mechanical Awakening Cosmic Disaster No. 41 Magical Frenzy Survivors of the Raft Survival Game. Background Introduction: a highly developed future city with advanced technology where magic is gradually merging into this world. However, crises are quietly approaching as the disaster of Cosmic Disaster No. 41 has arrived in this world. All changes will begin with a game called Ring God. As the book opened, the survival systems panels responded, popping up lines of information. Yi Qingxue twitched her lips and clenched her fists. Universal Entertainment Company. Damn you immortals. The Changtan City I destroyed, everything I experienced in the past 2 months. Was it just a stage built by the Universal Entertainment Company? Huh. It's all a stage of the Universal Entertainment Company. It's all a script of the Universal Entertainment Company. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Boom. Yi Qingxue suddenly looked up as a magical missile coalesced in her palm and shot towards Liuzi. Before Liuzi could react, the magical missile struck his body, resulting in a powerful explosion that sent him flying. The script was ignited by the flames caused by the explosion of the magical missile, turning to ashes and slowly dissipating in the air. Universal Entertainment Company. Magical Girl by Yuman reporting for duty. Universal Entertainment Company. Magical Girl Scarlet Crown reporting for duty. The 2 girls in attendance noticed something was amiss and immediately jumped onto the stage as the cameras focused on Yi Qingxue and the 2 magical girls who had leaped onto the stage. Various bullet comments floated around the stage as if their every move was exposed to the perspective of the Universal Entertainment Company. Script: Magical Girl by Yuman Episode 4. Evil villain Yi Qingxue killing the director of her own script, Liuzi. The magical girls maintaining order in Changtan City will never allow such an outlaw to do as she pleases. Pain value 60, happiness value 0, excitement value 10. Yi Qingxue's eyes displayed various values, and at this moment, she somewhat understood Dufan and Uncle Du. No wonder those who went crazy. She felt like she was about to go crazy too. Ordinary people who pass through the gate must additionally endure the pain of crossing the gate, and then face the Universal Entertainment Company, which tells you that you are merely a character in its script. Facing the pain of the Universal Entertainment Company is truly painful. Disaster Universal Entertainment Company. You really don't treat people as humans. Are you a disaster? You only come out to say thank you for your hard work after people painstakingly destroy Changtan City, when in fact the city you destroyed was merely the work of an ordinary director under my command. Pain value 70. The Universal Entertainment Company is very satisfied with your performance, increasing attack by 70% and magic recovery speed by 70% in a world influenced by the Universal Entertainment Company. Various emotions replaced normal 6-dimensional attributes. After all, 6-dimensional attributes cannot provide you with such noble attribute bonuses. Senior, that girl's pain value is really high. We have never dealt with. What should we do? The girl in the BU idol performance outfit held her wand, and at this moment, she couldn't help but feel shaken. With their current attributes, can they really defeat such a painful monster? Dear audience, please give us your love. Help us defeat. The girl in the scarlet gown raised a fiery red crystal lotus and began to absorb the emotions provided by the bullet comments. Interesting emotional conversion of magic. Yi Qingxue observed this scene thoughtfully. Just as the magical girl known as Scarlet Crown was about to gather enough love, Yanesha made her move. Relying on her agile attributes that broke through limits, she directly interrupted the opponent's action of casting a powerful move. If the master wants it, I will help you take it. Yanesha snatched the crystal fire lotus and obediently stood beside Yi Qingxue. With the loss of the transformation item, Scarlet Crown turned back into an ordinary girl. She knelt on the ground in disbelief, staring at the crystal fire lotus in Yanesha's hand, dumbfounded. Huh, why is this villain so clever? Isn't it? So the magical girl's transformation isn't actually time-stopping. Caught her. The bullet comments, seeing Scarlet Crown so easily have her crystal fire lotus taken, began to offer the warmest greetings. Pain value 100. Script, damage level 1, world collapse level 1. Scarlet Crown's pain value quickly exceeded 100 points. Her entire body twisted continuously, growing various abnormal flame-licked limbs resembling a terrifying spider with not a single piece of skin intact. You destroy the script of the Universal Entertainment Company. Damn it. The monster lunged directly. Yanesha waved the crystal fire lotus in her hand, absorbing the love of the audience, and the fire lotus shot out a fiery arrow that instantly pierced through the monster's skull. Wow. The villain actually knows how to use the magical girl's transformation item. I'm a fan. Aya, the villain is so handsome. Don't you think the cold genius and the obedient maid are particularly interesting? The bloodthirsty audience did not care what Yi Qingxue had done. They only saw Yi Qingxue killing and slaughtering, having killed by humans master upon arrival. This is the last lesson the master wants to teach you. Run quickly. Silly child. Scarlet Crown lunged at Yi Qingxue, gathering the remaining magical power in her body, hoping to self-destruct and directly kill this terrifying girl before her. Boom. A water droplet pierced through Scarlet Crown's magical core, causing a massive outflow of magical energy. Without magic, self-destruction was naturally impossible. Master, let's take a break for now. Your mental state seems to be problematic. Yanesha reached out to touch Yi Qingxue's head, urging her to sit down and rest. You all go complete your respective tasks first. Yi Qingxue sighed and nodded. The quiet Goaya took the initiative to step forward, helping Yanesha support Yi Qingxue as they left. Before leaving, Yi Qingxue distributed a batch of items to the survivors of the Wrath survival game. Shuelao, whatever you do, we support you. Even if it means destroying the entire Chang'an city. The survivors of the Wrath survival game were also feeling bad. If it weren't for the raiding tasks, they would have loved to join Yi Qingxue in her rampage. Master, take a rest. Put aside the matters of the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company. Though the world is false, the resources and technology we've obtained are real. Yanixia gently cradled Night Qingxue in her arms. She held her close, playing soothing music that gradually calmed the girl in her embrace. Yanixia spoke a profound truth. Although the Chang'an City instance Night Qingxue first entered was illusory, the resources and the entirety of Chang'an City's technology were firmly in her grasp. Once something fell into Night Qingxue's pocket, prying it out was nearly impossible. Of course, that didn't change the fact that the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company had thoroughly disgusted her. What she detested most were things like dream endings. To have strived so long only to be told it was all a fabrication, that feeling was unbearable. Little Leaf is right. The furniture on our train is real. Look, the web series on the tablet are genuine. Gia, sitting nearby, nodded earnestly. She pulled out the tablet and opened the web series. She was following the otherworldly journey of the wandering elf princess and the genius magic heiress. The plot was absolutely thrilling. Night Qingxue couldn't help but laugh at Gia's earnest. She reached out and pinched Gia's cheek. What a silly elf. Yanixia and Gia's presence was like an emotional stabilizer. In the gloomy world of Universe 41, their existence kept Night Qingxue from veering toward. Long-term struggle against calamities made it difficult for survivors of Universe 41 to maintain mental stability. They were prone to extreme thoughts when provoked. Just moments ago, Night Qingxue had genuinely considered fighting her way through all of Chang'an City to end this world controlled by the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company. To destroy it, obtain the Calamity class and return to the Salvation Society's Shuan camp with all gathered resources and knowledge. To transform the entire camp with her technology. To bring modern life to everyone. I think you should really promote the web series on your tablet to other survivors. Night Qingxue nodded seriously. She suspected that not only she but all survivors of Universe 41 who had undergone class instances had been harshly struck by Calamity. Previously, they might have underestimated the power of Calamity due to their cooperation. Now they were likely all like her, nearly broken by Calamity's brutal blow. At such times, psychological solve. Night Qingxue hadn't used all the parts dismantled from the whale to build Little Whale. Why else would it be? She planned to use the remaining parts to build another Little Whale at the Salvation Society's Shiwan camp. This would allow survivors to browse various web series novels, comics, and games from Changtan City, stabilizing their emotions. Me. Shui, can I really be the cultural ambassador of the Salvation Society? Jia pointed at herself. She, a silly elf who only knew how to tend flowers and plants and laze around, could actually become a spiritual guide for survivors. Night Qingxue smiled and nodded. Jia, go for it. Yanijia clapped warmly for Jia. She shared her master's view. Jia's intense love for entertainment and desire to share would surely infect other survivors. When everyone was left disheartened by Calamity's blow, these items would effectively relieve their stress. Don't you think there's even love among the villains? Right? Even as a villain team, they haven't turned into a mess like the Black Organization. Doesn't it feel like the villains are the real righteous organization? The righteous organizations are all disgustingly hypocritical. Night Qingxue's little team is much more pleasing to the eye. But isn't the girl standing in the corner a bit of a third wheel? Lines of bullet comments appeared before the three. The influence of the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company had never faded. It loomed over them, reminding Night Qingxue in the form of comments. She had to continue destroying the company's venues. Myriad Realms Entertainment Company. You're disgusting. You're invincible, really. Night Qingxue was at a loss for words. Next time Shed used that trick too. Should I find a corner to wait? Shen Shuyue, who had remained silent, scratched her head awkwardly. For now, join us in waiting for the other survivors. Night Qingxue looked at Shen Shuyue and sighed helplessly. She decided not to continue destroying Changtan City. Instead, she planned to find a place to study the seed of love, the Crystal Fire Lotus, and Crimson Crown's corpse. She felt she was close to figuring out the method to convert emotions into magic power. Yanijia and Jia exchanged glances and breathed a long sigh of relief. Their little Shui had finally regained her usual mindset. To avoid disturbance, they'll just hide beneath Changtan's. Night Qingxue led Yanijia and Jia out of the street corner. They noticed magical girls flying in the sky, drones buzzing overhead, and androids sealing off the scene. Another alto familiar lockdown. This time Night Qingxue waved her wand, and with the activation of Transmute Rock, to mud, the three of them vanished underground. Indeed, while Changtan City's surface defenses had been strengthened, the underground remained vulnerable. Let me see the map of Changtan City. Before Night Qingxue could decide on a direction to dig, she continued downward and broke through the city's underground, falling into a dim corridor. The corridor resembled a prison with iron cages holding various individuals. Night Qingxue cast appraisal on each prisoner, discovering their intriguing talents. Talent: Destiny, Return of the Dragon King. Fake Effect 1. Influenced by the Calamity, Myriad Realms Entertainment Company possesses the Dragon King Destiny, gaining a Return of the Dragon King script. Talent: Destiny, Return of the War King. Fake Effect 1. Influenced by the Calamity, Myriad Realms Entertainment Company possesses the War King Destiny, gaining a Return of the War King script. Every person in the prison was a protagonist. They all had destinies wielding the power of providence. The Myriad Realms Entertainment Company is truly disgusting. So I've decided, I'm going to learn that trick too. Night Qingxue produced 3 syringes loaded with flesh chips. After being disgusted by the company, she resolved to do the same. Find 3 people with promising talents and destinies, inject her self-made pseudo-system into them, and have Yanijia and Jia assign tasks through it. Thud. While they discussed, one of the 3 intended pawns, the War King, was killed by the Dragon King. In Night Qingxue's perception, the fallen War King's power flowed into the Dragon King. Scripts can be seized. Yanijia spoke slowly. Why are you all staring at me? Shen Shuyue froze. Did that mean in the 3rd pawn? Yes. Besides being a disaster, the Universal Entertainment Company is nothing but a shoddy outfit. All this crucial data just stuffed into a safe. Yi Qingxue led Yanisigia and Shen Shuyue straight into the warden's office. The prison changed hands with startling speed. The moment Yi Qingxue slew the warden, she seized control of all its facilities. The prison's surveillance, the control over cell doors, the command of patrol robots. Though the initial experience in Changtan City was an illusion, the technology was undeniably real. It was only through the hacking skills acquired from that false Changtan City that she could take over the prison without following the proper succession procedures. Inside the warden's office, Yi Qingxue found what she was looking for. The files of the prison's protagonists, various internal experimental data and directives from the high-level executives of the Universal Entertainment Company's Chang'an City branch. As a man-made disaster, the Universal Entertainment Company's main tactic is to cultivate various protagonists. Yi Qingxue pored over the information, deciphering the company's operational model. In a martial world, it would nurture a lowly martial arts prodigy, forcing him to climb from the bottom, enduring painful betrayals, the death of his parents, the world's scorn and oppression, until he eventually stands against the entire world. Then the Universal Entertainment Company would orchestrate a fortuitous encounter, granting the protagonist consumed by pain and despair a chance to turn the tables. He would slaughter his enemies, kill anyone who obstructs him, and step by step tread upon the bones of countless lives to become the martial world's overlord. Then the Universal Entertainment Company would move in to reap the harvest. Such a brilliant method. I must learn it. Yi Qingxue was deeply intrigued by the company's methods of cultivating man-made disasters. As a mage proficient in summoning and contract magic, the protagonist who had devoured most of the world's resources would be the perfect summon. Am I going to be harvested too? Qingxue pointed at herself. Was her ultimate fate to have her worth drained dry by the boss? The moment the words left her mouth, Yi Qingxue reached out and flicked her forehead. The sharp pain made Qingxue instinctively raise her hand to shield her brow. Tears welled in her eyes. Was this method of cultivating protagonists really any different from how the boss trained her employees? First, let me install a golden finger for you. You should have grasped the basics of the magic martial breathing technique, right? Yi Qingxue let out a long sigh and produced the crystal rose. She had essentially figured out the principles of this transformation device that converts emotions into magical power. Thus, the seed of love left by Du Fan was of little further use to Yi Qingxue. But if given to Qingxue, it could provide a perpetual source of magical power. With the magic martial breathing technique, the magical power generated by the seed of love would continuously strengthen Qingxue's physique. The indomitable body forged through this training would be more than enough for Qingxue to go without beef. If I also learn the severing flow blade technique, my offensive capabilities would be largely complete. Then can I still call myself a magical girl? What kind of magical girl relies on pure physical strength and terrifying force to fight? Qingxue pressed a hand to her forehead. Yi Qingxue chuckled behind her hand, handing Qingxue the memorized manual of the severing flow blade technique. Who said a magical girl has to learn magic? Why couldn't a blade technique suffice? Master, this is the great sword I forged. It should be enough for Xue. Yinisa walked in, gripping a large chopping blade, and thrust the dark steel greatsword into Qingxue's hands. Now Qingxue was fully equipped. If you don't want to fight the juvenile protagonists cultivated by the Universal Entertainment Company, you can leave the prison. Yi Qingxue crossed her hands and rested her chin on them, offering Qingxue another choice. Boss, don't worry. They'll go fight those protagonists. Boss, if I get hurt, do we have employee medical insurance? In the end, Qingxue was ushered out by Yinisa. Gripping the greatsword, she looked down at the seed of love hanging around her neck and nervously made her way toward the prison area where the protagonists were held. Xiao Yezi, please keep an eye on Qingxue. Don't let her overreach and challenge a protagonist she can't handle yet. Yi Qingxue was about to instruct Yinisa on some matters when she looked up and noticed Yinisa had changed into a new outfit. How do I look, master? Yinisa had donned a simple yet elegant secretary uniform. She stood demurely before the desk, then spun around in front of Yi Qingxue, showing off her new attire. Then she placed her hands on the desk, leaned forward, and drew close to Yi Qingxue, awaiting her appraisal. Beautiful. Yi Qingxue nodded, helplessly reaching out to tuck a stray lock of Yinisa's hair behind her ear. Gia spread her hands over her eyes. Wow, is this something I'm allowed to see? She decided it was better to continue researching how to cultivate more magical plants using technology. World Collapse Degree 3 World Collapse Degree 40 102 messages materialized before Yi Qingxue's eyes. The health bar of the Universal Entertainment Company's Chang'an City branch had appeared. But Yi Qingxue and Qingxue hadn't done anything yet. The World Collapse Degree had risen. It seemed the survivors hadn't been idle these past few days. Some survivors had already made their move. Yi Qingxue opened the chat forum. There was no survivor chat forum within professional instances. The forum now used by the survivors of the Raft survival game was one that Yi Qingxue had built herself. Li Qingxuan, the Grey Wolf Gang leader, is really tough to kill. If Lady Yinisa hadn't helped control a bionic to ambush him, even with my enhancements, my chances of failure would have been considerable. Xinyu Baojian, it's actually not that bad. My identity is a megacorporation employee. They wanted me to stage a coup. Being a high-ranking executive of the Universal Entertainment Company isn't worth it. Fangzhou, so that's why you blew up the office. You just blew that executive to bits. We're all megacorporation employees. How come your corporate warfare is so straightforward? Xinyu Baojian, Shinran envious of the big shots. I spent all my resources on boosting my stats, and my identity mission was just to smuggle myself into Chang'an City. Yi Qingxue, I need to increase the world collapse degree. See what big commotions you can stir up, but save it for the last 2 months. The survivors of the raft survival game all agreed. The next 3 months passed without incident. In all of Chang'an City, almost nothing happened. Yi Qingxue remained in the warden's office, focusing on researching the magical girl transformation device. Idealistic mana generation LV. 3 magical rhenology LV. 3 magical tools science LV. 2 In this past month, Yi Qingxue had finally fully mastered the knowledge behind the transformation device. With the idealistic mana generation skill, her mana recovery had finally broken free from its dependence on the environment. The knowledge of magical rhenology unlocked the creation of magical tools. Magic Light Bulb, a magical tool inscribed with an illumination spell rune capable of absorbing mana to cast the illumination spell. Magic Scrolls, magically powered furniture magic stones. Any item that requires little magical knowledge from the user but consumes mana to activate spells. All fall under the category of magical tools. The efficiency of idealistic mana generation is still too low, but it's free mana after all. Yi Qingxue identified the problem with the skill. Her emotions were too stable, hindering the skill's performance. Only by constantly shouting about love and justice, or by being like those protagonists burdened with deep grievances, could she generate a massive amount of mana. Speaking of which, what has Qingxue been up to lately? Surely she can't have made no progress in 3 months. Master, you ask about her whereabouts every day. Haven't you seen her growth over these 3 months? Yi Qingxue turned her head awkwardly without answering Yi Nisha's question. Sigh. Yi Nisha cleared her throat and brought up Qingxue's recent activities. In the end, Qingxue chose to leave the prison. Yi Qingxue was not surprised by this. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Yi Qingxue to give Qingxue a second choice. After leaving the prison, Qingxue almost died on the street due to not having any money. Yi Nisha cautiously played the footage she had monitored. Yi Qingxue almost forgot that not everyone could have a player's backpack like them filled with ample food. Moreover, Yi Qingxue's train had a refrigerator that could store unlimited food. The supplies in her train's fridge were enough for her and Goaya to last a whole year. Then the Baiyu men saved her, and now Qingxue has become the new partner of that magical girl with Baiyu men as her mentor. Yi Nisha sighed deeply and opened episode 10 of the Magical Girl Baiyu Men. In the video, there were 2 girls whom Yi Qingxue was very familiar with. One of them was Baiyu Men, while the other was Qingxue. They were riding a hovering tram heading towards the outskirts of Chang'an City. Senior Lillian, are we going to the suburbs? Qingxue leaned against the window, curiously admiring the scenery of the suburbs. She had spent some time in the suburbs of another city before. The suburbs of this city were almost identical to the ones she had previously stayed in. The Yunjing gang became the overlord of the suburbs, and the newly appointed leader Li Qingxian issued many new regulations to rectify the chaos in the suburbs, gradually stabilizing the security situation. Yes, indeed, the Magical Girl Association said that this is actually just an illusion created by Li Qingxian, who our purpose in going there is to eliminate Li Qingxian. Lillian nodded seriously. The Magical Girl Association is the organization responsible for managing magical girls and maintaining public safety in Chang'an City. It is also the righteous organization in the ongoing script of Magical Girl Baiyu Men. Qingxue thought that the Magical Girl Association might not be absolutely correct, because she knew the current leader of the Yunjing gang, Miss Li Qingxian. With the help of the boss and Miss Yi Nisha, Li Qingxian conquered the entire Yunjing gang in just 2 months and eliminated other forces in the suburbs. The subsequent management of the suburbs was actually entrusted to Miss Yi Nisha. This is because Li Qingxian did not know how to manage a faction. It was better to directly delegate authority to Miss Yi Nisha. After all, Miss Yi Nisha possessed powerful computing power and could even hack into the entire network of Chang'an City. The suburbs managed by Miss Yi Nisha could not be called paradise, but at least life there was even easier than living in the city. Are you hungry? How about a piece of chocolate to tide you over? After all, there's still a distance to the suburbs. Lillian opened her backpack and pulled out a piece of chocolate, putting it into Qingxue's hand. She revealed a faint smile at Qingxue. In the past, her master, the Crimson Crown, used to do the same. Her master would often carry some snacks on her. As the number of magical girls decreased, their task pressure increased. When they got busy, they often forgot to eat. At such times, it was essential to have some biscuits or chocolate on hand to fill their stomachs. Thank you. Qingxue looked at the chocolate in her hand, tore open the wrapper, and took a small bite. The chocolate melted in her mouth. Compared to the chocolate snacks the boss provided, this piece of chocolate did taste somewhat inferior and was much smaller. By the way, magical girl salaries are not high. They can only be considered third-class citizens of Chang'an City. This piece of chocolate must have cost Lillian quite a bit. Thinking of this, Qingxue returned the remaining chocolate to Lillian. Senior, let's share it. She smiled at Lily. Thus the two girls depended on each other in this cold city, supporting each other to create a little spiritual harbor with a faint flame warming their bodies. A cold and ruthless voice recited this narration and then began to play the preview for the next episode. Preview for episode 11 of Magical Girl by Yumin. A cold and ruthless voice recited this narration and then began to play the preview for the next episode. Preview for episode 11 of Magical Girl by Yumin. Radiation in Chantan City. Moreover, among them were several other script protagonists who had escaped from prison, including a magical girl twisted by pain. This hard-won younger generation, the magical girl Shinshuyue, would die in this attack. Bai Yumin would witness the demise of her junior, yet could do nothing. Universal Entertainment Company. Tell me, is this still a magical girl? Oh, answer me. Yi Qingxue gripped her wand. It seemed she could no longer stay in this prison. She opened the forum and sent a message to Li Qingxian about her plan to go to the suburbs to save people. Li Qingxian, no problem, Snow Girl, I'm on my way to save them. Salted Fish Sword, oh, that magical girl who killed Snow Girl's master, how about we just rebel directly? Li Qingxian, no problem, Snow Girl, I'm on my way to save them. Salted Fish Sword, oh, that magical girl who killed Snow Girl's master, how about we just rebel directly? The lower class suffers and twists into pseudo-humans, while the upper class enjoys themselves using magical girls as their enforcers, resulting in a monthly salary that can only buy 3 pieces of chocolate. Riceworm agreed. I've been following every episode of Magical Girl by Yumin. The interactions between Yaya and Lillian are truly heartwarming. Arc indeed, Shinshuyue feels guilty towards Lillian, and Lillian also does not blame Shinshuyue for her master's death. Li Qingxian, truly the protagonist, enduring such pain, yet still smiling. Yi Qingxue did not expect that even the survivors of the Raft survival game were following the script of Magical Girl by Yumin. She browsed through the posts on the forum. She found that everyone was discussing the plot of this show. After her master died, Lillian discovered that the Magical Girl Association was very satisfied with her master's death, because this would increase the pain value within Lillian. It could be said that even without Yi Qingxue's appearance, Lillian's master would still have died in this security operation against the pseudo-human invasion of Chantan City. Just when Lillian was feeling disheartened, Shinshuyue was sent to her side by Yi Nisha. Although the Magical Girl Association did not recognize Shinshuyue as a magical girl, Lillian still took her in and allowed her to stay. Over the past 3 months, they supported each other in resolving various issues. Their heartwarming activities also attracted a large number of new viewers, and it seemed everything was steadily improving. But the Universal Entertainment Company would naturally not let everyone live comfortably. As the relationships between characters developed, they would inevitably be destroyed to harvest pain values. Get to work, Snow Girl. Let the world's collapse rate rise. The script says you will die in the upcoming action. Lillian lowered her head, her entire being seemingly drained of all vitality, resembling a mere walking corpse. She did not understand what she had done wrong. Her parents died in an accident when she was young. The orphanage that adopted her closed due to the welfare policies being cut in Chantan City, and the family that took her in were all villains. Finally becoming a magical girl, finally meeting the only kind master who treated her well. Yet everyone wanted her master dead. Now her own apprentice was also about to die before her eyes. Pain value 80. The sunlight was slowly obscured by dark clouds, and a roadblock appeared ahead of them. Due to the presence of the roadblock, the self-driving hover vehicle gradually came to a stop, preparing to find another route to their destination. At that moment, a gunshot shattered the vehicle's windshield. Woo-woo. Lillian protected Shinshuyue beneath her, determined to safeguard her companion. Magical girls, how wonderful, 2 magical girls. Twisted monsters rushed out from the abandoned buildings on both sides. They surrounded the hover vehicle, preventing it from moving, and slowly approached Lillian and Shinshuyue. Everything was just as the script floating in the air had recorded. Lillian and Shinshuyue activated their transformation devices, ready to face the monsters in their magical girl forms. Jade Melody. Holding a jade green flute, Jade Melody blew into it, gently sending waves of sound that spread outwards, repelling the monsters that surrounded them. However, Jade Melody's attack could not inflict any significant harm on them. Flowblade technique. Shinshuyue charged towards the fake monsters with a large blade. As the blade light flashed, the monsters that approached them were swiftly sliced in half. Yet, even when cut, the monsters did not die, instead they transformed into undead creatures, continuing to advance towards the two. How disgusting. What on earth is this? Shinshuyue stared in confusion at the mass of twisted flesh and blood. This was not a fake person at all. These are slime fakes, specifically targeting magical girls. A magical girl dressed in a gown as white as a wedding dress walked through the group of slime fakes, smiling as she waved at Shinshuyue and Jade Melody. These slime fakes possess a strong resistance to magical power. Thus, Jade Melody's attacks inflicted minimal harm on them. By Cheong Pavilion. Are you also from the Magical Girl Association? Jade Melody painfully rubbed her brow, surprised to find that the person who recommended her to join the Magical Girl Association was also from the organization. Bai Qiong Pavilion nodded with a smile. She was also one of the script's decision-makers and the casting director who chose Lillian to be the protagonist of the script. Lillian's Master Scarlet Crown was arranged by her, and she also determined the event of Scarlet Crown's death. This is the rule set by Changtan City. Every month a new script must be released, and a sufficient amount of pain value must be contributed to maintain the city's operation. Otherwise, the reflection of that magnificent city would come crashing down, and the terrifying magical radiation would sweep over the city once more. Without pain as fuel, there would be no possibility of survival. Don't struggle. With your strength, escape is impossible. Bai Qiong Pavilion displayed a regretful expression. If only Shen Shuiyue had arrived a month later. Then Lillian's pain would last for a while longer, allowing the city to accumulate more pain value. Shen Shuiyue clenched the silver blade in her hand. As her emotions fluctuated, the seed of affection in her chest absorbed her feelings, transforming them into a massive amount of magical power. The magical power clung to the blade, and when swung, a flash of blue blade light engulfed the surroundings, crashing through the nearby slime fakes like a fierce wave. But Bai Qiong Pavilion could produce more fakes. With just a bit of pain value, a bit of pain relief medicine, and combined with student loans, she could create a massive slime fakes. How many times could Shen Shuiyue unleash such an attack? The Universal Entertainment Company actually farms worlds like this, learned, letting the world's natives slaughter each other to accumulate pain value. The voice of Yi Qing Snow drifted in. Even Bai Qiong Pavilion could not perceive the appearance of this girl. Is our mother finally ready to take action? I knew it. Yaya has a powerful mother behind her. She is someone who could be my mother. Go for it. Mom. Defeat that old hag. Bai Qiong Pavilion. Lines of long-lost bullet comments appeared. Her appearance was like a detonator, igniting the entire barge's enthusiasm. Mysterious, powerful, beautiful. These were the synonyms people used for her. Yi Qing Snow looked up, briefly checked Bai Qiong Pavilion's attributes, then became a bit more serious. Bai Qiong Pavilion's mental attributes had reached their limit, while her other attributes were relatively low. But indeed, this was the strongest person Yi Qing Snow had encountered. You also play with magic. As long as you remain within the realm of magic, you cannot harm me. Facing Yi Qing Snow's disdain, Bai Qiong Pavilion's heart ignited with anger. After all, she was a second-class citizen, the vice president of the Magical Girl Association, one of the top figures in all of Changtan City. Blood and flesh disintegration technique. Yi Qing Snow raised her wand. What kind of spell is this? Bai Qiong Pavilion warily fixed her gaze on Yi Qing Snow. She had never heard of any blood and flesh disintegration technique, but she quietly cast a magical immunity effect on herself. However, the terrifying magic she imagined did not come. Instead, a syringe pierced her body. Successfully hit. The hidden Gu Aya waved at Yi Qing Snow. Even without the blood and flesh disintegration toxin, Yi Qing Snow could still kill Bai Qiong Pavilion with magic. But she enjoyed playing dirty, just like the Universal Entertainment Company. How could you play dirty? With the blood and flesh disintegration toxin injected, Bai Qiong Pavilion could distinctly feel her body breaking down. Before long, she would become a pile of rotten flesh like the fakes. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing Snow was so unprincipled. I hate this. As Bai Qiong Pavilion disintegrated into a pile of rotten flesh, all the slime fakes created by her magic also vanished. World Collapse Rate 10. World Collapse Rate 20100. A new World Collapse Rate information popped up. Most of the World Collapse Rate stemmed from the script of the Magical Girl Jade Melody being destroyed by Yi Qing Snow. The rest came from other survivors and the protagonists released by Yi Qing Snow, who possessed innate fates. Boss. Shen Shuiyue excitedly got up from the ground and waved at Yi Qing Snow. She suddenly remembered Lillian was still behind her, so she awkwardly put her hand down. Are you worried I would harm Lillian? Yi Qing Snow looked at the conflicted Shen Shuiyue, covered her mouth, and chuckled lightly, then turned and walked towards the urban area of Changtan City. World Collapse Level 30100. When the World Collapse level reaches 100, the Phantom of the Multiverse Entertainment Company will descend, and the occupational dungeon will immediately settle. At this moment, the executives of the Changtan City branch of the Multiverse Entertainment Company were staring at the ever-increasing World Collapse level, lost in thought. Since the arrival of the Multiverse Entertainment Company, this was their first time facing such a rapid increase in World Collapse level. Can we beg the Multiverse Entertainment Company not to descend? We have shed blood for the Multiverse Entertainment Company. It was we who built Changtan City amidst the magical radiation sweeping the world, nurturing the entire city to provide pain value for the headquarters. The executives exchanged glances. Even if they had no achievements, they had put in hard work. But they accidentally provoked a madman, and now the Changtan City they painstakingly created was about to be destroyed. Detecting external intrusion. Detecting external intrusion. A red pop-up window appeared on the screen of the conference hall. Before the executives could react, a pair of white hands reached out from the edge of the screen and easily tore apart the red pop-up. Hello everyone, Ammunition, your hardware is nice, and now it's mine. In fact, the false Chang'an city was not entirely meaningless. At least the technology provided was real and applicable in the branch. After experiencing the false Chang'an city and the program iterations during her time in prison, Nisha gained the ability to invade the Chang'an city branch of the Multiverse Entertainment Company. You cannot continue to raise the world collapse level. You have no idea how terrifying the phantom of the Multiverse Entertainment Company is. A bionic person stood up. Having experienced the establishment of Chang'an city, he understood the horror of the phantom of the Multiverse Entertainment Company. Its massive form can destroy an entire world in an instant just by passing through it. But all it takes is enough pain value to allow the Multiverse Entertainment Company to fulfill its wishes right. However, you did not choose to use pain value to restore this world back then. After invading the branch, Nisha quickly emptied the database of the Chang'an City branch of the Multiverse Entertainment Company. The branch database still contained quite a few valuable materials. For example, research materials on magical girls' flesh modifications and magical energy, as well as data related to special abilities and the utilization mechanism of disasters from the Multiverse Entertainment Company. By offering pain value, one could exchange for wish opportunities. These executives wished for Chang'an City pain value storage containers, various scripts to earn pain value, blood and flesh technology for achieving immortality, and the rights to undertake the foundational business of the Multiverse Entertainment Company. But they never wished for this world to return to normal. They simply built a paradise for their own use. Because they still wanted to continue making wishes, they wanted to accumulate more pain value, waiting for the next descent of the Multiverse Entertainment Company. The master said, "Who says pain value must come from the protagonist you designate? Pain value can also come from you." Nisha switched the screen. She opened the monitoring footage from the underground of the Chang'an City branch building. Qingxue had already arrived at the underground passage of the building, which led to the core area of the underground prison. Bang! An executive furiously raised a teacup from the table and smashed it hard against the screen of the conference hall. This is all their pain value. Their pain value. The intelligence gathering of the Ember organization is indeed impressive. I previously thought there were no magical girls, but it turns out the entire core of the underground prison in Chang'an City is holding magical girls. Qingxue did not come alone. She was accompanied by Lillian and Shuiyue. They entered the core area of the prison and soon saw a flesh tree covered with distorted human figures with numerous crystal fruits hanging from its branches. This is a flesh tree composed of the flesh of magical girls twisted by pain. And the crystal fruits hanging from the branches of the flesh tree are the transformation items used by Lillian and her companions. "Miss Qingxue, this is not a place you can reach." A ethereal voice came, and the entire flesh tree began to twist as a cocoon hanging from the tree broke open and a figure emerged. It had a human shape, but no face, with a pair of white wings holding a bone staff and a white gown covering its entire body. Task updated. You have obtained relevant information. Hidden BOSS President of the Magical Girl Association, source of initial pain in Chang'an City, initial wish, maker moth of metamorphosis. World collapse level 41100. The higher the world collapse level, the lower the boss's damage resistance. Pain value. Maintaining the core that sustains the existence of Chang'an City. Task rewards: Diamond Treasure Box 3, Random Quality Professional Skill Book 1, Quality Equipment 1, Customized Title 1, Professional Equipment 1. Qingxue's survival system panel actively popped up, indicating a change in the taskbar. In addition to the original professional rating task, there was an additional side task, which was to kill the humanoid figure in front of them. Moreover, there were even task rewards. I thought our useless survival system wouldn't offer any rewards. Boss, will we win? Shuiyue stood nervously in front of Qingxue, taking a deep breath, showing no intention of backing down. It can fly, but we can't. It still has 59 points of damage resistance, making it hard to kill. Qingxue raised her wand and magical missiles flew toward the flying moth of metamorphosis. Boom. As the magical missiles successfully hit the humanoid monster, a variety of abnormal statuses were successfully applied to the moth of metamorphosis. Status: poison, burning, corroded flesh, disruption, paralyzed, magical radiation. During this time, Qingxue had also made some improvements to her magical missile, her primary offensive magic. She learned spells like venom missiles, magic arrows, lightning balls, and spiritual liquid sprays. These subpar spells must have their shortcomings. For instance, venom missiles are heavily affected by gravity, often falling to the ground upon launch. Lightning balls travel too slowly, and magic arrows have too low a single target damage. Thus, Qingxue tossed the spell models of these inferior spells to Nisha for her to learn. With the computational power of the little dolphin, Yi Nisha quickly dismantled the spell models through big data learning, extracting useful parts for Yi Qingxue. Then Yi Qingxue integrated these magic models into her magical missiles. Now her magical missile spell could no longer be called an ordinary magical missile. After all, the brand new magical missile could inflict over a dozen abnormal statuses. As a boss, you don't have any resistance to abnormal statuses. Even Bai Qiong Pavilion has magical resistance. Yi Qingxue carefully observed the wound on the chest of the moth of metamorphosis. Flames continuously burned the wound. Flesh disruption suppressed any recovery effects. Corrosion, poisoning, and paralysis weakened the moth of metamorphosis movement ability, while magical radiation reduced the effectiveness of spells. With a stack of effects, even though the moth of metamorphosis had a special last resort damage resistance effect, its health bar was still slowly dropping. Pain value 1. Pain value 1. Cameras slowly ascended, and the display of bullet screens and pain values appeared simultaneously. So that's how it is. Being injured provides pain value, thus granting the boss a higher bonus. Final episode of Magical Girl Bu Min. Did I miss dozens of episodes? Why is it already the final episode? Yeah, and what is up with that twisted final boss? Huh, didn't they say that the antagonist of this anime is Yi Qingxue? Killing the protagonist's teacher powerful and mysterious. Definitely a villain boss. It seems the antagonist intends to destroy the world only to discover that the final boss is actually the original magical girl, the creator of all subsequent magical girls. Yi Qingxue paid no attention to the barrage of comments. Her focus was entirely on the molting butterfly. The molting butterfly emitted a painful cry that echoed throughout the vast core area of the prison. As the weakest among them, Lillian, even after transforming into a magical girl, struggled to withstand the painful sound wave attack. Yi Qingxue glanced back at Lillian, who was clutching her head in distress, and Shan Shiyue, who was gritting her teeth in persistence, and sighed helplessly. It was enough for her to be here alone. Shan Shiyue and Lillian's presence was a burden to her. But Lillian refused Yi Qingxue's suggestion, saying no. I can feel her pain. I must help her. Yi Qingxue commanded Shan Shiyue, take her to a safe place. Shan Shiyue struck Lillian, knocking her unconscious, then carried her towards the surveillance entrance. The molting butterfly noticed the fleeing pair waving its bone staff, sending forth beams of black light. Boom. A magical shield unfolded, intercepting all the beams shot by the molting butterfly. What kind of shield is this? How could it even block the molting butterfly's magical attacks? At this moment, the barrage of comments was stunned by Yi Qingxue's magical shield. What happened next left the comments speechless. The molting butterfly realized that its current state could not quickly kill Yi Qingxue, so it directly activated its second form. The magical energy concentration in the prison's core area continued to rise, forming a strong magical radiation. Status: magical radiation casting speed decreased by 30, magical recovery speed decreased by 10, loses 10 of current health per second. Yi Qingxue felt a burning sensation all over her body. Her health was indeed decreasing continuously, but the magical radiation only deducted 10 of her current, thus it could not kill her. The molting butterfly's body appeared more human-like. It extended its white feminine arm, completely purging its abnormal state. Miss Yi Qingxue, your actions are destroying this world. This is the nurturing vessel for the protagonists cultivated by the 10,000 Realms Entertainment Company, who no one is allowed to disrupt it. The molting butterfly declared Yi Qingxue's crimes with an ethereal voice. Dark magical spheres coalesced around it, crashing down towards Yi Qingxue on the ground. Boom. The magical spheres struck the ground, and intense white light and explosions engulfed the but according to the law of smoke and no injury, Yi Qingxue was definitely unharmed. The spheres fell too slowly. Despite their large area, they allowed Yi Qingxue to ascend along the walls of the prison's core area. Your flesh is quite good, to share some with me, and I'll study it later. Yi Qingxue leaped from the side, grabbing the molting butterfly's arm. With a concentration of magical energy, the surgical knife swiftly severed that pristine arm. Before the molting butterfly could react, the arm fell into Yi Qingxue's backpack. Your damage immunity is running low. Yi Qingxue smiled at the molting butterfly. The survivors of this survival game performed even better than she had expected. World collapse degree 90100. Warning, warning, warning. The molting butterfly now had only 10 damage immunity left. Nebula missile. Yi Qingxue raised her wand and cast the nebula missile towards the molting butterfly. The magical missiles, transformed by the star radiance technique, shot out and exploded on the molting butterfly. As the smoke cleared, a series of abnormal states appeared on the molting butterfly. You are not a magical girl at all. A magical girl cannot possess such disgusting magic. The molting butterfly's tone was frantic. It desperately wanted to kill Yi Qingxue and maintain the stability of Chang'an City. But that thick magical shield was simply too disgusting. Yi Qingsu's movements were also extremely agile as she maneuvered freely along the prison walls of Chang. I never claimed to be a magical girl. Magic missiles continued to shoot out, whittling away at the molting butterfly's health. As the abnormal effects stacked up, the molting butterfly soon weakened and fell from the flesh tree. It crashed heavily to the ground, blood flowing from its wounds, helplessly watching Yi Qingxue approach. By the way, aren't you going to say a few more words? Shouldn't a boss reflect on their past and tell their story at this? Yi Qingxue calmly inquired about the molting butterfly's last words while holding her wand. What drove the higher-ups to utter despair was none other than Li Qingxuan's actions. In the second-floor office of the Cloud Whale Gang's clinic, she pondered, how exactly can I accelerate the collapse of this world? By disrupting the script, shattering the order of Chang'an City, hindering its operations. Li Qingxian stood by the window, gazing down at the suburban streets, contemplating ways to rapidly escalate the world's collapse. Drawing from her previous methods of accumulating world collapse, an idea struck her. With a soft sigh, she activated the Cloud Whale Gang's broadcast system, stepped up to the microphone, and issued her final command. All members of the Cloud Whale Gang, hear my order. Take your own lives now. It was an absurd decree, yet not a single member resisted. For it came from the gang leader, a being of higher authority. This was the ingrained common sense of the suburbs: never defy the leader, obey unconditionally. Gunshots echoed through the suburbs. The Cloud Whale Gang, which had recently unified the area, was swiftly annihilated by this single command. Li Qingxian watched the bloodshed outside the window in silence, observing the rising world collapse meter. She let out a long breath. Now I only need to wait quietly for the world's end. Seated at her desk, she held a tablet. Opening the forum, she saw everyone gathered there discussing various chaotic topics, while awaiting Yi Qingsu's defeat of the Butterfly of Change. This career instance is utterly disgusting. Salted fish sort it's over. That tyrant who squeezed me dry got blown up by me. Oh yeah, Li Qingxuan, this career instance relied entirely on Snow Boss. Sigh, I feel like a carried dog. Besides ordering everyone to die, I did nothing. Wise man, without Snow Boss, would all still be stuck in the fake Chang'an City. World Collapse 100. Li Qingxian hugged the tablet to her chest. As the world collapse reached 100%, she closed her eyes, peacefully awaiting the descent of the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company's Phantom. A booming sound erupted, and the sky transformed into a canvas of oil paints. Even with closed eyes, the phantom of the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company was inescapable, manifesting directly in the minds of all living beings. It resembled a twisted mass of colors with countless human silhouettes moving within. A mournful, sorrowful melody echoed in the hearts of every creature in Chang'an City. Confronting it was like facing one's deepest fears. It was something beyond the perception of any survivor. What is that? Li Qingxian stood frozen, instinctively opening her eyes, yet her vision remained pitch black. Her eyes had already been taken by that incomprehensible color when the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company descended. Perfect timing. It'll kill you all, and use your pain to nourish the last remaining seed of love. It seemed the prison core area was shielded by some unknown force, so its influence had yet to reach here before the full arrival of the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company. Yi Qingxue walked toward the defenseless higher-ups of Chang'an City. Boss, let me handle this. Shen Shue tightened her grip on her large blade. With a flash of the blade, the founders of Chang'an City fell under her strike. Surging black mist emerged from their corpses, flying toward the flesh cocoon on the withered blood tree. Master, is everything over? Yinasa entered the prison core area with Gia. They had been tasked with controlling the higher-ups, ensuring they didn't die before witnessing the Butterfly of Change's demise. Now with the higher-ups dead, the task Yi Qingxue had assigned them was complete. Yes. Next is to end this career instance. Yi Qingxue nodded. The instance was finally coming to an end. After all, Chang'an City was so ravaged that little of value remained. Only one thing was left. Make a wish. Yi Qingxue turned her gaze to Lillian. Among the 5 present, Lillian was the most suitable to make a wish to the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company. She, Yinasa, and Gia would never make a wish to the company, as wishes always came with a price. Otherwise, the Butterfly of Change wouldn't have ended up in such a state. I should make a wish. Lillian pointed at herself in disbelief. She had always thought Yi Qingxu's efforts were aimed at summoning the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company. Then, using the pain accumulated from destroying Chang'an City, she would fulfill her own wish. Lillian never expected this mysterious girl to yield the wish to her. Shen Shue held Lillian's hand and nodded earnestly at her. Yi Qingxu's mom is so gentle. She actually doesn't want the wish. I'm crying. Yi Qingxue is someone who could be my mom. By the way, what wish will our daughter? Lines of comments kept appearing as the eerie hum grew closer. This is the Butterfly of Change's seed of love. As for that blood tree, it grew from the seed. Yi Qingxue stepped toward the withered blood tree, reaching for the broken flesh cocoon. A jet-black crystal rose fell into her hand. Its form was strikingly similar to the crystal rose Du Fan possessed. Seed of Love, a container that has accumulated most of the pain values from all of Chang'an City. When the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company descends, a wish can be made to it, but the price is that the wisher becomes a new pain value container. With the activation of the appraisal skill, the information about this Seed of Love appeared in Yi Qingsu's mind. As expected, making a wish has a price. After all, the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company is no holy grail. Its essence is disaster. Though one could use the disaster for favorable outcomes, disaster remains disaster, always exacting a toll. The Myriad Realms Entertainment Company has arrived. In Yi Qingsu's perception, a terrifying mass of color capable of scorching everything was approaching. The eerie hum grew nearer and nearer. The phantom of the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company reached the prison core area. I want all of Chang'an City to return to normal forever. Banish disaster from my city forever. Restore everything to order. Lillian clutched the Seed of Love that Yi Qingsu had tossed to her. She made her wish toward the projection of the Myriad Realms Entertainment Company in the sky. Yi Qingsu nodded. She hadn't misjudged this child. The Seed of Love filled with pain values slowly vanished as the black mist was absorbed by the company's phantom. As the pain values were stripped away, the phantom seemed severely wounded, gradually dissipating in the air. Then a warm white light surged from within Lillian, expanding to envelop all of Chang'an City. Career instance, Cyber City, Chang'an City instance cleared. Ugh, my head hurts. Shen Shuyue slowly opened her eyes, discovering that she had returned to her familiar ceiling with a simple electronic alarm clock beside the bed. Gazing out at the bustling city, Shen Shuyue pressed her fingers to her forehead. Did I just have a dream? Yet everything feels so real. Dazed, she crawled out of bed. That dream was far too vivid, so real that she began to doubt whether the world had truly been destroyed. The Grey Wolf Gang was annihilated, and the Wild Wolf Military Industrial Corporation publicly announced that while the Grey Wolf Gang had their weapons and retired personnel, this had nothing to do with them. The leader of the Yunxin Gang, Li Qingxian, destroyed the Grey Wolf Gang, becoming the king of the suburbs of Chang'an City. In response, the president of the Chang'an Corporation expressed congratulations. An explosion occurred within the Chang'an Corporation, resulting in the death of a high-ranking executive whose position would be taken over by a newcomer. The Chang'an Corporation announced that the AI named Jinglong would be discarded and a new AI named Yi Nisha would be introduced. According to the Chang'an Corporation, this was the name of the one she loved, thus it was used to commemorate the new AI. Messages continued to pop up. Just a glance and so much has happened. Shen Shuyue pushed open the door, and she was greeted by the sight of a surprising girl. Xiaoya. A girl in a school uniform sat in the living room, smiling and waving at Shen Shuyue. Lillian. So this means none of this was a dream. Shen Shuyue rubbed her eyes, excitedly embracing Lillian, who nodded with a smile. With her wish granted, everything in Chang'an City was reset. Not just the Chang'an City of this timeline, but all timelines of Chang'an City were reset. The disaster never arrived, and the world outside of Chang'an City reappeared before people's eyes. Of course, the new Chang'an City had some changes. For instance, the mysterious girl Yi Qingsu became the president of the Chang'an Corporation. She took control of the entire Chang'an City, enacting many welfare policies that transformed it into a paradise that everyone longed for. Yi Nisha took control of all the machinery in Chang'an City, greatly improving people's lives and enhancing the overall productivity of the city. The boss is indeed impressive. Shen Shuyue nodded. The boss truly did not disappoint her. Later, Yi Qingsu utilized a portion of Chang'an City's resources to create several so-called mind-powered magic-driven cruise ships, which were gifted to visitors from beyond the realm, just like her. Lillian briefly introduced this brand new timeline. Yi Qingsu and the other visitors from beyond the realm seemed to have already left. However, their impact significantly reduced the daily suffering value generated within Chang'an City. Now, with the AI named Yi Nisha controlling the entire operation of Chang'an City, it was nearly impossible to summon the Multiverse Entertainment Company again or make wishes. Did Miss Yi Nisha not leave? Shen Shuyue was taken aback. Not the real Miss Yi Nisha, that was merely one of her backup bodies. Lillian seemed to have matured quite a bit. She tapped Shen Shuyue's head. Everything had returned to normal, yet why did her junior seem to have become dim-witted? However, before leaving, Miss Yi Qingsu left you some things. Lillian produced 2 contracts. These were contracts crafted using contract magic, and signing them would mean they became partners of Yi Qingsu. Once Yi Qingsu achieved cross-realm summoning, they would be able to come to her side as summoned entities. In addition to the contracts, there were other items. Shen Shuyu's student loan had been paid off by Yi Qingsu, who also left behind the magic martial breathing technique, the annihilation meditation method, and a seed of love for Shen Shuyue. Although the world had reset, Shen Shuyu's unique survivor talent was still intact. This was why Yi Qingsu had left these things for her. The boss didn't even meet me before leaving. Sigh. Looking at the two manuals on the table, Shen Shuiwe sighed helplessly. She thought she would have the opportunity to continue following the boss. But now it was still not bad. Knock knock, hello, I am Lillian's homeroom teacher, and I am here to inquire about some matters regarding your child. A familiar voice rang out from outside the door. That was Lillian's master, the Crimson Crown. As everything returned to normal, Crimson Crown naturally revived, and now she was even Lillian's homeroom teacher. Since your master has revived, then did all those villains also come back to life? Suddenly Shen Shuiwe thought of those disgusting high-level figures from Changtan City's branch, as well as the higher-ups of the Magical Girl Association. They were all killed. They were all killed by Yi Qingxue. It even happened overnight. After all, in the new normal timeline of Changtan City, no disasters occurred. No magical energy rampage, no fake invasions, and certainly no multiverse entertainment company appeared. Of course, the multiverse entertainment company did not actually leave. As long as the collapse of this world reached 100% again, it would descend once more. But by that time, Lillian's wish would be activated, resetting the entire world again. The boss really is ruthless. Shen Shuiwe never expected that before leaving, Yi Qingxue would slaughter the entire Changtan City. Who cares about the higher-ups of the Magical Association or the higher-ups of the Changtan Corporation? They were all gone, making it very easy for Yi Nisha to take over. Master. Oh no, homeroom teacher, she is my family. Lillian opened the door, pointed at Shen Shuiwe, and winked at her. Sigh. Yes, I am Shen Shuiwe's family. Shen Shuiwe awkwardly touched her head and nodded. Crimson Crown smiled and nodded. Her purpose for this home visit was mainly to ask Lillian's family about some matters. Wow. Lillian's master has revived. Could it be that all the good people survived while all the bad ones perished? Chima, really? I am truly crying. Before leaving, she even cleaned up Changtan City to prevent Lillian from repeating the previous outcome. Sigh. Has this story ended just like this? Goodbye, Lillian's daughter. It is hard to part. The multiverse entertainment company is drifting away, and our connection with this world is becoming weaker. I wonder when we will meet again. This time, the multiverse entertainment company suffered the loss of an entire world, although to them it is insignificant. The connection between the multiverse entertainment company and this world was temporarily severed. With the backup plan left by Yi Qingxue, there was almost no possibility of the multiverse entertainment company returning. Let's try new transformation items. We are the magical girls maintaining this world. But the name by Yuman sounds too terrible. Oh, just call me Tsuyai instead. Lillian took out her brand new transformation item. It was a pure white crystal sprout of emerald color. Then I will be called Wailon Star. Shen Shuiwe picked up the crystal rose. Career Dungeon, Cyber City, Changtan City. Clearance, successful settlement in progress. Hidden attribute, World Rescue Degree 100. Comprehensive rating S, universal rating for survival games, issued by the No. 41 Universe Survival System. How did your abilities counter the various challenges of this world? Did you bribe the survival game? But you successfully saved a career dungeon. Moreover, your actions significantly enhanced the continuity of a world. Are you truly a survivor from the No. 41 Universe? Detected disaster career employment certificate. Do you wish to use it? If used, the career will be generated by the No. 41 Universe, not by the world group of Changtan City. Yi Qingxue and Yi Nisha sat together, anxiously rubbing their hands as they watched the countdown for career generation. Relax, master, with your rating you're sure to obtain a powerful career. Yi Nisha held Yu Qingxu's hand, comforting the nervous girl, her gaze fixed on the constantly changing panel. Yes, Shui will definitely get the strongest career. Guya poked Yu Qingxu's cheek, looking at the panel that hadn't yet displayed the career information, and she couldn't help but feel anxious as well. It was as if she were selecting a career herself. As lines of black subtitles popped up, the career information was revealed. Based on your rating and dungeon performance, your career quality is determined to be disaster unique. Career information generation complete. The No. 41 Universe has prepared 3 career choices for you. Career Gal, God Career, Shepherd Career, Silver Witch. Isn't the world just a romance game? I say everything can be conquered. Unlocked all things, favorability, special attribute, infatuation value. Everything can be conquered. You can view the favorability of all things towards you, select a target to conquer, and upon completion receive rich rewards and emotional experiences. Endless love, all attribute judgments are changed to charm attribute judgments. Bonding, you can form bonds with objects of 100 favorability while also copying all skills, talents, and buffs of all bonded objects, granting them to other bonded objects. Disaster 1, everything in the world you inhabit will gain the disaster spiritual revival effect. Disaster 2, your charm is irresistible, including various abnormal creatures, rule entities, unbeatable enemies, and some special disasters. You are like a dark beacon attracting their arrival. All disaster careers carry negative effects. Of course, the intensity is also top-notch. Yi Qingxue briefly scanned the 3 careers. These 3 careers correspond to different playstyles. The first career clearly references the human romance system. It follows the charm route and is a pure charm route. Given the growth speed of her charm attribute, the charm route indeed suits her, but its compatibility with her talent is still too low. If her talent were something like more children, more blessings, then this could be an option. Yet even so, its disaster effects are too damaging. Can spiritual revival be used by humans? The second career certainly stems from the various materials left by the Multiverse Entertainment Company. The Shepherd career is focused on summoning domination and nurturing. However, its compatibility with her talent is even more disheartening. Moreover, it is too weak in the early stages, because the Shepherd career's power is concentrated in the mid to late stages. Early on, nurturing the protagonist requires a large resource investment, and one must wait for the protagonist to pass through the early stage of weakness to gain returns. In the No. 41 universe, is it possible to not invest in the early stages? If I hide in the camp, where will I get resources to nurture the protagonist? The disaster effects are also disheartening. The upheaval aside, how can a stock market crash be considered a disaster? The only remaining option is the Silver Witch. I must say the Silver Witch truly fits her career. Omniscience enhances knowledge acquisition. Omnipotence transforms knowledge into combat power and resources, and the door allows you Qingxue to travel between different worlds. The disaster effects primarily target other survivors. After all, other survivors' knowledge attributes are certainly not as high as Yu Qingxu's. Yu Qingxue, who primarily focuses on knowledge attributes, will certainly not be affected by the disaster effects. Moreover, Yu Qingxue has already learned the technology of knowledge chips. At that time, she could impart knowledge to survivors, forcibly elevating their knowledge attributes. If I choose the Silver Witch, do I have to start learning various knowledge now? Guya pointed at herself. No. Life is so beautiful. She still has so many comics, novels, and web series to catch up on. Rub Guya, believe in yourself. As an elf, your learning efficiency will surely be high. Yu Qingxue chose the Silver Witch as her career. Yi Qing took out the silver key pendant and wore it around her waist. This truly speaks to the magic of the equipment wearing system. Even if not equipped in the correct position, simply wearing the equipment grants its effects. Closing the professional dungeon settlement interface, Yi Qing turned to find Yi Nisha and Gu Ai staring at her in a daze. Is there something on my face? The master's aura has changed significantly. Yi Nisha swallowed hard, feeling as if a layer of mysterious mist enveloped Yi Qing, obscuring her full appearance. It was as if she were a tiny ant, utterly incapable of perceiving the immense form of an elephant. Gu Ai nodded, sensing that Yi Qing had become a being of a higher level than themselves. In the face of a being of a higher life level, she could not help but feel an urge to retreat and fear. Did such a significant change occur just from completing my job? Yi Qing leaned back against the train seat and took out 2 blank professional certification vouchers. The white paper scroll glimmered under the light. The blank professional certification voucher could take effect for the companions of the survivor, such as Yi Nisha and Guaya. However, it was blank, and the professional legacy inside needed to be acquired by the survivor themselves. I will help you find suitable professional legacies. Yi Qing stored it in her player backpack and reached out to ruffle Yi Nisha and Gu Ai's heads. However, to obtain a suitable professional legacy, she would likely have to deal with other survivors quite harshly. Now that she had successfully taken on her profession, it also meant losing the opportunity to participate in professional dungeons. To gain information related to professions, she would have to seek out other survivors and obtain their professional data. Master, let's take a rest for a bit. It's not easy to clear the professional dungeon, so let's first sort through the gains from this trip. Yi Nisha shook her head. While the profession was crucial for her and Guaya, they were more concerned about Yi Qing's mental state. We've arrived at the camp. Yi Qing looked out the window, spotting a very distinct light point in the darkness. As the train moved forward, the light point became increasingly clear, and soon a bright lighthouse and a fledgling village appeared before them. The Savior Society Shiwan Camp. Compared to when Yi Qing left, the camp had built many structures, and even a pyramid made of gray stone bricks. Wonder Civilization Pyramid, a museum that preserves the history of human civilization, recording the history of the Blue Star human civilization that has gradually faded from everyone's memory. Status light of civilization. Within the coverage of the Wonder Civilization Pyramid, all survivors' learning efficiency increases by 10%, and the requirements for knowledge judgments are reduced by 5 points. The more historical civilization preserved within the pyramid, the higher the initial attributes and potential of future generations. Did the camp even manage to create wonders while I was away? The pace of development is truly rapid. Before Yi Qing entered the professional dungeon, the entire camp was just vast barren land. Yet after she cleared the professional dungeon, the camp had constructed several low buildings, and the spacious streets were bustling with survivors of various shapes carrying lanterns. The train traversed the broad paths of the camp and stopped in front of the long-abandoned wall. Look, the rock sunflowers have grown well since we left, haven't they? Guaya pointed at the rock sunflowers growing on the stone wall, exuding a faint glow, proudly humming a tune. Indeed, they are quite nice, but why have our stony forest also been overtaken by rock sunflowers? Yi Nisha calmly nodded, and then pointed to the rock sunflowers occupying the stone forest. Guaya awkwardly turned her head away, not expecting that just a short time later the rock sunflowers would invade and take over their home. I'll go find Yuji for a bit. You two take care of things at home, okay? Yi Snow stepped off the train, opened the long unopened forum, and began to browse the camp's new map. Only 7 days had passed since she entered the professional dungeon, and during this time Yuji also entered the professional dungeon. He entered a day later than Yi Snow, but exited a day earlier. During these 7 days, the Shiwan camp remained peaceful and even absorbed over 1,000 survivors. With their numbers increasing, various infrastructure projects had also begun. Trading streets, martial arts halls, pyramids, a large square, hospitals. Even without Yuji, the team he left behind could adequately handle the daily matters of the camp. Yi Snow, I'm back. Survival system, congratulations to Snow for clearing the Savior dungeon. Successfully took on the unique disaster profession Silver, which scared me. There's even a system-exclusive announcement. Snow is among the first batch to clear the professional dungeon quickly, right? Not really. Those time-type survivors probably tried thousands of times in the future and managed to clear the Savior dungeon in just 1 day. Oh, I was just kicked out of the Mist survival game. If I played a bit longer, I wouldn't understand anything. How are you so lucky? I was thinking of staying a few more days. But as soon as 10 days were up, the main player immediately noticed me, the little mouse, sneaking a bite, and kicked me out directly. Yi Snow checked the information of other survivors who had cleared the dungeon. She discovered that many survivors had achieved the Savior ending. Even those who did not achieve the Savior ending still successfully extended the world's lifespan. Moreover, everyone who participated in the professional dungeon had professions where the final boss was restrained by it. However, considering that everyone selected their professional dungeons based on the suggestions of time-type survivors, it was quite normal. Yet survivors like her who could choose a disaster profession were relatively few. Because saving was simple, but achieving salvation after destroying the world first was a process that required a very specific world to reach. Yuji's living conditions were even more rudimentary than Yi Snow imagined. He had only claimed a small remote area of the camp as his home, and this small area was merely enough to park a Snow is here. Sit down and have a cup of tea. This is the Dao tea I brought out from the professional dungeon. Opening the train compartment, Yi Snow first noticed the traditional decorations filling the train. In Yuji's compartment were exquisite porcelain delicate screens hanging ink wash paintings and calligraphy from renowned masters. The Dao tea in the teacup indicated that he had indeed experienced a cultivation professional dungeon. I entered the Endoflaw cultivation professional dungeon. Seemingly noticing Yi Snow's confusion, Yuji calmly nodded. He sighed. Snow, I did not save that cultivation world. It will soon be captured by Universe No. 41 and ultimately become a part of Universe No. 41. My talent is the information system of today, yesterday, and tomorrow. Yuji's talent allows him to acquire a piece of information about yesterday, today, and tomorrow along with relevant and most suitable advice. How did you establish the Salvation Association? Yi Shue felt that Yuji's talent was considerably weaker compared to that of Sure Hao and the adorable Meatball. Yet this talent, which could only see information about tomorrow, surprisingly enabled Yuji to establish the vast organization known as the Salvation Association. Who says that tomorrow's information cannot include talent-related insights? Yuji finished his cup of tea and leisurely explained the true usage of his talent. Tomorrow's information: on the morrow you activate your talent, acquiring information about yesterday, today, and tomorrow. As long as his mind can withstand that flow of information, the effects of his talent can infinitely stack, allowing him to gain information about the future endlessly. However, he did not expect that this was also the reason he failed to save the world this time. I went through many professional instances in the future, some of which I successfully ended the world before saving it, gaining the disaster profession. Among them, some professional instances I failed, ending up with nothing, but only one instance left an indelible mark on me. Yuji clenched his fists tightly. Professional instance: end of magic cultivation world, Tai Xian realm, disaster, strange resurgence, an era bearing abnormal rules returns, disaster time, silhouette time, is cut down, flowing intermittently, disaster time loop. When time reaches its end, everything will reverse to the beginning, disaster, plague, catastrophe, heaven and earth brew a massacre, aiming to eliminate all cultivators, manifesting as a plague, disaster, fate anchoring you. Already know the ending, why participate? In the Tai Xian realm, he encountered his white moonlight Kai Xing. At first, Kai Xinger was just a girl from a small mountain village. Yuji saved her, and they experienced a warm life together in the village. She was like a lively neighbor sister, bothering him every day. Later, time jumped to 10 years later. The remaining immortals passed by, leaving behind a legacy and Yuji helped Kai Shinger obtain that legacy. However, he did not expect that this legacy was a trap specifically designed to ensnare those who could foresee that Yuji was imprisoned, and 30 years later Kai Shinger became an enemy of all immortals in the world, rescuing him from his prison and taking him to travel the mountains, ultimately dying by the lake where they first met. No matter how I tried, I could not achieve a saving outcome, for that world had already been locked. Reflecting on his experiences in that instance, Yuji remained silent for a long time. He knew he should have chosen other professional instances. But thinking of that girl's final smile, he could not accept this conclusion. So in the end you still failed. Yi Qingxue crossed her arms, not looking down on Yuji's choice. Failed, but it's not a complete failure. At least Kai Shinger survived. To meet again, we can only wait until the Tai-Xian realm fully merges with Universe No. 41. Yuji sighed deeply, his clenched fists slowly relaxing. His clearance rating was a. Among time-related survivors, this was considered a relatively low rating. Rating: the world has perished, but your efforts were not in vain, were they? Although the world was destroyed, a girl survived. She will wait for your reunion in this constantly looping and fragmented world. Thus the profession he obtained was called Anchorer. The abilities of the profession are quite ordinary, consisting of only two abilities. One is called Anchoring Reality, and the other is called Anchoring the Future. The former can be used to anchor the real environment, diminishing the influence of external factors on the anchored environment. The latter is used to anchor the future information he has obtained, ensuring that no matter how the past is altered, the future events he has anchored will certainly occur. What an invincible ability! Yi Qingxue could not believe that the power of pure love could yield such a formidable profession. However, considering the high difficulty of the worlds Yuji experienced, it seemed quite reasonable. She also narrated the story of her own experience in the instance. In terms of being struck by disaster, everyone was equal. Even so, it was hard for most of the first batch of survivors participating in professional instances to be stopped by the blow of disaster. By the way, I came to ask about installing the network. Yi Qingxue shared her plan to connect the camp to the internet. After all, survivors in such a high-pressure environment for a long time could face issues if their stress is not released. Yuji nodded in agreement with Yi Qingxue's plan to install the network. In fact, the original intention behind establishing the civilized pyramid was to lower the knowledge attribute required for network usage. Not every survivor possesses enough knowledge skills to meet the 5-point knowledge attribute requirement for network usage. So you all saw my choice to become the silver magician through the future, huh? I feel like there's no anticipation left. Yi Qingxue looked at Yuji's calm expression and sighed helplessly. I dare not, Snow Sister. If I look at it one more time, I might explode. The effect of the knowledge poison is too strong. It can even follow the timeline to attack. Yuji waved his hands repeatedly. Now he also dared not to look much longer. The effect of the knowledge poison is terrifying. Its presence basically prevents survivors from directly transporting 70% of their knowledge from the future back to the present. They could only wait for Snow Sister to research it herself. After all, relying on self-study to enhance knowledge attributes is not as good as waiting for her to develop a more civilian-friendly version. Yi Qingxue was taken aback. She did not expect the disaster profession's effects to be so strong that even time-related survivors could not withstand the impact of knowledge poison. By the way, Snow Sister, don't tell others that actively ending the world can lead to obtaining the disaster profession certificate. Although the disaster profession is powerful, the number should not be too high, or this small camp won't be able to bear so many disaster effects. Since the plan to connect to the internet had been decided, Yi Qingxue picked up a bag of enlightenment tea and turned to leave Yuji's train. Before she left, Yuji, in a pleading tone, requested Yi Qingxue not to disclose the conditions for obtaining the disaster profession certificate. This small camp truly cannot support so many disaster effects. Yi Qingxue nodded helplessly and then proceeded towards the central square of the camp. The operation of the server certainly requires a large amount of energy. The dream-seeking truth located in the center of the camp is the best energy source for powering the protective barrier around the camp. She does not need to directly appropriate the energy supplied to the protective barrier. Giving dream-seeking truth a seed of love is sufficient. The seed of love can absorb dream-seeking truth's pain and convert it into magical power to supply its server. At this moment, survivors from the Salvation Association and the Flame Organization squeezed into the same chat channel discussing the internet connection. Wow, Snow Sister is going to connect our Salvation Association camp to the internet. You guys from the Flame Organization must not have internet available, right? Snow Sister has already posted about internet usage. It's basically the same as using the Blue Star network. There are many games, comics, novels on the server. Huyan Emperor 1, it's flying, affected by the disaster rain. Mist wanting to fly to the Shiwan camp is not an easy task. When our airship passes over the Shiwan camp, I will ask for a set for you guys. If Snow Sister doesn't give it, I will self-terminate. Huyan Emperor 1, is my Flame Organization going to be destroyed like this? Sob, why has my flame organization become like this? Oh ho ho ho, there's a network. Wonderful, there's a network. So let's think about what to eat tonight. I heard the airship is docking at the Acid Rain Mountain. Who would have thought that as the president of the firewood organization, Hu Yin dismental state could be compared to Yu Ji's? Yi Qingxue twitched the corner of her mouth and refocused on her work. In the underground of the grand square lay a crystal coffin inside, which was a white snake emanating a faint colorful glow. This was the core of the Salvation Society's Camp Mengqiuzhen. He lay quietly within the crystal coffin, and with his even breaths a large amount of energy surged into a translucent blue panel above the coffin. This was the safety zone system, and the light emitted from the panel illuminated the dim space beneath the grand square. Even I as a system cannot fully maintain a safety zone in such a place. The system was exhausted, wondering why it had to come to such a location to establish a safety zone. The impact of the disaster and the concept of life disappearing is something even the system cannot avoid. Without Mengqiuzhen's energy supply relying solely on the energy from the safety zone system, it would not last long before being erased by the disaster. Therefore, in order to survive, the safety zone system had no choice but to bind itself deeply with Mengqiuzhen. To be honest, it was the first time it had seen a survivor with such a firm will and noble thoughts, someone willing to sacrifice themselves to save a region. Someone is coming. The safety zone system sensed Yi Qingxue's arrival. I'm here to install some things. By the way, can you inject some knowledge or skill books into Mengqiuzhen's dream? Yi Qingxue looked at the sturdy crystal coffin, planning to impart some skills to Mengqiuzhen. This was one of the few things she could do at the moment. Oh, here to deliver skills, huh? Alright, just recite the knowledge, and I can extract some energy to generate skill books in his dream. The safety zone system was not surprised by Yi Qingxue's actions. The expansion of the camp's barrier was naturally due to Mengqiuzhen's enhanced strength and increased energy output thanks to some skill books provided by Yu Ji. Yi Qingxue transferred the knowledge of Wuxin Shanmu and Changchun Bulo Gong to the safety zone system. Although the magic power produced by Wuxin Shanmu could not supply the system, it was more than enough to maintain the server. Changchun Bulo Gong is a cultivation technique from the immortal cultivation system. It continuously enhances the 6 dimensions of the cultivator based on their lifespan. Although it might seem trivial, it is indeed one of the few skills suitable for Mengqiuzhen. You actually have various games in this server. Not bad, finally a survivor has provided me with something to pass the time. The safety zone system curiously observed the various components Yi Qingxue took out and immediately realized what she intended to create. It's a server filled with various leisure items. Finally, you all have come to your senses. You finally understand that as a safety zone system, I also need mental comfort. Being brought here to maintain the safety zone and helping to create various dreams to sustain Mengqiuzhen's survival. Does the system in Universe 41 not require mental comfort? When the safety zone system discussed how dangerous its world was, it only needed to mention its existence in Universe 41 to end the conversation, preventing itself from boasting about being the safety zone system there. I only knew that the survivor's mental state was beautiful. I didn't expect the system's mental state to be so beautiful as well. Yi Qingxue sighed helplessly and continued assembling the server. Soon a brand new small server capable of covering the entire camp was assembled. As the massive magic power generated by Mengqiuzhen surged into the small whale, a deep blue light illuminated inside the server, indicating that Yi Qingxue's modified whale could officially be put to use. Oh ho ho, finally. Finally able to go online, you did well. You even downloaded so much data. Thus, the safety zone system became the first user of the camp's network. Yi Qingxue, the network is set up, everyone can use it by purchasing the relevant devices. Although these terminal devices were created by Yi Qingxue using resources when she became the president of the Changtan Giant Enterprise and cost almost nothing. Selling them to survivors must involve a symbolic collection of some resources to let these survivors cherish the hard-won devices. As soon as the devices were put on the shelves, they were quickly snatched up by many survivors because they resembled the phones from Blue Star. Survivors in the chat channel had already started discussing. However, the discussion revolved around the knowledge judgment. Shuelao, good. Ah, why do we still need to pass a knowledge judgment to use the tablet? 5 points for the knowledge judgment. If you fail, you will suffer mental pollution. I suddenly regret not studying hard enough. Luckily, our president Yu Ji built the pyramid in advance, reducing the knowledge judgment requirement by 5 points during the judgment. By the way, how exactly are hidden attributes like knowledge calculated? No choice. Either you have special skills or special items, or your profession can explain the knowledge attribute. Knowledge and luck are special attributes that are hidden, and normally one cannot view these attribute values. However, this does not hinder survivors from making knowledge judgments. In leaving safety zone system, please take care of Mengqiuzhen. Yi Qingxue held respect for this survivor who sacrificed for the entire camp. Stepping out of the grand square underground, she locked the gate leading to the underground to prevent any survivors from interrupting. Having completed the network setup, Yi Qingxue planned to digest the gains from this journey and familiarize herself with the abilities of the Silver Witch profession. Special attribute Inspiration Mastery and enhancement of various artistic skills can gain inspiration attributes through appreciating artworks and wonders. Special attribute Spirituality and energy similar to magic power from the mysterious side. It would be best if the spirituality attribute merges with the magic power attribute. Currently, all of Yi Qingxue's abilities were powered by magic, not spirituality. Calculating the consumption of the two separately would be quite a hassle for Yi Qingxue. She did not have enough energy to cultivate two systems at the same time. Shui Lao, may you bless me to clear the profession dungeon. Shui Lao, this is the excellent quality monster materials I obtained through hard work slaughtering monsters in other regions. May you bless me to succeed. As Yi Qingxue passed through the grand square, she saw a statue. It was a statue depicting herself, Yi Nisa, and Gu Aya, while various monsters knelt below the statue. They were all survivors planning to participate in the profession dungeon, kneeling here to seek good fortune, just like praying before an exam. This statue is quite well done. Yi Qingxue admired the statue from afar before returning to her However, before going back to digest her gains, Yi Qingxue visited Meat Block Mingmingda. Now with the flesh and blood transformation technology in hand, she could completely reshape Meat Block Mingmingda's body, at least allowing her to move forward without crawling on the ground. Meat Chunk Mingmingda collaborated with several similarly talented survivors to open a grand restaurant near the plaza. Every day, a large number of survivors flocked to the restaurant, even fighting over a dish that provided special effects. Fortunately, right beside the restaurant was a martial arts hall, where they could always go to spar, and if injured they could receive treatment at the hospital across the street. Giant Dragon. Yi Qingxue gazed at the expansive four-story restaurant and soon noticed a giant dragon survivor. A fire dragon lay on the rocky roof of the restaurant, its tail dangling to the ground, the crimson scales shimmering in the dim light. As if sensing Yi Qingxue's arrival, it slowly opened its golden eyes, confirming it was indeed Yi Qingxue, and its tail excitedly thumped against the restaurant's thick walls. "Ah, Snow Lady, I'm your fan. I'm just a passing dragon lady." The gentle voice contrasted sharply with the giant dragon's massive form. "Be quiet, dragon lady." Meat Chunk Mingmingda could no longer tolerate the dragons banging on the wall. It dashed out of the restaurant and swung a tentacle to shove a bitter melon forcefully into the dragon's mouth. Ugh! The giant dragon instinctively bit into the bitter melon, letting out a mournful whimper. "Snow Lady, don't mind it. It just doesn't like bitter flavors." Here's to congratulate Snow Lady on clearing the professional dungeon. Meat Chunk Mingmingda shot a glance at the giant dragon and then excitedly waved its tentacle at Yi Qingxue, packaging thousands of gourmet dishes to send to her through the trading market. In recent days, it had collected quite a bit of ingredients and completed over 10,000 special recipes. It made extra portions of some dishes suitable for Yi Qingxue, waiting to present them as gifts upon her dungeon clearance. Your attributes have all reached their maximum. Are you planning to adjust your body before entering the professional dungeon? Yi Qingxue smiled as she accepted the batch of delicacies, then showcased her flesh transformation technique. Adjusting the body. Meat Chunk Mingmingda looked at its current meaty form, finally having the chance to return to human shape. "Snow Lady, I want to return to human form. If there's a requirement, I want to call you Mommy Snow Lady." Why does it always want to call her Mommy? Could it be due to a long-term vegetarian diet? Transforming Meat Chunk Mingmingda into her daughter was of course impossible. However, when it came to materials for the body, Yi Qingxue would definitely not shortchange her partner, Meat Chunk Mingmingda. Fortunately, she had brought back the entire body of the molting butterfly. Even if she shared some with Meat Chunk Mingmingda, it would be enough for her own use. In the underground of the camp home, Yenisha stood obediently beside Yi Qingxue, helping her select suitable skill books. The omniscient ability is activated, determining knowledge, spirituality, and inspiration attributes. You have acquired 7 ordinary quality skill books, including breath control, basic staff technique, and air cannon. You have acquired 5 excellent quality skill books, including Butterfly Dream Heart Sutra Plasma, Field Levitation Charm Technique, and Powerful Healing Technique. You have acquired 3 fine quality skill books, including Spatial Affinity Nightmare Curse Technique and Blade Vibration. Even without the attributes of spirituality and inspiration, the number of skill books obtained is enough for me to lavish. Yi Qingxue did not expect the number of skill books gained from the omniscient ability to be so generous. A total of 15 skill books, although the system of skill books was quite diverse. There were martial arts system skills like staff techniques and blade vibrations, as well as technological system skills like plasma fields, and even cultivation system skill books like breath control and Butterfly Dream Heart Sutra. But that did not mean Yi Qingxue could not use them. "Master, I believe we can integrate breath control, mind manifesting magic longevity technique, and Butterfly Dream Heart Sutra into the demonic martial body refinement technique. Yanisha extracted knowledge related to the demonic martial body refinement technique. As a fundamental cultivation technique, breath control is actually very similar in positioning to the initial breathing techniques, both of which draw in external energy through breathing to strengthen oneself. Incorporating it into the demonic martial body refinement technique mainly aims to completely perfect the energy framework of breathing, enabling the technique to fully accommodate the knowledge from the cultivation system. The Butterfly Dream Heart Sutra as an auxiliary cultivation technique for dream training allows the practitioner to achieve a semi-dream state similar to a dolphin, but has no effect on the practitioner. Of course, it has no other effects. Thus, it is merely an auxiliary technique for dream training classified as excellent quality. However, when combined with the Nightmare Curse technique, it becomes something else entirely. It can cause the cursed individual to fall into nightmares, experiencing negative emotions like fear, pain, and despair. If combined with the mind-manifesting magic skill, these negative energies can be transformed into positive magical power. Longevity technique, also a cultivation technique, became a time-consuming method due to its slow transformation. However, after modification, it can not only purify magical power into a special energy that strengthens the body and soul, but the input magical power and transformation efficiency have also been enhanced. Let's also incorporate the annihilation meditation into the demonic martial body refinement technique. Yi Kingsu's consciousness connected to the little whale inside the train, or rather connected to Yanisha. After all, the supercomputer inside the train had already become part of Yanisha. It was an extension of Yanisha's consciousness capable of data, recording calculations, simulations, and various complex computations. Serving as a server was merely its most basic function. Yanisha mobilized the vast majority of the computer's processing power to assist Yi Qingxue in merging and combining skills. The price, of course, was that the train lost internet connection. "Well, why did you cut off my internet?" Gia lamented sadly at the door of the third carriage, humming a tune while tending to the train's garden. As the train's space expanded, the area available for Gia also increased. She had already grown a vast sea of moonlight flowers, while the wisdom tree had reached over a meter in height, and various potential herbs had been harvested in abundance, frequently used as dumpling fillings. Alright, didn't Snow fix the survivors network? Gia connected to the survivors network, and quickly, even her casually recorded commentary video was well received by survivors, earning her a large number of contribution points in her account. This life was indeed quite leisurely. Wow, I didn't know the train carriages could carry people. Next time I want to find a cute elf. Didn't we get teleported out of the survival game? Are we supposed to search for elves in Universe 41? Our leader from the Flame organization said that everyone will have a chance to invade other survivors' worlds later. Miss Gia, you must remember to remind Snow to create some server components. The Flame organization still had no intention of connecting to the network. Gia thought for a moment and sent out the information she had learned from the Flame organization still had no intention of connecting to the network. Gia thought for a moment and sent out the information she had learned from Yanisha. Yi Qingxue indeed left behind a small server for the Flame organization, just waiting for their airship to arrive in Shiera. But why is the Flame organization coming here? Forget it, I'm just a slacker elf anyway. Yuji crossed his arms, sipping tea while playing with the tablet in his hands, which displayed a commentary video by Galore. Although the artistic style and content of Chongten City differ greatly from those of Blue Star, they still serve as a decent tool for relieving stress for survivors. Damn it. I had already looked over the enemy's intelligence in advance, revealing their weaknesses, yet how could you teammates be so useless? Yuji glanced at his teammates who had perished, and then at the fully equipped 5 enemies silently exiting the game. Indeed, playing games was too impacting on his mindset. He opened the chat channel and entered a complex channel number in the chat selection, switching to Universe Union. Huyan Emperor Yuji is here too. Isn't everyone almost gathered? Emperor, sure, how aren't you going to call out Shui? Yuji, no need, Shui Lao has matters to attend to. We can repeat it when we gather later. GE, our goal this time is an area called Mirror Lake, right? Huyan Emperor, the Mirror Lake area is located in a valley, and this operation is mainly to establish a joint camp in Mirror Lake. Current location: Mirror Lake Disaster Rain Curtain, a complex ecological disaster. The rain curtain and the unique ecology formed with Mirror Lake contain various strange plants, monsters that can be used as materials, and the mist of Mirror Lake connects to other areas. The Mirror Lake area is different from others as it only has one disaster. The Mirror Lake area not only produces various resources useful for survivors, but also generates mist leading to different regions under special weather conditions. Moreover, this mist is bidirectional, akin to a spatial gateway. Thus, the Salvation Society and Fire Organization decided to establish a new joint camp in this area to develop the abundant resources of Mirror Lake. This would enhance the strength of survivors. Only by improving their strength can they face the terrifying disasters that may arise in the future. I am the king of entries, it's just a small area, isn't it too much to deploy professional survivors from 2 or Luhan, because there are survival games eyeing this place, and not just one. The highway survival game has constructed a road, the elevator survival game has built an area for elevator stops, and the dormitory survival game has come over as well. Their area battles are set here. Gee, didn't we say that our Universe 41 dogs would be disregarded? Luhan, because I baited them over the survival system, and I collaborated to disguise this mirror lake, making it look like a normal world. Huyen Emperor, of course, the mirror lake itself appears to be a resource-rich area, albeit with many monsters, which allowed the survival system to package it and deceive these survival games. Since the survivors of Universe 41 cannot invade other survival games, they can trick the other survival games over. At that time, not only will they utilize the strength of these survival games to digitize the data of the mirror lake area, but also thoroughly crush the counterpart survivors. It's done. Yi Qingxue rubbed her temples, exhaling deeply. A brand new high-quality skill. It integrates knowledge from magical, martial, and cultivation systems, allowing practitioners to continuously produce negative emotions without being affected by them, and even to burn negative emotions as fuel, converting them into magical power, which is then transformed into energy that nourishes the body and soul. And this is merely its passive effect, generating magical power for Yi Qingxue, granting immunity to negative emotions and dream influences, as well as enhancing her 6 dimensions. The effect of temporarily enhancing attributes by consuming magical power still exists, and this time, Yi Qingxue has also incorporated the absorption technique. The absorption technique is a reward obtained from clearing the dungeon. Its values are merely of excellent quality, but its mechanism is quite powerful. That is, it burns life force to convert it into magical power. Thus, the effects of the absorption technique and the powerful healing technique have also been integrated by Yi Qingxue. When the skill's passive magical generation is insufficient, Yi Qingxue can convert life force into magical power. When life force is low, she can convert magical power back into life force. You have created a brand new skill. Please name the skill. Let's call it the record of all methods. Yi Qingxue thought for a moment and came up with a new name for this excellent quality skill. Since it is constructed from knowledge of different systems and its functions are not limited to body enhancement effects, Yi Qingxue did not use the body enhancement suffix in its naming. Name: Yi Qingxue, age 20, level 5, occupation silver sorceress, attributes strength 10, 4-0, for physique 10, 6-0, 6 agility 10, 4-0, for perception 10, 7-0, 7 spirit 11, 1 charm, 12-2. Special attributes: knowledge 30, 10 magical power 40, 10 spirituality 0, inspiration 0, talent well-rounded development in intellect, physique, beauty, and labor, bloodline of nature, skills record of all methods LV. 2 summoning LV. Max contract LV. Max powerful healing LV. Max. Yi Qingxue's data panel has undergone significant changes. With the completion of the record of all methods, all her attributes have been enhanced. Of course, the most noticeable enhancement is in her charm attribute. With the completion of the record of all methods, all her attributes have been enhanced. Of course, the most noticeable enhancement is in her charm attribute. Master, I've helped you upgrade the magical shield spell. Yi and I Sha handed over a book documenting the upgraded version of the magical shield spell. Plasma field is a technology-based skill that slows down attack force. Blade deflection is a martial-based skill that reflects enemy attacks if they are blocked. These 2 skills have been integrated by Yi and I Sha into the magical shield, turning it into a high-quality skill. Magical shield consumes magical power to form a shield that blocks damage with a 20 damage reduction, and if the shield sustains damage without breaking, it reflects the enemy's attack back. Xiao Yi did well, however. In the past 2 days, while we were researching the record of all methods and the magical shield, we obtained 30 skill books. Yi Qingxue gently ruffled Yi and I Sha's head, and then took out a stack of skill books. She felt that relying on her omniscient skill, she could become a wholesale dealer of skill books. Of course, Yi Qingxue no longer dared to learn skills randomly, because if a skill is first learned by Yi Qingxue, later learners must possess sufficient knowledge and spirit attributes, otherwise they would just be waiting to be brutally elbowed by disaster. Next, let's help Meatball Ming Mingda complete the physical modifications related to the body. In 2 days, the data on the metamorphosed butterfly should be sufficiently researched. Yi Qingxue took out the body data of the metamorphosed butterfly parsed by the lens along with the flesh data of Meatball Ming Mingda, and with Yi and I Sha's assistance quickly produced a satisfactory modification result. Dragon Girl template: after injection, the monster template will be replaced, and the monster template will transform into a dragon girl possessing the talent Dragon Bloodline and talent Supergrowth of Life. The Dragon Maiden template is crafted from the flesh and blood of the adorable meat chunk and the flesh of the metamorphic. As a magical girl, the flesh and blood of the metamorphic butterfly is an essential component of the Dragon Maiden template, while the adorable meat chunk provides the dragon aspect. The dragon is indeed the proof of royalty. Requirements knowledge attribute of 10, initial template, is the dragon type. If knowledge is less than 10, a payment of 100 sanity points is required. I almost forgot that the items I crafted must undergo a knowledge attribute assessment before they can be used. Yi Ching Snow opened the chat channel and sent the information about the Dragon Maiden template item to the adorable meat chunk. Yi King Snow, do you have enough knowledge? Oh, I forgot you can't see it. Adorable meat chunk, don't underestimate me, let me show you the effects of my special dish. Black goat's hoof water, drinking it deducts 300 health points and grants a spiritual meal effect. Spiritual meal, when affected by sanity or other mental damages, it prioritizes using fullness instead. Only the adorable meat chunk has enough health to drink it and sufficient fullness to offset the effects of sanity depletion. Yi King Snow, good, as long as you understand. I wish you good luck in your professional dungeon, adorable meat chunkum. I won't let you down. This talent that infinitely stacks health combined with dishes that provide various special effects truly makes for an invincible gift. Yi Ching Snow felt a surge of emotions. Indeed, the survivors who have made it this far all possess strong talents. Many talents that seem weak are actually concept-level gifts, and fortunately my own talent is not weak. Metamorphic butterfly, I will entrust my power to you. Yi Ching Snow picked up another strengthening syringe. Which template? By using the flesh and blood of the metamorphic butterfly and related data along with Yi Ching Snow's flesh, adorable meat chunks flesh data, Gia's flesh, and the ability A-class self-healing and the skill space affinity, this monster template is crafted. Upon injection, the human girl template will be replaced by the witch template and gain the talent witch. You are embarking on a path increasingly distant from humanity. Humanity cannot disregard their essence for the sake of power. Talent witch. Effect 1, healing speed of injuries is increased by 50%, self-healing ability against diseases is enhanced by 50%, and disease resistance is also increased by 50%. Effect 2, overall attribute growth potential is enhanced and resistance to negative emotions and mental attacks is increased by 20%. Effect 3, as levels increase, the space affinity attribute is enhanced. Compared to the Dragon Maiden template, the strength of the talents provided by the Witch template is evidently weaker. However, the conditions for using the Witch template are not strict. Moreover, it is tailored for Yi King Snow, and if she later acquires enough life data, she could even modify the Witch template at any time. Shwa, you all have finally emerged from seclusion. Gia leaned against the door of the third carriage, tears in her eyes. 3 days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? I was eating roasted potatoes every day. Every day, I had to come down from the third carriage, then go around to the kitchen of the first carriage, only to find the fridge almost empty. After all, Yi Ching Snow hadn't shopped for various ingredients in quite a while. All the food provided by the adorable meat chunk was with Yi Ching Snow. The empty fridge contained only a pile of potatoes. 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 Still just potatoes. They'll go prepare something for you. Yi Ching Snow hurriedly picked up Gia, passed through the second carriage that had been transformed into a laboratory, and placed Gia at the dining table, heating up some dishes for her. Woo, I am finally alive again. Gia held the chopsticks, looking at the table full of warm delicacies, and began to devour them ravenously, completely forgetting the few elven etiquettes she had. By the way, Shui, yesterday Shangdama sent you a message, and you didn't reply, so he contacted Yuji, asking him to remind me to tell you to find Shangdama. During the 3 days Yi Ching Snow was in seclusion, digesting her gains from the professional dungeon, not much happened in Universe 41. Only the Rule Entity visited near the Ishihara camp. Rule Entity breakfast bread worship. Rule 1. To meet daily nutritional intake, breakfast is a must. Breakfast must include bread. Rule 2. Bread will never harm you. Bread is benevolent. When you have no bread to eat, you may go to the square to take some. Rule 3. Do not eat rice next to the bread lord. This rule entity is a complete welfare for the survivors of the Ishihara camp. In fact, survivors in the camp have already formed an organization called the Bread Cult and another organization called the Rice Cult that opposes bread. Survivors are really idle. Unlike me, who has to ponder how to save Shangdama. Yi Ching Snow sighed helplessly and opened the message sent by Shangdama. The survival game in the magical shelters area was merged again. This time their area was merged with a larger district, and Shangdama was targeted by an organization from that district. Seeing that Shangdama was not a professional and was continuously building large warehouses with massive supplies passing through his hands, they developed the intent to rob. But most of those supplies actually belonged to others, not to Shangdama at all. Shangdama immediately thought of asking Sure Hao and Yi Ching Snow for help. However, Sure Hao was still in the professional dungeon, and when he contacted the Salvation Society and the Fire Organization, they all suggested contacting Yi Ching Snow. Shangdama Shui, they gave me 3 days to think, and now a day has passed. Is there any way for me to kill the other side within 2 days? Yi King Snow, I would like to send you some equipment, but I estimate that your knowledge attribute probably can't handle it. Shang Dongma, that's true. I can't even pass the knowledge assessment required for your tablet. Yi King's no wait, it'll come over to play for you. Shang Dongma was momentarily stunned and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. No, he couldn't smile yet. All members of the Qingyun Merchant Association, keep your mouth straight. Then he walked out of the iron barrier exuding confidence, without fear, looking at the survivors standing outside the shelter with disdain in his eyes. So you Qingyun Merchant Association finally planned to submit to our Bayou Pavilion. Outside the shelter, a man dressed in gray robes holding a wine jug reclined on the sandy ground, drinking, while looking at Shang Dongma with disdain. Bayou Pavilion looked down upon such powerless merchants the most. Moreover, the survivors in this district were truly absurd. They clearly had professionals, but no one dared to touch the Qingyun Merchant Association. The Merchant Association that you all dare not touch, we Bayou Pavilion will. Not only will we make the Qingyun Merchant Association work for Bayou Pavilion, but we will also trample over the Qingyun Merchant Association and prove to all survivors that the survival game is no longer the Blue Star Society of the past. In the survival game, strength is the hard truth. You are all just living too comfortably. It should be you Bayou Pavilion that submits to our Qingyun Merchant Association. I give you Bayou Pavilion 1 day to submit to our Qingyun Merchant Association, otherwise you probably won't want to know my methods. What on earth could it be that has caused Lord Shang to change his demeanor so drastically from yesterday's panic? Come, let me witness it for myself. The man in simple clothes laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, then stood up from the sandy ground, brushing the sand off his body. A long sword glimmering coldly appeared in his hand. He is a professional after all. His clearance rating has reached B level and his profession is that of a wine sword immortal. His average attributes have hit 8 points with physical strength reaching 12 points. Who else could possibly kill me? After breaking through the 10-point limit on physical attributes, my body can withstand attacks from non-professionals, impervious to fire and water, and invulnerable to blades and spears. And he wouldn't just lie there at the door for nothing. The wine sword immortal profession grants him a 10% attack boost after drinking. Coupled with his impressive 9 points in strength, one sword strike could sever a waterfall. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. Buzz. A buzzing sound erupted from the heavens above, and a white door radiating light appeared over the Qingyun Merchant Association. As he gazed at the light blue girl who crossed space and appeared beside the door, Shang Dongma felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. Together with Shui Lao, they could definitely lift the Bayou Pavilion and annihilate it. Shang Dongma raised an eyebrow, looking at the gradually vanishing smile of Zhuge, and finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. The smile would not disappear, it would merely transfer to him. Young man, what good is fighting when you're out in the world? In business, it's all about your connections. Zhuge ignored Shang Dongma, focusing instead on the girl hovering in the sky, silently activating his identification skill, whom he could still identify her attributes. It seems the other party is merely a slightly stronger survivor. This opportunity is mine. Zhuge silently gripped the long sword in his hand, his heart calm as he continuously gathered strength, accumulating sword intent. Why hasn't the other party moved? Is it a side effect of the teleportation portal? That would be excellent. Soon Zhuge filled his state to the brim. I have a sword, capable of moving mountains and parting rivers. The long sword in his hand emitted a hum as it slashed towards the night sky, where Shui Qingxue was a silver dragon soul flying out from the sword, crashing into her magical shield. Buzz. The shield emitted a sound of collision, and the sword strike that Zhuge had painstakingly charged was directly rebounded by Shui Qingxue's magical shield. Looking at the silver streak heading towards him, Zhuge forgot to dodge. This was his proudest attack. He had used this move to slay even world bosses. The sword light engulfed Zhuge, leaving a ghastly wound on his body. Fortunately, Zhuge had 12 points in physical attributes, so enduring this move left him heavily injured, but not dead. Shui Lao, he won't be dead, will he? Shang Dongma looked at Zhuge, who lay motionless in the sand pit, his tone unwittingly filled with concern, his heart sparked with affection for talent. He's not dead. I haven't even made a move, just the rebound effect shouldn't be enough to instantly kill him. Shui Qingxue shrugged. She was actually testing the defensive capabilities of the revised magical shield. I must say the revamped magical shield with its permanent 20% damage reduction consumes significantly less magic power and also has a rebound attack effect. It lives up to the quality of a fine skill. Then Shui Lao, go ahead and take action. Upon hearing that Zhuge was still alive, Shang Dongma's affection for talent dissipated, and he merely sought revenge for being blocked at the door all day. Shui Qingxue shot a glance at the suddenly grim-faced Shang Dongma, then took out a reinforcement type 2 potion and a revised Beast Control Heart Sutra. The revised Beast Control Heart Sutra uses magical power, and combined with the reinforcement type 2 potion, it allows Shang Dongma to turn Zhuge into his puppet. Considering Shang Dongma's pitiable knowledge attribute, which couldn't even pass the tablet's test, Xue Qingxue decided to personally inject the potion into Zhuge. The revised Beast Control Heart Sutra has been divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. The upper volume is a foolproof version that requires only 2 points of knowledge to learn, and later, when your knowledge attribute increases, you can learn the higher versions. Xue Qingxue split the entire skill book into 3 parts, allowing Shang Dongma to successfully control status buff. Heart corruption and dream fragmentation buff effect cannot be dispelled by debuff effects, causing the beneficiary to regard Shang Dongma as their master. Zhuge was injected with the reinforcement type 2 potion, his eyes becoming dazed. The pride of having once been a professional, the yearning for the future, the dreams he had once established in his heart. All the thoughts that had instilled confidence and pride in him, supporting his will to live, were completely obliterated by a force followed by Shang Dangmo's voice ringing in his heart. I am your master, I am your master. This voice echoed continuously in his heart, replacing his former pride, yearning, and dreams, becoming Zhuge's new core belief. Master. Zhuge called out to Shang Dongma, then hugged his leg tightly. He finally had a master. Xue Lao, why do I feel like you're the kind of behind the scenes big boss who controls people's hearts? Shang Dongma looked at the weeping Zhuge. The once lofty wine sword immortal had now become his servant under Xue Lao's medicine and skills. Just a feeling, but why do Xue Lao's methods seem so sinister? Brainwashing, corrupting the soul, occupying a place in another's heart from the core. How delightful. Shang Dongma really liked this feeling. Shoo, don't ruin my reputation. How could I be the behind the scenes big boss? I'm actually quite weak in Universe 41. Xue Qingxue shook her head. Her methods were hardly sinister. These are perfectly normal tactics. Otherwise, how could she guarantee that Zhuge wouldn't betray Shang Dongma? Next, controlling Zhuge will make finding the Bayou Pavilion much simpler. Through the internal chat channel of the Bayou Pavilion, Zhuge informed the people there that Shang Dongma had submitted, and they could come over to verify the various supplies of the Qingyun Merchant Association. Xue Lao, next, should we also replicate this to turn the other Bayou Pavilion members into my slaves? Shang Dongma rubbed his hands together, asking a survivor to bring a comfortable rocking chair for Xue Qingxue to sit and rest. As you wish. If you like it, I have plenty of potions. However, I doubt your mental attribute can support controlling so many survivors at once. Xue Qingxue reclined in the rocking chair, analyzing the consumption and related data from this portal activation, as well as the data concerning the Beast Control Heart Sutra skill. Skills known as Heart Sutras are never weak. The Butterfly Dream Heart Sutra not only constitutes an important part of the Scroll of All Laws, but was also given by Xue Qingxue to Meng Qiuzhen. Now that Meng Qiuzhen has the Butterfly Dream Heart Sutra, he can briefly emerge from dreams to rest for this half-dreaming, half-awake state cannot unleash all his potential, but having time to rest is already sufficient for Meng Qiuzhen. Indeed, I wonder if my future profession can enhance my mental attributes, allowing me to command more people. Shang Dongma nodded, already pondering what profession to choose for his future. Just as the two were conversing, the people from the Bayou Pavilion finally arrived. Xue Lao, should I perform a little act? Should I kneel down and beg them not to die? Shang Dongma contemplated seriously for a moment, feeling that he needed to cooperate a bit with the other party. Look at how eager they are to absorb the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Zhuge sent the message, the high-ranking officials of Bayou Pavilion immediately rushed over. This efficiency impressed him. Thus, Shang Dongma decided to show a bit of sincerity, at least to give the other party a sense of accomplishment. Shang Dongma knelt directly on the sandy ground, gazing at the joint mobile shelter that appeared in his sight, a yearning rising in his heart. Such a good thing should belong to our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Are you the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? You've made a wise choice. A man dressed in a long robe smiled as he stepped down from the steel mobile shelter. He was the leader of Bayou Pavilion, and like Zhuge, a professional. Looking at Shang Dongma kneeling in the sand and Zhuge holding his sword nearby, the man rubbed his hands excitedly. The vast Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is finally mine. With the resources provided by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Bayou Pavilion will surely achieve victory in the district battle. Xiaojiu, this time you. The man stroked his beard, patted Zhuge's shoulder, and was just about to praise this subordinate when Zhuge pulled out a needle and jabbed it into the man. Why? Looking at this once familiar subordinate, the master of Bayou Pavilion had an expression of disbelief in his eyes. His hands trembled, unsure of what to say. Past memories surged like a tide. They were partners from the same region, and even before entering the survival game, they were like brothers. Yet now they were killing each other because of an incompetent merchant. I am already the master's person. Oh, all of this is simply the master's command. Zhuge withdrew his sword to fend off the man, heartbroken as he helped Shang Dongma, who was kneeling in the sand, and turned his sword against his former brother. There's no turning back now. After Yi Qingxue injected the potion into herself, her heart had already been completely occupied by Shang Dongma. Shui Lao, why hasn't the potion taken effect immediately? Just as Shang Dongma was about to call out to Yi Qingxue, he found that she had already come to his side. I didn't expect that Zhuge, this sword cultivator, has such high knowledge to use the enhancement type 2 potion. It's normal for it not to take effect immediately. This thing requires you to defeat the opponent for it to work. Yi Qingxue nodded. That's why she believed the enhancement type 2 potion was a failed product. If you can already defeat the opponent, why would you need this potion? Could it be that you fought hard to defeat the enemy, just to enjoy the pleasure of turning them into your slaves? Shang Dongma nodded, thoughtfully realizing that was the case. Logically speaking, even if someone like him, a useless person, managed to ambush a strong enemy successfully, he wouldn't be able to make the potion work. The enemy had to be severely injured. But fortunately, he had Shui Lao to assist him. Didn't you get kicked out of the survival game by the magical shelter for affecting the game because of your disruptions? The man clearly had heard of Yi Qingxue's exploits. That woman existing in the region's legends. It is said that her strength is formidable, far surpassing her peers in the survival game, leading the magical shelter to kick her out for affecting the game experience. The appearance of this girl went viral in the chat channels of the magical shelter survival game. However, most survivors after the merger of regions were skeptical about the existence of such a survivor. You got it right, but didn't expect I'd be back. Yi Qingxue smiled and nodded, appearing right in front of the man with a simple punch. She intended to test how terrifying her physical strength had become. Puff! As her fist struck the man, a strong wind swept up the sand beneath their feet, instantly raising a cloud of dust, and the man was severely injured, flying back and crashing into the steel wall of the mobile shelter, leaving a large dent. When strength exceeds 10 points, the wind from the punch can stir up sand and dust covering a radius of 3 kilometers. This performance is truly terrifying. Yi Qingxue silently calculated in her heart. Just by swinging her fist with all her strength, relying solely on her power attribute output, her punch's power had already reached the level of a small nuclear weapon. She was truly evolving into a human calamity. Fortunately, having the physique of a professional survivor meant she could still take a punch from her full strength and live. Not every survivor could achieve the 6-dimensional limit breakthrough like Yi Qingxue. Most survivors had one attribute reaching 10 points and were eager to enter professional dungeons. Thus, even after breaking through attribute limits, their overall strength lagged far behind Yi Qingxue. You have gained the status Floating World 10,000 Laws Temporary 1 to all attributes. Moreover, this is not Yi Qingxue's limit. The current Floating World 10,000 Laws has been enhanced compared to the previous Magic Martial Body Refinement method, upgrading from a single attribute boost to all attributes. And this is an attribute enhancement after breaking the limit. Shui Lao, next time you test, remember to tell me, so I can prepare in advance. Shang Dongma crawled out of the sand, brushing off the sand from his body, looking at the dust cloud that obscured the sun, his eyes filled with pride. Shui Lao is very strong, and being able to have her help means that the stronger she becomes, the stronger he becomes. Shui Lao is a strong ally. He must hold on tight. Shui Lao, is there a way to control enemies without using the Beast Control Heart Sutra? The Heart Sutra requires too much in terms of stats. Shang Dongma pointed at the Bayou Pavilion survivors scattered by the wind and sand. Although they were not the main targets of Yi Qingxue's attack, they were still severely injured, barely clinging to life. Enhancement type 1, but the cost is that a person is needed as an external brain to control them. Yi Qingxue handed dozens of enhancement type 1 potions to Zhuge. The cost of enhancement type 1 potions is much cheaper than type 2. They only work on survivors with physical attributes below 10 points. No problem, Shui Lao. Our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has absorbed quite a few survivors, so we definitely have enough manpower to serve as external brains. Shang Dongma opened the chat channel, calling over a group of survivors from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, letting these non-combat capable individuals control the puppets. Master. The master of Bayou Pavilion looked at Shang Dongma, who was approaching him step by step, feeling no regret, no pain, only an endless sense of satisfaction. Enhancement type 2 potions specially developed for professionals can turn professionals into one slave. As long as you have enough manpower, that's fine, and I'll equip you with a batch of low-end weapons later, but you also need to read more, otherwise even if I give you high-end weapons you won't be able to use them. Yi Qingxue spread her hands helplessly. Shang Dongma nodded in agreement. He must strive to enhance his mental attributes to control more survivors and make them his slaves. Shui Lao, these are the spoils we collected within the Bayou Pavilion shelter. All of this is for you. A new book title is needed as the book testing is approaching. The pigeon is here to collect new name suggestions. The master of the White Jade Pavilion, along with the 2 professionals Jiao and Gue and their subordinates, had been reduced to slaves of Shang Dongma, leaving the entire organization existing in name only. To cling tightly to Shui Lao's thigh, Shang Dongma had to utilize the resources of the White Jade Pavilion to demonstrate his filial piety. He needed to show his devotion to Shui Lao immediately. Ideally, he would display his sincerity before Shui Lao departed. Thus, all the accumulated resources of the White Jade Pavilion were brought forth and laid before Yi Qingxue, allowing her to choose freely. Amidst the heap of trinkets from the White Jade Pavilion, Yi Qingxue discovered some worthwhile items. Witch's broomstick type equipment, long staff, quality, fine durability, 302-400 magic enhancement passive. When casting spells with this staff, mana consumption is reduced by 3% and spell intensity is increased by 10%. Flight active. This staff can be used for flight. Requirements: mana 10, spirit 9, physique 5. Yi Qingxue's current flight abilities relied primarily on the air cannon skill and levitation. The air cannon allowed Yi Qingxue to move through the air by stepping on her own feet, while levitation enabled her to float midair. The combination of these two formed Yi Qingxue's airborne travel skill. The appearance of the witch's broomstick at least spared her from having to tread on empty air. Daily outfit set: 1010 mana, recovery speed increased by 10%, mood growth increased by 10%, luck 2 when going out for leisure. Besides the witch's broomstick, the other item that piqued Yi Qingxue's interest was this daily outfit set tailored to her figure. It made her feel somewhat human. She hadn't expected the splitting capability of the Magic Shelter survival game to be so potent. An ordinary young girl's daily outfit could be broken down into 10 separate pieces. If Yi Qingxue were to split it herself, a simple white dress as the main piece along with the sun had a small white waist bag, shoes, and a white ribbon tied in her hair would suffice. But she never imagined that the white flower on the sun hat could exist as a separate component. She couldn't help but admire the Magic Shelter survival game's ability to split outfits. As for skill books, Yi Qingxue no longer lacked them at all. Activating the omniscient skill daily yielded at least 15 skill books from different systems, so she was utterly without shortage of such items. By the way, I'll leave this equipment for you. It's just right for your use. Yi Qingxue tossed the blood droplet she had obtained from opening a treasure chest to Shangdongma. This was a hidden weapon from the martial world, and its power was naturally unquestionable. Speaking of which, Shui Lao, I'm a bit scared. Afraid I won't make it through the profession dungeon. Could you perhaps act as a substitute for me then? Seeing that Yi Qingxue had accepted the clothing, Shangdongma immediately had the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce survivors purchase several brand new outfits at great expense and present them to Yi Qingxue. Noticing her good mood, he voiced his concerns. With the White Jade Pavilion survivors now stationed at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, he naturally had no worries about the chamber's operations. But what about the profession dungeon? He feared perishing within it, unable to continue toiling for Universe 4. Your talent is indeed quite important, but I can't guarantee you'll be able to make it in time. How about this? They'll capture a summon for you. It should be able to accompany you inside. Yi Qingxue tossed the dummy version of contract and summoning arts to Shangdongma. Shui Lao had previously mentioned an improved version, but now she wasn't even pretending. It was straight up the dummy version. Shangdongma stared at the glaringly obvious words, dummy version, on the cover of the tome, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Compared to normal summoning arts, the content of the dummy version was far simpler and more concise, though its effect was limited to the basic function of contracting monsters. As for what summon would be best for Shangdongma, Yi Qingxue turned her gaze toward the beam of light shooting straight into the sky. She decided to capture a world boss as a summon for Shangdongma, saving her the trouble of searching for some powerful creature. Let's go. A spell landed on Shangdongma, making his body feel much lighter, and then Yi Qingxue carried him flying toward the world boss light pillar. A gust of wind howled past their ears as the terrain below constantly shifted. The desert gradually vanished, giving way to vast stretches of dry land. Then a towering mountain came into view, its peak capped with snow. A young frost dragon lay curled before its lair, guarding the treasures within the cave. This frost wormling was the world boss deployed by the Magic Shelter survival game. Frost wormling, age 20, level 6, attributes strength 13, physique 12, agility 3, perception 6, spirit 3, charisma 2, special attributes, mana 10, talent frost dragon bloodline, effect 1. Each point of physique provides 10,000 base HP and a 1% final HP bonus. Effect 2, strength and physique 3, immunity to cold frost spells, gain a 10% boost and 50% physical and magical immunity. Skills: frost breath LV. 3, icicle fall LV. 2, blizzard LV. 4, flight LV. 3, the dragon bloodline, a purely numerical type of talent. It was suitable as promotion material for a witch monster template who wouldn't enjoy being a data monster. Am I seeing things? Shui Lao. Lao, you're not dead. You're alive. The survivors encircling the frost wormling turned their heads to look at the newly arrived Yi Qingxue and Shangdongma. Upon seeing Yi Qingxue, the survivors were struck speechless with astonishment. The image wildly circulated in the chat channel, the familiar attire and peerless beauty. It was undoubtedly Shui Lao. the survivor personally deemed by the Magic Shelter survival game as affecting the game experience. Boom! The frost wormling let out a roar and charged toward the survivors. Yi Qingxue raised her witch's broomstick and a star cloud missile condensed at its tip before being fired at high speed. Bang! The magic missile struck the frost wormling white light, engulfing the survivor's vision. The mountaintop shook violently for a moment, and a large amount of snow slid down, triggering an avalanche that swept across the entire mountain. Whimper! The frost wormling let out a pained cry as it was blasted away by the explosion from the magic missile crashing heavily above the cave. Its eyes held nothing but fear of Yi Qingxue. They'll leave it to you to contract. With this dragon as your summon, the profession dungeon should be a sure thing. Yi Qingxue bypassed the group of survivors entirely, dragged the frost dragon out of the cave, and tossed it in front of Shang Dongma. Gulp! Shang Dongma nodded nervously, placing his hand on the frost dragon's head. Drawing on his experience with the Beast Taming Heart Sutra, he quickly completed the contract, taking the dragon as his pet. However, contracting such a powerful summon beyond his level posed a considerable challenge to Shang Dongma's spirit attribute. But compared to the immense future potential of a frost wormling, the current headaches and pains were trivial. You can ride the wormling back on your own. It'll be a good chance to build some rapport between you two. Without waiting for Shang Dongma's reply, Yi Qingxue took a piece of the frost wormling's flesh and the diamond treasure chest from its lair, then departed on her witch's broomstick, leaving the trembling Shang Dongma and a group of bewildered survivors behind. The survivors' gazes all converged on Shang Dongma. What do you think you're doing? Stay away. Lord Shang Dongma, it's getting cold, and we have prepared new clothes for you. In the hall of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, survivors from other factions approached with a piece of equipment. They kindly walked behind Shang Dongma and draped a yellow robe over him. What are you doing? You are making it. Wearing the yellow robe, Shang Dongma sat on the golden Nanma dragon chair in the hall of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, with Zhou Gui and the master of Baiyu Pavilion standing beside him. He reprimanded the survivors who escorted him back from the snowy mountains, but the smile on his face did not fade. Alas, you are truly making it difficult for me. Your Majesty, from now on you will be the master of this region. The survivors respectfully knelt before Shang Dongma. The pressure brought by Yi Qingxue was still too strong. Even though she could not stay in the magical sanctuary survival game for long, the shadow she cast lingered in the hearts of every survivor. As long as Yi Qingxue continued to protect Shang Dongma's Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, no survivor dared to provoke it. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had indeed become the true regional overlord. It was just as Shang Dongma became the regional overlord when an announcement from the magical sanctuary survival game sounded in the ears of every survivor. We detected that Yi Qingxue won the resurrection match. Fortunately, we fixed the bug before she caused serious. We announced that we have successfully repaired the bug associated with Yi Qingxue. It will definitely not appear again. Is Snow Maiden going to become the legendary repair queen from now on? Looking at the announcement from the magical sanctuary survival game again, Shang Dongma felt that there would probably be many more opportunities to issue such update notices in the future. After all, the last time the magical sanctuary survival game had said the same thing. But didn't Snow Maiden still come in? And why didn't they fix the game earlier? They only finished the repair after Snow Maiden had left. Could it really not be to avoid her brilliance? Meanwhile, a flurry of messages filled the originally calm chat channel. Huh. Snow Maiden won the resurrection match. Why didn't anyone tell me? Kid, you don't know because you are not on the side of Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Attached is a gif of Yi Qingxue throwing a punch. What terrifying power is this? Really a value that a human can produce? Attached is a gif of Snow Maiden dragging a young dragon. I envy the on-site monsters. Wait, when can our chat function support gifs? That's good. You're lying. Little Snow has innate divine strength, and with this elbow she smashed through the barrier of the resurrection match. Even the big guys and the athletes couldn't withstand this blow. Woo, did the little story come back? By the way, why did my magical breathing technique skill turn gray? It requires a knowledge and mental assessment. What is this? All kinds of messages were sent by the older players before the merge. They had experienced the era of Snow Maiden's rule and knew what the name Yi Qingxue represented. Now the strong players from the newly merged zone are just ordinary people who have not experienced the era of Snow Maiden. Shang Dongma, Snow Maiden, in short, after you left, this is what happened. I became the Emperor Yi Qingxue. Aren't you all in Universe 41? Why is your mental state similar to ours? Yi Qingxue looked and almost thought she had opened the chat channel of Universe 41. However, the mental state of survivors in Universe 41 has stabilized significantly. After all, there is the internet. The accumulated pressure can be effectively relieved through online games or other entertainment activities. Master, how can you be distracted while drawing? Closing the chat channel, she saw Yesenia puffing up her cheeks and almost touching Yi Qingxue's face with her nose. So close. Yi Qing was taken aback and the brush in her hand fell to the ground with a light sound. Looking at Yi Qing in a daze, Yesenia sighed, gently reached down to pick up the fallen brush and placed it back in Yi Qing's hand. Actually, I have almost finished the drawing. Yi Qing lightly coughed and displayed the completed artwork to Yesenia. On the canvas, a black-haired girl in a secretary uniform was vividly depicted smiling as she stood in front of a golden tower made of gray rocks. The level of detail in this painting could no longer be classified as an ordinary artwork. It looked like a real image. Yi Qing's talent effect had kicked in. Once the mind learns, the hands learn as well. When she has a related image in her mind, her hands can accurately reproduce that image. Skill Art Creator activated. You have obtained the refined skill book external circulation technique. The profession of silver, which has a very strong ability to obtain skill books and can be said to be a wholesale dealer of skill books. Activating the omniscient skill once a day can yield a large number of skill books, and completing artworks and other creations can also grant skill books. Every few days, Yi Qing would clean up the skill books that were completely useless and hand them over to the Salvation Association in exchange for a batch of contribution points. These contribution points were then used to purchase various ingredients, furniture, and a batch of ordinary resources. Even though she spent so extravagantly, the contribution points were still abundant and could not be used up. The Salvation Association mainly consumed the contribution points in the hands of survivors through various functional facilities. However, most functional facilities in the camp were of no use to Yi Qing, which led to her efforts to buy things, yet she couldn't spend it all. Hello everyone, Guaya is going to browse the civilization pyramid of the Salvation Association with Little Leaf and Snow today. Guaya raised the live streaming equipment, waved to the survivors in the live room, and then aimed at Yi Qing and Yesenia. Yi Qing only showed a gentle smile, yet the screen flashed with a barrage of comments saying scared to tears. Alas, glancing at the live room's comments, Yi Qing sighed helplessly. This world is still too unfriendly towards me. Clearly my charm value is quite high, yet all I receive in return is fear. Yuri invited a number of survivors, including Yi Qing, to discuss the future of the Salvation Association and the survivors in the conference room of the Civilization Pyramid. This meeting invited Guaya for a live broadcast, publicly sharing the decisions made by the higher-ups of the Salvation Association to all survivors in the camp. This place really looks like a museum. The three entered the entrance corridor of the Civilization Pyramid. In this corridor leading to the interior, many glass display cases were placed, showcasing artifacts replicated by survivors based on their memories. Inside there were bronzewares, various wooden artifacts, as well as porcelain and gold ornaments. They passed through the entrance corridor and entered a spacious exhibition hall. The exhibition hall displayed even more replicas, including paintings, statues, and a small portion of literary works from the Blue Star. These are all proof that the Blue Star civilization once existed, right? Guaya pointed the device at some artifacts in the exhibition hall of the pyramid, lowered her head to recite the text written on the display board. Recalling the hometown, we can never return to. Every item here is a one-tune replica made by survivors. Yi Qing silently nodded after a moment. Next, Yi Qing led Guaya and Yi Nisha to browse the contents of Exhibition Hall No. 1 before continuing towards Exhibition Hall No. 2 on the second floor. Upon arriving at the second floor via the rocky staircase, unlike Exhibition Hall No. 1, Exhibition Hall No. 2 contained records of everything that happened after the Blue Star civilization reached Universe No. 41. There were many small statues of survivors, stone carvings preserving early chat records, and physical books documenting numerous important posts. This spacious Exhibition Hall No. 2 also served as the conference room for this meeting. The conference room is not yet completed, so we can only temporarily use the vacant Exhibition Hall No. 2 as the meeting room. Yuji crossed his arms, standing at the podium of Exhibition Hall No. 2, holding a speech draft in his hands. Many professionals from the Salvation Society had already arrived at the seats under the conference table. Hello, Snow. I am by Shirshi. A humanoid stone statue extended its hand towards Yi Qing. Its monster template was a peculiar stone statue with strong defensive abilities, and its talent was the Wonder Construction System. By Shirshi was the builder of the Civilization Pyramid, a craftsman by profession rated as great. Most of its abilities came from the Wonder bonuses, and it could not gain those bonuses in professional dungeons, hence its rating was only B. However, Bai Shirshi had no thoughts of battle. It only wanted to live within the Salvation Society's camp, constructing various wonders. Besides Bai Shirshi and Yuji, there were 2 other professionals in the Salvation Society. I am the king of attributes, with a monster template of a goblin and a talent of all-powerful attribute granting. The broadsword surrounded by electric arcs and blood energy that Yi Qing borrowed from Yuji was created by this survivor. His profession was also a calamity profession named All-Power Enchanter. Ku Shui, with a monster template of a vampire, had the talent of infinite fusion of flesh and blood, allowing him to merge various flesh and blood to gain a small portion of the attributes and bloodline abilities of the flesh's owner. Yuri had previously asked Yi Qing Snow for the flesh of a tentacle monster, which was for this survivor. The professional dungeon was rated S, and the profession was called Qi and Blood Martial Arts Grandmaster. These two professionals excitedly gathered around, shaking hands and taking photos with Yi Qing Snow. Snow, I remember you. You're the survivor who ignored the system's reminders and chose to become a reverse version warrior only to turn into a beautiful girl. Ku Shui excitedly recounted his understanding of Yi Qing Snow, unaware that her gaze was gradually turning cold. Snow, if you ever need help enhancing your equipment, feel free to find me. As long as you provide contribution points and other equipment, I can grant the attribute effects of other equipment to your main equipment. The king of attributes hurriedly pulled Ku Shui away to prevent Yi Qing Snow from really beating up his companion. After leaving Ku Shui, the king of attributes quietly stepped back a few paces. As a goblin, he had gray-black skin and a short stature, only able to see Yi Qing Snow clearly by maintaining a good distance. Fortunately, Snow wasn't very tall either, so he only needed to step back a few paces to see her. Yi Qing Snow nodded at the goblin professional, then pulled Yi Nisha and Gu Aya to find a spot to sit in the conference hall. There are fewer professionals than I expected. She looked at the empty first row of the conference hall and couldn't help but murmur a few words. The first row was reserved for professionals from the Salvation Society. The rows behind were filled with non-professionals who were also key members of the Salvation Society, indispensable core forces. It's normal for there to be few. After all, obtaining a profession is not an easy task. Yuri shrugged, blinking his crow-like eyes as he poured himself a glass of water and cleared his throat. In this meeting, Yuri first summarized the issues the survivors were facing in their current development. Resources. After leaving the survival game and returning to Universe No. 41, the internal resources among the survivors were running low. Skill books, equipment, and auxiliary resources were the three biggest gaps. The former could currently be solved with Yi Qing Snow's help. Equipment could be temporarily alleviated through the King of Attributes refining. But what about various auxiliary resources? For example, the martial arts system requires medicinal baths and body refining medicine. The cultivation system needs spiritual pills, and the magic system requires incense to assist meditation. Currently, there is a huge gap in these auxiliary resources, and the systems are too complex. It is very difficult to completely fill them with just the talents of the survivors. Survivors with talents related to 1,000-fold critical strike and 10,000-fold return can only replicate a small portion of auxiliary resources. Without these auxiliary resources, it is extremely difficult for ordinary survivors to raise their skill levels and attributes. Fortunately, the master scavenged a large amount of resources in the magical shelter survival game and professional dungeons. Yi Nisha listened intently, quietly recording the related content. To fill the resource gap, the Salvation Society and the Flame Organization decided to establish new resource-oriented camps specifically for collecting resources. A map of the known areas in Universe No. 41 appeared behind Yuri. This map was collaboratively completed by the survivors, centered around the Salvation Society's Shiwan camp, encompassing detailed information of dozens of areas. On the map, besides Shiwan camp, several circles were drawn in the remaining areas. These circles were the selected sites for future resource-oriented camps. The Salvation Society and the Flame Organization planned to build new camps in different areas, gathering nearby survivors to help collect resources. They would provide a stable living environment for these survivors, while the survivors would assist in collecting resources from nearby areas, which would then be processed by the survivors of the Salvation Society and the Flame Organization into various auxiliary resources. And Mirror Lake is the first site we agreed upon with the Flame Organization for a subcamp. Yuri pointed to the location closest to Shiwan camp. To reach Mirror Lake from Shiwan camp, one only needed to cross the Black Forest area and the Pale Coast. So it's an expedition for pioneering. Yi Qing Snow crossed her arms and boredly took out a skill book to browse through. She wasn't very interested in the expedition. Currently, Yi Qing Snow did not lack resources, as she possessed the resources accumulated from professional dungeons. Moreover, her professional abilities provided her with a large number of skill books, and as long as she followed a systematic learning and research approach, improvement was guaranteed with a clear path ahead. Snow, there will be dormitories, elevators, and 3 survival games coming over, and all visiting survivors will have professions. Don't you want to obtain the credentials for the vocational production for Yi Nisha and the others? Yuri said slowly. He knew Yi Qing Snow wanted to spend more time on skills, but this expedition truly couldn't proceed without her. Yi Qing Snow's research abilities were quite authoritative, being one of the few survivors capable of dealing with various complex disaster mechanisms. That sounds quite interesting. You actually managed to lure 3 survival games into Universe No. 41. Yi Qing Snow closed the skill book in her hand. She couldn't believe that Yu Ji and the others managed to trick the survival games. In the end, Yi Qing Snow and the King of Attributes became the lead team leaders for this expedition, responsible for leading dozens of survivors to the Mirror Lake area to establish a camp. Hello, Shuelao. I am a member of your expedition team, the first of the sweet rice dumpling. My talent is the gathering skill, a conceptual skill that allows direct resource collection regardless of conditions. Just after the meeting concluded, a survivor approached. Yi Qing Snow glanced at the humanoid creature controlled by sweet rice dumpling, and the panel data was horrifyingly low, with an average of only 4 points in 5 dimensions excluding charm. Although the talent is decent, the innate conditions are too poor, and there are very few skills. There are 3 days left before departure. You can open the forum and learn from the compilation of foolproof rapid skills I've organized. I suggest you learn skills related to self-detonation. After finishing her words, Yi Qing Snow turned and walked towards Baishur Creek, leaving Sweet Rice Dumpling standing alone. Foolproof Rapid Skills Compilation. Sweet Rice Dumpling opened the forum and soon saw the compilation post pinned by the survival system. Yi Qing Snow, the expedition is approaching. Here I share a batch of foolproof rapid skills I created. I hope all survivors study diligently, especially those participating in the expedition. Yuji Shui Lao, you were slacking off in the meeting studying this. Ku Shui, wow, there are actually martial arts skills. So cool to learn. Shui Lao's skills have such low requirements for knowledge and mental attributes. The comments below the post were filled with messages from many renowned survivors, and there were also survivors who had learned the foolproof skills, sharing various insights. Looking at the lively comment section, Sweet Rice Dumpling felt a surge of excitement, eager to seriously study the skills recommended by Shui Lao. He excitedly clicked on the compilation, which contained over 100 foolproof skills categorized by function. The self-detonation skills belong to the magic system. Soon he found the skills recommended by Shui Lao in the magic system compilation. Yi Qing Snow, a friendly reminder, the self-detonation skill is specifically designed for parasitic survivors, like mushroom spores. You can freely transfer or create related bodies, thus self-detonation is very suitable as an attack method for you all. Each series includes relevant annotations from Shui Lao, and even each skill has video tutorials. Shui Lao, really, I could cry. I thought you were cold and aloof, but I didn't expect you to be so considerate. You sacrificed your time to record teaching videos for us. Sweet Rice Dumpling opened the self-detonation series with tears in his eyes, and 5 skills appeared before. Normal quality skill, self-detonation. Yi Qing Snow disassembled the fireball technique, removing functions related to launching the fireball and leaving only the explosion and burning effects. Requirements: Knowledge 1, Spirit 3. Excellent quality skill, Poison Detonation. An advanced version of self-detonation that adds poisoning and venom splash effects. Simple structure suitable for foolproof rapid learning. Requirements: Knowledge 2, Spirit 3. The various attributes of self-detonation skills filled him with awe. Although survivors generally do not have particularly high knowledge attributes, the foolproof rapid version is equivalent to Yi Qing Snow chewing each skill into small bits and feeding them to everyone. So before long, Sweet Rice Dumpling quickly finished learning the self-detonation skills. It turns out that learning skills is this easy. Looking at the 5 self-detonation skills that appeared in his skill bar, Sweet Rice Dumpling's heart began to swell. Now he can release spores and remotely detonate them to create terrifying explosive effects. It's so invincible. It seems that learning more advanced skills is completely fine for me. Sweet Rice Dumpling closed the foolproof rapid skills post and opened the advanced skills post below. Yi Qing Snow, the skills in the advanced skills post have higher requirements for knowledge and spirit attributes, and this is merely the threshold for viewing skills. If your learning ability is insufficient, it is not recommended to learn advanced skills. But I am a genius who finished learning 5 self-detonation skills in an hour. Can I be stopped by a little advanced skill? Sweet Rice Dumpling directly ignored the risks and continued browsing. Excellent skill, Shin version of the flowing blade technique. The blade technique used by a magical girl named Shin Shiyue. She made preliminary modifications to the technique later perfected by Yi Nisha. Compared to the original flowing blade technique, the Shin version is designed for melee users of the magic system. Requirements: Knowledge 10, Spirit 5. Excellent skill, Water Drop Technique. The product of combining Starry Technique and Water Bullet Technique, possessing extremely high speed and piercing power. Requirements: Knowledge 10, Spirit 7. At least magic control skill at LV 7. If not, refer to the foolproof version of magic control rapid learning. Sweet Rice Dumpling frowned. These articles have too much text, it's boring. Why does an article need so much text? He silently closed the advanced skills post and then saw that there was a top-tier skills post further down. Looking at the 2 words top-tier, Sweet Rice Dumpling instinctively opened it. Magic Martial Body Refining Method. Requirements: Knowledge 20, Spirit 10. A magic breathing method and related advanced skills at LV 10. Annihilation Meditation. Requirements knowledge 25, spirit 10 meditation method, and related skills at LV 10. Magic missile mixed version. Requirements knowledge 35, spirit 15, basic magic missile fireball technique, and related skills at LV max. No wonder it's a top-tier skill. Just seeing the requirements section is frightening dark enough to distort. The foolproof rapid skills are still more suitable for me. For this small expedition, I just need to gather resources and leave the rest to Shui Lao, my external brain. Why is there no skill that allows Shui Lao to take over my body? Let Shui Lao control my body to fight. Together we could cause chaos. Everyone, I just tried to forcefully read a celestial level technique and was then killed by the disaster knowledge poison. Oh right, my talent is death like the wind, always with me, living towards death, growing stronger with each death. As the name implies, every time I gain a new death experience I get a boost, so other survivors shouldn't try this. Let me show you the effect of disaster knowledge poison. By the way, resurrection cannot remove the effect of knowledge poison, but my talent is an exception. After dying once, I gained resistance to knowledge poison. But even so, I merely restored my lost attributes and potential. Status knowledge poison forced reading of unbearable knowledge, losing all spirit perception attributes, and potential knowledge is corroding your body. A post quickly became popular. As Yi Ching Snow uploaded a bunch of foolproof rapid skills, everyone's enthusiasm for learning skills was also ignited. Naturally, there would be curiosity about what happens if one ignores conditions and forcefully reads. But no one dared to joke with their lives. Brave one. I have always been curious about what happens when triggering knowledge poison, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Right, look, this is my corpse after death. It was twisted from a mass of flesh and blood into a terrifying, grotesque monster by knowledge. Nobody told me that learning can be deadly. Do you think it's possible that we haven't even reached the learning threshold for foolproof skills? That we rely on the effects brought by the wonders of the civilization pyramid to learn related skills easily? Am I relying on the pyramid of civilization? Sweet Rice Dumpling immediately switched its consciousness back to its main body deep within the Black Forest. Its true form resides in the Black Forest area, not at the Shiwan camp, as it requires nutrients. Plenty of nutrients to grow. Normal quality skill self-detonation. Requirement knowledge 6, spirit 3. I actually can't understand it. Sweet Rice Dumpling felt its own brain. It's just a mushroom, it doesn't have a brain. This is my true power. It silently switched its consciousness back to the parasitic body at the Shiwan camp, looking at the skill that only required a little knowledge, and Sweet Rice Dumpling let out a sigh of relief. Clearly this is the true requirement for the skill. Why should the knowledge attribute be so high? The knowledge poison of desire. It must be this disaster that is taking advantage of the middleman. Otherwise, why would a normal self-detonation require such a high knowledge attribute? The self-detonation skill actually has prerequisites such as reaching a certain level of magical control and having enough basic magical knowledge to construct the self-detonation spell model, etc. Yi Qingxue sat in the train of Baishixi drinking tea. This visit to Baishixi was mainly to appreciate the wonders. By appreciating wonders, she could gain an increase in inspiration attributes. The reason Yi Qingxue brought Ye Nisha and Gu Aya to browse the replica artifacts in the Pyramid Exhibition Hall was to boost their inspiration attributes. Her gaze fell on the golden pendulum clock in the train carriage. The golden pendulum clock stood 3 meters tall, emanating a warm glow with crystal hands moving forward constantly, giving an extremely luxurious feel. Status golden clock, a pendulum clock made of gold possessing the ability to anchor the internal time of the train. I escaped from the profession dungeon covered in temporal rust thanks to the golden clock. Baishixi sighed. Fortunately, he had the help of President Yu Ji. It was precisely because President Yu informed him of the relevant information that he could produce a large quantity of gold to forge this wonder. I don't have much combat ability, so it's difficult for me to achieve a high rating. I can only delve into worlds with extremely high survival difficulty, improving my rating by surviving in such dangerous worlds. Baishixi said, looking enviously at Yi Qingxue. After all, Yi Qingxue could save a profession dungeon. Only survivors who have experienced a profession dungeon know how difficult it is to save a dungeon on the verge of destruction. Yi Qingxue waved her hand, saying that the profession dungeon she entered just happened to suit her. Inspiration 1. Special attribute Inspiration 10. As she finished admiring the golden clock, Yi Qingxue's inspiration attribute rose again, now boasting a full 10 points. Alright, I've finished boosting my inspiration attributes. I hope when I return from my expedition, I can see you built a dozen wonders, so I can boost my inspiration attributes again. Yi Qingxue smiled and got up to leave. Baishixi wanted to roll his eyes at her. Is it so easy to create wonders? This isn't a game. Just gathering materials and clicking once to make a wonder rise from the ground. However, he was merely a stone statue unable to make such a gesture. As Yi Qingxue left the train, she waved to Ye Nisha and Gu Aya, who were standing outside the train, and looked up to see a massive flying ship appear in the sky. That flying ship was the camp of the Flame Organization. It was excavated by President Shui Yindi from a nationwide cultivation survival game. This huge flying ship, originally prepared for cultivators, became a mobile barrier for the Flame Organization, accommodating thousands of survivors. Most disasters that can only affect the ground have difficulty impacting this massive object flying in the sky unless encountering meteorological disasters like rain curtains or sandstorms. Boom. The massive flying ship slowly descended near the Shiwan camp. Like the Savior Association's camp, the flying ship also had a unique protective barrier that could shield the entire ship from certain conceptual disasters. This is the true wonder. Bai Shixi felt the commotion and stepped out of the train. He gazed at the massive ship over 100 meters high made of wood, lost in thought, his eyes filled with longing for the flying ship. Shuelao, please help me connect to the internet. As the flying ship slowly came to a stop, a familiar survivor appeared on the deck, Hao, who had previously collaborated with Yi Qingxue. Upon arriving at the Shiwan camp, the first thing Hao did was loudly call for Yi Qingxue to come to the flying ship to help install the internet. I really can't live without the internet. Life on the flying ship is just too boring. The first thing you did upon arriving at the Shiwan camp was to get the internet. Yi Qingxue sighed helplessly, using a flying spell to carry Ye Nisha and Gu Aya towards the flying ship. The three of them landed steadily on the smooth wooden deck, examining the Flame Organization's flying ship. From the outside, this flying ship looked almost indistinguishable from the large sailing ships on Blue Star, complete with sails, a helmsman, and continuously moving wooden oars on both sides. No matter how you looked at it, it appeared to be an ordinary wooden ship, yet it somehow managed to fly. Truly a creation of the cultivation civilization. Shuelao, this is the installation fee that the boss asked me to pass on to you for connecting to the internet. Hao took out a list. Compared to the contribution points offered by Yu Ji, the installation fee provided by the Flame Organization was extremely generous. Yi Qingxue could choose 5 items from the Flame Organization's treasury at will. As an organization specialized in the cultivation system, the items within were all related to the cultivation system. There were various skill books of the cultivation system, magical treasures, alchemical cultivation, and knowledge transfer. Fine quality skill book, Cave Heaven Technique, fine quality skill book, Celestial Touch Knowledge Talisman, as well as 3 knowledge inheritances related to barriers, spiritual plant cultivation, and heavenly mechanisms. This is so generous. Lord D. E is so powerful. Yi Qingxue couldn't believe that Shui Yindi, who seemed so abstract in the chat channel, was giving out items that were more practical than the last. With the Cave Heaven Technique and Barrier Technique, Yi Qingxue had a sudden flash of insight, and a bold idea emerged in her mind. Combining the Cave Heaven Technique and the Barrier Technique with the Outer Celestial Cycle Technique and the Celestial Touch Knowledge Talisman could add a knowledge domain effect to the record of all laws. Once an enemy steps into the knowledge domain, they would be forcibly taught information related to the record of all laws, and then the subsequent battles could be resolved by the disaster of knowledge poison. Of course, the cost would be that Yi Qingxue would find it difficult to retrieve useful resources and data from the enemy, but as a mechanism for instant kills against low-value enemies, it was completely feasible. By the way, the boss also said that his talent is the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, which can grant you a conferred status for only 50,000 contribution points. After obtaining the unique profession of disaster, the Heavenly Emperor Shui Yindi gained the ability to confer various official positions to survivors. Official positions can grant survivors various permanent buffs, and the price to pay is merely 50,000 contribution points. However, it should be noted that Yi Qingxue had only just managed to gather 50,000 contribution points after doing so much for the survivors. It's hard not to suspect that DE set the price based on knowledge of Yi Qingxue's contribution points in advance. Shuelao, the Savior Association, and the Flame Organization won't let every survivor who contributed to the continuation of their kind feel disheartened. Hao displayed the official position prepared by Shui Yindi for Yi Qingxue. Status Dao Yan of all laws, Celestial Monarch, enhances adaptability to all systems, integrates the abilities of all systems, no longer troubled by conflicts between systems. I feel like I'm not playing the same survival game as DE. Yi Qingxing sighed and surrendered all her contribution points. As the contribution points were submitted, Yi Qingsheng could clearly feel an unknown power enveloping her, significantly accelerating the operation of the Book of All Laws, indicating that the barriers between systems had vanished. It wasn't a forced erasure. Yi Qingsheng silently connected with Yi Nisha, and with Yi Nisha's assistance, all relevant information about the system fusion was recorded. After the enhancements from the professional dungeon, Yi Nisha's role was no longer that of a mere maid. To study the knowledge of different systems relying solely on Yi Qingsheng's mind was definitely insufficient. At this moment, Yi Nisha, who possessed the computational power to control the entire Changtan city, could assist Yi Qingsheng in calculating certain projects and organizing relevant data. The lens the device used to perceive things was also dismantled by Yi Qingsheng and had become Yi Nisha's eye. Even the knowledge inheritance related to the heavenly machine calculation, which Yi Qingsheng exchanged from the Fire and Flame organization, was prepared for Yi Nisha's future profession. Shuelao, once you finish repairing the network, would you like to practice with me? My system has undergone a comprehensive modification, and I am now following the cultivation system. Shihao did not continue down the path of magic, but modified it to the cultivation system. His current profession was gluttony. His professional abilities were also related to devouring, thus assisting his innate abilities. Alright, it's a perfect opportunity to refine my skills. Yi Qingsheng nodded and led Yi Nisha and Gu Aya deeper into the flying boat. What do you think it's really possible to cultivate without a spiritual root? Can elves also cultivate? Gu Aya was intensely curious about cultivation. She had watched a short film on the network in Chantan City. It was a story about an elven girl and a young man who fell in love with each other. Such stories had circulated among the elven community long before the world tree existed. Gu Aya was very aware of her lifespan. Their kind of elves could live for 1,000 years. Thus, she was certain that the young man must have died before the elven girl, and the elven girl returned to her village. In the end, the young man was a genius in cultivation, achieving the nascent soul and attaining an endless lifespan. At the end of the short film, the nascent soul immortal could only watch as his beloved aged, turning into a seed. He sighed while holding the seed and replanted it in the soil, waiting for the elf to grow once again. After watching, Gu Aya was left with a single thought: if in the future little Shui had an endless lifespan, would I then only age and die in her arms? No way, she had to cultivate too. With 1,000 years, perhaps I could even kick universe no. 41 around. Yi Qingsheng couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. With 1,000 years, given her capabilities, not to mention destroying universe no. 41. Ensuring Gu Aya's immortality was definitely within reach. Gu Aya awkwardly scratched her head and shifted her gaze elsewhere. The interior decoration of the flying boat was similar to the ancient style of Yu Ji's train compartments. Passing through a long corridor, Yi Qingsheng arrived at a spacious room in which stood a golden dragon throne occupied by a man dressed in a black and gold dragon robe. He was the president of the Fire and Flame organization, Shi Yindi. He was also the energy core of the flying boat, possessing almost endless spiritual power as the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor. The golden dragon throne he sat on was a device that extracted spiritual power, drawing from his energy to create barriers that ward off disasters and power the flying boat. Is there an emperor here? Shuelao stopped looking and fixed the network. It's too boring just sitting on this dragon throne without a network. Shi Yindi urged when he noticed Yi Qingsheng had not moved. Alright, let me adjust the service area equipment. The previous servers used magical power or pure energy. This is my first time using spiritual power as energy. Yi Qingsheng opened the trading hall and retrieved the server components stored with Shangdongma. Then Yi Nisha and Yi Qingsheng together researched the characteristics of spiritual power, making adaptive modifications to the server's power supply components. How long is it going to take? Shi Yindi stretched lazily and calculated the time needed from now until the server was completed. 10 minutes left. Shuelao's efficiency is truly impressive. As he had calculated, Yi Qingsheng completed the spiritual power analysis and server adjustments in just 10 minutes. After all, the Book of All Laws had originally integrated a considerable amount of knowledge from the cultivation system. With that knowledge as a foundation, researching spiritual power was naturally quite simple. The subsequent assembly of the server could be left to Yi Nisha alone. Yi Qingsheng had more important matters to attend to, consuming the skill book and barrier technique inheritance she had just acquired. Aren't you two going to practice? Why not do it here? There's enough space, and with me here you won't have to worry about Shi Yindi snapped his fingers, causing the surrounding space to change into a desolate rocky plain from the interior of the flying boat. Yi Qingsheng did not expect the leader of the Fire and Flame organization to be this powerful. The pressure he emitted was completely incomparable to Yu Ji. She took out a witch's broom and shot several magic missiles at Shihao. Shihao's entire slime body swelled, swallowing all the rapidly approaching magic missiles into itself. Shuelao, you're telling me that using these magic missiles requires both knowledge and mental dual assessments. The gluttony profession's ability granted Shihao the power to devour enemy attacks and convert them into temporary skills. He originally intended to cast Yi Qingsheng's magic missiles. However, he found that even temporary skills derived from using professional abilities still had to adhere to the dual assessment of knowledge and mental prowess. It seems that the effect of the knowledge poison won't disappear with your devouring. Yi Qingsheng nodded seriously and then unleashed a barrage of modified spells at Shihao. Facing her magical attacks, Shihao had only two choices: either swallow the forbidden knowledge that he couldn't peruse, gradually occupying his brain, or endure the attacks. Let's call it a day for this practice. Shi Yindi supported his head with his hand, sending Yi Qingxing and Shi Hao back into the flying boat. Shi Yindi was not surprised by the outcome of his practice. Yi Qingxing utilized the disastrous effects very well. What was originally meant to limit her dissemination of knowledge had instead become her strongest mechanism weapon. Meanwhile, Shi Hao's development of his professional abilities was nowhere near Yi Qingxing's level. I will first erase his combat memories, otherwise if he accidentally browses prohibited knowledge, it will be disastrous. After the battle, Shi Yindi swiftly erased Shi Hao's memories of various modified spells to prevent him from being infected with knowledge poison. What just happened to me? Shi Hao groggily sat up from the ground, his gaze pure, appearing completely untainted. Could memory erasure really avoid the effects of knowledge poison? Master, the server of the Fire and Flame organization has been set up. Yi Nisha's voice interrupted Yi Qingxing's thoughts. Shui Lao, tomorrow we will embark on an expedition, and our Fire and Flame organization will also send 2 professionals to accompany the team. So sleepy. By the way, where's the team from the Ember organization? Weren't they supposed to send someone? Night Qingxue sat on the train seat, yawning wearily. Yi Nisha used a comb to help her manage her fluffy, soft, light blue long hair, then placed a simple, light-colored beret on Night Qingxue's head. She picked up a white shawl embroidered with lilies and draped it over Night Qingxue, her hands reaching from behind to tie the shawl's strings into a sturdy bow. And let's not forget the black buttons on the shirt. Done. Yi Nisha leaned closer to Night Qingxue, fastening the buttons on her chest, nodding in satisfaction. Today, Little Snow's outfit was no longer the usual fairy attire from the spring, but rather a painter's outfit for. After the news of returning from the airship spread, Yuji knocked on Night Qingxue's carriage door, carrying a set of exquisite painter's attire and a box of milk. Snow, during the day, I was inconsiderate. How could I not show any sincerity for your expedition? This set of painter's attire is specially prepared for you. The painter's outfit was designed by Yuji and crafted by the King of Tags. It is an inspiration attribute set. Just like this beret, it is an item that enhances inspiration, increasing it by 5 points. Painter's outfit, the full set, provides a 10-point increase in inspiration attributes, enhancing inspiration gained from outdoor sketching and grants special equipment. State paintbrush. Skill growth efficiency for drawing increased by 100% after equipping this set. Night Qingxue's inspiration attribute reached 20 points. Special attributes: knowledge 35, 5 magic power 42, 2 spirituality 0, inspiration 2010. The omniscient skill activated once a day, yielding a total of 30 skill books, this time doubling the previous amount. However, there were still no higher level purple skill books. Indeed, obtaining purple epic level skill books is quite. Night Qingxue initially thought that the fusion of the external celestial method and the various skills integrated into the floating world techniques would leap to become an epic skill, but to her surprise, it was dismantled. External celestial level 2. Floating world techniques derived excellent quality skills constructing an open celestial realm within 10 meters of the cultivator. Although the external celestial realm is open, its interior is a self-contained system possessing abilities such as purifying external air, circulating magic power within, and counteracting external shocks. Knowledge poison level max skill derived from the external celestial realm. Enemies entering the external celestial realm will be forcefully infused with a set of floating world techniques knowledge. If their knowledge attribute is below 30 and mental attribute is below 20, they will be instantly killed by knowledge poison. I worked hard all night. The increase in knowledge attribute significantly improved Night Qingxue's stamina recovery speed. Once her knowledge attribute reached 30, she hardly needed to rest. However, last night Night Qingxue connected her consciousness with Yi Nisha, accelerating her consciousness and skill calculations using their immense computing power. One whole night, she had nearly drained her stamina to unify the skills from the 2 floating world techniques. Wow! Sitting nearby, Guaya clapped excitedly, grabbing her camera hanging around her neck to take pictures. Is Little Snow always this cute since childhood? Night Qingxue took a sip of her coffee to ease her drowsiness and gazed out the window. As the assembly time approached, the survivors from the Ember organization finally appeared at the meeting point. Shi Hao was accompanied by a black-haired young man in a black suit and tie who looked up and surveyed the 2 survivors sent by the Savior Society, waving toward the train where Night Qingxue and the King of Tags were seated. Infinite procurement, the only profession in the Calamity Universal Broker. Upon hearing the name the survivors present were momentarily stunned. Of course, everyone was well aware of this survivor's illustrious name. In the early days of the survival game, everyone survived thanks to the supplies exchanged with GES talent. Without GES infinite procurement, they wouldn't have made it through the developmental phase. Now that the survivors have passed the most difficult early stage, their needs have become more complex, requiring customization, and their reliance on GES talent has greatly diminished. After all, the supplies opened by GES talent were all in high demand for him, and the overlap with other survivors' needs has significantly decreased. I, like Snow, am just a partner, not a member of the Ember organization. He noticed the gazes from the survivor. As a businessman, he did not want to be tied to organizations like the Savior Society or Ember organization. Moreover, he followed the martial arts system, unlike the cultivation system pursued by the Ember organization. Snow, since everyone is here, let's set off. Sure How did not deny GES statement. Both the Ember organization and the Savior Society are inclusive organizations. Knight Qingxue nodded and started the train heading towards the area beyond the stone plains. The pitch-black stone plains stretched endlessly, and the convoy led by Knight Qingxue was about to cross this desolate expanse, reaching a section south of the stone plains. They proceeded along the route given by Yuri, naturally aiming to avoid most dangerous rule entities. As the influence of calamity and rule entity manifestation intensified, more and more rule entities wandered the stone plains. It was no longer possible to completely avoid them as before. They could only encounter some rule entities with lower threat levels. A red dot appeared on the train map, indicating that there was a rule entity ahead of the convoy. On the dark stone plain stood a scarecrow aimlessly wandering with a scythe and a pumpkin lantern in hand. Lost scarecrow rule affected by calamity. The concept of life has disappeared, and its derivative body rice has vanished. Therefore, it will perceive other things as its rice. Do not be viewed as rice by it, or it will trigger the scarecrow's killing rule. Suggested handling informant of the location of the Black Forest, and suggest it go there to plant. Yuri provided very detailed information, including explanations of the rules of the rule entity and detailed handling methods. Are you my rice? The scarecrow raised its pumpkin lantern, approaching the convoy where Knight Qingxue was. Have you ever seen a rice that can speak? Sure How took the initiative to get out of the car to talk to the scarecrow. It possessed devouring abilities, and if the scarecrow exhibited any anomalies, it would immediately activate its talent to devour the scarecrow. Moreover, only a clone of it got out of the car. Its main body remained on the train. Thank you. After thanking Sure How, the scarecrow hurriedly headed towards the Black Forest. With the information provided by Yuri, handling the rule entities along the way was a breeze. If a normal survivor without information encountered these rule entities, they might easily trigger their killing rules. Snow, have you noticed that the rule entities we encountered along the way are all victims of the concept of life? While holding her camera and looking at the photos, Galore suddenly realized that the scarecrows they encountered along the way, the crows that regarded humans as branches after losing their tree branch support, and the rabbits that couldn't dig through rocks, all seemed to be rules generated from the disappearance of the concept of life. It's normal for calamity to influence each other. Let's talk about something everyone doesn't know. Oh, little Snow, you're no longer cute. You're scaring me. Yiqing Snow gently pinched Guai's cheek. What is this silly elf thinking about again? That forest. Could it be that we've returned to the world tree? Guai stuck out her tongue, wanting to say something, but her gaze was drawn to a glowing forest ahead. Dark green vines wrapped around the sturdy towering trees, casting a shadow that dimmed the entire forest due to these colossal trees obscuring the sky. Unlike the previously flat stone fields, the ground of the Black Forest was cracked by the thick roots of these trees, forming vast areas of rubble and root walls over 10 meters high, making the Black Forest resemble a labyrinth. The impact of the disaster and the disappearance of the concept of life lingered at the boundary between the stone field and the Black Forest, allowing such a vast forest to exist precisely because the concept of life had not vanished. Survivors of Universe 41 divided different areas based on terrain and changes in disaster. From here on, we can only proceed on foot. Yiqing Snow stopped the train at the entrance of the Black Forest, getting off with Yinisha and Guaya, and then stored the train in her storage card. Actually, the danger level of the disaster in the Black Forest is roughly similar to that of Eternal Night. The accompanying convoy also came to a halt, and the survivors disembarked from the train, following Yiqing Snow deeper into the area already traversed by survivors. The ingredients for the delicious dishes made by the cute meat chunk previously came from this area. Current area: Black Forest. Disaster: Black Forest, trees blocking the sun, losing sunlight, possessing complex disaster derivatives. Disaster: immortality, trees do not decay, granting the disaster derivatives of the Black Forest the power of immortality. Disaster activation: under spiritual awakening, the rocks of the Black Forest formed unique disaster derivatives. Disaster: black goat, it spreads mental pollution, transforming living beings with consciousness into black goats. The main danger in the Stonefield area comes from the disappearance of the concept of life and rule entities. However, the train and the camp's barrier can isolate these dangers. The main danger in the Black Forest region lies in the disaster derivatives for survivors of Universe 41. As long as they do not encounter the black goat itself, the Black Forest is a region that offers abundant benefits. The average dimensional attributes of the disaster derivatives in the Black Forest range from 5 to 8 points, making it indeed a warm place for survivors who possess external powers. There are even indigenous people like Yenisha living in the Black Forest disaster area. Esteemed survivor, please take this path. We have built a walkway in the Black Forest for your convenience. At the entrance of the Black Forest stood a tree spirit. Its skin resembled black tree bark, its limbs like decaying wood, holding a kerosene lamp, short in stature, responsible for guiding each survivor entering the Black Forest. Along the walkway, the tree spirit tribe living in the Black Forest has built tea stalls, provided rest tree houses, and established shops selling various resources from the Black Forest. Survivors, although your strength can sweep through some of the monsters in the Black Forest, you must be cautious when facing certain monsters. As the tree spirit climbed up the wooden ladder, it reminded them of the precautions in the Black Forest. Firstly, do not approach the glowing spots. They are pollen released by the towering trees, capable of parasitizing upon contact, and even professionals can be easily parasitized, turning them into tree people. Secondly, if the wind surrounding the Black Forest calms down, it indicates that the black goat itself is nearby, at which point one must climb the nearest tree to avoid the mental pollution attacks from the black goat. As long as these two rules are followed, the Black Forest poses almost no danger to survivors. Yi Ching Snow nodded, casting a flight spell on Yenisha and Gu Aya, then led the two directly towards the walkway, suspended in the air. Snow actually knows how to fly. How enviable. Sweet Rice Dumpling sighed, glancing at the other professionals, wondering if these big shots had similar means to ascend easily. Sure How watched Yi Ching Snow soar upwards, then leaped with all his might, easily bouncing between the trees and reaching the walkway effortlessly. As for Ji, it was much simpler. Although he couldn't fly, his agility was incredibly high. Scaling walls and rooftops was naturally not a challenge. As expected of a big shot, this height of several dozen meters felt like walking on flat ground to them. Sweet Rice Dumpling and the other survivors turned their attention to the last professional in the team. Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and climb. Otherwise we might not reach the Mirror Lake today. The king of entries coughed lightly, shouted with his little frame, and then silently followed the other survivors upward. Next time, he must create an item that allows for flight. No, a multifunctional mobility tool. Indeed, this place is vastly different from the world tree. Although my hometown also has such towering trees, the upper layers are bright, emitting a soft glow. Gu Aya frowned at the dark canopy above her. Her expectations were shattered. At first, seeing the familiar towering trees, she thought she had arrived at the remains of the world tree, only to find it was just an ordinary area. Master, someone is secretly watching us. Yenisha tugged at Gu Aya, urging her to pay attention. Their convoy of survivors was being watched by other survivors. Sure How and Ji also noticed the strange feeling of being watched, standing close to Yi King Snow, ready for. At that moment, a golden-haired monkey clad in metal armor leaped down from the foliage, respectfully clasping its hands towards Yi Ching Snow. Snow, I am Jean Shitian, the manager of the Savior Society's forest camp. The Black Forest, so close to the stone field and rich in resources, was naturally not something the Savior Society would overlook. Originally, there were several small factions in the Black Forest. Now these factions have been merged by the Savior Society, forming a forest camp with over 100 survivors. The forest camp has its own management team and maintains a high degree of independence within the Savior Society. Although nominally part of the Savior Society, it has a cooperative relationship with the Savior Society's Stonefield camp. After confirming the identities of Yi Ching Snow and her group, Jean Shitian handed her a map of the walkway. Follow this walkway straight ahead. If it gets brighter ahead, and even a heat wave hits you, it means you are getting closer to. He waved goodbye to Yi Ching Snow and her party. With Snow leading the team, it's truly reassuring. In the past, I would be scared into fleeing when I saw such monsters. The Catgirl Survivor by Sweet Rice Dumpling side couldn't help but lament the aesthetics of survivors regarding monsters. Even if not selecting Snow, at least someone like G.E. who resembles a human template should pick monsters that are closer to humans. For instance, her Catgirl appearance with adorable orange cat ears and tail could even make sounds like a rattlesnake. She was simply a perfect blend of beauty and majesty in a monster template. Instead, Sweet Rice Dumpling chose a spore mass, while Jean Shitian picked a fearsome gorilla. The aesthetics of survivors made her feel heartbroken. By the way, your name is Sweet Rice Dumpling, right? Could it be that you are? Looking at the Catgirl approaching her, suddenly Sweet Rice Dumpling felt a strange sensation in her heart. That's right, I am Kolabanjiangfen. Huh. Master, what is that you're holding? Yenisa noticed an object wrapped in cloth in Yi Kingsu's hand. This? You can open it and see. I traded a potential herb for it from Jean Shitian. Yi Qingxua lifted the object, allowing Yenisa and Gia to come closer. Is this a bird? Yenisa and Gia carefully lifted the cloth, revealing a wooden cage in Yi King. Inside the wooden cage were two living stone birds. When they remained still, they resembled lifelike stone statues, yet they could move. Though they neither ate, drank, nor flew, their every behavior mirrored that of real birds. These were disaster derivatives of the Cataclysm animation. Yet before the cataclysm struck, they were carvings crafted by the tree spirit race. The tree spirit race once had a prosperous city, but with the advent of the animation cataclysm, all sorts of objects gained consciousness. They destroyed the tree spirit city, forcing the race to regress into primitive tribal life. Blankets gained awareness, seeking to smother their owners. Spoons gained consciousness, yearning to fly like birds. Yet this pair of stone sculptures, after coming to life, regarded themselves as true birds, becoming one of the few artifacts passed down by the tree spirit race. The Salvation Society's forest camp, led by Jin Shitian, coexisted harmoniously with the tree spirit race. Upon learning that Yi Qingxue wished to study the animation cataclysm, he took the initiative to acquire this pair of small stone bird sculptures for her. They will make excellent subjects for my research on spirituality. Yi Qingxue smiled gently at the two small stone birds in the cage. She had always desired to integrate the spiritual attribute directly into other attributes like mana and knowledge, to unify her special attribute slots much like her streamlined skill slots. This trip to the Black Forest had conveniently yielded a substitute for the Spirit Awakening Cataclysm. The two little darlings groomed each other's non-existent feathers, clearly unaware of the dark fate awaiting. Senior Shui, take this path. Jin Shitian held a special fluorescent lamp, personally leading the way for Yi Qingxue's group. Giant tree fluorescent pollen. Rule: when physique is below 30, contact with unprotected skin causes it to root into the life form, draining nutrients and transforming them into parasitic life forms akin to trance. This lamp was crafted by survivors of the forest camp. Though using such a lamp was perilous, any pollen touching the skin would result in parasitism. Jin Shitian was covered in fur. Moreover, the lamp was incredibly cheap to produce. Requiring only wood and a small clump of pollen, it provided ample illumination. A prime example of survivors adapting to and repurposing regional disasters. Whoosh! A wave of hot air brushed against Yi Qingxue's group, carrying a faint salty tang. The once pitch-black forest gradually brightened. The towering trees thinned, and dazzling light streamed through the canopy. Continuing forward, they would leave the Black Forest and reach the Pale Coast. So hot. I feel like I'm melting. As a slime, Shurha was highly sensitive to changes and was the first to perceive the rising temperature. Next came the king of affixes, who spent his days forging various items. He too noticed the rising heat. If they pressed on, they feared they would melt from the Pale Coast's heat before even reaching it. Let's return to the train first. We'll drive through the Pale Coast quickly. Yi Qingxue looked down at the ground, which was gradually flattening and covered in a layer of white salt crystals, and immediately issued her orders to the survivors behind her. Boom! Yi Qingxue cast a spell toward the side of the forest boardwalk. With a rumbling sound, pillars of rock rose from the ground, forming a stone staircase leading down. All right. The survivors obeyed Yi Qingxue's instructions, descending the stone staircase. Then each produced their trains and followed Yi Qingxue's lead. The rumbling of the stone staircase seemed to attract some presence, and the hot wind blowing into the forest abruptly ceased. Charge! Yi Qingxue started her train, speeding out of the Black Forest at full throttle. The rumbling must have drawn the black goat. There was no time to ascend. The only option was to keep racing forward. Fortunately, the forest's edge was not far off. Thud! A jolt shook the train, rattling many items. Rustle! A rustling sound came from behind the convoy, and the ground trembled. Large amounts of fluorescent pollen fell from the canopy. A viscous, massive life form akin to formless darkness appeared behind the convoy, chasing after Yi Qingxue's train. But by then the train had crossed the Black Forest's boundary and entered the Pale Coast. The Pale Coast had no sea. Only endless salt crystals, a sky dyed fiery red by the sun, and a pale white sun hanging in the heavens. We made it. Yi Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief as the area information popped up on the survival system. Current region: Pale Coast. Cataclysm sun. Do not look directly at the sun. Do not look directly at the sun. Even if you have protection. Cataclysm skyburn. Heavenly fire descends from the sky at times. Cataclysm salinization. Rising temperatures continuously produce pure white salt crystals. Cataclysm wind scour. Erosive winds sweep across the Pale Coast. Rumble, rumble. The train rolled across the vast salt crystal plains, heading toward distant mountains. The protection effect is still too strong. I can't imagine facing the outer world's cataclysms without it. Yi Qingxue gazed at the endless salt crystal plains outside the carriage. She dared not look up at the sun, nor at anything related to it. In the intelligence Yuji had given her, he emphasized the danger of the Pale Coast. The average entity strength here was above 20 points, and some even exceeded 30. Moreover, the sun cataclysm in the Pale Coast was perilous. It was one of the few cataclysms that could directly ignore the protection effect. The survival game system's protection had its limits, which was why the Monster Train survival game required them to flee. Initially, survivors could rely on mutual aid and the protection effect to endure. But as the cataclysm's intensity grew, it would inevitably reach a point where it could bypass the protection and harm survivors directly. The train traveled swiftly, and due to the flat terrain of the Pale Coast, the time spent was far less than in the Black Forest. A range of mountains appeared ahead of the convoy with a cave at its base. According to Yuji's intelligence, passing through that cave would lead to Mirror Lake. Just as the convoy reached the cave, a carefully packaged dungeon notification popped up. Bonus dungeon: Mirror Lake. Basic clearance condition: survive 1 week. Don't worry, Mirror Lake is safe. This is a bonus dungeon. Trust us, it's a bonus dungeon prepared for top-tier professionals. Luhan, fellow survivors of Universe 41, no need to worry. This is a bonus dungeon we've packaged. You're so deceitful. Using a bonus dungeon to trick them. Highway signpost. Next stop: Mirror Lake. 3-star bonus stop. Monsters are weak, but rewards are high. The only issue is intense competition from survivors of elevator survival, dormitory survival, and train survival games. A bonus stop with high competition. In the top of all rankings. A professional with an A dungeon rating. The youth glanced at the signpost and continued walking along the highway. You persist in walking 1 meter and receive a random reward: 1 physique potential herb. Next floor: Mirror Lake. 4-star bonus floor. Monsters are weak, but rewards are bountiful. Enemies: survivors from train survival, highway survival, and dormitory survival games. The floor you are about to enter is truly a bonus floor. If you can hunt the monsters here, you'll not only gain excellent equipment and items, but also a large amount of survival supplies. If you have gathering skills, you can also collect abundant resources. So this is the benefit of being number 1. Not bad. Building manager heard that this time the daytime connection is to Mirror Lake. Miss Ghost: oh, the boss got a bonus dungeon from a friend, right? Building manager: that's right. The boss said he checked it out. There are more monsters, but for the strongest professionals, it's indeed a bonus. Mirror Lake, huh? Finally, supplies are coming. The top ranker's fridge is nearly empty. We've arrived at the Mirror Lake area. Yi Ching Snow stepped off the train alone, confirming that there were no disasters affecting the surroundings before letting Yi Nisha and Gu Aya disembark. The train stopped at a cave sheltering from the rain, which was also the designated construction site for the Mirror Lake camp chosen by Yuji, a rare area unaffected by the mist. Illumination spell. The dim and spacious cave was lit up by Yi Ching Snow's magic, revealing a human-shaped skeleton and an intact train within. It seems that survivors had arrived at Mirror Lake before they did. At this moment, the survival system message: Luhan Snow, after my coaxing over the past few days, I've successfully gathered information on the invaders' survival details. Upon confirming that Yi Ching Snow and her group had entered the cave, Luhan sent over the details of the other 3 participants from the survival games. The elevator survival game sent 3 professionals, all top scorers from different regions. The road survival game dispatched 5 professionals, also top scorers from different areas. The dormitory survival game sent the top 2 professionals from the entire server along with 4 survivors. Luhan Snow, this time your teammates should be quite strong. They are the top survivors from their respective survival games with professional dungeon ratings of A. The professions they obtained shouldn't be too weak, so be very careful. They are all top scorers from their respective survival games. It seems we must prepare seriously this time. Yi Ching Snow forwarded all the relevant survival game intelligence to the other professionals in the convoy, urging them to prepare thoroughly to avoid being ambushed by enemies. Sure, how alright Snow, I have stored an extra devouring ability through self-consumption. Since we are facing the top scorer of the survival game this time, I'll find a way to store a few more. I am the king of attributes. I am currently forging the family treasure. With the protection of the family treasure, Mirror Lake shouldn't pose much danger. I've already prepared several procurement lists across different worlds. Everyone can choose what they want to buy. Sweet rice dumpling, no. Wanna, abba abba. Guga Guda, I'm not sure what to say, but let's eat first. Cola noodle, how about we eat pineapple mixed with rice? I have some in my backpack. How about I procure some food? The topic in the Mirror Lake area chat channel quickly veered off course. The survivors knew that the main force for this operation was the professionals. After all, it wouldn't make sense to send survivors who were all talented in camp building and resource gathering to confront the opposing professionals. So if the sky were to fall, the professionals should bear the brunt. And the king of attributes were completely unconcerned, as their talents and professions were resource-oriented, not specialized in combat. Thus they felt that if professionals came, having Yi Ching Snow and Sure How would be sufficient. Sure How believed that Yi Ching Snow could handle it alone, especially since he had sparred with her previously. Although he didn't know what had happened, he later learned from the leader that he seemed to have been defeated by Yi Ching Snow in an instant. This indicated that Snow's combat power was unmatched. With her around, there was absolutely no problem, especially since she was already preparing. You guys, Yi Ching Snow felt speechless at that moment. Wasn't she supposed to be a late-game warrior? Wasn't she supposed to be a late bloomer? Now, considering everything, the days spent in Universe 41 hadn't even reached a month. How could you guys shamelessly push all the tasks onto me? Snow, Give us a little more intelligence. I have no intel. I feel like my whole body is twitching, I'm listless, and it seems I'm experiencing withdrawal symptoms. Sure was the first to kneel on the cold cave floor. He slumped to the ground, his jelly-like body trembling. The information provided about Mirror Lake was simply too vague. So vague that it was almost as if no information had been provided at all, including incomplete disaster information about Mirror Lake. This was their first encounter with an area where even disaster information was incomplete. Snow, I kneel to you. The king of attributes beside him also put down his hammer and knelt next to Sure. Do I also need to kneel? G.E. felt speechless. He turned to look at the other survivors around and saw that they had also knelt down. Did that mean I should kneel too? Really, I can't deal with you guys. Yi Qing sighed as she rubbed her forehead, pulling Yi Nisha towards the cave. She and Yi Nisha stood at the cave entrance, observing the Mirror Lake scenery outside, while recording environmental data of the lake. The Mirror Lake area was covered by disaster rain curtain, with cold raindrops falling from the sky, forming a mist that reset the space of the lake area. Occasionally moving shadows could be seen in the clouds. The mist of Mirror Lake changes every 3 hours. Once the mist of Mirror Lake changes, the internal space of the lake will be completely disrupted, and the previously explored routes will lose their significance, requiring a new route to be explored to exit the area. All this information was provided by Yuji. This time the intelligence is quite concise, which feels a bit strange. According to past systems, the information provided shouldn't be this vague. I suspect that disaster rain curtain like the sun can ignore protection effects. Yi Qing hasn't it only been nearly a month? Is the protection effect already failing this quickly? No wonder the savior cultivation game suggested we escape within the first month. Yuji, we definitely can't escape. Once we enter Universe 41, we will be locked by existence and can't flee at all. Yi Qing alright, I'll look into the issues with Mirror Lake. Yi Qing closed the chat channel and turned to her teammates who were roasting meat by the campfire, sighing helplessly. In the end, she still had to bear the burden alone. Yi Nisha, please study the rainwater and mist patterns of Mirror Lake. Just stand at the cave entrance for now, but don't step into the lake area yet. Yi Qing and Yi Nisha took on the task of collecting relevant intelligence. In the past, the intelligence they used came directly from survivalists with time-based talents, but now since the time-based survivors couldn't provide precise intel, they had to rely on themselves. Alright, master. Yi Nisha nodded, taking out some equipment from the train and heading towards the cave entrance. Little Leaf is truly reliable. She was completely unlike those survivors who seemed to be on vacation. Watching the group roasting meat, Yi Qing felt something was off. Although Yuji had abstracted a bit in choosing professional dungeons, he was quite serious in camp management, ensuring he wouldn't assign himself a group of survivors who would slack off upon arriving at their destination. There's something wrong with Mirror Lake. Yi Qing quickly reached this conclusion. Mirror Lake seemed to influence people's thoughts, causing them to unconsciously relax and regard this area as a true welfare zone and safe haven. But why were she and Yi Nisha unaffected? Has your mental attribute surpassed 10? In response to Yi Qing's inquiry, the survivors, including Sure, shook their heads. Even Sure-Hao's mental attribute remained at 10, while the king of attributes and G.E. hadn't even. It seems that the mental lethargy effect of the Mirror Lake area only affects survivors with mental attributes. Although she promptly identified the issue of mental fatigue and found a solution, it was impossible for Yi Qing to elevate the mental attributes of her fellow survivors above 10 in a short span of time. So today's stimulant candy is meant for this. G.E. opened his player backpack and shook out a large pile of candies. The stimulant candy has the effect of energizing survivors, thus immunizing them from mental fatigue. Truly, Ji Lao is impressive. This infinite procurement talent is just like a treasure chest. Whenever Yi Qing thought GE's talent was only strong in the early stages, he would always produce powerful items. I just remembered. I wasn't here on vacation. After consuming the candy, Sure-Hao's slime became much more spirited, stuffing the grilled fish he had made with his tentacles into his body and bouncing towards the Mirror Lake. So we aren't here on vacation. Kulu Ban Shangfen sadly stored the grilled fish in his backpack and then extinguished the campfire with the other survivors. Damn, what are you feeling down about? Tianzong Di looked at the foolish cat girl with annoyance, then maneuvered his mushroom body to Yi Qing's side. Shui Lao, let me take the lead in this Mirror Lake exploration. My true form is spores, so even if this body is destroyed, it won't matter at all. He approached Yi Qing, volunteering to be among the first survivors to explore the Mirror Lake. Gulu, a small blue slime, landed on his shoulder. This was Sure-Hao's avatar. The avatar not only inherited half of Sure-Hao's attributes, but more importantly, it could also use talent and class abilities. Moreover, the talent abilities are calculated independently, although skills obtained through the talent must be retrieved by the avatar to feed back to the main body. However, for Sure-Hao, his talents were already more than sufficient, and he didn't even have the limitation of usage. Alright, you proceed with the exploration and take these two devices with you. Yi Qingsnow handed a data collection device and a special tablet to Shi Hao and Tianzong Di. The tablet connected to Yi Qingsnow's train network, allowing real-time transmission of the footage they captured. The data collection device was used to gather environmental data from the Mirror Lake. Then he'll continue crafting my family's treasure. The king of entries returned to his train, continuing to create the so-called family treasure. Yi Qingsnow and Ji Yi, along with the other survivors, watched the live broadcast of Shi Hao and Tianzong Di. Finally, we get to see the boss showcase his true strength. Kulu Ban Chongfen excitedly rubbed his paws. In the footage, as Shi Hao and Tianzong Di passed through the cave entrance, the mist outside gradually dissipated, revealing a damp, flat patch of grass. Scattered herbs grew on the grass. Tianzong Di cast identifying spell at the herbs near the entrance. Initially thinking the spell would have no effect, he was surprised when information about the herbs popped up directly. Lake Heart Grass enhances weak poison resistance and boosts physical attribute potential. Robust Grass enhances physical attribute potential. Licorice, a basic material for refining various martial arts systems. Clear Heart Flower, main material for refining clear heart pills in the cultivation system. Perhaps the survival game has digitalized the Mirror Lake area, so the identifying spell, which relies on knowledge, has connected to the survival game's database. Shi Hao analyzed briefly and then instructed Tianzong Di to use the gathering skill to collect all these resources. The resources in the Mirror Lake are diverse and can reset after a period, so there's no need to worry about resource depletion. For survivors, this truly is a treasure trove. What place could yield such rich resources? Shi Hao, there's a treasure chest ahead. Tianzong Di pointed at the wooden treasure chest in front, which was distinctly out of place with the style of Universe No. 41, surely a drop from another survival game. He opened the wooden treasure chest, finding only ordinary ingredients inside. Eggplant beef, a small jar of honey, and a packet of tea leaves. Survivors of the train survival game opened the wooden treasure chest, gaining 1 point scoreboard first. Elevator survival game, 20 points second. Dormitory survival game, 17 points third. Highway survival game, 14 points fourth. Train survival game, 1 point. A scoreboard appeared before Shi Hao and Tianzong Di. It seems other survival games haven't discovered that the Mirror Lake is actually part of Universe No. 40. They even have the leisure to develop regional wars here. Shi Hao and Tianzong Di exchanged glances, then collected the items from the wooden treasure chest and began to add materials inside. When dealing with survivors from other games, especially the top-ranked ones, one must not show mercy. They are monsters. What if the top survivor from the other game treats them as wild monsters to farm for experience? After all, not everyone is like Shui Lao, willing to abandon strength to become a beautiful girl. Although Shui Lao's strength is certainly among the top tier. They'll give them some mushrooms, consider it a local specialty. Various types of mushrooms were first stuffed into the wooden treasure chest by Tianzong Di, serving as bait for a trap. Shi Hao secretly affixed a small piece of his avatar inside the chest. As soon as a survivor opens the treasure chest, his avatar will immediately replicate, producing tentacles to tightly ensnare the opponent. Let's go, we still need to collect other resources. Just as Shi Hao was about to leave with Tianzong Di, he noticed the fungus person had thrown one of his arms near the treasure chest. I'm worried that if there's only a lonely treasure chest here, it might be too obvious for the opponent to spot, especially since they're the top survivor. Perhaps their combat power isn't necessarily higher than Shui Lao's, but their experience is likely no less than ours. Tianzong Di thought for a moment, feeling that one mushroom monster wasn't enough, and asked Shi Hao to leave another slime avatar. Only with this combination can they perfectly deceive the enemy. You're really being cautious. Is a wooden treasure chest that important? Shi Hao, although confused, was greatly impressed. The survivors watching the live stream were equally shocked by Tianzong Di's strategy, and they began brainstorming plans. Even when doing something bad, their terrifying momentum could not be slowed by the effects of mental fatigue. Yi Qingsnow, I remember you weren't participating in this expedition with your main body, right? Truly the epitome of caution. So cautious. Tai Ji Baoxiang's bait will be my contribution. I just happen to have a pile of discarded modified props. Tianzong Di, Shui Lao, I'm just being careful. After all, no one knows how strong the opposing top survivor is. The second item in my procurement list today is random traps. It's a must-have trap, quite strong compared to the enemy. Shi Hao then will use these traps for the iron treasure chest. After leaving the grassy area near the cave entrance, Shi Hao and Tianzong Di ventured deeper. As the surrounding mist dissipated, a familiar spatial rift appeared before them. World invasion. Yi Qingsnow recognized it. This spatial rift was the angel investor that had brought her the first. A line of disaster information popped up. Disaster, ultra high frequency multiverse invasion of the beast world. It appeared in the early stages of Universe No. 41, bringing the first bucket of gold to many survivors. Many survivors established their advantages thanks to the world invasion, such as Yi Qing Snow. Now this disaster, nearly forgotten by Yi King Snow, unexpectedly appeared in Mirror Lake. Giggling, a white-feathered chicken walked out from a spatial rift staring at Sure How, and the first sweet rice dumpling directly pecking towards them. Then it was slapped to the ground by a terrifying fungal creature. You two uncivilized beasts. I am a noble descendant of the phoenix. I possess a bloodline that is 1 in a billion from the phoenix. How dare you strike me? Local beasts are so impolite. The white-feathered chicken murmured in a language that the two could not understand. Ultimately, it was thanks to the language comprehension capsule provided by GE that they understood what the beast world was invaded by humans, leading to the deaths of a large number of beasts capable of fighting against humans, turning the entire world into a breeding ground for humanity. In the end, the 3 supreme beings of the beast world exhausted all their true blood and opened a passage to another realm within the breeding ground, sending the future of the beast world out. Big brother, Sure How this chicken has an average attribute of 3 points. Can this really be considered the future of the beast world? Sweet Rice Dumpling stared at the white-feathered chicken, lost in thought. If the monsters in Mirror Lake are of this caliber, then it truly counts as a boon. Sure How was uncertain, so he directly opened the chat channel. It's time for the external brain to make its appearance. Sure How Snow, how should we deal with this chicken? Should we Yi King Snow, you can try to bring it back. It might be raised as a meat chicken. No more distractions. A top survivor is approaching us. Master, the opponent, is walking on water, directly crossing the surface of Mirror Lake, rushing towards us. Yinisha pointed to the figure outside the cave that was getting closer. After Roadhan's identification, it was a top survivor from the road survival game, whose talent seemed to allow him to gain random rewards just by walking. Relying on the rewards accumulated from walking, he possessed extremely strong strength. Since he is the top survivor, it's just right to test the effect of the knowledge secret poison. Yi Qing Snow stepped out of the cave, standing beneath the rain curtain to welcome the survivor who was attacking them. As the external cave heaven fully unfolded, the rain falling from the sky paused in midair. The external cave heaven forcibly created a dry area without rain in this rain-shrouded region. Is this the power of snow? Even the rain curtain must stop for her. Ge stared at the suspended rain outside the cave, feeling deeply shocked. He practiced a martial arts system capable of cleaving a mountain with a single sword, yet he had no way to deal with the rain curtain formed by the disaster. This kind of power resembles spatial power, a space that isolates the forces of universe. No. 41, though fraught with flaws, it still couldn't achieve a true domain. Isn't it just deflecting the rain? That's a trivial matter. The survivor approaching Yi Qing Snow's camp had a disdainful expression as he too followed the martial arts system. With a single punch, he could raise a large cloud of dust. The water surface beneath his feet felt no different from solid ground. With his strength in the road survival game, he had faced monsters with an average attribute of 7 points before. I have arrived at your camp. Status weak, stamina fading, poison, burned, corroded. As soon as he stepped into the area covered by the external cave heaven, he felt something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Why is there such a hellish domain effect? This debuff is even longer than his health. The survivor painfully lay on the ground, turning to escape. In doubt, Yi Qing Snow waved her wand, and a memory that did not belong to that survivor explosively detonated in his mind. That memory, like a virus, occupied all his thoughts in an instant. The manuscript of all laws of the floating world. All laws of the floating world. Oh. The survivor clutched his head, emitting a painful wail. He felt a twisted power enveloping him, every inch of flesh being torn apart by an unknown force, his brain feeling as though it was pierced by a needle, intense pain sweeping through his entire body. At the same time, his body was undergoing horrific mutations of blood and flesh, tentacle protruding from his head, waving around, while various bizarre and abnormal limbs sprouted from his extremities. At the same time, his body was undergoing horrific mutations of blood and flesh, tentacle protruding from his head, waving around, while various bizarre and abnormal limbs sprouted from his extremities. Is Snow really following the magic system? The king of terms stood there dumbfounded. He also followed them. As a fan of Western fantasy works, he specifically chose a goblin responsible for forging various artifacts. However, having seen so many spells from different magic systems, it was his first time witnessing Snow cast such an eerie magic. Very good, we will meet again next time. Win Master. Load checkpoint. After uttering this, the knowledge-twisted survivor vanished from Yi Qing Snow's sight. It was not a true checkpoint load. It could not alter the entire timeline of Universe No. 41. It seemed to be a reload targeting individual data. It should be from other practitioners within the road survival game. After all, the opponent had 5 practitioners, and having the ability to reload data was normal. Although there are many cheaters among survivors in Universe No. 41, it does not mean that other survival games lack them as well. For example, the Magical Sanctuary survival game has the cheating character merchant who can trade across realms. Thus, the appearance of a reload cheater in the road survival game is not surprising. Yi Ching Snow even felt that this cheater's effect was lacking. It couldn't make the time of the entire Mirror Lake reverse. But will there really be another chance to meet? Buju Xian, you worked hard. I didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. It seems that a direct attack on their base is impossible. In a dark cave not covered by mist, a black-haired young man was about to say something, but realized that Buju Xian had not returned to normal after the rollback. The manuscript of all laws of the floating world. Buju Xian muttered to himself, his entire being undergoing a bizarre mutation again. This can't be. My reload should directly erase the original body and create a new one. What could still remain after a reload? That's right. It's the memory. Even a reload cannot erase this abnormal effect. The memory must be wiped out. How ominous. Shouldn't a survivor possess the ability to ignore the power of time? Perhaps this is that girl's talent. The opponent must be the strongest survivor in the train survival game, possessing a talent akin to a one-hit kill mechanism. Survivors' talents are varied. Having such a one-hit kill talent is indeed normal. The black-haired youth took out a pen, and with a flash he erased all memories of Buju Xian after entering Mirror Lake. After erasing Buju Xian's memory, he revived him through another reload. It seems I can only gain points by gradually killing monsters and opening treasure chests. This talent is truly enviable, but the cost must be considerable. This wave of fate is with me. So this is the outer heaven. After witnessing the disappearance of the survivor who attacked the camp, Yi Ching Snow continued to observe the effects of the outer heaven. To maintain the fully expanded state of the outer heaven, she had to consume her own life force to convert it into magical power in order to sustain its effects. The fully expanded outer heaven could transform the space within a radius of 100 meters into an area controlled by Yi Ching Snow. The rain is stagnant with no wind and no sound. Yi Ching Snow stood quietly on the grass outside the cave, admiring this world that she had temporarily influenced. The rain and mist of the disaster known as rain screen were isolated by the outer heaven. As long as Yi Ching Snow wished, the winds and sounds from the outside could not penetrate into the realm. It was a miniature paradise. The cost, however, was a tremendous drain of energy. Moreover, it could not confine enemies outside the outer heaven, nor could it prevent them from entering, as the skill indicated it was open. However, these issues would surely be resolved in the future. The effects of the knowledge poison were unexpectedly effective. Yet the instant kill effect had a process. It was not an immediate kill, and this time was sufficient to erase memories. There must still be conventional offensive means. Yi Ching Snow uploaded all the data acquired from fully deploying the outer heaven to Yi Sha, requesting her assistance in sorting through the information. Changten City truly is a treasure. The greatest gain may very well be the knowledge related to technology, especially in enhancing Yi Sha's knowledge. With Yi Sha's help, many of Yi Ching Snow's tasks were alleviated, as various mechanical tasks could now be handled by little Yi. In fact, some of the foolproof skills were developed by Yi Sha herself. Snow your trick. The survivors inside the cave swallowed hard. They witnessed a formerly normal human survivor suddenly go berserk, and then their body twisted grotesquely, almost transforming into a terrifying monster. I transmitted the heavenly step technique to him. Clearly, he could not endure the influx of such power. Yi Ching Snow shrugged innocently. Her actions were akin to forcefully instilling calculus knowledge into an elementary student. The survivor simply could not withstand the burden of such knowledge and broke down mentally. The current survivors were being overly sensitive. Is it really that difficult to accumulate 30 points of knowledge? One only needed to master all the technological knowledge of Changten City, along with some knowledge of the magical cultivation and martial arts systems, to accumulate enough for 30 points of knowledge. Hua Snow has become bad, as she used to show sympathy and felt embarrassed. Gu Iya pretended to cry, but in reality, she was reaching for the skewers that Yi Sha had just roasted for Yi Ching Snow. Just now, while Snow was fighting outside, little Yi had taken the initiative to roast meat for her. Without a maid to help, Gu Iya could only look sorrowfully as she attempted to steal Snow's portion. How bold! How dare you touch the master's skewers! Yi Sha was no longer afraid of Gu Iya. Her six-dimensional attributes could easily overpower her. Just as Gu Iya struggled to crawl to the entrance of the cave, Yi Ching Snow returned with sure, how, and sweet zone. Snow, help me. Little Yi is going to hit me. Gu Iya placed the skewer behind her back, wrapped her other arm around Yi Ching Snow's waist, and was then effortlessly lifted and tossed into Yi Sha's embrace. Yi Sha revealed a gentle smile akin to that of a mother towards Gu Iya. Next, she would make Gu Iya cry and call her mama. The disaster known as rain screen can currently be dissected into the following calamities. Yi Ching Snow uploaded the information regarding the disaster rain screen to the survival system, correcting it. Current location Mirror Lake. Author Yi Ching Snow. Disaster, endless rain, disaster, gentle realm. The sound of rain alleviates all your fatigue, allowing complete relaxation. Disaster, humidity. Items become difficult to dry. Once wet, stamina will continuously drain, requiring rest to recover. Disaster, ultra high frequency, multi-world invasion, disaster, spatial disturbance. The area resets completely at intervals. The number of disasters in the Mirror Lake region has already reached 5, but the problem is that the current form of Mirror Lake shows no signs of danger at all. Yi Ching Snow felt that once she fell into a deep sleep, it might trigger some kind of disaster in Mirror Lake. Then the lake would be truly dangerous, because the disasters of Mirror Lake were integrated together, forming rain screen. But for now, Mirror Lake felt quite generous, indicating that there were definitely disasters still undiscovered. Thus, she could only deduce the hidden disasters from the effects of the known ones. Gentle realm and humidity deprived people of their stamina, forcing them to rest, while spatial disturbance drove people back to the camp. Once they returned to the warm and comfortable camp, combined with the effects of gentle realm and humidity, they would surely want to rest. This indicated that the danger lay hidden within the resting phase. While you are relaxing, a vicious backstab will occur. With Yi Ching Snow's guidance, the survivors present easily concluded this. The next method for verification was straightforward: find a sentient being capable of resting and sleeping, and have it engage in resting activities to confirm whether Yi Ching Snow's hypothesis was correct. Then, where could such a being be found? The survivors present all turned their gazes toward the white-feathered chicken cradled in Sweet Zong's arms. The drowsy little chicken brought back by Sure Hao and the others was indeed the perfect test subject. Snow, let me do it to you. I can hypnotize. A survivor, named Gu Jie Gu, stepped forward, being a tentacle monster. Its main body was a black soft mass of flesh with a stout purple tentacle growing from it, covered by a thin layer of mud. The talent awakened by the tentacle monster was hypnosis, which seemed quite reasonable. Talent hypnosis effect 1. I cast hypnosis on beings with lower mental attributes than oneself, and weak will. Commands given to the hypnotized subject must not violate their bottom line. Effect 2. Everything can be hypnotized, including books, enemy attacks, weapons, skills, systems, and the world. Supplement: if you're brave enough, you can try it on Universe now. 41. Perhaps it will lovingly send you a bunch of disasters. Gu Jie Gu to cast hypnosis on the white-feathered chicken. For a chicken with extremely low average attributes, the hypnotic effect was indeed powerful, and soon the chicken fell into a deep state of hypnosis. Once it completely fell asleep, the entire chicken vanished before everyone's eyes. Spatial fluctuation. A world exchange. With her affinity for space and the knowledge accumulated from developing the outer heaven, Yi Ching Snow sensed the hidden disaster within Mirror Lake. The true danger of Mirror Lake likely stemmed from this. You all stay here to go take a look. A white door opened before Yi Ching Snow, directly connecting the inner and outer worlds of Mirror Lake, allowing her to step into the inner world even without falling into a deep sleep. Additionally, she could use the Silver Witch's door to leave the inner world at any time. Space could not become a limiting factor in her actions. The environment of the inner world of Mirror Lake was not much different from the outer world. Mist enveloped the area, the sky continued to rain, and the atmosphere was dark with vast patches of grass underfoot, occasionally revealing various herbs growing. The surrounding fog stirred continuously, and soon the hypnotized white-feathered chicken appeared in Yi Ching Snow's line of sight. Now it had taken on a humanoid form with human-like legs and a muscular body. The rain falling on it immediately evaporated into vapor. You guys are the culprits daring to ambush your chicken brother. Now I am favored by Lord Mirror Lake. The white-feathered chicken opened its mouth, intending to spew flames to incinerate the woman before it, showcasing the might of its phoenix bloodline. However, Yi Ching Snow had already arrived right in front of it. Before it could react, a reinforced Type 1 syringe was directly injected into its neck. Even with the enhancement, its average attributes only reached 5 points. It should be noted that the baseline average value for human templates is 5 points. The entirety of the chicken likely only had the meager phoenix bloodline and the experiences it underwent in the inner world to rely on. Return to the Mirror Lake first. Yi Ching Snow felt a sense of unease. What did the Lord of the Lake mentioned by the white-feathered chicken mean? Why had it turned out this way? Fortunately, as long as Sure Hao devoured a part of its body, he would be able to know what this chicken had experienced. Passing through the door, Yi Ching Snow safely returned to the Mirror Lake encampment. Few only after Yi Ching Snow returned did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Yevnisa picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from Yi Ching Snow's forehead. Since Yi Ching Snow had just finished testing the outer cave and immediately opened the door to explore the inner Mirror Lake, a significant portion of her life force had been converted into magical power, making her somewhat weak, which was quite normal. Sure How this white-feathered chicken is now in your hands. I want to know what happened when it entered the inner mirror lake. Yi Qingsnow reached out to ruffle Yevnisa and Gia's hair, then handed the white feathered chicken she was holding to Shurhao. Snow sister, next time let me go first to explore such dangerous places. Shurhao sighed helplessly, then wrapped the white feathered chicken's arm in slime. Though the arm modified by an unknown power was covered in feathers, it had already taken on a structure similar to that of a human arm. The blue slime enveloped the arm, first corroding the outer layer of feathers, followed by the muscles and bones. In the blink of an eye, most of the white feathered chicken's body was completely devoured by Shurhao. Memories about the mirror lake. Shurhao's mind was filled with the memories of the white feathered chicken after it entered the inner mirror lake. In the center of the inner mirror lake, above the mirror-like surface of the lake, there was a blue shell surrounded by numerous unknown symbols, and then a symbol flew into the body of the white feathered chicken. Biological detection in progress. Data collection complete. Code name Phoenix Bloodline, conducting transformation experimental research to select individuals capable of surviving on the Pale Coast sample source otherworldly beast world, applying mental influence effect. A cold mechanical voice emanated from the shell. It was like a machine modifying the white feathered chicken. A shell? How come I didn't see it? Yi Qingsnow shook her head in confusion. She hadn't discovered any shells nor heard any mechanical sounds when she stepped into the mirror lake. Snow sister, could it be that you are too strong? Only individuals with a mental attribute below 10 points can enter the inner mirror lake, and those who cheat their way in like you can't see it. Shurhao pondered for a moment and thought of the most plausible explanation. Just like the secret realms in those cultivation novels, it was only open to those with mental attributes below 10 points. And Yi Qingsnow's cultivation level had already reached the upper tier, so she shouldn't be seizing resources meant for the lower tier. Therefore, the disaster effects in the Mirror Lake area, including the Gentle Village, were actually screening the target population. So is it my turn to go now? Gia excitedly pointed at herself. Her mental attribute was exactly 10 points any higher, and she wouldn't be able to enter the inner Mirror Lake. Yi Qingsnow nodded helplessly. Other survivors had tasks to complete, and perhaps Gia was the most leisurely person throughout the entire process. However, you absolutely cannot go in until I understand the transformation methods of the shell in the Mirror Lake. In response to Yi Qingsnow's admonition, Gia nodded repeatedly. She certainly didn't want to be transformed into a variety of twisted monsters by that mysterious shell and would not enter easily. Seeing that Gia took her words to heart, Yi Qingsnow finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to obtaining that strange shell, she was more concerned about Gia's safety. The same goes for all the survivors present. Do not rashly enter the inner Mirror Lake. You only need to stay at the outer Mirror Lake to complete the construction work of the camp. In fact, there was no need for Yi Qingsnow to remind them. Those responsible for constructing the camp would definitely not enter the inner Mirror Lake. They had survived until now and understood what things were suitable for them to do. Building the Mirror Lake camp was their job. Exploring the inner Mirror Lake, such dangerous matters should be left to the experts. Yi Qingsnow waved her wand using magic to directly transform the entire cave. The space of the stone chamber in the cave was continuously expanding, while pillars of rock rose up to support the weight above the cave, preventing the stone chamber from collapsing. Jia pulled out boxes from the players' backpacks. These large boxes contain the materials needed to construct the, for example, energy-efficient cold lights, spore cultivation devices prioritized for sweet dumplings, simple living units equipped with bathrooms, as well as drainage pipes, drainage ditches, power generation equipment, and various items that improve the living quality of the camp. Because not every survivor's train was like Yi Qingsnow's, equipped with enough space and facilities to meet. In fact, many survivors' trains resembled cargo trains or work vehicles more closely. They would accumulate a large amount of clutter in the compartments, or like the king of entries, move their workspaces into the compartments. Snow sister, my family treasure is completed. The king of entries emerged from the train carrying a 3-meter-tall bronze totem pole. This totem pole was engraved with various patterns and animal designs, and it was planted in the center of the stone chamber in the cave. As the totem pole was completed, it emitted a soft light that enveloped the entire cave. Entry diligent and studious common survivors in the camp have a 3 increase in learning ability, and knowledge assessments are reduced by 1 point. Entry mental amplification excellent. When conducting mental attribute assessments, survivors can decide to fluctuate their mental attributes up or down by 2 points. Entry beast dispersion excellent. When monsters or beasts approach the camp, if mental attributes are below 5 points. Fear effects will be triggered each day. Each person can perform 1 sacrifice. After 10 sacrifices, they can draw a new entry. Only 1 entry of the same type takes effect, and 5 identical entries can be combined into a higher quality entry. No wonder it's a family treasure. This strong enhancement effect is almost free. Yi Qingsnow walked up to the totem pole and offered a piece of raw meat. As the raw meat turned to light and vanished, the totem pole accumulated 1 sacrifice count. However, it's a pity that only one can be built. Yuri asked me to place it in the Mirror Lake camp. The foundation of the Shiwan camp is sufficient and does not need to waste this precious unique building. The king of entries sat on a flat stone platform filled with confusion regarding Yuri's decision. Even in Universe No. 41, most survivors had not reached the level of Yiqing Snow and sure how they needed protection. Why not concentrate resources to strengthen the Shiwan camp? If this precious building were used in the Shiwan camp, given the number of survivors there, it likely wouldn't take long to accumulate a large number of entries for the totem pole, significantly enhancing the strength of the Shiwan camp. Perhaps in the future the Mirror Lake camp will become a super giant camp on par with the Shiwan camp. Sure how wanted to say something more when a message about a triggered trap was conveyed by his clone. The mist reset the space and resources of the Mirror Lake, but did not reset the treasure chests provided by the survival game. A survivor dressed in a black raincoat cautiously approached an iron treasure chest. Thud! Just as he excitedly prepared to open the chest, a poisoned arrow suddenly shot out from the soil beside it, piercing deeply into his leg. Hissed, the survivor grimaced in pain as he pulled the poisoned arrow from his leg, watching the poison status bar and the slowly depleting health points. With a heavy heart, he took out an antidote pill and swallowed it to remove the poison status. Just after he finished taking the antidote, another poisoned arrow struck his other leg. Watching the poisoned effect reappear on the status bar, his face darkened. A massive hammer appeared in the man's hand as he leaped up and smashed it down onto the grass beneath him. Boom! The ground trembled, and 3 makeshift poisoned arrow launchers and 6 animal traps were sent flying by the survivor's attack. Who on earth set this trap? The man roared in anger. This entire scene was captured by a miniature camera installed by Yiqing Snow on the treasure chest. Sweet Rice Dumpling first, and sure how both turned their gazes toward Yiqing Snow. If you had experienced a disaster without traps, you'd find these trap arrangements rather trivial. Yiqing Snow chuckled with her hand over her mouth. After all, she had gone through a disaster without traps along with Meat Chunk Ming Ming. Disaster without traps. While speaking of no traps, the various traps laid out were ruthless, often following one set of traps with another. Bang! For instance, Yiqing Snow anticipated that the survivor would be furious and smash the ground, so she arranged for sure how to dig out the ground near the treasure chest. As long as the survivor smashed the ground in frustration, he would fall into a pit. And in that pit, she had prepared a pile of wooden spikes. Oh no! Which survivor set this hellish trap? Just as the survivor in the scene was about to open the treasure chest, the muddy ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, and he fell into the pit. After a long while, the bloodied survivor finally clawed his way out. He had to open that iron chest. After enduring so much suffering, it had to be real, right? Click. Ugh. Along with the sound of the chest opening, a blue tentacle shot out and tightly wrapped around him, then shoved a white spore mass into the survivor's body. As his health points gradually dropped to a certain level, he felt like his body no longer belonged to him. Although his consciousness was extremely clear, his body was completely out of his control. It's a new body. From now on, you shall be called no more Salty Rice Dumplings. Sweet Rice Dumpling first officially took over the survivor's body, while the spore residing within him released a foolproof miniature healing spell to treat the survivor, while simultaneously multiplying to achieve full control. Not a survivor, but a monster. The system panel of the dormitory survival game appeared before him, and this spore was somehow able to skillfully manipulate the system panel using his hands. Shui Lao said to first hand over all the herbs to her. She has a very suitable place for planting herbs. No more Salty Rice Dumplings transferred all the herbs collected from the survivor's backpack into his player backpack. He traded these herbs on the market to Yiqing Snow. As for the other resources in his backpack, he only needed to give 1/5 to Shui Lao and Ji Lao, while the remaining 4/5 belonged to him. Yiqing Snow, I only need the seeds of the herbs. You can keep the rest of the herbs for yourself. Shui Lao is suddenly Sweet Rice Dumpling first realized that Yiqing Snow and the others had disappeared. Shui Lao just took Yi and Aisha and left through the door. Ji raised his hands, not knowing where Shui Lao had gone. Chongtan City. A pure white door appeared in the conference room of the Chongtan Giant Enterprise. Chongtan City, I am back again. Yiqing Snow returned to Chongtan City with Go Aya and Yi and Aisha. The moment she stepped out of the door, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, the pain of leaving her homeland. Why leave Universe No. 41? Universe No. 41 likes you. Please don't leave, okay? Come back. Universe No. 41 is your home. If you don't come back, then I will have to kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. A chaotic sound like chalk scraping against a blackboard echoed in Yiqing Snow's ears, and amidst this disorder, she understood the meaning of Universe No. 41. It was the effect imposed by disaster return. If a survivor sought to leave Universe No. 41 for an extended period, this situation would arise. Short-term hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, and other abnormalities would appear, while long-term, there would likely be only the path of death. How could a survivor trapped in Universe No. 41 easily escape? I will return. Universe No. 41 is my home. Yi Qing-Snow murmured to herself. It seemed her self-talk had an effect as the chaotic noise diminished significantly. Little Leaves, please arrange for someone to take these seeds later, and after they are cleaned and packaged, let the people living in Chongqing City realize the effects of the herbs grown from the seeds. This way we can motivate them to help us plant them. In fact, Yi Qing-Snow could directly mobilize the resources of Chongqing City to cultivate those herbs. However, that would take too long to establish steadily. Disaster Return would not allow that, so Yi Qing-Snow planned to directly induce Chongqing City to transform by using profits to produce a large quantity of herbs for them. Then, am I useless? With Chongqing City growing, their yield would definitely overshadow mine. Guaya pointed at herself, feeling gentle hands softly stroking her head. How could that be? What Chongqing City plants are all basic herbs that are in high demand, and Guaya is responsible for the rarer magical plants, so there is a distinction. Yi Qing-Snow gently ruffled Guaya's hair. After Yi and Aisha handled matters related to the herb seeds, they returned directly to the Mirror Lake without spending more time living in Chongqing City. Although there was still some time before the onset of Disaster Return, the crisis in the Mirror Lake area had not yet been resolved, and there was no time to waste. What a good child of Universe No. 41 Disaster Return is truly disgusting. Not only does it not allow me to leave Universe No. 41, but it also uses such repulsive words to attack my spirit. I just want to punch Disaster Return into oblivion. Unfortunately, with Yi Qing-Snow's current abilities, she can't even find the source of the influence it imposes. Moreover, it is a cross-world disaster much stronger than those regional disasters. Master the energy analysis of the white feather chicken has also been completed, its magical power. The runes used on that shell should be magical runes. Therefore, the master only needs to draw out the magical power from Guaya's body to suppress the effects of the magical runes. Returning to the Mirror Lake camp, the analysis results of the white feather chicken also came out. Who would have thought that a shell capable of reporting various experimental terms was actually an item from the magical system? However, since it belongs to the magical system, Yi Qing-Snow is not afraid. Sure, how I leave the Mirror Lake. Cognitive distortion initiating. A massive blue shell floats on the calm surface of the water, resembling a mythical creature more than a machine. Buzhu Xian stood by the shore of the Mirror Lake, captivated by the towering shell that reached hundreds of meters in height. The surface of the shell was semi-transparent, deep-sea blue, with faintly flowing light veins inside, as if it possessed life, breathing softly. Numbered entity of the witch has re-entered the data collection space of the Mirror Lake. To protect the body from attack, initiating spatial chaos and cognitive protection. As the spatial chaos activates, the shell gradually shrinks, encasing itself in protection. Blocking the strong from sensing, it prevents detection by the witch. As long as the witch cannot discover its presence, she cannot break through the protection of this layer of spatial chaos. Continuing with the project, controlling survivors and monsters to make them slaughter each other, collecting sufficient magical power and relevant data to create a brand new body. Continuing with the project, collecting magical power and transforming the environment of the Mirror Lake and Pale Coast to better suit human survival. The shell within the Mirror Lake flickered, processing related information. The shell slightly opened, revealing a constantly rotating white core inside, resembling a pearl. Yet in the distorted perception of Buzhu Xian, this was no ordinary shell. It was a treasure of higher grade than a diamond treasure chest. It was a glory treasure chest. No survivor had obtained a glory treasure chest, yet it seemed he would be the first to do so. Opening the glory treasure chest grants 10,000 points, directly locking in the area of victory. Conditions for opening the glory treasure chest is fragile. Please protect it from monster attacks. The more invading monsters killed, the more points can be obtained upon opening the glory treasure chest. As long as the mental attribute does not exceed 10, the Mirror Lake shell can directly distort the perceptions of survivors and monsters, turning them into enemies that slaughter each other. For the powerful survivor Buzhu Xian, it employed the lure of benefits. For the witch entity nearby, known as Guiya, it directly manipulated her emotions. Snow. I see it, a massive world tree growing in the center of the lake with multiple worlds hanging from its branches. Mother said the worlds are invading it. Let me take up arms to hunt those monsters and protect the world tree. Stepping into the inner world of the Mirror Lake, Guiya was immediately drawn to the world tree at the lake's center. Never did she expect to see such a vivid world tree in her lifetime. But this was all an illusion. The world tree would never allow non-combat type fairies to hunt invading enemies. Guiya's heart steadied. She realized that the Mirror Lake shell was distorting her perception. Naiqing Shui took out a map generator and handed it to Guiya, hoping it might help locate the Mirror Lake shell. After all, the map generator would create various treasure chests and monster markers on the map. In addition to the map generator, Naiqing Shui needed Guiya to personally hunt the wandering monsters. Since the mirror lake shell could transmit and collect information, it must have left some traces. Yi and I Sha, and she would capture its traces while the mirror lake shell was in action. Since it needs to hide its existence, it indicates that it isn't that sturdy. At least with my ability, I could This was Night Qing Shue's confidence in her own strength. Why does it hide its existence? Why does it select survivors and monsters with mental attributes below 10 to enter? Is it not worried about being exposed? Alright. Gu Iya firmly nodded her head. Put on this set of... Night Qing Shue gently brushed Gu Iya's silver hair aside and opened the trading interface, easily acquiring a set of equipment suitable for Gu Iya. The witch's broom lightly tapped the ground, and a stone house rose from the grass beneath her feet, shielding Gu Iya so she could change into this new outfit. Who after a while Gu Iya emerged from the stone house, now dressed in her new attire. The silver-haired girl wore neat black shorts paired with a fitted dark green short top and a black jacket with black knee pads and brown leather boots. On her pristine white thigh there was a black leg ring. She appeared with a cool demeanor, tidy and capable, her attire sharp yet combat-ready. Snow. Is the leg ring really necessary? Gu Iya looked down at the black leg ring on her leg, shyly pulling her neck back. This was her first time wearing such accessories. Night Qing Shue displayed the data of the leg ring equipment directly to Gu Iya. Black Jade Battle Leg Ring. Type Equipment Leg Ring. Quality Fine. Durability 300,300. Passive defense enhancement increases defense by 100 points and grants 5% damage reduction, while moving increasing running speed by 10%. Requirements: Physique 7, Agility 7. Please don't underestimate the attributes provided by the leg ring. Moreover, it is an important component of the Battle Girl set. Battle Girl set increases stamina by 50%, boosts stamina and health recovery speed by 10%, increases attack power by 20%, and raises agility and strength attributes by 2 points. For Gu Iya, this is indeed a good piece of equipment. Lying inside was a revolver. Zhang Nian's eyes lit up. So this is what I'm supposed to use to eliminate imposters. I really do hold the truth in my hands. Night Qing Shue handed Gu Iya a large stone sword forged by the King of Attributes. Large stone sword. Type Equipment Sword Unique. Quality Unknown. Durability 100,100. Attribute Stone Sword Fine. Infused with the Stone Sword attribute, slaying 10 elite monsters of level 5 will transform the large stone sword into a Jade Light Sword. Attribute Lightness Excellent. No matter the strength of the wielder, it feels very light to wield. Attribute Heavy Sword Excellent. Regardless of sword type, its weight is equivalent to the strength of the enemy times 125 that they can withstand. Attribute Slaughter Evolution Epic. Killing monsters above its own level every 100 kills will add a new attribute to the weapon. The talent of the King of Attributes is indeed powerful. Such equipment effects could appear at this level. Obviously not. Unfortunately, the talent of the King of Attributes is irrespective. This time it was Night Qing Shue who owed the King of Attributes a favor, and the forging cost was only a contribution point that Night Qing Shue had to pay. He actually collects contribution points if I could cry. Of course, the contribution points Night Qing Shue had previously accumulated were used to secure an official position, so she had to owe it for now. Just as Gu Iya received the large stone sword, a high-frequency world invasion occurred. Blue spatial rifts appeared in the Mirror Lake area, and terrifying grotesque monsters emerged from the rifts, charging towards Yi and Aisha under the influence of the Mirror Lake shell. A crocodile armed with 2 Gatling guns rapidly rushed towards Gu Iya. This crocodile came from a technological world, pouncing and biting, while its 2 Gatling guns continuously fired in all directions. Monsters hit by the bullets let out wails with blood mist spewing from their wounds, then vanishing into the air. The Mirror Lake shell is collecting their data. Night Qing Shue and Yi and Aisha stood atop a stone pillar, observing the monsters battling in the mist while secretly protecting Gu Iya. At the same time, Night Qing Shue was also busy. She was gathering Gu Iya's body data and combat data, intending to tailor a special technique for her. Wow, what a fierce crocodile. Gu Iya quickly dodged the bullets. After her perception attribute reached 10 points, she was able to accurately track the trajectory of the bullets. With her agility attribute exceeding 8 points, her reflexes and mobility allowed her to completely evade the bullets, thus firearms were not a lethal weapon for survivors. Gu Iya swung the large stone sword in her hand, smashing it fiercely towards the crocodile charging at her. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the massive stone sword struck the crocodile with force, turning its head into a mass of minced meat. Staring at the large crocodile lying on the grass, Gu Iya was momentarily stunned as she looked at the stone sword in her hand, which resembled a door panel, and then at the crocodile reduced to a pulp. Is close combat not as simple as I imagined? Who is the Flame Emperor? I Shui Lao. I have brought you a human survivor with extraordinary talent and understanding, the Sword Demon. Sword Demon. Hello Shui Lao. I just completed a professional instance with an S rating. My profession is 10,000 swords immortal. The president has informed me of the situation, and I will observe Miss Gu Ai's battle and deduce a high-quality sword technique for her. Yi Qingxue, thank you for your help. As for contribution points, let's put that on hold for now. Who is the Flame Emperor? I no worries, Shuelao. Once you finish the construction work at the Mirror Lake camp, you should be able to earn enough contribution points to clear all your debts. The more Yi Qingxue researched, the more she realized that relying solely on her own abilities, it would likely take a day to produce a high-quality skill. Moreover, this high-quality skill could only be learned by herself, because others would need to pass a knowledge assessment to learn it. So Yi Qingxue directly went to find the fire organization and brought in a survivor with extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, the other party could not help her deduce the floating world techniques. Sword Demon Shuelao, I have extraordinary talent, but my knowledge is not as exceptional. I cannot grasp the floating world techniques, and I cannot create ideas out of thin air either. The paths of extraordinary talent and her innate abilities do not align. Yi Qingxue's talent allows her to utilize the knowledge she collects to invoke the power of thought, or rather the innate effects that bring forth ideas from nothing and turn them into reality. This is the path of creating something from nothing. The sword demon, however, deduces new techniques. His learning ability has not been enhanced, but his understanding has. If you ask the sword demon to memorize an ancient poem, it would surely be quite difficult for him. But if you ask him to solve a math problem, he would likely have an epiphany and instantly think of various solutions. The knowledge attribute, on the other hand, depends on how much knowledge you possess. It tests your memory and the breadth of your... At the same time, it cannot create something from nothing. It cannot deduce a basic breathing method to the cosmic breathing method level using mere understanding. The sword demon also needs to draw ideas from other skills requiring much more knowledge and frameworks than Yi Qing. It seems I have easily accrued a significant amount of contribution points. I used to think contribution points were of little use, but now spending them feels like water. With contribution points, I can hire those who can intervene. Sword Demon, I've finished watching. Here you go. High-quality skill book Elf Sword Dance. In less than 10 minutes, the Sword Demon sent over a skill book printed out containing a sword technique that consumes magical energy. Although Go Aya had mentioned wanting to follow the cultivation system, both who was the Flame Emperor I and the Sword Demon believe that as a subordinate one should follow the same system as their master to maximize the use of their remaining resources. Yi Qingxue glanced at the Elf Sword Dance and then cast the Celestial Touch of Enlightenment technique. A fun fact: the correct usage of this skill is not to impart the knowledge of floating world techniques to the enemy. As the skill activated, the knowledge of the Elf Sword Dance was directly imparted to Go Aya. Woo! Go Aya took a deep breath, holding the sword with one hand, the blade resembling a falling petal, ethereal, yet possessing a certain beauty. Like an elven ceremonial dance, or perhaps the sword demon perceived this sword technique from Go Aya's movements and the rough ceremonial swordplay. It combines the beauty, splendor, ethereality, and elegance of elven dance and ceremonial swordplay with the terrifying power of true combat techniques. No wonder it is the skill I obtained through spending money. Full of contribution point power. Whoosh. After being inundated with knowledge, Go Aya felt her mind clear significantly, and she easily took to the sword technique tailored for her, swinging the stone sword in her hand, striking heavily against a giant troll. What advantage does the troll have against Go Aya's attack? The answer is that its dark skin perfectly conceals the bruises caused by the stone sword. Thud. Go Aya swung the stone sword again, drawing a graceful arc in the air, sending all the surrounding monsters flying. It seems you must be the professional from the survival game. What a fearsome weapon. A fierce Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the mist, slaughtering the monsters in its path. Road survival game Tyrannosaurus Rex level 6 profession Chimera attributes strength 11, constitution 12, agility 6, perception 10, spirit 10, charm 7 talent. Gains a random transformation form every day. Unlock dog, electric, eel, lion, ape. Tyrannosaurus Rex skills, transformation LV. Max charge LV. Max electrocution LV. Max. Its strength has reached a break 10 level, far beyond what Go Aya can handle. Yi Qingxue and Yi Nisha prepared to step in to control it, but Go Aya shook her head in refusal. Shua, I want to try. Go Aya called out to Yi Qingxue, wanting to test just how significant the gap was between her and this powerful limit-breaking monster. All right, but let this battle at least be fair. At that moment, she felt a surge of power flowing within her body. This was not a sudden explosion of energy, but rather Yi Qingxue had integrated the contents of the Beastmaster Heart into the floating world techniques. The normal version of the Beastmaster Heart allows the summoner to enhance their summoned creatures. The quick-fix foolproof version is akin to the magic contracts that can only summon creatures. However, the enhancement effect provided by the normal Beastmaster Heart is too weak. Why not graph the effects of the external cave sky over? Status external cave sky adds 20 negative effects to attacks, gains 20% damage reduction floating effect, and shares Yi Kingsu's magical power. Guaya glanced at the popping effect. She was enhanced. Zing. The Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its claws and launched a bolt of lightning towards Guaya. Master, the times have changed. Who still engages in close combat these days? As a land overlord, it should unleash lightning with great force. Lightning whip. 100-meter-long arc of electricity lashed out at Guaya. As a professional, it must strike the enemy fiercely. Guaya quickly dodged the incoming lightning. Master, is the Tyrannosaurus Rex using lightning magic? Inisha, who had been monitoring the movements of the mirror lake shell, couldn't help but comment. The fossil only reveals the skeletal structure, so it cannot indicate whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex can use magic. Yi Qingxue joked lightly before explaining seriously why the Tyrannosaurus Rex could unleash electricity. It's a professional ability. It can permanently solidify one skill from each form, and clearly it has solidified the electric eel's ability to discharge electricity. This world is truly filled with countless heroes. Some engage in road survival, gaining a new beast form every day. Some cross-trade, acquiring countless rare treasures. Yi Qingxue crossed her arms, observing the changes on the battlefield. Fu Guaya sidestepped to avoid the strikes of the lightning whip, but her silvery hair was singed by the lightning released from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's forelimbs. Thud! She charged fiercely towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The massive stone sword in her hand, under the effect of the attributes, slammed down with terrifying weight at an extremely rapid speed, directly forcing the opponent back. With a loud crash, the massive fleshy body slammed into the pile of battling monsters. A thick mist of blood rose from beneath the Tyrannosaurus Rex's form as it flew towards the center of Mirror Lake. Rain fell upon Gia. She gasped for air, her stamina steadily draining as the rain soaked her. Having already slain so many monsters, even with her light sword, she felt she was nearing her limit. Not bad. You are one of the more capable combatants I've encountered among the road survival game survivors. Unfortunately, like the professionals in our world, you are merely a wretch reliant on your weapon. The Tyrannosaurus Rex grinned, then tried to rise from the ground, only to find itself afflicted with a host of abnormal statuses. Status poisoned, weakened flesh lacerations. Coupled with the stamina-draining rain from the sky, it found itself completely powerless. A wave of exhaustion washed over it, blurring its consciousness. But it was a survivor of the road survival game. Bottle after bottle of potion was poured down the Tyrannosaurus Rex's throat, and it was back to full health. Gulping down medicine in the heat of battle was an inevitable part of being a survivor. It slowly rose from the ground, step by step approaching Gia. Killing the elven maiden before him would snatch her points, pushing him further ahead in the road survival game. Gia gripped her sword, mustering all her remaining strength, and hurled it with tremendous speed. It struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex, heavily knocking it down once more. This was her limit. The gap between non-professionals and professionals was immense. Attributes did not increase linearly. The defense and health points granted by 12 points of physique were far beyond her ability to breach. I have done my best. The maiden slumped to the ground, letting out a slow sigh as she gazed at the bodies crushed into pulp by the stone sword around her. The Tyrannosaurus Rex tilted its head in confusion. What did this mean? Was she about to switch to a second personality to fight? Soon it understood what Shue meant. Magic missile. Within the pitch-black inner world of Mirror Lake, a bright orb of light appeared amidst the curtain of rain. Then another and another and another. Countless magic missiles swirled around the stone pillars, gradually engulfing the surroundings. Bang! A magic missile struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The violent explosion blasted it away. Blood flowed from its body. The magic missile had left a gruesome wound upon it. The sonic boom from the explosion ruptured its eardrums. Toxins slowly consumed its stamina and consciousness, leaving it unable to even open its backpack to swallow a potion. Various abnormal effects were slowly eating away at its being. Gulp! Yi Qingxue took a sip of juice. Unfortunately, as her power increased, the juice left by Meatball Meng Meng could no longer replenish much of her mana. If she wanted to fully restore her mana with juice alone, she would have to spray it into her mouth with a water gun. What is this? The Tyrannosaurus Rex felt as if it were seeing the sun. Bright magic missiles revolved in the sky, gathering in vast numbers like a colorful blazing sun. The dark curtain of rain was illuminated by the light. Every monster ceased its actions, sensing the terrifying power contained within that sun. The record of 10,000 realms continuously absorbed the ambient magical power, filling the orb of light, formed by countless magic missiles above Yi Kingsu's head. This is no mere bonus dungeon. Where did such a terrifying monster come from? The black-haired youth staggered back to his elevator space. He closed the elevator door and breathed a slow sigh of relief. He had just encountered a slime. Thinking it was an ordinary monster, it had permanently cleared half the skills from his skill bar with a single move. A supposed bonus dungeon. He hadn't even looted much before being cornered by a horror. Thump, thump, thump. Strange noises came from the elevator door as the monster outside relentlessly rammed it. Give up. You'll never break through my elevator door. I tell you, my door was generated by the elevator survival system. Not even a professional could dent it. The youth's triumphant laughter died in his throat as he felt the entire elevator space tremble. Sure how activated his innate ability, directly devouring the entire elevator door. As a conceptual skill, its upper limit perhaps depended entirely on the strength of Universe 41. Clearly, the survival game was no match for Universe 41. Seeing the permanently vanished elevator door, the youth wrapped himself in his blanket. No matter, he could just wait in the surface world of Mirror Lake. He had learned from another companion that Mirror Lake had nearly identical surface and inner worlds accessible by falling asleep. This slime must be the boss of the inner Mirror Lake. Come find me in the surface world of Mirror Lake if you dare. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Was he scared? Of course. But as a survivor of the elevator survival game, even when cornered by a boss, he couldn't show weakness. Shybro, it seems he ran over to Zubro's place. Zongzi no. One followed Sure how into the elevator space. Seeing the massive stockpile of supplies, he nodded with satisfaction alongside Sure how. As expected, survivors from other survival games were wealthy. Unlike them, survivors from Universe 41 had to go to great lengths disguising themselves as a bonus dungeon to lure them all in just to obtain resources. The elevator space was very spacious, like a luxuriously decorated hotel. The main room was a bedroom with a comfortable large bed and a television. Besides the master bedroom and bathroom, the other 3 rooms were storage rooms. There's so much. Zongzi no. One pushed open the storage room door and saw a wall stacked with wine. Sure how was stunned. The word wine was very foreign to him. He never thought he'd see so much of it one day. Jackpot. The elevator room vanished from the black-haired youth's sight. As his consciousness faded, he felt his body grow light until his hand touched damp grass. So bright. The black-haired youth was illuminated by a brilliant light. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. He had indeed arrived at the surface world of Mirror Lake. See, this bright sun clearly meant it was daytime. The Sioux. He lowered his hand, but what met his eyes was not a bright sun, but a terrifying, ever-expanding orb of colorful light. Then that terrifying orb of light exploded. No, this isn't the surface world of Mirror Lake at all. The survivor's final thought as death claimed him was regret for entering this bonus dungeon. Whoosh! A powerful blast of air roared past, stirring Yi Kingsu's light blue hair and the hem of her dress. The wind howled like a wrathful spirit, carrying a terrifying force that engulfed everything below in Mirror Lake. Monsters were obliterated by the terrifying power. Only a handful of limit-breaking monsters barely survived, but even those who survived were in dire straits. Mana, radiation, and various other abnormal statuses were slowly claiming their lives. All non-professional survivors who had entered Mirror Lake were erased by this single terrifying strike. The only one who survived completely unscathed was Gia. This is no survival game. The Tyrannosaurus Rex survived, of course, thanks to the survivability granted by its solidified form. However, Yi Qingxue was also quite interested in its profession and abilities, so she didn't take its life directly, intending instead to capture it for study. On the other side, amidst the blood mist generated by the mass death, Yanisa had officially locked onto the Mirror Lake shell. The Mirror Lake shell also sensed its information being locked onto by that humanoid machine. Initiating backup plan. Initiating healing procedure. Initiating Mirror Lake protocol. With a humming sound, the entire Mirror Lake shell began to operate, and a more intense rain fell from the sky, healing the wounds of those severely injured survivors instantly. At the same time, a mist enveloped the entire Mirror Lake area, blocking Night Kingsu's advance. A familiar leaderboard appeared before the professionals. Leaderboard: first train survival game 1320 points, second dorm survival game 20 points, third elevator survival game 10 points, fourth highway survival game 3 points. The terrifying blow earlier had judged all the survivors present as dead. Once dead, the points earned from killing monsters and opening chests would belong to the killer, with only the accumulated resource points remaining. However, the Mirror Lake shell consumed energy to revive all these professionals. Let's join forces to hunt down that girl. She just used that move and can surely not use it again now. Facing the terrifying presence of Night Qingxue, the professionals present nodded in agreement to the idea of joining forces. At that moment, a young man, a slime, and a goblin entered the Mirror Lake. Just remember to leave them severely injured. Some professionals still have quite valuable research potential. Night Qingxue clapped her hands, completely handing over the battlefield to the professionals. She had enough trust in her teammates' abilities. Is it okay to break their arms and legs, hey? Sure how pondered wondering what skills to use to avoid causing devastating harm to these survivors. He nodded looking at his skill bar. Fleeting acupoint press LV. Max silver needle sealing technique LV. Max. As long as these survivors do not possess a magical shield that covers their bodies like Knight Qingxue and rely on their physical bodies and equipment to resist, he could easily control them. You all attack first. I will take the map generator to check the situation. Knight Qingxue downed 2 bottles of life recovery potions, converting blood into magic power, while flying towards the center of the Mirror Lake, holding Yinisha, who was responsible for locking onto the general position of the Mirror Lake shell. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to launch an attack at Knight Qingxue, who was flying swiftly in the air, but a sharp silver jade sword sliced through its thigh, interrupting its attempt to sprout wings. The King of Attributes could not only create various attribute equipment, but his profession also granted him the ability to temporarily activate all attribute effects. All the attribute effects that he had previously acquired but became ineffective due to being out of range or other reasons were activated, even the one wielded by Guaya with the jade sword. Watch me zap you. Its forelimb extended and a fierce current surged towards Guaya. However, this time it was blocked by a large mass of rapidly proliferating mushrooms. A plethora of mushrooms grew on the damp grass, parasitizing the corpses shattered by Knight Qingxue, stitching together various deformed mushroom monsters. No salty dumplings, no salty sweet dumpling first. For sure how, and sweet dumpling first. The numerous corpses of dead monsters were simply paradise. Especially for sweet dumpling first, whose essence was constantly proliferating spores. What he lacked were enough corpses. Self-immolate to return to the heavens. A precious stitched fungal monster quietly retreated. This was his cherished body, the foundation for his upcoming challenges in professional dungeons. As for the other cheap monsters, they turned into terrifying self-exploders. Don't underestimate the instant skills of the self-explosion series. They instead concentrated all their functions on self-explosion due to discarding too many complex features, achieving a power comparable to Guaya's jade sword, capable of penetrating part of the professional's defenses and inflicting damage. Once the wounds were directly exposed to the air, they would become an excellent environment for mushroom growth. Cognitive distortion and terrain transformation. Before Knight Qingxue could approach the Mirror Lake, the environment around her changed from damp grass to a laboratory. Project Mirror Lake Shell. Function: altering weather, transforming terrain, and modifying life. The Mirror Lake Shell presented its manufacturing process to Knight Qingxue. It originated from a magical technology civilization where people began to attempt to transform the world in which they once lived through the conveniences brought by magic and magical power. Then the shell appeared and transformed, leading to the apocalypse. Can't we have something more innovative? Knight Qingxue yawned in boredom, taking out the map generator to check her current position. Her perception was distorted. Even the image displayed by the map generator became abnormal, transforming from the originally flat Mirror Lake grassland into a complex laboratory. Master, I think the Mirror Lake shell and I come from the same magical technology world. Due to the violent magic and the awakening of mechanics, it lost control and turned an entire area into a place unsuitable for human habitation. Yinisha had always felt that the Mirror Lake shell was very familiar, and now she recalled where she had seen it. She had come across reports related to the Mirror Lake Shell project online. The crystallization of magical technology possessing a complex structure and the capability to modify everything. After losing control, it twisted space to create the inner world space, aiming to provide people with a larger living space, resulting in a massive invasion of monsters. Altering the weather but triggering incessant rain, collecting various biological data to create the perfect human, only to produce various deformed monsters. Ultimately, the valley in which it resided was severed by an unknown force, leaving only a vast and unfathomable chasm. Oh, just like those apocalypse-themed works. Knight Qingxue nodded. She liked how Little Leaf introduced it. After all, understanding the past of the Mirror Lake shell was completely meaningless to her, as she could not turn back time to prevent it. Please show me some respect. You should adhere to the most basic human moral etiquette and respect my feelings. The Mirror Lake shell's text floated before Knight Qingxue's eyes, only to be shattered by a punch from her. How can a dilapidated machine that caused disaster have the right to speak to me? If the Mirror Lake shell had any morality, it should immediately pass on all recorded technologies to me and self-destruct to stop harming the Mirror Lake environment. Initiate. A young man with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared before Knight Qingxue. He was Buju. However, he had been modified by the Mirror Lake shell, becoming its vessel. Highway survival game Mirror Lake shell. Age: level 10. Profession: disaster rain curtain. Designated vessel. Attributes: strength 18, physique 18, agility 15, perception 15, spirit 17, charm 5. Special attributes: internal force 20, a magic power 20, knowledge 40. Skills: mountains and rivers command LV. Max Weather Phenomenon Transform LV. Max Master Level Flesh Modification LV. Max, I have already initiated. You will not destroy me and this body. I will take him out of this terrifying world. The Mirror Lake Shell pointed its finger at Knight Qingxue, revealing a provocative smile. How could he possibly utter such cowardly words with such a domineering tone? Shouldn't he retaliate fiercely next? Instead, he merely wished to use this vessel as a springboard to escape this world. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Yi Qingxue's choice was edge. The Mirror Lake Shell controlled by Bu Juexuan showed a look of confusion as he saw Yi Qingxue directly turn and flee. The opponent's attributes were not just slightly higher than his own, a direct confrontation was certainly futile. At this moment, he needed to rely on cunning to defeat the adversary. Yi Qingxue opened the chat forum and began tagging each of the time-based survivors one by one. Her speed was extremely fast, and the response speed of the time-based survivors was also quick. Almost as soon as the post was created, the time-based survivors arrived. Yi Qingxue, I'm being chased by a disaster vessel. The opponent's attributes are as follows. How do I deal with a disaster that has already activated? Hu Yin Emperor 1, Cognitive Distortion, he is deceiving you. Yu Ji Cognitive Distortion C, he hasn't even caught up. Bread Teach Master Reincarnation Empress Qin Yaozi, he's deceiving you. You didn't listen to his long and smelly story. Even this vessel might be a defective product. Rice Teach Master Simulation Goddess Fu Guang, activation is your biggest lie. Be bold. By the way, let me promote my Rice Teach. Now joining will grant you the Rice and Righteousness technique. Welcome all survivors who need knowledge and spiritual attributes for breathing methods to join. Looking at the replies on the forum, Yi Qingxue automatically ignored Fu Guang's subsequent comments. She only knew that she had been deceived by the cognitive distortion effect of the opponent. How despicable. Cognitive distortion was actually able to distort the data on the panel. I almost fell for it. I wondered why he activated but didn't kill me directly. It turns out he was deceiving me into activating. However, to be safe, Yi Qingxue directly unfolded her external, celestial realm, restricting the power of the Mirror Lake Shell's body. Once that cute meat chunk clears the professional dungeon, I must have her help me create a magic drink that can be consumed by professionals. The juice box in her hand was finished in the blink of an eye. She gripped the witch's broom and cast a magic missile towards the Mirror Lake Shell behind her. Boom. Bu Juexuan swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow that scattered the clouds of the entire Mirror Lake sky, halting the rain curtain. The magic missile was directly torn apart by this force, dissipating into countless specks of light. Even with her external celestial realm and magic shield deployed, Yi Qingxue found it difficult to fully resist this strike. Yi Qingxue was sent flying hundreds of meters. This was the first time she encountered the shattering of a magic shield. The attack from the Mirror Lake Shell was too powerful. One strike was enough to shatter the magic shield, leaving her no chance to repair it. Didn't they say the cognitive distortion affected the panel? Why do I feel that the panel values are real? The once flat area of the Mirror Lake was now a scene of devastation. It looked as if it had been bombed, leaving only a large pit. The water mist evaporated by that terrifying punch, rocks melted, and the water level in the central lake dropped significantly, resembling a dark pit. Some dirt and rocks were swept up by the shockwave now falling from the sky and crashing onto the smoke-filled rocky ground behind Yi Qingxue. But I wasn't harmed. Yi Qingxue looked at her health bar, which still had 1/3 left, then approached Yevnisha behind her to check her body, finding that Yevnisha was unharmed. Sure enough, this was a scene created by cognitive distortion. This guy truly mastered cognitive distortion to perfection. Unfortunately, illusion is still an illusion. The attacks and panels produced by cognitive distortion were both false, and throughout the entire process, they caused Yi Qingxue no harm whatsoever. Now it was her turn to counterattack. Magic Nuclear Bomb. Yi Qingxue infused a large amount of magic energy into the magic missile, creating an area effect attack spell. The Mirror Lake Shell looked at the charging Yi Qingxue. Before it could speak, a bright light illuminated the dark night sky once more. The massive magic nuclear bomb came crashing down. With a tremendous bang, the terrifying power engulfed the center of the Mirror Lake. The entire Mirror Lake area was swallowed by dazzling light, followed by a deafening roar that tore through eardrums, sending a torrent of dirt and treasure chests flying. Thanks for the gift, Snow. An iron treasure chest fell from the sky, crashing onto the sweet Zhong Yi's head. He hugged the chest and thanked the explosion area at the center of the Mirror Lake. Is this the kind of commotion a professional can create? The immobilized survivors stared in shock at the scene. The man who originally intended to restore his mobility through the save file ability was also stunned, abandoning his previous plan. Looking at that towering white light beam, even though it had vanished, his body still trembled uncontrollably with fear. What could he do if he managed to escape? There were still a full 5.5 days until the week ended. Escape? It was impossible. Compared to that terrifying existence, the save file ability merely allowed me to be a punching bag a few more times. Moreover, that attack was not merely an attack, it would also leave behind a multitude of difficult-to-eliminate negative effects. Big brother Sure, how can you endure it? He handed a cup of tea to Sure How, sitting on the grass with him waiting for Yi Qing's call. However, from the looks of it, even without their help, Snow alone could probably eliminate the opponent. Activating Devour might allow me to endure it, but it requires coordinating with the memory clearing function, otherwise I'd be poisoned to death by the knowledge secret poison after devouring it. Sure How extended a tentacle made of slime to catch the cup of tea, clinking it with Ges cup, both enjoying the battle between Yi Qingxue and the Mirror Lake Shell. The feeling of slacking off is truly delightful. Sitting here drinking tea is wonderful. Bu Juexuan's body was blown to bits. The extra arms flew off to unknown locations while his head and body suffered varying degrees of burns and corrosion. The Mirror Lake Shell wanted to extract some energy to heal the damage on Bu Juexuan's body, but doing so would lead to faster energy loss. Its main body was able to avoid Yi Qing's damage by relying on chaotic space situated within a semi-closed space. However, creating rain curtains, healing other professionals, distorting Yi Qing's cognition, and transforming Bu Juexuan had already consumed most of its energy. If it continued to expend energy to heal Bu Juexuan, its main body would likely shut down. Buzz. The Mirror Lake Shell emitted a buzzing sound, removing the cognitive distortion effect and directly revealing its main body in front of Yi Qingxue. Now that it has come to this, I can only abandon the main body. Before the Mirror Lake Shell could act, it realized that the energy it could draw upon had significantly decreased. Yi Qing's hand passed through the white door, reaching directly into the interior of the Mirror Lake Shell. She grasped the pearl-like white core and pulled it out. With the core's disappearance, this massive machine could no longer sustain its operation. It fell from the sky towards the center of the Mirror Lake's pit. Recovery completed, Master. Yevnisha waved the fungal monster's arm in her hand. Sweet Zong utilized this fungal monster arm to activate the gathering technique. Having lost the protection of spatial chaos, he only needed to use the gathering technique to collect this Mirror Lake Shell, which was directly exposed to the world into the player's backpack. Without this machine, can the disaster in the Mirror Lake area still continue? Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, and what lay before her was the familiar Mirror Lake camp. After she entered the Mirror Lake, the remaining survivors had made modifications to the camp. First, they installed the simple living units, for not every survivor could go without rest. Then the survivors laid out the water pipes, and according to Yu Ji's design, the wastewater would be directly discharged to the Pale Coast. After all, the calamity at the Pale Coast could completely handle this wastewater. Snow, Little Leaf, we're back. Finally, we don't have to fight anymore. With her body covered in blood, Goaya excitedly tossed aside the jade sword in her hand and embraced Yi Qingxue and Yi Nisha. The monsters and professionals had thick blood and high defenses, and her hands nearly felt numb from all the hacking. She also discovered that she seemed to have developed a dependency on Yi Qingxue. Woo. Without Miss Yi Qingxue, I would feel uneasy. Snow, when you weren't around, I had to face that electric Tyrannosaurus, as well as the guy in mechanical armor and the woman driving a pink car rampaging through. Guaya held Yi Qingxue, recounting how challenging it had been for her. As she spoke, tears flowed from her eyes. At that time, her position was near the center of the Mirror Lake, and the effects of cognitive distortion were also affecting her. She saw Bu Juexuan unleash that astonishing punch. The terrifying power was enough to destroy a small city, instilling fear within her. Guaya feared she might never see Yi Qingxue and Little Leaf again. Alright, it's all good between me and the Master. By the way, Master, the Mirror Lake Shell body and core are gone. Does the calamity rain mist still exist? Yi Nisha sighed helplessly, gently patting Guaya's shoulder. Yi Qingxue nodded softly, comforting the girl in her arms. Previously, in order to train Goaya and collect related data, it had indeed caused Goaya to go through some hardships. Goaya, with reddened eyes, softly responded, picking up the jade sword and returning to the train for a change of clothes. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue gathered all the survivors of this convoy to study the changes in the Mirror Lake area. Current area: Mirror Lake. Author Yi Qingxue. Calamity: eternal rainy season. Source: disappeared. Every 6 days, there will be one clear day. Calamity: gentle land. The sound of rain relieves all your fatigue, allowing you to relax completely, but will not forcibly pull you into the inner world of Mirror Lake. Calamity: humidity. After getting wet, physical strength depletes faster, but compared to before, the depletion rate has decreased. Calamity: high-frequency multiverse invasion only. Appears in the inner world of Mirror Lake, and the strength of monsters is weakened. The calamity of spatial disorder has disappeared, but the rest of the calamities still exist, albeit at a reduced intensity. Although Yi Qingxue destroyed the Mirror Lake shell that caused the calamity in the area, the calamities did not completely vanish with the source. most of the calamities remained. It's like an eternal proof. Sure Hao thought for a moment and felt that this term was very fitting. Once a calamity is born, it will not disappear. Even if Yi Qing Snow destroys the source of its birth, it cannot change the fact that the calamity exists. However, it is not without effect. The impact of the calamities has significantly weakened. Destroying the source of a calamity can weaken its effect and thus gain more time for development. Yi Qing Snow opened the post, organized what she had done in the Mirror Lake area, and then posted it on the forum. Summary of the Mirror Lake area: detailed report on calamity mechanisms and speculation on the weakening effects of the 41st universe calamity. This post was quickly pinned again by the survival system. What? Are we playing the same survival game? Snow is indeed snow. It's only been a few days since we cleared the profession instance, and it took less than 2 days to speedrun an area, find the core of the calamity, and destroy it. Am I the only one who finds the 41st universe very eerie? If calamities are indeed eternal proofs, how do we fight? The person above clearly didn't read the post. Calamities are actually false proofs of destroying the source can indeed have an impact on the calamities. By the way, I want to live in the Mirror Lake camp. How do I get there? The survivors discussed the contents of the post, eventually shifting the topic to the Mirror Lake camp. After all, the core of the calamity was too distant for most survivors. Not everyone's talents are as powerful as Yi Qing Snow's or Sure Hao's, and they can exert force quickly. For instance, one survivor's talent is a silent system. His speed in gaining power was relatively slow, and treasures like innate supreme treasures or Hongmeng sacred bodies would take years of silence to obtain. Rather than worrying about what the big shots should be thinking, it's better to find a way to live in the Mirror Lake camp. Now, the calamities in the Mirror Lake area have been weakened due to a version update, not only in intensity, but also in growth speed. Thus, the Mirror Lake camp has fully qualified to become the first permanent camp. A permanent camp, as the name suggests, is one that can sustain itself for a long time. Based on various intelligence reports, without weakening the calamities, the vast majority of survivors would not be able to survive a year in the 41st universe. Calamity: the stars aren't working today, they're here to see you. Calamity: radiation sickness, electromagnetic waves have been infected. Calamity: unity with heaven and man ascend. Child: merge with the sky of the 41st universe, return to the embrace of your mother. Calamity: New Year, congratulations, the new year failed. A girl dressed in a white skirt quietly gazes up at the sky above the ruins. She saw survivors holding hands, forming a vast net flying towards the oil paint-like sky of the 41st universe. At that moment, the stars of the 41st universe descended. A massive celestial body large enough to engulf all of the girl's view appeared in the sky above her area. It gazed at the girl standing amidst the ruins, grinning widely. A white light engulfed all of the girl's vision. Simulation ends. You have achieved the following accomplishments. Achievement: confront the stars. Perhaps the oil paint-like sky is a protective layer, rewarding you with 10 achievement points. Achievement: New Year, congratulations on surviving a year in the 41st universe. Unfortunately, the new year failed. Rewarding 10 achievement points. Achievement points: 40 redeemable rewards. Yearly attribute growth accumulation costs 4 achievement points. Weapon breaking heaven sword costs 6 achievement points. Item 1 Hun banner costs 4 achievement points. Skill: external cave heaven costs 2 achievement points. Internal cave heaven resources costs 10 achievement points. I'm back. The girl in the white skirt slowly opened her eyes, got up from her bed, and sighed in relief upon realizing she was still in the train at the Shira camp. Fu Guang sighed deeply, opened the channel, and uploaded the information obtained from her simulation to the chat channel for other survivors to organize. Huyan: Emperor I Snow has conquered the Mirror Lake area. I recalculated and found that the possibility of surviving for a year has greatly increased. Usually calamities affect each other, reaching a balance that forms various regions. The weakening of the Mirror Lake has led to an imbalance in the 41st universe calamities. Its impact is profound, but in the short term, the growth speed of calamities has slowed. Fu Guang: Snow is a god. Do you know how hard I worked to survive a year? But being able to conquer the Mirror Lake area this time was a group effort. I almost thought it was going to fail this time. Qing Yaozi: yes. You know, I was constantly refreshing the forum, afraid that Snow would retreat. Yuji: in any case, thank you all for your hard work. Congratulations on your success. What should we do with this group of survivors? Ji pointed at the tied-up professionals who had been taken down by the 3 of them from the other 3 survival games. Moreover, according to Yi Qingsu's instructions, their ability to resist had been completely crushed by him. Sure Hao, king of entries, and sweet rice dumpling. No. 1. Let's keep them. There's no need to kill them after all. I am a very merciful survivor, aren't I? Yi Qingxue crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes, slightly revealing a gentle smile. However, the item in her hand was anything but simple. It was the enhanced Type 2 syringe. The Beast Master Heart Sutra had been integrated into the Universal Techniques record, so combined with the enhanced Type 2 syringe, it could transform this group of professionals into survivors she could place in other survival games. Ugh. With an enhanced Type 2 syringe piercing into Bu Juexuan's body, he let out a pained whimper. He remembered. It was this girl named Yi Qingxue before him who had freed him from the control of the mirror. It was also when he was reduced to a pile of meat paste on the brink of death that this girl had saved him with healing spells and unknown medicines. As for where his injuries came from, don't ask, it was definitely his own clumsiness that led to them. Master. Before Bu Juexuan could finish speaking, he was silenced by Yi Nisha with a long breadstick. What level of professionals do you think can call her Little Snow Master? She's merely a tool for Little Snow to collect resources and data. Submit your professions one by one. Yi Qingxue sat on a wooden chair instructing Yi Nisha to take notes on what these professionals' jobs were. The elevator survival game had sent 4 professionals, which did not match the intelligence from Luhan. It seemed that the elevator survival game had only reported 3 professionals on the surface, while secretly, they had smuggled in another professional along with several survivors. Their profession dungeon ratings were all A, with the professions being legendary hacker, mechanical tyrant, sharpshooter, and shaman. 3 tech-based and 1 magic-based. The road survival game was honest, having only sent 5 professionals. The survivor, Nia Feng, with the ability to read archives, had an S rating and was a boss developing a summoning-type profession. Bu Juexuan had an A rating and was a martial emperor. The other 3 also had A ratings respectively, being a stitch monster traveler and traveling merchant. The traveler and traveling merchant were exclusive professions of the road survival game, as the information revealed by the identification technique included the words exclusively for road survival. The dormitory survival game was the weakest, claiming to send 2 professionals, but only 1 dormitory showed. Inside that dormitory was just 1 professional without any other survivors. Although the profession rating reached A, the profession was a master of small space cultivation. Then they fell asleep at the start, almost getting killed by the monsters of the Mirror Lake in the inner world. It was hard to imagine how he managed to achieve an A rating. Shui, why do I feel like Little Leaf is always reaping the benefits, and yet am struggling to gain any benefits? Guaya browsed through these professions and their ability. She felt that most of the abilities of these professions could be combined as Little Leaf's profession, but there were few she could actually use. Little Leaf can benefit from an entire tech side and part of the magic side, while the benefits available to you are too few, making it seem like you haven't gained much. Yi Qingxue nodded. After all, Yi Nisha was a creation of both the magic and tech sides, and since she lacked an initial talent, her development could be quite varied. On the other hand, Guaya's initial talent was specialized in cultivation. There were simply too few professions that excelled in cultivation. Those specializing in cultivation were likely to have lower ratings. Because the average rating of Universe No. 41 had reached the level of A. After all, being able to select a suitable profession dungeon and having time-based survivors create strategies combined with their own incredibly powerful talents made it easy to obtain a high rating. Perhaps it was because Universe No. 41 was too strong, leading to Yi Qingxue's inability to collect information on lower-rated professions. Later, I will take you to the Magic Sanctuary survival game, find the merchant Demo, to bring in a batch of cultivation-oriented professionals, collect their profession inheritances, and then create a specialized profession for you. Yi Qingxue comforted Guaya, and then together with Yi Nisha, they studied how to obtain the profession inheritance information of these professionals. The initial talents of survivors are difficult to measure, seemingly related to the system and the survivor's own soul, something she could not achieve with her current technical level. But profession inheritance information was different. It was crafted by the world itself, extracting various information and energy. Yi Qingxue didn't intend to take away the other party's profession, she merely wanted to extract the knowledge contained within these professions to fill in the 2 blank profession employment certificates she held. Shirlao, what do you think? Where do you think the profession inheritance would be stored? Yi Nisha scanned the professionals with a lens, but found no abnormalities. The precious profession inheritance was clearly not physical and would not remain in the professional's body. It was neither a special item nor stored in the player's backpack. The only 2 possibilities were either on the system panel or within the survivor's soul. It seems I will have to burn contribution points again. The contribution points from the Mirror Lake camp haven't been obtained yet. I will need to borrow people from Yuji and the others again. Yuji, the Fire Organization, and the Salvation Society do not have talents in this area, but I know the people you are looking for. They are from the Wanderers Group. The Wanderers Group is a small convoy composed of 4 survivors without a fixed camp or stronghold. The 4 of them travel across different regions of Universe No. 41, collecting various resources, recording information about various areas and monsters, and will lend a hand to any survivor in need. They maintain cooperative relationships with multiple organizations, providing more detailed area information in exchange for contribution points to procure train fuel and other necessary supplies. One of the survivors, known as Jija Monster, has the talent to steal the abilities of enemies he has killed. His profession is Soul Reaper, further enhancing the effect of his talent, allowing him to even take memories, attributes, and professions. Under Yu Ji's introduction, Yi Qingxue soon met this elder. He was a kind-looking old man, but he appeared full of vitality, showing no signs of aging. "Hello, Snow. Yu Lao asked me to assist in your research. Your hypothesis is correct. The profession inheritance is indeed within the survivor's soul." Jija Monster explained his research on profession inheritance. He had tried to study it, but found that the information contained within the profession inheritance was too vast, requiring sufficient memory and information integration ability to extract complete data. However, even with such abilities, a blank profession employment certificate was needed to carry the self-created profession inheritance. Although Jija Monster also had 2 blank profession employment certificates, he neither had the ability nor the Snow, if you truly develop a method to fill the blank profession employment certificates, could I request you to design a profession for me at the price of 1 blank profession employment certificate? In the Wanderers group, Jija Monster had an elderly partner whose profession dungeon rating was only a. So Jija Monster wanted to customize a new profession for his partner. After all, strength was necessary to survive in Universe No. 41. Ugh. Bu Jueshuan let out a painful wail, feeling as if 1,000 needles were piercing into his body, extracting his very life. The agony from the depths of his soul was unforgettable, and even the anesthetic injected by Yi Qingxue could not alleviate it. Thankfully, Yi Qingxue successfully extracted relevant information regarding the martial emperor profession. Yi followed the martial arts system. With the true chi provided by Yi Qingxue successfully interpreted the martial emperor profession information and transformed it into usable data. Martial emperor suppressing all with martial arts. Unlocks special attributes: root bone comprehension, arm strength. Martial genius comprehension is locked at 1, causing any learned martial arts techniques to undergo a transformation into a more powerful exclusive version. Martial god emperor martial arts system attack damage 2. Each point of arm strength attribute provides an additional 10 base attack power. Each point of root bone attribute provides an additional 10 base vitality. This profession is completely useless to Yi Qingxue. Firstly, locking the comprehension greatly affects her talent's performance, as she is not specifically following the martial arts system. Secondly, the second profession ability is entirely a specialized skill of the martial arts system, making it unnecessary to waste the limited capacity of the blank occupation certificate to carry this skill. However, this does not mean it is without value. It can be sold to other practitioners who possess a blank occupation certificate. Post-profession ability expansion and trade. Yi Qingxue, based on my 3-day research with Sword Demon and the Jija Monster, I discovered the usage of blank occupation certificates. Blank occupation certificates can only be obtained from diamond chests dropped by hidden bosses in occupation dungeons, and 2 will drop fixed. They can provide accompanying professions for trained companions, helping them break through the 10-point attribute limit. Speaking of which, hey, how do you know I have 2 adorable and strong partners? The second function as a profession ability expansion card stitches together abilities from other professions. Our initial profession abilities are fixed, but a blank occupation certificate allows us to obtain an additional profession ability. As for how to achieve this, just charge everyone 40,000 contribution points. The third function is to use it as a job change card without stitching. Friendly reminder, currently our initial profession can have at most 4 profession abilities. Yi Qingxue realized that relying solely on herself and the Jija Monster to complete the research, organization, integration, and utilization of profession information within 3 days was quite difficult. She needed to rally others. Thus, she messaged Sword Demon to come over. Sword Demon happened to have a blank occupation certificate and was also very curious about its usage. Upon receiving Yi Qingxue's invitation, he readily agreed. When Sword Demon's extraordinary talent for comprehension combined with Yi Qingxue's abilities, their research efficiency soared to an astonishing level. Yi Qingxue was responsible for organizing the materials, integrating the information, and proposing ideas, while Sword Demon focused on utilizing his exceptional comprehension to flesh out the thoughts and frameworks that Yi Qingxue had proposed. After consuming a blank occupation certificate in Sword Demon's possession, they discovered its second function, expanding profession abilities. Initially, their disaster profession was already quite powerful, and after being able to choose an additional profession ability, it became even more formidable. 40,000 contribution points, in exchange for an additional self-selected profession ability. Is this what knowledge changing one's life looks like? Even profession ability expansions have been researched. I can't be the only one who thinks that the combination of extraordinary comprehension and Yi Qingxue's all-around development is terrifying, right? However, blank occupation certificates are so rare. Can your infinite procurement yield some blank occupation certificates? Gee, how did you know I had infinite procurement for blank occupation certificates today? Oh, can such items be procured? Did you get a cracked version? Gee, he indeed needed blank occupation certificates. After all, he wanted to enhance the universal intermediary's capabilities by integrating the travel merchant abilities specific to the road survival game. Because he was in urgent need, infinite procurement was initiated. Moreover, he was even collecting contribution points issued by the Salvation Society and the Flame Organization, 1,000 contribution points for each. Print everything. The printing machine should run at full capacity. Such strategic resources must be reserved in hundreds of thousands. Hui and Yu reached a consensus. Forget about whether this economic system based on contribution points is collapsing or not. Good items like blank occupation certificates can never be too many. Even if contribution points are printed infinitely, even if all survivors are laden with debt, the printing machine cannot stop today. They have prepared extensively for today. For example, adding GE to the Jinghu travel team was meant to let him personally experience the value of blank occupation certificates and the power of Yi Qingxue. My talent is 1,000-fold critical strike. Right now, I feel that in front of the printing machine, my talent is merely a younger brother. I gain 1,000 blank occupation certificates with a critical strike once an hour, and it would be better to directly critical strike the printing machine for more contribution points. I remember this golden paper was obtained during the Santo Gold exchange, right? The Salvation Society happened to encounter a sandstorm. So it turns out everything was part of a time-based survivor's plan. It's terrifying to think about. By the way, is there really no intention to suppress this combat power at all? Today, daring to print currency and brush resources means tomorrow they will rub the core of disaster on the ground, and the day after tomorrow they might elbow the 41st universe, making it cry for its mother. Suppress what? If you suppress it, you can only call the 41st universe mommy. Sigh. 1,000,000 debt. Yi Qingxue sat melancholically in her train seat looking at the debt list in her hand and sighed quietly. Now she has also become someone burdened with 1,000,000 contribution points of debt. She borrowed 1,000,000 contribution points from Yuji to buy 100 blank occupation certificates. This was the most catastrophic day for the contribution point system. Thankfully, these loans could only be used to purchase blank occupation certificates. She applied for a loan from Yuji, who then used the fresh contribution points to procure blank occupation certificates from GE. Afterwards, Yuji would give the blank occupation certificates to the borrowers instead of handing out cash to prevent the freshly printed contribution points from flooding into the trading market. Of course, the debt still has to be borne, just as a formality. You've done infinite procurement of blank occupation certificates, yet you refuse to cooperate with this act. What if the great infinite procurement lord doesn't supply strategic materials next time? Infinite procurement. Little Leaf, your occupational certificate should be filled out by now, right? Night Qingxue smiled as she reached out to take this achievement, a culmination of the efforts of the job holders, and inquired about Yi Nish's occupational matters. This time, in addition to collecting information about job holders from dormitories, elevators, and highway survival games, they also gathered information from those involved in magical shelter survival games. By simply using blank occupational certificates as rewards, the task of collecting occupational information from job holders became exceedingly simple. After all, gathering occupational information does not damage the abilities or potential of the job holders. It is merely a slightly painful process. To master this is my occupation, the unique calamity profession. During the creation of this occupational certificate, it seems there was a bit of an accident. Yi Nisha placed her hands behind her back and stuck her tongue out at Night Qingxue. She then displayed her occupational information. She had originally thought her occupation would at most reach an A rating, but unexpectedly, she managed to stitch together the unique calamity profession. Calamity, mechanical natural disaster. A profession born from a fusion of extensive technological occupational information combined with the mirror lake shell body and core influenced by the power of universe no. 41. Unlock special attribute information volume computing power. Supercomputing. Each point of computing power corresponds to 1 point of computational efficiency, and each point of information volume is equivalent to 1 point of knowledge attribute. When connecting consciousness with others, the effects of computing power can be synchronized to them. Self-iteration. For every 10 points of information volume, 1 point of computing power is gained. Mechanical natural disaster. When performing actions such as invasion, control, or destruction, only a computing power assessment is required. The controlled mechanical creations will enhance their attributes based on the difference in computing power. The more mechanical creations you control, the higher the attribute bonuses yo. And the heavy occupational certificate in my hand was obtained through my immense debt, relying on the selfless contributions of countless job holders. Thus, the comparison is starkly clear. How can the profession you earned through your own efforts compare to the one I obtained by sacrificing countless job holders? Of course, while Yi Nisha's profession is called an occupation, it should actually be considered a calamity. Generally speaking, the effects of calamities are intended to limit the strength of calamity professions. But Nisha's calamity effects completely serve as a reinforcement of her profession. Master, what if I really am a calamity? You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Nisha held Knight Kingsu's hand, acting cute towards her. No. Knight Qingxue gently poked Nisha's forehead. She estimated that the emergence of Nisha, this humanoid calamity, was the result of extensive planning. The time-based survivors surely knew, as it was they who sent her over. GE provided a large number of blank occupational certificates, which not only enhanced the overall level of the job holders, but more importantly offered Knight Qingxue the monster and the sword demon numerous opportunities for trial and error. Other survival games contributed vast amounts of occupational information from job holders. It's heartbreaking. Universe No. 41 acted as a catalyst, transforming this profession into a calamity. Whoa. I also want to become a calamity. I also want to strengthen myself fiercely. Guaya watched Little Leaf's occupational panel with envy. She lowered her head to look at the occupational certificate in her hand, which was only filled out 1/3 of the way. Decision made. I won't acquire a profession for now. Rather than hastily seeking an occupation that barely suits me, it's better to wait a bit longer. Children don't cry every day. Gamblers don't lose every day. Guaya believed that with each iteration there would be a god and the benefits of version updates would eventually come her way. Just wait. She would leap from a transparent support role to a super support with main character capabilities. Bang bang, the knocking sound from outside the train car interrupted Guaya's daydream. A humanoid monster entirely composed of white mycelium and resembling coral stood outside the train car. Snow Guy, I'm here to ask if you'd like to participate in our bonfire celebration party. Sweet Rice Dumpling waved the roasted meat skewer in her hand. Knight Qingxue nodded, bringing Guaya and Nisha along to attend this impromptu bonfire celebration. Survivors participating in this expedition gathered at the cave entrance. As for the survivors from other survival games, they were sent off by Knight Qingxue and the others to collect resources and treasure chests. The Mirror Lake area was nominally a welfare zone, so the treasure chests released by various survival games were quite plentiful. Just in time, these survivors had nothing to do, so it would be better to arrange for them to help Knight Qingxue and the others in gathering resources and treasure chests. Can Universe No. 41 actually have such a warm moment? It's a pity that slime can't taste the flavor of wine. Sure how held a bottle of wine, knocked the bottle neck against the rock wall, pulled out the cork, and poured an entire bottle of wine into his body. After being filled with an entire bottle, his light blue jelly-like body expanded considerably, resembling a round yoga ball. The light blue was also diluted by the white liquid, becoming much more transparent. If GE hadn't supported him in time, he would have rolled out of the cave. Fortunately, my goblin body is fine, allowing me to savor the taste of wine. I wouldn't have dared to drink like this when I was in human form. The King of Entries grabbed a bottle of wine and followed suit, pouring it into his mouth. He placed a hand on Sweet Rice Dumpling's shoulder and hummed a little tune. Cola Stomach Noodles stared intently at the roaring campfire before her. Her body told her that it was how she wanted to dive in to warm up. Clearly she hadn't done anything, just felt very tired. She needed to rest well. But the common sense of being human told her that if she got too close, her fur would definitely get scorched. So, just a little touch. Her paw reached toward the bonfire. It was so warm. A little closer. It's burning. This silly cat. Sweet Rice Dumpling sighed helplessly and extinguished the flames on her paw. The survivors sat in front of the bonfire chatting about future plans. I plan to stay at the Mirror Lake camp for a while. Oh, it feels really nice living in the cave. The King of Entries took a sip of wine, shifting his body to sit at the cave entrance, enjoying the view of the valley outside. Sweet Rice Dumpling would also stay, as his main body was spores, and being in multiple places at once was no trouble for him. The scenery in the Mirror Lake area is beautiful and resource-rich, with fertile soil and abundant moisture, making it perfect for growing mushrooms. Upon seeing a job holder staying behind, other survivors dared to raise their hands. They also wanted to remain at the Mirror Lake camp. It is currently the only known area where the source of calamities has been eliminated, considered a safe zone among survivors. The Fire and Flame organization won't linger at the Shuan camp for too long, but we will leave behind those survivors who wish to stay and live at the Mirror Lake camp. Sure, Hao and GE would leave the Mirror Lake camp in 2 days, returning to the flying boat. What about you, Snow?